291945 Bell. Demon King, the symbol of terror and evil, the synonym of killing and death. But Liu never thought that this would happen to him. This dreamlike experience was so real that Liu even missed the life of eating and waiting to die. Originally as a student who had just had a holiday, Liu was enjoying a happy, joyful, and fulfilling summer vacation life, playing a few games with his friends, and his life would not change even if a god came. But this happy day was broken by the arrival of a strange package. Liu likes online shopping very much and often buys some things online. On this day, he was playing with his friends when he received a call from the courier, saying that a package had arrived. Could it be that the snacks ordered 2 days ago have arrived? Liu rushed downstairs to pick up the package, but when he opened the package after returning home, he didn't see the imagined snacks. Lying in the middle of the package, there was only a red card with a lifelike bloody angel painted in the middle. Could it be that the courier delivered the wrong item? Liu took out the card strangely, and just after Liu's fingers touched the card, a red light instantly illuminated the entire room. And then Liu felt a severe dizziness and fainted the next moment. When Liu woke up, he was shocked to find that he was in a dense jungle. He could hear the roars of wild animals in the distance. Where is this? The Amazon jungle? Liu looked around in a panic. After all this was too strange. But before he could observe more, a cold wind blew and Liu shivered. Liu was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, but the jungle was very cold. Liu thought that he should find a place to hide from the wind first, otherwise he would definitely freeze to death here. In an unfamiliar environment, an inexplicable fear occupied Liu's heart. He suddenly fainted and suddenly appeared in this terrifying jungle. Why did he end up in such a ghost place to suffer? Wait, what is in his hand? It was not until then that Liu realized that he still had the card in his hand. The bloody angel on the card was so realistic, as if it could jump out of the card at any time. Could it be that this card was the reason why he appeared here? Liu stared at the card with his eyes wide open. God bless you. Since you can bring me here, please send me back. Unfortunately, Liu's prayers didn't work. Instead of sending him home, the card emitted a red light that shot straight into the sky. What does this mean? Liu was startled by the red light and wanted to throw the card away, but the card seemed to be stuck to his hand and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. What the hell is this? Liu wanted to cry now. If he had known this, he wouldn't have touched this damn card. He shouldn't have accepted that package. God, can't you open your eyes and be kind enough to send me home? Liu prayed to the heavens with tears in his eyes, but it seemed that this place didn't believe in God. Liu's prayers didn't bring him help, but instead brought a group of knights in black armor. Looking at the shape, it looks like the horror knight in the game, wearing heavy armor and holding a knight's lance, and riding a black creature that looks like a dinosaur. When he saw these guys for the first time, Liu concluded that it would be better for him to run first. He always felt that these people did not look so kind. If he was caught by them, what if he was eaten alive? Run. When fear spreads in the heart, people will lose their reason. This is what Liu did at this time. He ran wildly without a purpose, just to avoid these black-armored knights behind him. It would be better if he didn't run. When Liu ran, he was discovered by those black-armored knights. Seeing Liu in a panic, these black-armored knights shouted words that Liu could not understand, and they all ran towards Liu. Liu is an ordinary student who doesn't pay much attention to exercise. How could he run faster than the dinosaurs under the crotch of the black-armored knights? The result is obvious. Before Liu ran a few steps, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. He was actually grabbed by the neck and lifted up. In this way, Liu became a captive of these black-armored knights. However, these black-armored knights did not eat him alive as Liu imagined. Instead, after carefully looking at Liu, they threw him on the back of the dinosaur and took him away. During this period, Liu did not know how long he had walked. Anyway, the bumps on the dragon's back had almost shattered his internal organs. When Liu got off the dragon's back, he was dizzy and almost died. Without giving Liu a moment to breathe, these black-armored knights carried Liu and continued to move forward. At this time, what appeared in front of Liu was a very gorgeous, huge castle. Castle? Have you arrived abroad? At this time, Liu's consciousness was not very clear, but looking at the style of this castle, it was very much in the style of a medieval European castle. After being carried into the castle by the black-armored knights, he continued to move forward, and finally in the main hall of the castle, Liu was put down. I always feel like I'm going to be played badly. Liu was dizzy. After losing the shoulders of the black-armored knights, he pressed his temples, but still felt dizzy. Without support, his knees finally softened and he was about to fall to the ground. But just when Li Yu's body was about to touch the ground, a figure suddenly flashed by and held Li Yu steadily. What a nice smell! In a trance, Li Yu felt that his body touched a very soft object, and a burst of fragrance came, which made Li Yu even more confused. What's going on? Li Yu tried to open his eyes wide, and then he was surprised to find that he actually fell into the arms of a beautiful girl. The flaxen ponytail was tied behind her head, the emerald green eyes were like bright gems, and the delicate and heroic face was like a person in a painting. Walking and parand? The other party started talking, but Li Yu couldn't understand it at all. But the voice was really nice, so Li Yu couldn't help but indulge in it. Wait a minute, the key is to figure out the current situation. Seeing that Li Yu didn't reply, the heroic girl shook her head helplessly, and then she helped Li Yu up and made a gesture to Li Yu. What do you mean? Let me go with you? Li Yu was a little puzzled, but when he asked, he couldn't understand what the girl on the other side said. There was no way to communicate at all. There was no other way, so he could only communicate with gestures. But after communicating for a long time, the girl couldn't understand Li Yu, and Li Yu didn't know what the girl wanted to do, until the heroic girl thought for a moment and stepped forward and grabbed Li Yu's hand. It was not as soft as he imagined. Li Yu felt that the girl's hand was a little rough, as if she often did physical work. What on earth was she doing? As a loser in life, being held by a girl's hand should be a great joy, but at this moment, Li Yu didn't feel happy at all. He just wanted to know where this place was and how he could get home, but the girl didn't waste any more time. With a gentle tug, Li Yu was pulled away by her. What a great strength! Li Yu tried to break free several times but failed. He had no choice but to let it go. How could the weak have a chance to resist the powerful? In this way, Li Yu was led by the girl's hand and walked all the way to the depths of the castle and came to a very wide room. The environment in the room was very dim. Only some torches were burning on the walls. In the center of the room, there was a statue about 3 meters tall. It was a female angel with wings on her back. When Li Yu looked up to observe the angel statue, he was surprised to find that the image of this angel was very similar to the image on the card in his hand. It was just one person. Is it one person? Li Yu looked back and forth, but when he wanted to make a confirmation, the card in his hand emitted a red light again. As this red light shone on the statue in the room, a violent resonance occurred between the two. What is going on? The floor of the room was shaking, and Li Yu also felt something was wrong. His body felt heavy and various images flashed through his mind inexplicably. Blood, killing, death, what does this mean? Finally, Li Yu couldn't bear it anymore, and fell to the ground with a plop. Fainting twice in one day was simply embarrassing. However, this time Li Yu's coma was not very long. It seemed like a moment to him. Anyway, after he opened his eyes, he quickly got up from the ground. Li Yu, who was completely confused about the situation, turned his eyes to the girl with the flaxen ponytail. At this moment, he saw that the girl actually leaned over and half knelt in front of Li Yu and placed her right hand on her chest. Welcome, Your Majesty the Demon King. WAP 106-106-307-27253MO. Unexpectedly, this time, Li Yu understood what the other party said. And at this time, Li Yu also felt that there seemed to be a lot of things in his mind, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember what it was. Wait, what did this girl say just now? Your Majesty the Demon King? Where is the Demon King? Looking back and forth, Li Yu found that the girl was kneeling to no one except him. Could it be that the Demon King she was talking about was himself? If so, then it was a big joke. That? Li Yu opened his mouth to ask, but just after uttering 2 words, he suddenly realized that this was not the Chinese he was familiar with, but a bit like the language the girl just spoke. How come it has a built-in translator? Huh? Li Yu's expression was very strange. What was going on? Please don't panic, Your Majesty the Demon King. You have just accepted the inheritance. It is normal to be a little uncomfortable. Perhaps seeing Li Yu's panic, the girl on the opposite side immediately stood up and explained to Li Yu very seriously. Inheritance? What does it mean? And the Lord Demon King you mentioned, you are not referring to me, right? Li Yu pointed at his nose stiffly. If this is a joke, please tell me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King, from today on, you are the Demon King of our Black Demon Kingdom. That, Maynir. Right, can you come in and talk to me? After sorting out his chaotic thoughts, Li Yu tried to make the most amiable expression, smiled, and waved to Maynir. It's my honor, Your Majesty the Demon King. Maynir put her right hand on her chest and saluted Li Yu, which seemed like a soldier's demeanor. Don't be so serious, we're just having a casual chat. Seeing that Maynir really respected him, Li Yu gradually let go of his courage. After all, the beautiful girl in front of him was most likely a female demon. What else could the devil's subordinates be but devils? At first, Li Yu was very nervous. At this time and place, it would be a lie to say that he could still remain calm. However, Mainier's attitude finally made Liu completely relaxed. The two of them asked and answered each other, which allowed Liu to get a lot of information. For example, the place where Liu is now is the Black Blood City, the capital of the Black Demon Kingdom, a castle that only the devil can rule. The Black Demon Kingdom and the Black Blood City? After hearing these two names, Liu had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. If there was another middle school boy who was stuffed into a toilet and traveled to another world, it would be even more familiar. Unfortunately, there was no middle school righteous devil, but there was an unlucky devil. Liu felt that he had no strength and no magic power, and it was purely accidental to travel to this inexplicable world. How could he be the devil? However, Mainier was very sure about this. She said that Liu had accepted the inheritance of the previous Demon King, so Liu was the new Demon King. If Liu was the Demon King, what would the Demon King's dinner be like? A feast of blood and flesh? Thinking of this, Liu suddenly felt regretful. Should he find an excuse to escape first? The imagined feast of blood and flesh did not appear, but this dinner made Liu deeply touched. There was only one reason, that is, the dishes on the table were too greasy. Meat, meat, meat! There was no other material on the table except meat. But even if it was an all-meat dinner, it didn't have to be so monotonous, right? Either roasted meat or stewed meat. This is the legendary Demon King's dinner? Can I have some rice? If not, you can have 2 steamed buns. Don't people in this world pay attention to the combination of meat and vegetables when eating? Is our food not to your majesty's taste? If so, I will find someone to redo the dinner immediately. Seeing Liu wrinkling his nose while eating, Meunier hurriedly asked with concern. However, as soon as Meunier said this, the maids in charge of serving on the side immediately half knelt on the ground. All of them looked terrified. Hey, what are you doing? I'm just a little uncomfortable. I'm not going to take your heads. Why are you so scared? Liu hasn't said anything yet, but he messed up a good dinner like this. Is this the power of the word Devil King? It doesn't matter. I'm just a little uncomfortable. In fact, these barbecues are quite delicious. Everyone, get up and don't be so restrained. Liu is not used to having a bunch of cute maids kneeling in front of him. Although he was confusedly called the Demon King, Liu did not really regard himself as a Demon King. At this point, Liu had to sigh that the benefits of being a Demon King were really good. In this huge castle, except for himself, there were no other men. The maids were girls, the guards were girls, and they were all very beautiful and cute girls. If he had not come to this world for the first time, and still had a sense of fear in his heart, Liu even felt that this was simply a huge crystal palace that was built effortlessly. Isn't the ambition of otaku to build a harmonious and happy crystal palace? I have it without doing anything. Maybe they didn't expect that this Demon King would be so easy to talk to. For a moment, the maids who were half kneeling on the ground looked at each other, at a loss. Is the Demon King telling the truth? If you stand up like this, will it anger the Demon King? Everyone get up. Fortunately, at this time, Meunier's words stabilized the hearts of all the maids. Although she had only a brief contact with Liu, Meunier felt that Liu was not the kind of moody person, and what she said at this time was naturally true. They stood up tremblingly and found that Liu was really not angry. The maids breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this new Demon King was a good person. Huh? Is this the new Demon King? He looks like a thin branch. Can he really be considered a Demon King? Just when Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was fine and he could continue eating, a childish yet extremely coquettish voice suddenly came, instantly attracting Liu's attention. Who? Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a girl in a gorgeous pleated dress appearing in the restaurant. Her long wavy golden hair fell to her waist. Her blue eyes were as pure as the sky, and she had a delicate and cute face and looked only 13 or 14 years old. She was simply a top-notch little loli. However, this top-notch little loli was rude and simply didn't take Liu seriously. Thin branches? Although my figure is not majestic, it is far from a thin branch, okay? Camilla, don't be rude. Apologize to His Majesty the Demon King. The little Lolita's contemptuous words attracted Meunier's angry glare. Then Meunier slammed the table and stood up, loudly scolding the little Lolita for her rudeness. Okay, Meunier, she's just a child. Although she was called a twig, Liu didn't take it to heart. After all, she was just a little Lolita, and Liu would not compete with a child for this sentence. How dare you? How dare you call me a child? Unreasonable person. I want to duel with you. Liu just said it unintentionally, but he didn't expect that this word child would be the Achilles heel of the little Lolita opposite. After hearing what Liu said, she actually jumped up and pointed at Liu, making a fuss and insisting on a duel, which gave Liu a headache. It was just a casual remark, There is no need to take it so seriously, right? Camilla, do you know what you are doing? The word duel was just a casual quarrel from the other party in Li Yu's opinion and should not be taken seriously at all. However, looking at Menier on the side, her expression suddenly changed from surprise to solemnity, as if she attached great importance to this sentence. Of course I know you are just a young boy who came out of nowhere. Don't think that I really regard you as a demon king. If you dare not accept the duel, then get out of Black Blood City immediately. Otherwise, even if I kill you, you can't complain. The little Loli, or Camilla as Manel called her, had a flushed face and a pouty little mouth, which was very cute, but what she said made Li Yu shudder. He could feel that Camilla was not just talk when she said killing. This is the Dark Demon Kingdom. This is the Black Blood City. This is the Devil's Lair. If you only look at all this superficially, you would be too naive. You. Manel pointed at Camilla, and she didn't say a word until she finally sighed, turned around and half knelt in front of Li Yu. I am very sorry, Your Majesty the Demon King. It is my negligence that has brought you such a great humiliation. If Your Majesty the Demon King really loses in the duel, I will continue to follow Your Majesty the Demon King until I die. What? What do you mean? Li Yu was confused by Menier's attitude. How come they wanted to duel before they even said a few words? And what does your rhythm of dying to prove your determination mean? Will you be killed if you lose the duel? Just clean your neck and wait. Seeing this scene, Camilla on the opposite side didn't say much. She just snorted and turned away, leaving Li Yu puzzled. It was not until Menier explained it clearly to Li Yu that he understood the truth of everything. What? You said that Camilla is your sister? And you are princesses? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. This is my negligence, but I will do my best to protect your safety. If you want to hurt Your Majesty, you have to step over my corpse first. Menier was still half kneeling in front of Li Yu, but Li Yu couldn't remain calm at this moment. It was not until now that he knew the true identities of Menier and Camilla. It turned out that these two were the daughters of the former Demon King. Although they failed to succeed the Demon King, they could be said to be the most distinguished people in the entire Black Demon Kingdom. But such a princess would actually kneel in front of him. In this situation, who could remain calm? At the beginning, Li Yu thought that Menier was the chief guard or the general manager or something. Who would have thought that her identity was so prominent? And the duel also gave Li Yu a headache, because according to Menier, he really couldn't refuse the duel proposed by Camilla. This is a world where the strong are respected, and the spirit of dueling is naturally very prevalent. Although with Li Yu's identity, few people can challenge him to a duel, but Camilla has the qualifications. Duel, this is not a child's play. Although it is not necessary to decide life or death, with Li Yu's current powerlessness, he is almost certain to die against Camilla. In addition, Camilla seems to hate Li Yu, which doubles Li Yu's chance of death. What to do? The seemingly harmless little girl can take his life in a minute. After learning this, Li Yu didn't know what kind of expression he should make. WAP/6-630/2762534.html. On the second day of arriving in this strange world, something that can only happen in novels happened to him, which really made Li Yu lose the energy to complain. Especially this upcoming duel is extremely dangerous. Whether Li Yu can survive this disaster is unknown. Will tomorrow next year be his death anniversary? There is no need to joke so hard, right? Your Majesty, didn't you get enough rest? The next morning, when she saw two big dark circles under Li Yu's eyes, Menier knew what was going on. She was secretly annoyed with her sister for not knowing what was good for her, and at the same time she was very worried about Li Yu. It's okay, I'm just thinking about something. Li Yu waved his hand weakly. His death was approaching. Your Majesty, please, forgive Camilla's willfulness. I have already scolded her last night. Suddenly, Menier half knelt in front of Li Yu, begging for Li Yu's forgiveness. For Li Yu, forgiveness or not was secondary. Instead, the scolding made his eyes light up. You mean I don't have to duel? Li Yu asked in surprise. No. Looking at Li Yu's surprised expression, although Menier couldn't bear it in her heart, she shook her head helplessly. Once the decision to duel has been made, it cannot be taken back. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's expression immediately changed from sunny to cloudy. After all, he was still doomed to die. However, in view of the fact that His Majesty has just arrived, I also discussed with Camilla and asked her to postpone this duel and fulfill the agreement in a month. It's only been a month. What can be done in a month? Although Menier did buy a month for Li Yu, in Li Yu's opinion, a month of time would be of no help at all. He was an ordinary person. Even if he practiced hard for a month, he could not beat a demon, right? He did not have the aura of a protagonist, nor would he exude a domineering aura that would make his younger brothers bow down to him. Fighting for one more month would only allow Li Yu to live one more month. No, your majesty the Demon King. You have accepted the inheritance of the previous generation of the Demon King, and the magic power of the previous generation of the Demon King is hidden in your body. I believe that with a little training, you can revive the reputation of the Demon King. On this point, Menier did not agree with Li Yu. Since Li Yu was chosen to be the Demon King, he must have the qualifications to be the Demon King. Otherwise, how could he be chosen? Training? Li Yu's eyes were full of doubts, but he soon knew what training meant. Menier, how long do I have to swing? An hour later, in a corner of the back garden of Black Blood City, Li Yu was swinging a 10-pound iron sword up and down, his face already soaked with sweat. At this time, Li Yu's face was full of bitterness and fatigue. He had been swinging the sword for more than half an hour under Menier's urging. At this time, he only felt sore in his arms that he was almost unconscious. How long will this sword swinging continue? Your Majesty, you are swinging the sword for yourself. If you want to defeat Camilla in a month, you have to redouble your efforts. Please don't forget this. It has to be said that Menier, who entered the training mode, was quite Spartan. Unlike her usual obedient appearance to Li Yu, she had now transformed into a devil instructor, vowing to train Li Yu thoroughly. But I really can't stand it anymore. Li Yu was not afraid of hard work or fatigue. He also knew his current situation. One more minute of training would bring him more benefits. However, after swinging the sword for so long, Li Yu had indeed reached his limit. No, I can't. Finally, after swinging the sword for who knows how many times, Li Yu fell to the ground with a plop, and his consciousness drifted far away. Darkness, endless darkness enveloped Li Yu, making him unaware of where he was. Did he die? Exhausted to death? If so, it was really lame. At this time, Li Yu felt that he had entered a very mysterious state, as if he was in darkness, but still had his own consciousness. However, Li Yu began to laugh at himself at the first moment. Li Yu was not panicked at all about his current state. He had been surprised enough recently, so he was not surprised. You are quite optimistic. Just as Li Yu was laughing at himself, a woman's voice suddenly sounded, elegant, solemn, charming, and tempting. Although he didn't know why a voice could bring him so many feelings, this was indeed Li Yu's first feeling. Who are you? Li Yu looked around, but there was nothing else to see except darkness. Guess? If you guess right, there will be a reward. The voice echoed in Li Yu's ears, as if it was right beside Li Yu, but Li Yu couldn't see or touch it. You are playing tricks. You can say it if you want. Li Yu snorted lightly. He had encountered enough bad luck, so he didn't want to guess riddles with a woman who played tricks here to relieve his boredom. You have a bad temper. Why did I choose such an heir? It's really disappointing. Heir? The woman's voice pretended to sigh, but after hearing her words, Li Yu immediately screamed like a raging hare. You are the one who brought me into this world? Are you the Devil King before me? Li Yu was not stupid. Since the other party had said so, he could naturally react. Was this woman the culprit who made him travel to this world? Bingo! Congratulations, you got it right! Facing Li Yu's question, the former Demon King did not answer, but cheered and jumped for joy, making Li Yu feel as if he had won the lottery. No, what is going on? Now that the culprit has been found, let her send him home. Tell me, what reward do you want? Before Li Yu could speak, the former Demon King spoke again. Is there really a reward? I want to go home. Li Yu said nothing. Apart from going home, he did not want any reward now. This reward, this makes it difficult for me. Now I am sealed. I have used up all my strength to bring you to this world. It is impossible to send you back. After hearing what Li Yu said, the former Demon King's tones suddenly became embarrassed. What? Bring it here, and you won't go? One-way ticket, are you kidding me? Then how can I go home? Although the former Demon King said it was impossible, Li Yu still refused to give up. He had to find a way home. It's very simple. As long as you become stronger, strong enough to break my seal, I can naturally send you home after I unseal and restore my strength. The former Demon King's tone was very relaxed, but Li Yu became very helpless. Become stronger in the end, you still have to become stronger. Helpless or helpless, but Li Yu finally found a way home. He was not afraid of not finding it, but afraid of not having it at all. Now that he had a goal, he had the motivation to strive for it. Just become stronger, right? Good. You wait, sooner or later I will lift your seal and let you send me home. Li Yu made up his mind. Isn't it just about becoming stronger? I will show you. Good. Ambitious. You are worthy of being my chosen successor. Seeing that you are so ambitious, I will give you some more benefits. Benefits? What benefits? Before Li Yu could ask more questions, he felt dizzy. When he woke up again, he found himself lying back on the luxurious and soft Demon King bed. Wop, sip, sli inu zeus semstri 2625335.html. Your Majesty the Demon King, are you okay? When Li Yu opened his eyes, he saw Menier's anxious and self-blaming face. Li Yu, who had just woken up, was still a little dazed, But he soon came to his senses and recalled everything that happened when he fainted. The former Demon King? It seemed that there was only one thing he could do, that was to become stronger. Remove the seal of the former Demon King and find a way home. I am very sorry, Your Majesty the Demon King. I was too anxious and ignored Your Majesty the Demon King's health. Please punish me, Your Majesty the Demon King. After confirming that Liu was fine, Maynir immediately half knelt down and asked Liu to punish him. Looking at Maynir's expression, she was ready to die. Such a small matter shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Maynir, please get up quickly. I know you are doing this for my own good. And don't kneel down all the time. I can't stand it. As a person from a peaceful era, Liu absolutely cannot accept such a thing that makes a girl kneel down all the time. Although it cannot be denied that he is secretly happy in his heart, at least Liu knows that he should respect everyone. What's more, Maynir is also a princess. It is too wasteful to let a princess kneel down for no reason. Maynir has knelt in front of Liu several times. Liu couldn't stop her the first few times, but this time Liu said that he couldn't let her kneel again. He quickly turned over and helped Maynir up. After such a long time of contact, Liu had long forgotten the fact that Maynir was a demon and instead treated her as an ordinary girl. However, in the process of reaching out to support Maynir, due to his anxiety, Liu's hands suddenly touched some places that should not be touched, and Maynir jumped up instantly. Your Majesty the Demon King. Maynir was attacked somewhere, and her face flushed with shame, and she almost dared not look directly at Liu. Saorui, this is just an accident. Liu's face was very embarrassed, and he did not expect such a mistake to happen. It's just that the touch just now, it's really interesting. Ahem, then Maynir, you go back and rest first. I'm fine now. The room was full of embarrassment, and Liu also sent the guest away after coughing twice. Fortunately, this is Maynir. If it was Camilla, she would have chopped off her hand. You know, this is the base camp of the devil. From the maid to the princess, there are devils from top to bottom. By the way, Maynir, remember not to kneel again in the future. When Maynir left, Liu did not forget to continue to remind her, this is very important. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. Hearing Liu's instructions, Maynir hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a complicated look. This Demon King seemed to be different from any previous Demon King. After Maynir left, Liu also started his own plan. It was easy to say that he wanted to become stronger, but how difficult it was to do it. With the training like Maynir had before, Liu estimated that even if he trained until he died of old age, he might not be able to break the seal of the previous Demon King. It really wouldn't work if he didn't make some plans. Do I really have to use that? The that Liu was thinking about was, needless to say, the Demon King cultivation system that came with the Demon King's inheritance. This name, which sounded very unreliable, could really make him stronger? It was obviously the Demon King's inheritance, but in the end, he only got such a weird system. If it couldn't make him stronger, he might as well just bump into his head and die. Thinking about the duel in a month, and then thinking about the way home, Liu finally made up his mind. No matter what, fight! Life or death depends on this time. Looking at the words of the Demon King growth task, Liu chose to trigger it with trepidation. What kind of task would it be? What's the situation? No response? After triggering the task, Liu waited for a long time and found that the virtual screen in front of him did not respond at all. Could it be that the way he opened it was wrong? Ding! Confirm the activation of the task system. The Demon King cultivation task is turned on. The conquest task is turned on. The growth task is turned on. Just as Liu was curiously wondering how to turn on this task system, the familiar voice sounded again. Did he just activate the system? The task system activation is completed. The main task is being turned on. Confirm the selection of the Demon King growth task. Scanning is completed. Because the Demon King is too weak, the system is automatically strengthening. Speechless? Automatically strengthen if the strength is too weak? There is such a benefit in starting a task? After hearing this, Liu was really excited, but soon this excitement turned into incomparable pain. This is too painful. Can you give me some gentle strengthening? At this moment, Liu only felt severe pain all over his body, as if his flesh and blood were ground into powder and then reassembled. It was even more painful than falling into the 18th level of hell. He wanted to faint, but his consciousness was extremely clear. What kind of bird strengthening is this? How big a grudge? Is it that serious? Strengthening completed, the Demon King growth task is starting. Finally, the severe pain in his body dissipated. Liu thought he could finally take a breath, but he didn't expect that the system's voice continued to sound. You should give me some time to slow down. Task! Your uncle! Suddenly, a black hole with a diameter of about 2 meters spread out under Liu's feet. Before Li Yu could finish a sentence, he was sucked into the black hole. After the black hole disappeared, it seemed as if nothing had happened in the room, but Li Yu was no longer there, as if he had never appeared. When Li Yu was strengthening just now, he wanted to faint but couldn't. After falling into the black hole, Li Yu, who didn't want to faint, tragically lost consciousness again. How many times have I fainted in these few days? If it happens twice more, maybe I will get used to it. When Li Yu woke up again, he first complained about himself before he had time to observe the surrounding situation. But when he saw the scenery around him, he was stunned in an instant. The green grass and the endless forest in the distance, and the blue sky. Wait, is that the blue sky? Li Yu looked up and found that what was floating above his head was not the sky, but a huge blue rock wall with almost no edge. Although it looks like the sky, it is actually two different things. Where is this place? With doubts in his heart, Li Yu opened his Demon King cultivation system. After reading the list on the task system, he finally understood where he was. But after understanding, Li Yu felt even more speechless. Demon King Growth Mission. No longer a rookie. Don't you feel sad to be a rookie, Demon King? Hurry up and get enough experience points in this world of Aincrad, which is full of love and power. If you are a man, go to the 100th floor. Get out of the rookie team. Mission content. Kill monsters in the world of Aincrad, accumulate experience points, and upgrade all skills to level A. Mission rewards. Initially, you will be randomly rewarded with a complete sword skill tree and a space package. After the mission, the skills will be retained and the space package will be retained. Friendly tips. While this world is not yet developed, try to get as many cute experience points as possible. I have to say that this mission prompt is full of slots. Li Yu doesn't know where to start, but after seeing the 5 words Aincrad, Li Yu instantly couldn't calm down. Maybe everyone feels a little unfamiliar when they see Aincrad, but after seeing SAO, they will definitely know what this is. Isn't this the first game world in the anime Sword Art Online? How did I cross over to the world in the anime? No wonder they say that men should go to the 100th floor. After all, Aincrad is 100 floors high, so I am on the 1st floor now, and the one above my head is the 2nd floor. Wait, this is not the point. After running to this world, how can I go back? I finally figured out how to go home, and suddenly I changed to another world. Can I still have fun? WAP 11630/272536. Instant Step, to put it bluntly, is an escape skill. As long as you activate the skill, you can get the effect of instant fast movement. However, after activating the instant step, it will consume more physical strength. If you activate it continuously, the consumption will become greater, so it is better not to use this trick unless it is absolutely necessary. Li Yu does not know much about the work of Sword Art Online. He has only watched the anime once. He knows that the general plot is that a group of game players are trapped in the game world and can't get out. Only by conquering the final boss can they save themselves. So now, I should be in a virtual online game world. Unlike the players in this world, I am not completely sneaking into the game world with my mind, but my body, along with my flesh and blood, has come to this world. Just now, Li Yu pinched himself hard, and the pain made him realize instantly that he would bleed and get hurt in this world. If he died here, he would face real death. When SAO was publicly tested, although players would die in reality if they died, at least there was one thing. Players would not feel pain, bleed, or become weak after being injured, and they could maintain their maximum combat effectiveness until their health bar was emptied. But Li Yu was different. If he was injured, he would become weak, and if he didn't treat his bleeding, he would die. As long as he thought of this, Li Yu instinctively felt a sense of fear. Now this world is not virtual for Li Yu, but real reality. He has to survive in this real world full of dangers and complete all the tasks. To be honest, Li Yu was afraid, but he also knew that he had no way out. In order to find the way home and survive the duel, Li Yu must transform all these fears into motivation. Isn't it just getting injured and bleeding? It's better than dying. With such motivation, Li Yu began to check the changes in his body. The pain before crossing this world still makes him shudder when he thinks of it. But it is precisely because of such pain that Li Yu is more curious about his changes. Standing up and jumping, running back and forth, Li Yu was surprised to find that his physical strength had become very good. Originally, running 100 meters would make him panting, but he ran several hundred meters back and forth. But he was still calm, and his heart was not beating, just a little out of breath. In addition to the physical enhancement, Li Yu found that his strength had also been greatly improved, but there was no suitable experimental material around, so he gave up. Although it was a bit painful, this enhancement was indeed very powerful. What made Li Yu more depressed was that his body was not digitized. The blood bar and experience value that he had imagined did not appear, not to mention data such as strength and physical strength. Without experience points, what's the point of earning experience points? I don't even have the motivation to upgrade. Is this task kidding me? Fortunately, when Liu was looking through the system interface, he found two new options, the skill bar and the prop bar. Needless to say, the skill bar is a set of skill trees rewarded by the system. Except for the two skills at the bottom, which are gray and you can see the skill names, everything is black as you go up the skill tree. Not to mention the names, you can't even see how many skills you can learn. He tried to click on the two gray skills, and the moment Liu's finger touched the virtual interface, the skills were lit up. Flash Step and Combat Mastery, the two most basic skills, are also important guarantees for Liu to survive in this world. Although he was eager to try, Liu still calmed down and continued to check his prop bar. This is the so-called space package rewarded by the system. Just like in the anime, after the small icon of the category is the name of the prop. Click on the name of the prop and you can choose to view, materialize, or discard it. The reason why he understood it so clearly was mainly because Liu saw the existence of an item in this item column. The one-handed straight sword only had a name, and the rest could not even see a simple introduction, not to mention the values such as sharpness and durability. Although Liu was very happy to get a free weapon, in this case, he could not feel the atmosphere of an online game at all. This is indeed a real world, forget it. It is purely asking for trouble to entangle with such a problem now. After materializing the one-handed sword in his hand and waving it a few times, Liu found that it was quite easy to use. The increase in strength allowed him to wield the weapon better, so next, it was to explore this world. Liu was not ready to fight monsters and level up so quickly. After all, he had just come to this world, and there were still many things he needed to explore. At least his own food, clothing, housing, and transportation needed to be settled first. Liu did not walk far before he came to the legendary starting town, which is the so-called Sao Novice village. Although it is a town, in Liu's opinion, it is more like a huge city. Whether it is the streets or the houses, they all reveal the rich medieval European architectural style, which is very similar to the Black Blood city. Here Liu did not meet the imagined game players, nor the so-called NPCs. In fact, after Liu came into contact with the local residents, he found that all the people living here were flesh and blood humans, not the kind of cold, intelligent programs. Of course, if technology is really developed to the point where all NPCs are equipped with high-level artificial intelligence, then Liu has nothing to say, but at least he can't treat these people as NPCs now. After inquiring about the intelligence, Liu made an important discovery, that is, money. In order to survive in this world, in addition to facing ferocious beasts and monsters, it is more important to make money. Without money, Liu can't eat or stay in a hotel, let alone change equipment and buy supplies. Although he has come to another world, the saying that money is omnipotent is still an eternal truth. There was no other way. In this situation, Liu had no choice but to make money. Giving him a weapon for free was already a big deal. Liu didn't ask for anything else. What should I do if I want to make money playing online games? It's very simple. Kill monsters. It's the same in this world. If Liu wants to make money, he has to go to the wild to kill monsters for money and equipment. Otherwise, he can only stay in the town to do odd jobs. But the salary earned from odd jobs is really pitiful. Liu doesn't want to live a poor life, so he naturally won't consider this job. After sorting out his equipment, which is actually the one-handed sword given by the system, Liu stepped out of the starting town and started his first hunting trip. When starting to kill monsters, in addition to weapons, the two skills given by the system are the most important. After some research, Liu has completely understood the usage of these two skills. As for the other skill, Combat Mastery, it was more mysterious. The explanation of the skill was that it passively increased combat power, but Liu did not understand what it meant. It was not until he really started fighting that he realized that being able to wield a sword with ease was entirely the benefit of this Combat Mastery skill. Although it was a passive skill, it was really useful. After studying the skill, Liu finally understood the use of experience points. It turned out that the experience points mentioned in the task were used to improve the skill level, which was very different from the proficiency in the original work. However, by now, Liu had long since stopped treating this world as the original Sao. This was a world that made people feel strange and familiar, and there was more information waiting for him to explore one by one. In terms of fighting, Liu was completely a rookie in this regard. If it were not for Camel, who patiently explained combat skills to him and forced him to train when he was in Blood Alliance City, Liu would not even know how to hold a sword. But then again, although the basics are almost nothing, it is better than knowing nothing. When he first went into battle, facing those monsters with only level 1. Li Yu tried for a long time before he gradually figured out the tricks. For example, facing the simplest manic boar. Facing this monster that can only charge forward and is not very fast, Li Yu also suffered several setbacks and was knocked over several times before he could kill it. I don't know if it's because of the physical enhancement or the passive skills. Li Yu's attention in the battle is very focused, and the more he fights, the more handy he becomes. After a few hours, the original jerky feeling had long disappeared. When facing the manic boar again, Li Yu just turned around very easily and casually, dodging the boar's attack and adding a sword by the way, and he could easily kill it without a cloud. Is it that he has a talent for fighting? The more he kills, the smoother it becomes. Even Li Yu himself has this idea. It turns out that he is a genius. It is worth mentioning that when slaughtering these manic boars, Li Yu finally felt like he was fighting monsters in an online game. Although the monsters would bleed when they were injured, their bodies would turn into countless fragments and dissipate after they were killed. Moreover, after the battle, Li Yu could also get some spoils such as coal, the universal currency in this world, and some primary life recovery potions. However, these spoils were really pathetic. After killing monsters for so long, Li Yu only gained less than 100 coal and 3 bottles of primary life recovery potions. It was indeed the most basic monster, and the drop rate was really bad. Although the harvest was small, it was enough to live. Li Yu had inquired when he left the city. The cheapest hotel only cost 50 coal. As for the remaining money, he could have another hearty dinner. So he made a happy decision. Let's spend all the money tonight. At this point, Li Yu is a big believer in the saying that when the wind blows away the eggshell, the money will go away and the people will be happy. He has worked so hard today, how can he not reward himself? As for tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow. Anyway, the wild monsters outside will keep refreshing. If you are short of money, just go and earn it. With this idea in mind, Li Yu rushed back to the town of origin excitedly. After finding a hotel and opening a room, he ran to a bar that he had been eyeing for a long time, ready to enjoy it. The bar in the town of origin is actually a consumption place that combines restaurants and pubs. Although the price is not cheap, there are many customers. The reason why Li Yu chose to eat here is that in addition to hearing that the signature dishes here are very good, there is also a more important point, which is to collect intelligence. Since ancient times, bars and tea houses have been important places for collecting intelligence. Although Li Yu has learned a lot today, he doesn't mind getting more intelligence to ensure his safety. Have you heard? Hank next door has another son. Really? Then we really have to celebrate. By the way, have you heard that Aunt Sim's orchard on South Street is hiring servants? Should we go and have a try? Well, the food in this bar is indeed good, but the intelligence collected makes Li Yu very helpless. What the hell? I'm not here to listen to your family gossip. How can a few men be more gossipy than women? It's none of your business if someone gives birth to a child. Depressed, after listening for a long time without any useful information, Li Yu could only turn his grief and anger into appetite, fiercely inserted the knife and fork into the barbecue in front of him, and ate it heartily. Forget it. Go back to sleep. Since there is no useful information, it is better to go back to the hotel to sleep and replenish physical strength and wait for another few hundred rounds tomorrow. But when Li Yu got up to pay the bill and was ready to leave, a conversation at the next table attracted his attention. Have you heard that a group of outsiders will appear in a while? I really don't know what this town will become. This was just a casual complaint from the uncle at the next table, but Li Yu pricked up his ears immediately after hearing it. Outsiders? What does that mean? I heard about it, but even if outsiders come, it won't have any impact on us, so there's no need to pay attention to it. That's true. I guess I'm overthinking it. Come on, drink! Overthinking it? No, you're not overthinking it at all. Reveal some more information. He was eager to know what was going on with the group of outsiders, but the drunk uncles at the next table only knew gossip, which made Li Yu anxious. If you don't mind, can I buy everyone a drink? Li Yu had no choice but to call the bartender and order a glass of beer for each of the uncles at the next table. After spending his last coal, Li Yu finally got the information he wanted. According to the narration of several uncles and Li Yu's inference, those so-called outsiders should refer to game players. Otherwise, how could thousands of outsiders appear out of thin air? But this world is completely different from the one Li Yu knew. What will happen to these game players who are about to come to this world? And will the protagonists and supporting characters in the original plot also appear in front of him? With this curiosity, Li Yu gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to his warm home and resumed his carefree life of eating and waiting for death. When you lose something, you will know how to cherish it more. When Liu woke up, he found that everything had become a bubble, and he felt a sense of loss in his heart. WAP is 66307 tone 62538.html. But this is only temporary. Sooner or later, one day, he will realize his dream of going home and see his relatives and friends again. A new day has begun. Stretching, Liu started a new battle. After yesterday's attempt, Liu has already realized his fighting talent, and he is ready to make good use of it. There is no need to fight wild boars anymore. The experience is not much, and the explosion rate is also low. The most important thing is that Liu feels that if he only fights wild boars, he will never be able to grow up. Therefore, Liu quickly turned his target to the monster that is one level stronger than the wild boar, the wild wolf. With the experience of fighting wild boars, Liu did not have a fear of this ferocious monster. On the contrary, in his opinion, it is full of cheer and experience. Die! Kill! 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 In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In this month, Liu has made great progress. In the whole Sao, when it comes to killing wild monsters, he is second to none. Killing monsters to gain experience is still a small matter for Liu. But the main thing is that no matter what game Liu plays, he has the habit of hoarding goods, that is, collecting various game items. From weapons and equipment to materials and potions, Liu always likes to collect everything that can be collected in the package. He usually takes it out and takes a look. This is simply his biggest hobby. Thanks to this reason, Liu has filled the item column with rows and rows in this month. Fortunately, there is no upper limit on the physical strength of this package, otherwise Liu would be pressed by these collections and unable to walk. It must be said that this month's battle has made Liu gain a lot, not only the weapons and equipment in the item column and the material props, but also the combat experience accumulated in this month, and the newly learned combat skills. The lowest level of the skill is F. As long as Liu accumulates enough experience, he can choose to upgrade the skill and increase the power of the skill. Among the two initial skills he learned, the instant step was upgraded to E by him, and the combat proficiency was upgraded to D. After some attempts, Liu found that the so-called increase in combat power introduced in the combat proficiency is actually to improve his combat skills, experience, and proficiency in weapons in an all-round way. In short, it is a very powerful skill. In order to ensure a better experience of the battle, Liu naturally had to temporarily focus on combat proficiency. For instant step, it was enough to upgrade to the next level. In addition to these two skills, when Liu upgraded his combat proficiency to D, he also learned a new practical attack skill, Turbulent Hurricane. This is a very powerful active skill, which allows Liu to make a more powerful final attack after 4 consecutive slashes, and the damage is amazing. Of course, the power of the Turbulent Hurricane is very large, and it consumes a lot of physical strength. With the current Liu, he cannot perform it continuously for many times, so he can only keep it as a nirvana. Fortunately, Liu is now facing small monsters, and ordinary attacks are enough. Once the Turbulent Hurricane comes out, the monsters on the first floor can't hold on for a long time. With 3 practical skills in hand, Liu is very satisfied. The only regret is that Liu seems unable to learn the sword skills of this world. He has tried many times, but each time ended in failure, so he had to choose to give up. Forget it. I have these 3 skills now. If I am too greedy, I will be struck by lightning. With this idea in mind, Liu is ready to start his happy journey of killing monsters. However, today is destined to be an extraordinary day, because the gamers that Liu has been looking forward to for a long time finally appear on this day. In the central square of the starting town, countless white lights flashed, and batches of young men and women appeared with the light. There were so many people that they soon filled the central square. Are they finally here? Looking at the dark crowd in the distance, Liu's brows gradually frowned. Liu had no idea whether the arrival of the gamers was good or bad for him. In this case, he could only take one step at a time. At least compared to these gamers, he was ahead for nearly a month, wasn't he? Besides, Liu felt that he had no conflict of interest with these gamers. If necessary, it would be okay to cooperate with these gamers. Anyway, according to the plot in the anime, these gamers will soon be trapped in this game, and it will take at least 2 years to be freed. Let's find a chance to contact them again. Let's kill all the monsters today first. These game players should also adapt to this game first. With this idea in mind, Liu turned and left the central square, heading towards the wild, and started his monster-killing journey again. However, what Liu didn't expect was that after these game players logged into the game, a terrifying incident that shocked all the players happened. What's going on? When Liu finished a day of monster killing and returned to the starting town, he was surprised to find that the entire starting town seemed gloomy. Young men and women with sighs and complaints could be seen everywhere on the streets. What happened? Did everyone know that they couldn't return to the real world? But even if that was the case, there was no need to be so dejected, right? Speaking of which, when I returned to the city just now, it seemed that no one went to kill the wild monsters in the primary area. What happened? No. I have to ask around and see what happened. There were too many questions, and Liu had to find out clearly. So after patrolling the streets, he selected the target he wanted to ask. The player sitting on the corner, holding his stomach, was left alone. It was you. Are you hungry? Do you want a sandwich? According to Yu's observation, most of the gamers on the street were holding their stomachs. They were probably hungry. After all, a day had passed, and it was difficult not to have a rumbling stomach. Although this was just a game, it had a setting of hunger. Liu didn't know if any player would starve to death if they didn't eat. Well, let's not think about these unnecessary questions. It's the right thing to quickly hook up with the gamer in front of him. Take out a delicious sandwich. Liu didn't believe he wouldn't take the bait. Who are you? Unexpectedly, this gamer who had been holding his stomach was quite vigilant, especially when facing Liu, a stranger. He took the initiative to move his body back as if he didn't trust Liu very much. WAP, a 6637-276253339.HTML. There was no other way was wearing a black cloak that covered his face. He didn't want to reveal too much for the time being. And Liu was not the only one who had the same idea. The lone game player in front of him was the same. The brown cloak wrapped his whole body tightly. No one knew where he got it from. But then again, this person's voice was quite nice. It was crisp and a little childish. It was a girl's voice. Did he win the lottery? Could it be that there was a girl under the cloak? You can call me a kind passerby. You haven't eaten for a day. If you don't fill your stomach, you won't be able to hold on. Liu's existence was very special. He was neither a game player nor an aboriginal. It was difficult for him to explain this. He could only try to hook up with this girl with food. If that doesn't work, Liu has no choice but to change people. Anyway, with so many game players, Liu is not afraid of not being able to hook up with fools. Facing the fragrant sandwich, the girl under the brown cloak opposite was obviously moved. She leaned forward a little, but soon shrank back. Why should I believe you? The girl under the cloak hesitated for a moment, and then asked Liu. Wait a minute. Seeing that Liu actually took the sandwich back, the girl under the cloak finally couldn't help it. I was so hungry that I couldn't stand it. I didn't care whether there was anything wrong with this sandwich. I filled my stomach first. I stepped forward and snatched the sandwich from Liu's hand. The girl under the cloak began to eat it voraciously. It seemed that she was really hungry. A large sandwich was eaten up by the girl in a few bites. Your eating style is really amazing. Liu's mouth twitched twice. Isn't it just a day without eating? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? I'm really too hungry. The girl couldn't keep calm at once after being described by Liu as amazing. Her voice was a little flustered, and her tone dropped several degrees. Can you tell me what happened to the players on the street? Taking this opportunity, Liu asked casually as if nothing had happened. You don't know what's going on? Liu's question seemed to surprise the girl. She just treated Liu as a player. After all, it's impossible for an NPC to take the initiative to chat up a player. I'm not sure. I went out to kill monsters as soon as I logged in. Liu shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless gesture. Really? Didn't you notice that the logout option is gone? The girl continued to ask in surprise. I didn't notice. I don't know if it's a benefit of traveling through time, but Liu seems to be proficient in all languages. The girl is speaking Japanese, but Liu can understand it completely. Moreover, what Liu says seems to come with a translation. Japanese comes out directly without any sense of disobedience. Although it's very strange, it's a good thing for Liu. At least he doesn't have to worry about communication, right? Although Liu is not very good at tricking people, it's obvious that the girl in front of him is not very experienced in the world. Liu doesn't need to find too many excuses. He just chats and gets the information he wants. When the girl finished telling him everything she knew, Liu was also surprised for a long time. Although he knew long ago that this was not the world he was familiar with, it seems that this change has exceeded his imagination. Originally, Liu thought that he was the only one who traveled to this world with his body, and that bleeding and getting injured were probably his only patent, but he didn't expect that things were not like this at all. Just when Liu left the starting town to kill monsters, a huge change happened in the central square. The blood-red space, the giant wearing a crimson cloak, and the conspiracy about a game all happened without Liu's knowledge. There is no need to say more about the details, but it must be known that all the game players who came to this world, like Liu, traveled to this world with their bodies. Not only that, the player's own game data has also changed greatly. Like Liu, many game functions cannot be used, and there is very little data that can be seen. This is no longer an online game, but a real reality. As for escaping from this world, it is also very simple. After completing the 100th floor and passing the game, the player's bodies can be liberated and returned to the original world. But is this really possible? In the original plot, the reason why players can continue to work hard on the strategy is mainly because it is just a game. Although it is dangerous, it is not without the opportunity to pass the level. But now, everything has become so real, and the pain brought by the battle is almost devastating. It is for this reason that when Liu returned, the town of origin seemed so gloomy. Instead of relying on their own efforts, more people were complaining and cursing. So that's how it is. I really didn't notice it before. After the girl finished speaking, Liu acted as if he had suddenly realized something. However, the girl was quite amazed at Liu's reaction. "You're lying. Didn't you notice it before? If you have a cloak, you must have gone out to kill monsters, right? Weren't you hurt by the monsters when you killed them?" "Well, maybe I'm faster. Low-level monsters are easy to dodge." Faced with the girl's repeated questions, Liu could only touch the back of his head and laugh awkwardly. But even if it's a small monster, it can. At this point, the girl was silent. That's right, even if it's a small monster, it can kill people if you don't pay attention. Today is the rhythm of the player's arrival. That's it for today. Thank you, thank you. After Liu checked in, the girl blocked the door and didn't let Liu in. Of course, Liu didn't plan to follow him in. Could it be that he was going to do something shameless? That would be a crime. But just when Liu said hello and was about to leave, the girl at the door thanked Liu after hesitating. Although she is a tsundere, at least she is very sincere. To be honest, Liu didn't think too much about this girl. At best, he saw that it was not easy for her to be a little girl, and he also got a lot of information from her. He thought that he would help her if he could, and the rest of the road would depend on her. But what Liu didn't expect was that because of this chance encounter, he had an extra burden in his upgrade journey. Sometimes a destined encounter cannot be avoided even if you want to. WAP 106-16307-27625340. He was just soft-hearted, definitely not a Lolita complex. Moreover, Liu hadn't watched anime for a long time, so it was understandable that he forgot the plot for a while. The next morning, the two met again at the door. "Why are you staring at me? I've already said my name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself too?" Silica was very puzzled. After she introduced herself, Liu didn't say a word, just stared at her, making it impossible to understand what he was thinking. "Oh, so your name is Silica. My name is, you can just call me Demon King." Liu was awakened from his memories by Silica's call. "Introduce yourself? Although it's the real world, it's still an online game after all, so I should give myself an ID." But for a moment, Liu was a little confused when asked to name a name. It seemed that the IDs he used to play games before were not suitable for use here. What should he use? At this moment, the word Demon King appeared in Liu's mind, but as soon as the name came out, Liu regretted it. Damn, this name is so second year, it must be very embarrassing to be called like this. Demon King? What a strange name. Sure enough, when Silica heard Liu's name, she burst into laughter and her shoulders trembled with laughter, which was so cute that it could kill people. But now Liu was not in the mood to appreciate Silica's cute smile, so he stepped forward and grabbed Silica's shoulders, and his expression instantly became serious. "What are you going to do?" Silica was startled by Liu's sudden move, and her expression became a little flustered. "Miss Silica, please be sure to forget that name. My name is Yu. You can just call me Yu." Oh, I know." Perhaps frightened by Liu's serious expression, Silica hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. "Very good. Please give me your guidance." Liu was very satisfied with Silica's performance, but when he finished saying, "Please give me your guidance," he suddenly remembered what Silica said when she introduced herself just now. "Please give me your guidance from today? What does from today mean?" "Wait, what did you mean just now? What do you mean from today? Are you going to follow me?" Liu's eyes widened. Although it was really good to meet a girl in the original plot, he didn't think of letting Silica follow him forever. It was obvious from Silica's words just now. If she was going to say goodbye, why would she say that? "Of course, I thought about it all night last night. Sure enough, a game novice like me needs a master to guide me." Silica nodded, and she didn't mean to hide anything at all, but Liu said that he was under a lot of pressure in this situation. I'm not planning to team up with anyone, and this situation has nothing to do with being a novice in the game, right?" Liu's mouth twitched stiffly. What's going on? Was he being relied on? "Brother Yu, do you think I'm a burden?" Silica looked at Liu with tears in her eyes. Her expression was so pitiful. With her innocent little face and the irresistible little eyes, Liu was conquered. Sure enough, I'm still too soft-hearted. After Liu had no choice but to compromise, he sighed. He couldn't refuse the pleading of such a poor little girl. Yeah, I'm just soft-hearted. Definitely not a Lolita. Control. In this way, Liu, who had been preparing to go alone, began his own team life. Although he was very reluctant at first, after a few days of contact, Liu found that it was not a bad thing to have a companion around him. Silica is a very smart child. It's not just cute. At critical moments, she can also help Liu a little. For example, when the two of them went out to kill monsters together, Silica was a little flustered at first, but just like Liu, after the initial chaos, Silica also found her own place. If there are many monsters, you can make up for it by the side, and learn combat skills when you are free. Most importantly, Silica began to learn life skills, which is very important for Liu. Although Liu cannot learn the sword skills of this world, he can learn life skills and have a secondary profession belonging to this world. But this secondary profession has restrictions, and a person can only inherit one secondary profession. In this way, Silica's role is highlighted. You know, in this world, life skills are also very important. Just like Silica now, she is currently mainly learning sewing, which is to sew and synthesize some materials obtained after killing monsters to make some relatively basic defensive equipment. But Silica's skill level is still low, and at this stage she can only sew some leather and cloth to make simple and basic equipment. But this is very important to Liu. He has a lot of materials in his hands now, but if they are just materials, they are of no value at all. Only when these materials are made into finished products they are really valuable. After discovering this, what Liu did every day was to take Silica out to practice leveling. After noon, Silica returned to the city to practice sewing, while Liu continued to kill monsters and collect materials. Here, I would also like to say that when this world becomes a reality, the level of game players will also be cancelled, and the experience gained after killing monsters can only be used to improve skill levels. However, as more and more monsters are killed, players will become stronger and stronger, which is the same as Liu. Although I don't know what's going on, at least one thing can be understood. If you want to become stronger, then pick up the sword in your hand and keep fighting. Silica's secondary career choice is armor forger. In the early stage, you can make cloth armor or leather armor. After the level is increased, you can make fine steel or more powerful armor equipment. This makes Liu attach great importance to it. As a collector, when his prop bar is filled with various armors, it is such a pleasant feeling. According to Silica's secondary profession, Liu was initially going to become a weapon forger. This armor and weapon are a perfect match. But after thinking about it, Liu gave up this idea and finally chose to be a chef. The reason for this is mainly because of the special nature of the secondary profession of chef. You know, the food in this world is not just good looking. WAP LAS606-307/27625341. But after thinking about it, Liu gave up this idea and finally chose to be a chef. The reason for this is mainly because of the special nature of the secondary profession of chef. You know, the food in this world is not just good looking. In the early stage, the food made by the secondary profession of chef can only be used to fill the stomach. At best, it can be made a little more fancy and taste better than the food sold in the store. But in the later stage, the ability of the chef will be reflected. At that time, the food made will no longer be ordinary, but will have various attributes. After eating, it will add buffs to the body. In battle, this is often the key to victory or defeat. Although some enhancement potions or crystals can also do this, the price of these magic props is really outrageous. In comparison, a chef has the highest cost-effectiveness. What's more, Liu made such a choice mainly because he wanted to take a gamble. Liu will leave this world sooner or later, there is no doubt about that. But when he leaves this world, whether this secondary occupation skill will also be retained is still a question. After all, the task system only said that the skills will be retained, but did not say what skills to retain. Once the skills of the secondary occupation can be retained, it will definitely help Liu a lot in the future. In comparison, how to choose is naturally self-evident. Besides, there are many game players in the SAO world. Liu only needs to hook up with a few more players and hire them to learn life skills. At that time, he can get whatever he wants. Of course, Liu will never admit that he gave up other secondary occupations and became a chef because he is a foodie. He will never admit it. How is the guild recruitment going? Master Yu, many players have signed up and hope to join the guild. But I am screening the candidates and trying to select some elites and eliminate some players with ulterior motives. Very good. Then I'll leave it to you, Uriel. It's my honor, Master Yu. Time passed quickly. In less than half a month, the entire world of Aincrad has undergone tremendous changes. Due to the arrival of the players, the town of origin is no longer as peaceful as before. The appearance of nearly 10,000 players has brought significant changes to the city. What is particularly important is that among these nearly 10,000 players, at least 80% of them dare not go out to fight monsters and level up. They just stay in the town every day, relying on part-time jobs to make a living, and their lives are quite difficult. But the other 20% of players are different. Although they are risking their lives to fight, the more they pay, the more they will gain. And gradually, some game players began to unite, forming small groups and condensing into small forces. In this way, those players who have not joined the group or organization will have a harder time. Some of the more profitable workplaces are occupied by those powerful forces. If you want to continue to survive, you have to join other people's forces. But once you join other people's forces, you will become a pawn in the hands of others. It can be said that this has become a world where the strong prey on the weak. Those who have strength and courage can get more. If you don't have strength, you can't blame others, even if you become a plaything. Among the nearly 10,000 game players, at least 60% of them have formed teams or forces. Although there are many idle players, most of them are entertainment players. It is impossible to let them fight in the wild. Especially among them, there are many young players like Silica, and even some children younger than Silica. Faced with this sudden blow, many young players could not accept it and almost collapsed, but no one pitied them, and no one gave them care. Seeing this situation, Liu knew that he should take action. Liu admits that he is not a genius, but he is not stupid. He has a lot of resources in his hands. If he does not use them reasonably, wouldn't it be a waste? You know, these players are quite scarce resources. If he can recruit those game players, he will definitely get more benefits. This point is greatly reflected in Silica. Because of this, Liu thought about establishing a guild and recruiting players, but it might not be enough for him and Silica. He needs more helpers. At this time, an encounter in the wild allowed Liu to meet a perfect helper. Yuli, a female player with long silver hair and a slender figure, was being chased by several monsters when they first met. It was called a miserable situation. Needless to say, Liu rushed forward and fell with a knife. He came to save the beauty, although it was very cliché. It was not a surprising thing in this world. Before this, Liu had saved countless players who were besieged in the wild, but after saving them, Liu did not say anything and just turned around and left. However, this time, Liu did not turn around and leave without saying anything as he did in the past. It was because the beauty he saved this time really made him feel familiar. Although the characters in the Sao world can change the color of their hair and pupils, among Japanese people, there are very few players who are suitable for the strong color setting of silver hair and blue pupils. In Liu's impression, there seems to be such a silver-haired beauty in the original plot, although she did not have many scenes. Although the impression was not very deep, Liu still went forward to talk to her. After introducing himself, Liu found that he did not recognize the wrong person. This down-and-out beauty who was chased by the monster was the female cadre of the army in his memory, Yuli. Like Silica, Yuli was also forced to go out of the city to kill monsters and make money. However, she had no experience in this and was besieged. If Liu had not appeared in time, she might have been in a tragedy. Yuli expressed her sincere gratitude for Liu's timely rescue. At this time, Liu also had some thoughts in his mind. There were too few available talents around him. Now there was a person who was available. It would be a pity not to poach him, especially since Liu saved Yuli. It was a favor anyway. So in the following chat, Liu casually revealed his idea of establishing a guild to help those downtrodden players, and casually asked Yulia if she was willing to join his guild. /106-106307-276-25342. Yulia admired Liu's ambition very much. At that time, Yulia was in extreme poverty, basically having no food to eat. Facing Liu's recruitment, she did not hesitate at all and agreed directly and decisively. In this way, Liu's guild was established, and Yulia became Liu's right-hand man. It also proved with facts that Liu's vision was not bad. She was indeed very capable. According to Liu's idea, he did not plan to establish a combat guild, so he would naturally not recruit combat players. However, for life players, Liu believed that the more the better. Although combat is the key point, don't forget that not everything in this world can be solved by combat. Combat means a lot of consumption, weapons and equipment, and supplies, which are all needed by combat players. And what Liu wants is the gear and materials that explode after their battle. In this way, Liu's plan was successful. Recruiting life players, purchasing items and materials, selling weapons, props, potions, and food, this back and forth, Liu made a lot of money. Liu, who recruited people for Home Aincrad, named the guild Home because the establishment of this guild meant a new life for most people. At the beginning of the establishment of the guild, there were only a few elders. Today, the guild has developed to such an extent, but there are still few people who know that Liu is the president of the guild. In the eyes of outsiders, Liu's establishment of the Home Guild is a fearless spirit of dedication. Selling weapons and equipment cheaply, helping game players, and providing useful information have brought great convenience to everyone's survival. But in fact, only Liu and Yulie know how much benefit the Home Guild has brought to Liu. First of all, in terms of money, although Liu took out all his assets when he established the guild, almost 50,000 coal, most of which were in Liu's hands. As for the Child Protection Center set up in the guild base, Liu also has his own intentions. As long as they are game players, they are very important and usable resources, and the same goes for children. Liu does not want to waste them. Children are very simple and very obedient. As long as these children's mental state recovers, they will definitely become an important force in the Home Guild. Liu has never doubted this. Time passed quickly. Liu became more and more familiar with this world, and his control over the guild became more and more handy. Although during this period, Liu had less time to go out to fight monsters and gain experience, it must be said that his gains were extremely rich. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed since the gamers came to this world. During this month, about 400 gamers lost their lives. Although this was a terrible number, Liu knew that compared with the original plot, this number had been reduced too much. Liu still remembered that in the original plot, more than 2,000 gamers had died when they were attacking the first floor. That number was really horrifying, but because of the bleeding and pain, people would be discouraged, which actually reduced the sacrifice in disguise. Now a large part of people have adapted to the life in this world. Although their life is a bit hard, at least they can survive, right? Of course, the so-called large part of people here refers to those non-combat players. What they hope for is a peaceful life, not dying in battle. But when it comes to the combat players, the situation is completely different. These game players did not intend to sit and wait for death. Instead, they were proactive and took the initiative to conduct strategy, hoping to rely on their own efforts to pass this damn game and return to real life. Now, Liu received an invitation letter in front of him. The record on it was that the president of the Home Guild was invited to participate in the strategy meeting for the boss of the first-level maze. The location was in the Torbana block, closest to the first-level maze area. Liu thought a lot about this invitation letter. Although he wanted to participate, he gave up in the end. Regarding the location of the boss of the first-level maze, Liu had actually discovered it a long time ago, but he had never conducted a strategy. Now, other game players have also discovered the room of this boss, which forced Liu to plan early. You know, that is the game boss. There are only 100 of them in the entire SAO, and Liu is not prepared to give the boss's experience to others. If you team up with a large team to brush the boss, it will certainly be much safer. But the weapons and equipment and experience dropped by the boss will also be divided up by a large part. This is not what Liu wants to see. Want to snatch the boss from me? No way. It seems that it is time to take action. Yulie, help me prepare more recovery potions and crystals. I am going to go out for a trip. He called his right-hand man and the vice president of the Home Guild, Yulie, and told him what supplies he needed. Liu's logistics work has always been done by Lie, which really saved Liu a lot of trouble. Master Yu, are you going out to fight again? After hearing what Liu said, Yulie naturally understood what Liu was going to do. But this time she didn't expect that Liu would not only go to fight, but also go to conquer the boss of the first level of the maze. But even so, Yulai's eyes were full of worry when she looked at Liu. After all, going out to kill monsters is a huge challenge for every player. Maybe if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Yulie has seen a lot of such things. Okay, Yulie, don't look at me with that expression of a warrior who will never come back, okay? I will be back soon. Yulie's expression made Liu feel helpless. Yulie was good in everything, smart and capable, and was deeply loved by the guild members, but her only shortcoming was that she was too worried. Since knowing Yulie until now, every time Liu went out, Yulie would be very worried. He was not a child anymore, so why should he? Be careful about everything. If there is a problem, come back immediately with the teleportation crystal, or contact me immediately with the communication crystal. Remember. Got it, my housekeeper. Since knowing Yulie until now, Liu always felt that Yulie was the type of smart and capable strong woman, the representative of the best queen. Although she would show a worried expression when she went out to fight monsters, Yulia was so confident and free and easy at other times, and she didn't look like a little girl at all. WAP 61637276253.html. But when Liu said the word housekeeper, it was very rare that Liu saw Yulia blushed, and her face was red all at once, just like a red apple. This was really a big surprise. Although he wanted to study why Yulia blushed, Liu felt that it would be better to set off as soon as possible. The boss strategy meeting was about to be held. Once the meeting was over, the boss strategy battle would definitely start immediately. It would take a considerable amount of time to conquer the maze, and I was acting alone. If I was late, I might not even be able to drink soup. After saying goodbye to Yuli, Liu sorted out his equipment and filled up the potion crystals and supplies in the prop column. It was time to set off. Liu had not been diligent in leveling up recently, but even so, the monsters on the first floor could not be his opponents. In addition, Liu had already been familiar with the attack patterns of all the monsters on the first floor. He could basically kill them in one move without the need for a second attack. Very smoothly, Liu came to the maze at the northernmost end of the first floor, in front of a sturdy tower with a diameter of 300 meters and a height of 100 meters. From here on, it is a very dangerous area. It is theoretically impossible to fight alone here. After all, a person's physical strength is limited. No matter how hard he tries, he can't stop the army of monsters in the maze. But Liu is an accident. During the days after the advent of game players, Liu had also come into contact with some combat game players and studied their skills. Liu found that the initial combat skills in SAO are basically single-attack sword skills, which are suitable for one-on-one combat. If you are surrounded by monsters, you will be easily killed by monsters without the help of teammates. In contrast, Liu's skills do not have this limitation. With just the hurricane, as long as it is used properly, it can kill enemies on a large scale. Moreover, after constantly killing monsters, Liu has accumulated a lot of experience, which not only improves his original skills, but also learns new powerful skills. Liu found that every time he upgraded a skill to D, a new skill would appear. For example, now, both Flash Step and Hurricane were upgraded to D level, and Combat Mastery was upgraded to C. Then Liu learned the 3 passive skills of Critical Hit Mastery, Combat Will, and Armor Mastery. Although they are all passive skills, these 3 skills are very practical. First of all, Critical Hit Mastery is self-evident, which allows Liu to increase the chance of critically hitting the opponent in battle. Although critical hits seem a bit illusory, in actual combat, Critical Hit Mastery can indeed better guarantee Liu's efficiency in killing monsters. Fighting Will is even more powerful. This is a skill that ensures that Liu can quickly recover his fighting ability after being knocked down by the enemy. When Liu learned this skill, he felt that his body seemed to become more adaptable to fighting, and even if he was injured in the battle, he could rely on a strong will to get through it. Although it would be painful to be injured, with this fighting will, Liu felt that he had become stronger. This skill is very important, especially for Liu now, so Liu also spent a lot of experience on this skill, directly clicking the Fighting Will to D, and the Critical Strike Mastery and Cloth Armor Mastery are only F. Cloth Armor Mastery. This is nothing to say. It is to allow Liu to wear cloth armor equipment, reduce Liu's weight, and increase Liu's defense. Although it cannot be said to be useless, at this stage, Liu has no intention of improving this skill too much. However, here, it is necessary to emphasize a skill, that is, a new skill that appears after the Fighting Will is clicked to D. It is this skill that makes Liu ecstatic instantly and greatly increases Liu's survival guarantee. The name of this skill is Dual Sword Master. Yes, it is Dual Sword Master. As the name suggests, after learning this skill, Liu can fight with 2 swords, which means that Liu can use 2 weapons to exert double attack power. In the original plot, the hero's biggest secret weapon is his dual sword skill, which is the same as Liu's Dual Sword Master, and both are skills that can be used to fight with 2 weapons. Others can use dual swords to make a living, and Liu is confident that he will not be inferior to them, not to mention that he has so many stronger skills to assist. Especially after learning the Dual Sword Master, Liu found that when he used dual swords to fight, he was more flexible and handy than using one weapon. Is this the change brought by the skill? The only pity is that Liu has only learned the Dual Sword Master for a short time, and he has not worked hard to gain experience recently, resulting in the Dual Sword Master level remaining at F level. But it doesn't matter. This time on the maze journey, Liu is not ready to miss such a good opportunity. Take the opportunity to gain experience. Entering the maze, the pressure suddenly increased. At first, Liu could still deal with it with a sword, but later the more he went up, the more monsters there were. Li Yu could no longer easily resist with just one weapon. Anyway, there was no one else nearby, so Li Yu did not hesitate to materialize a weapon from the prop bar again, holding two swords and launching a turbulent hurricane, a large-scale continuous slash, plus the critical hit bonus from the critical hit mastery belt. Now Li Yu is almost like a human lawnmower, harvesting wherever he goes. With Li Yu's full power, the experience is rising, and the explosion rate in the maze area is higher than that in the wild. Li Yu's experience from the entrance to the door of the boss room is really profitable. But when he arrived at the door of the boss room, Li Yu stopped and did not enter the boss room at the first time. Instead, he cleared all the monsters around, sat down to rest, and ate something to replenish his energy. Li Yu knew that once the door of this room was opened, he would face the strongest boss on the first floor, the dog-headed Lord Irifang. Although he is the most basic boss, the power of the Kobold Lord Irifang should not be underestimated. A month ago, Li Yu had come to the boss room. At that time, he was not as strong as he is now. Although he tried to fight against the Kobold Lord Irifang, he finally chose to give up. If it was a one-on-one, Li Yu might still have a chance of winning, but the problem was that there were 3 fallen Kobold Sentinels wearing metal armor and holding axes and guns beside the Kobold Lord Irifang, which was the difficulty of the strategy. WA6 is cell 63077625534.html. Lao Li Yu was alone without teammates, and fighting 1 against 4 was a disadvantage. In addition, these 3 fallen Kobold Sentinels were not vegetarians. Together with the Kobold Lord Irifang, Li Yu almost suffered a tragedy. Fortunately, Li Yu reacted quickly and escaped from the boss room. Today he came here again, and naturally he had to be fully prepared to face the most severe challenge. The dog-headed Lord Irifang Sao, the boss of the first level, Li Yu got a piece of information which was almost foolproof. Because of this, Li Yu was so confident to single-handedly brush the boss and pass the first level, right at this moment. Ready, enter the room. Once again coming to the door of this rectangular room that was about 20 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long, Li Yu took a long deep breath. Kill! In an instant, Li Yu entered the combat state, without the slightest hesitation, and rushed towards the boss refreshed on the opposite side. And at the moment when Li Yu launched the charge, the dog-headed Lord Irifang also roared, and 3 fallen dog-headed sentinels refreshed and rushed towards Li Yu on the opposite side. Raging Hurricane. Li Yu was holding 2 swords, and a white sword light flashed where the sword pointed. The 3 fallen Kobold Sentinels could not break through the turbulent hurricane at all. Before they could hurt Li Yu, they were directly enlarged and killed by Li Yu in seconds. The instant harvest of 3 followers made Li Yu's confidence soar, but it seemed that the opposite Kobold Lord Irifang was very angry. There was another roar, and the sound waves almost condensed into substance, which made Li Yu's eardrums buzz. It was simply a lion's roar. But it was useless to shout louder. Haven't you heard that a dog that bites doesn't bark? What's the use of just roaring? Close to the front of the Kobold Lord Irifang, Li Yu swung his 2 swords continuously. He had already exerted his speed to the extreme. The round shield of the Kobold Lord Irifang had no time to defend, and the huge axe in his hand was also a drag, which seriously affected its speed. If this is the case, there is no suspense in the battle. The more Li Yu fought, the more confident he was. He was sure to win, but just when Li Yu was full of confidence, a burst of pain behind him startled him instantly. Damn! He was attacked! With this burst of pain, Li Yu's body was also pushed away by the inertia after the attack. He staggered for several steps before he stood up. When he reacted, he found that his equipment had been cut and felt blood flowing out of his back. Although he had the support of combat consciousness, Li Yu still thought it was not good. Bleeding was the last thing he wanted to see. If he wanted to recover from his injuries instantly, he had to rely on recovery crystals. Even ordinary recovery potions would not work. Wasting crystals was secondary. The key to the problem was that blood loss would paralyze his senses, reduce his speed, and even seriously affect the next battle. If it was Li Yu, who had just come to this world, who was so seriously injured and endured such pain, he would probably have been unable to bear it long ago. Fear and severe pain would bring about a chain reaction and completely destroy him. But after 2 months of training, Li Yu has completed his transformation. Although he cannot be said to be a qualified warrior, under such great pressure, he still cheered up and quickly took out the recovery crystal from the prop bar to quickly recover the wounds on his body in a short time. While recovering from his injuries, Li Yu was also checking the situation on the battlefield. It turned out that the one who just attacked him from behind was the newly refreshed fallen Kobold Sentinel. Li Yu was so excited to kill the enemy that he completely forgot that the fallen Kobold Sentinel would refresh again. Big mistake. This is simply a fatal mistake. I am really lucky to be able to save my life." While sighing in my heart, the fallen kobold sentinel on the opposite side rushed towards Liu again. Speaking of which, fortunately these are monsters on the first floor, and the attack mode is very monotonous. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for Liu to kill them alone. With another hurricane, Liu cleared the kobold sentinels and continued to fight against the kobold Lord Irufang. However, this time Liu was smarter and no longer sent all his output to the boss. Instead, he left some room and started to grind blood with the kobold Lord Irufang. Obviously, Liu's strategy worked. When the third batch of fallen kobold sentinels were refreshed, Liu quickly broke away from the battle with the kobold Lord Irufang and killed the kobold sentinels, repeating the cycle. Under Liu's powerful attack, the kobold Lord Irufang was finally beaten to a residual blood. Although there was no blood volume displayed on its body, when it threw away the battle axe and round shield in its hand, Liu knew that the kobold Lord Irufang was about to start the final outbreak. Pulling out the huge scimitar about 1.5 meters long from his waist, the dog-headed Lord Irufang launched a crazy attack on Liu. Unlike the clumsy time when he was holding the battle axe and round shield just now, the speed of the dog-headed Lord Irufang increased a lot in an instant. Every attack seemed so crazy. Liu used up all his strength to finally dodge its attack. It's bad. Liu gritted his teeth. The speed of the dog-headed Lord Irufang was faster than he thought. If he continued to be beaten by it, he would probably lose. Should I try that trick? After fighting for so long, Liu's physical strength has been consumed a lot. It would be very disadvantageous for him to dodge like this, so Liu was thinking about whether he should take a gamble. Don't sacrifice the child to catch the wolf, so this time I'll fight! Liu didn't have time to hesitate. Just as he dodged the next attack of the dog-headed Lord Irufang, Liu made up his mind and used his long-reserved trick. Flash step! Hurricane! Flash step! Hurricane! Kill! This move was a special move that Liu had studied for a long time. Although it was just a combination of flash step and hurricane, the effect was completely different. With the first flash step, Liu directly attacked the right side of the kobold Lord Irufang to its back, followed by a hurricane, dealing all the damage to the kobold Lord Irufang. Just as the kobold Lord Irufang turned around, Liu once again used flash step to avoid its sight, and finally used a hurricane to finish it off, directly killing the kobold Lord Irufang on the spot. Although it seemed to take a lot of time, in fact, it took Liu no more than 10 seconds to complete the combo. With the fastest speed and the strongest power, Liu killed the dog-headed Lord Irufang alone, who required at least dozens of people to form a team to kill him. This was the greatest feat in the history of SAO. However, for Liu, the Demon King from the Dark Demon Country, his legendary journey has just begun. WAPLO 66307/2778 is a 5-4. After killing the dog-headed Lord Irufang alone, Liu was completely exhausted. He fell to the ground with a relaxed look. Liu had just spent too much physical strength and energy, and his fatigue value had reached the limit. At this time, he could not care about the situation around him, let alone get up immediately. Thinking of his ability to integrate intelligence, Liu had to admire him. Although he wanted to recruit her to his team, she seemed to only want to concentrate on her intelligence career, and had never thought of relying on any force. Although Liu regretted this, he did not force it. Now the relationship between Liu and Mouse Argo is basically a business of intelligence, without any personal relationship. Liu does not know why Mouse Argo would contact him at this time. Hey, did you kill the boss of the first floor by yourself? Did you also open the portal? When Liu opened the communication crystal, the first thing Argo said was to ask Liu about the boss of the first floor. Her professional sense is still so accurate. Don't I usually buy intelligence from you? Why are you asking me today? How much are you going to spend for this information? Liu asked with a smile, which was indeed a bit of a reversal. Tell me quickly, this is very important. To Liu's surprise, Mouse Argo's voice on the other side of the communication crystal was a little urgent. What happened to her? What trouble did she encounter? I did it. What's wrong? If it were someone else, Liu would probably have to think about it before answering. After all, he has no plan to become a celebrity for the time being, and he is not ready to share the feat of killing the boss of the first floor alone immediately. After all, Liu knows deeply that keeping a low profile is the kingly way. But Argo, this intelligence dealer, although she claims to sell everything as long as it is intelligence, as long as you can afford the price, even her measurements can let you know, but in fact she still has her own bottom line. For example, who is the original closed beta player? Argo is tight-lipped about this. No matter how much money she pays, she will not sell this information. You know, because the number of deaths is increasing, the original closed beta players are very hated by the public beta players. If the identity of the closed beta player is revealed, the consequences can be imagined. Besides, Li Yu is now considered a big customer of Argo. If Argo's intelligence house lacks Li Yu's support, or as long as Li Yu resists her, her fate will be miserable. Li Yu and Argo are well aware of this, and she will never betray Li Yu for a little profit. Then you should be in Urbus now, right? Go to the exit of the East Street District immediately. I need your help. After Argo confirmed Li Yu's answer, she immediately asked Li Yu to go to the East Street District, and then without waiting for Li Yu to say anything, she immediately turned off the communication crystal. What help do you need? Hello? Li Yu called a few times, and after confirming that Argo had indeed turned off the communication crystal, he sighed deeply. I always feel that it will be a very troublesome thing. It doesn't take too much time to get here from the central square to the East Street District of Urbus, but when Li Yu arrived at the exit, he found that there was nothing unusual here, and the mouse Argo who asked for help from him was not seen. What's going on? Li Yu was a little puzzled. Just when he wanted to take out the communication crystal and send a message to Argo to ask, several figures quickly appeared in Li Yu's eyes. Although the opponent was very fast, Li Yu quickly saw that the female player in the front, wearing a brown cloak, with 3 whiskers on each side of her cheeks and short golden brown curly hair, was not the mouse Argo. Did she come with someone? The 2 people behind her are chasing her. Li Yu knew that Argo was a lone player, a lone intelligence dealer, and it was rare for her to team up with others. What's more, the 2 people behind her were holding swords and looked murderous. This was definitely not a good intention. Did she get into trouble? She thought of asking her helper, and it seemed that she could blackmail her this time, because she always blackmailed herself. Hey, I haven't seen Argo for a long time. How come you are so miserable all of a sudden? Thinking of this, Li Yu naturally greeted her with a smile on his face. As for the 2 players behind Argo, Li Yu really didn't take them seriously. He was already on the verge of becoming the king here, which was quite rare in the SAO world. At least at this stage. No, it's just that I have the information they want, but I don't want to sell it to them, so these despicable guys want to snatch it. Argo snorted lightly, and with her delicate nasal voice, she looked very cute. Li Yu was even considering whether to take this cat home to raise it. Oh? What information? Although Argo's cute appearance was very cute, now was not the time to think about it. Moreover, when he heard about the information, Li Yu was immediately interested. Information that could make people hunt him down must be very valuable. Information about a hidden skill. In an instant, Argo's expression became very mysterious, but when he heard about the hidden skill, Li Yu curled his lips and lost interest instantly. As for skills, he had already tried them. Except for life skills, he could not use all other skills, including those so-called hidden skills. In other words, the hidden skills that Argo mentioned were useless to Li Yu. Can hidden skills that cannot be learned be called good skills? Is that so? So these 2 guys are here to hunt you down? You are really miserable. Li Yu looked uninterested, and then looked at the 2 so-called ninjas, opposite. Stop talking nonsense and help me deal with these 2 guys. Argo said anxiously. Why did she feel that asking Li Yu for help was a gamble? I can help you, but what are you going to pay me? At this time, Li Yu did not forget to blackmail him. After all, he had been ripped off by Argo several times before. How could he not make money back? I can tell you the information about this hidden skill. As for whether you want to learn it or not, it's up to you. Argo said without hesitation. He didn't want to sell this information to the Fuma Ninja army, but he didn't hesitate to give this skill to himself. What was the mouse Argo thinking? Sorry, I'm not interested in this information. Although he was puzzled, Li Yu didn't show it. He just shrugged his shoulders and made a variant expression. WAP/1063072778856.3. Not interested? Argo was stunned. That was a hidden skill. As long as you are a game player, it is impossible that you are not interested in hidden skills, right? But Li Yu refused? What was he thinking? You 2? Don't ignore us 2. That's right. Hand over the information quickly. The conversation between Li Yu and Argo ignored Kotaro and Sasuke on the opposite side. For this, the 2 seemed very annoyed. They drew their weapons and said that they would chop you down if you dared to ignore me again. If you don't want this hidden skill, then I can give you one for free if you want the information again in the future. Seeing Kotaro and Sasuke grabbing weapons and ready to fight, Argo suddenly became anxious. Since you don't want the hidden skill, I can give you the information for free, right? 5. Li Yu remained calm, but he increased the free information 5 times at once. 2, no more. 5. 3. I've already spent a lot of money. 6. Okay, I give up on you. 5 is 5. I'll give you 5 pieces of free intelligence, and you help me deal with these 2 guys? Okay, no problem. This time the confrontation ended with Argo's complete defeat. Argo's mouth was almost pouted up to his nose. There was no way, because Liu had taken the initiative this time. What he wanted to do was still up to Liu. Although he was very annoyed by Liu's stubbornness, in this situation, what else could Argo do except compromise? To be honest, even if Liu didn't know Argo, he would not sit idly by in the face of the current situation. The reason why he blackmailed Argo was actually just because of his bad taste and a little revenge in his heart. In the past, when buying intelligence from Argo, Argo always took the initiative and the upper hand. Liu was almost tired of hearing that he would not give intelligence if he didn't pay, or would not give intelligence if the money was too little. Now, it was not easy to take the initiative. If Liu did not tease Argo, he would feel at a disadvantage. Seeing Argo's dejected and helpless expression, Liu felt like drinking a glass of iced Sprite in the dog days of summer, feeling refreshed and happy. Then you two, I have something to deal with this lady. I wonder if you can give me some convenience? I believe that Kotaro and Sasuke on the opposite side heard the conversation between Liu and Argo clearly. Liu felt that he did not need to say too much and just let the other party get out of here. However, Liu underestimated the two people's persistence in hiding their skills. At least when facing Liu, the two of them had no intention of retreating. Who are you? Why did you come to this muddy water? Sasuke frowned, holding the scimitar in his hand tightly. While nervous, his tone also carried a hint of threat. Didn't you see the current situation clearly? It seems that these two people will not give up easily without taking action. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I just accepted the commission from this lady. If something happens to her and I don't get paid, it will be very difficult for me to do my job. Liu touched his nose, but the next moment, he materialized a chilling heart blade from the prop bar, obviously ready to take action. Although the chilling heart blade alone does not have any great highlights, it must be said that even so, it is the best weapon in Liu's hand, at least better than the weapons forged by players at this stage. Especially when the blade came out, a stream of ice-colored light passed by, and people immediately felt that the temperature around them dropped a lot. An expert can tell the quality of a move as soon as he makes it. Liu only made a starting move, and the two people on the opposite side looked solemn. They met a master. Kojiro and Sasuke secretly said in their hearts, but in this situation, it would be a pity to retreat. You really don't want to give up, do you? Sasuke continued to ask unwillingly, but just as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that his eyes blurred, and Liu on the opposite side disappeared in an instant. How could this be possible? As a ninja, Sasuke was very confident in his perception and vision. He was obviously a living person. How could he suddenly disappear from his sight? Just as Sasuke was surprised and wanted to search for Liu's whereabouts, suddenly, a cold blade was placed on his neck. It's you two who are unwilling to give up, right? Can you give me face and stop here? This is impossible. When Liu's voice reached Sasuke's ears from behind, he felt a chill emanating from his entire spine from bottom to top. Is this a human or a ghost? If it was a human, how could he appear behind him in an instant? Help! Help! There's a ghost! Obviously, Liu's move scared Sasuke to death, and even Kojiro beside him sat on the ground in fear. This kind of disappearance and reappearance without anyone noticing, even if they are ninjas, they can't do it. This is not a human. If it's not a human, then it must be a ghost. Although they don't know if there are ghosts in Sao, Sasuke and Kojiro don't have the slightest idea of fighting with Liu. As for hidden skills, go to hell with hidden skills. At this time, saving lives is the most important thing. Just like that, the two people who were frightened by Liu ran away, and they couldn't take care of trouble with Argo anymore. Finally, it was done. Seeing the two so-called ninjas being scared and running away without looking back, Liu stood there and laughed until his stomach hurt. Using Shunpo to scare people is indeed very effective. You know, Shunpo at such a short distance is basically the same as teleportation. No wonder the two ninjas were scared. I was wondering why you are not interested in my hidden skill information. It turns out that you have obtained a stronger hidden skill. No wonder you can kill the boss alone. There is only one possibility. Liu is a closed beta player. Otherwise, it can't be explained. But if Liu is not a closed beta player, why is he so strong? Can a novice player who has just come into contact with the SAO game really grow to the point of independently killing the first floor boss in just 1 month? No, this kind of thing is simply impossible. How do you know that the first floor boss was killed by me? Liu didn't want to reveal too much about his own skills, especially when facing Argo, a shrewd intelligence dealer. Liu had to be more cautious, so it was better to change the subject. WAP 1 and 6, 1 and 6 307 2778058.html. Are you going to count this question in the 5 free intelligence? As expected of an intelligence dealer, she knew how to seize opportunities. Liu just asked casually, but she started to calculate carefully. No need. This intelligence is not valuable. Maybe the team that was attacking the boss arrived at the boss's room and found that the boss had been killed. So they sent a message back, and you made some reasoning to come to this conclusion. Liu is not stupid. Argo is so smart that she must have planted spies in the team that is attacking the boss. How can she be an intelligence dealer without first-hand information? Thinking in this way, it is understandable that she can guess that she killed the boss. Liu would never waste a free intelligence for such a small problem. So you know everything, then why are you asking me? Argo pouted unhappily after being exposed by Liu. She looked very cute like a small animal. I'm just teasing you. What else can I do? Liu laughed. Although he was not familiar with Argo, talking with her made Liu feel relaxed. Your character is really bad. Argo glared at Liu with dissatisfaction, but Liu took it as a compliment to himself. Thank you for your compliment. Then Miss Argo, please don't forget that you still owe me 5 free intelligences. 5. Got it! If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Argo was so angry that she jumped up and down when Liu stretched out 5 fingers and waved them in front of her eyes. She finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and left. She felt that if she said a few more words to Liu, she would be pissed to death by Liu. By the way, Argo. Just as Argo turned around and took 2 steps, Liu suddenly called her. Anything else? Argo turned back and asked impatiently. Although I've said it several times, I still want to ask, are you interested in joining our guild? Forget it. I'll consider your invitation when I'm really tired. Tired? Later? After watching Argo leave, Liu finally shook his head and left the place. Liu had mentioned the matter of recruiting Argo more than once. After all, Argo was indeed an excellent intelligence dealer, and her ability was what Liu needed. But from the beginning, Argo's answer was that she hoped to run her own intelligence house independently. If one day she was tired and bored, she would consider Liu's proposal to join the home guild and work for Liu. Argo still used the same answer to refuse Liu at the beginning. Although Liu felt it was a pity, he could not force it. Forget it. I just hope that she can figure it out one day and become my helper. It has been less than an hour since Liu killed the first-level boss, the Kobold Lord Irufang, but the news that the first-level boss was killed has spread throughout the first level of the entire SAO world. Now, many people have appeared in the streets of Urbis, and as time goes by, I believe that this number will increase. Under such circumstances, Liu would not stay here for long. While the players who had just arrived in Urbis were enjoying the scenery of the new town, he returned to the starting town through the portal, hiding his achievements and fame. Master Yu, have you heard? Someone opened the portal between the 1st and 2nd floors, and now players can go to the 2nd floor through the portal. When Liu returned to the home guild headquarters, Yulie immediately reported to Liu about the portal being opened, and Yulie seemed to be hesitant to speak. I heard about it. What's the matter? Yulie, what do you think? More than just hearing about it, this was basically a good thing done by Liu, but Liu just nodded and then asked Yulie, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Actually, I was just thinking, should our guild set up a branch on the 2nd floor? After all, the 2nd floor is also an undeveloped and beneficial resource for us. After hesitating for a while, Yulie finally spoke, and it turned out that this was what she wanted to say. Of course, this is a good idea. How is our funding situation? Is it enough to open a branch on the 2nd floor? Liu thought Yulie's idea was very good. After all, this was also for the future development of the guild, and he naturally would not object. However, regarding the funding, Liu had to ask Yulie. Since Yulie became Liu's assistant, she had been responsible for all these complicated and trivial matters. Liu was too lazy to care about them. There is no problem with funding, but manpower. Why? Not enough manpower? Yes, we are organizing guild members to actively kill monsters to increase their experience and strength, but if so, there will be too few people to be sent to the 2nd floor. Yulie is indeed worthy of being called such. She knows everything about the guild, but what she is worried about is also a problem. Liu had proposed to let guild members kill monsters to level up before. The main reason for doing so was that he hoped that the partners in the guild could have some self-protection power. However, due to various reasons, Liu's proposal had not been realized before. Unexpectedly, Yulie has already started to implement this plan. I understand. Let me handle this matter. A month has passed since the game players came to the SAO world. In this short month, the combat players have made great progress, while those timid players who dare not enter the wild area are still standing still. In the Homeland Guild, There are no more than 20 players who can participate in the battle so far, which is really pitiful compared to the total number of the guild. In the plan formulated by Lear according to Liyu's instructions, these players who can fight mainly take the lead and carry out monster-killing activities around the starting town. Basically, the target is the initial level of manic boars. But even so, this plan is not going very smoothly. The main reason is that the combat players in the guild are at best out of the category of novices. It is really difficult to protect those life players who can't even hold a sword steadily. As a result, the plan to kill monsters and improve strength has become very slow, and a large number of manpower has been wasted, which has greatly delayed the plans of the guild to set up a branch on the second floor. WAP 1067279298.html. In this way, what Liu has to do is very clear. What to do if there are not enough people. Recruit people. In fact, there are many combat players who want to join the Homeland Guild. After all, this is a large guild mainly for life players. As long as they join, they will not have to worry about supplies and equipment. Many people also come to sign up for this idea, but they are ruthlessly rejected by Yu Lai. How could Yu Lai let such a guy with ulterior motives join the guild? In this regard, Li Yu and Yu Lai have the same idea. It would be more troublesome to accept players who cannot think about the guild wholeheartedly. But because of this, the ratio of male and female members of the Homeland Guild is quite unbalanced. Originally, the ratio of male to female players in the SAO world was much more male than female. But in the Homeland Guild, the number of female players is several times that of male players, which is amazing. But this is not a surprise. After all, Lier has always been the leader of the guild. Only women can hide in the town and practice life skills peacefully. As for men, unless they are really timid to a certain extent, they will want to explore outside. At least 1 month later, more and more players dare to go out to fight. After experiencing the initial haze, many people have put down their fears and started to face the facts. Although he was determined to recruit people, Liu did not take action immediately. Instead, he contacted the Mouse Argo to see if she had a suitable candidate. He wanted to see if he could find an experienced and good at guiding closed beta players so as to better ensure the safety of guild members who were slaying monsters in the wild. You know my rules. Even if I can give you 5 pieces of intelligence for free, it does not mean that there will be news about closed beta players in these 5 pieces of intelligence. After contacting Argo, her rules were still so old-fashioned, and she was absolutely unwilling to reveal any information about closed beta players. It's okay. I know your rules, but we can change them this time. I just need you to ask the closed beta players you know if they are willing to help me train the new members of the guild. I will pay him a salary based on the time and number of people, or I can exchange it for consumables or weapons and props, whatever he wants. But the only point is that no death is allowed among my guild members. This is the most basic requirement. From the beginning, Liu had no intention of making things difficult for Argo. He just wanted Argo to be a middleman. He believed that even the closed beta players would not easily refuse the conditions he offered, because they were too tempting. You are really generous. Okay, I will help you ask about this matter, but whether it succeeds or not, it will offset the 2 free intelligence. After hearing Liu's conditions, Argo sighed lightly, but then expressed his attitude to Liu in an affirmative tone. Sure, no problem at all. I'll wait for your good news. Since Argo agreed, it means she will do it with all her heart. Although Liu has not known Argo for a long time, he knows her well. Then, just wait for Argo's good news. It must be said that Argo's efficiency is really fast. In less than an hour, Liu received her reply. What? Only 1 person? Although the efficiency is fast enough, it is beyond Liu's surprise that only 1 person is willing to agree to this condition. Liu originally thought that since the conditions he offered were so generous, there would definitely be more combat players participating. In fact, there are quite a few people willing to accept this job, but only this 1 person fully meets your standards. As for the rest of the people, I think they all have some small thoughts, so for the time being, only this 1 person is selected. Argo's answer was a bit helpless. It seems that she really tried her best to screen for Liu. Is that so? That really troubles you. But is it really okay to have only 1 person? Liu understood what Argo meant. He was very grateful that she could help him select so attentively. If it was just 1 person, Liu always felt that the number was not enough. Don't worry, since I picked him, he will not be a mediocre person. Argo seemed full of confidence in response to Liu's hesitation. The confidence in her tone unconsciously infected Liu. Okay, since you said so, then let's make an appointment and let me meet this expert you selected. What else can Liu say after saying this? 1 person is 1 person. He wanted to see who Argo introduced him to, and who dared to guarantee that this one person was enough. Okay, then I will make arrangements. For the intelligence merchant Argo, efficiency is everything. It didn't take too much time for Li Yu to meet the expert Argo mentioned. However, when Li Yu saw this gamer wearing black clothes and black pants and with smooth black short hair, he was stunned in an instant. Is this a boy or a girl? The game player standing opposite Li Yu was not very old, about 14 or 15 years old, with delicate and tender facial features, just like a beautiful girl. But this person was wearing neutral black equipment, and his hair was not very long, giving people a boyish feeling. It was originally difficult for children of this age to distinguish between men and women by appearance and voice, especially this person, although he looked like a girl, but his face was cold and gloomy, which was not what a girl of this age could have. The most important thing was that Li Yu found that the appearance of this player was very similar to the male protagonist in the original plot, the winner of life who had super strength and owned the Crystal Palace, Kirito. Could it be him? Since the game player came to this world, Li Yu has seen many characters that appeared in the original plot, such as Silica and Uriel, but he has never seen the male and female protagonists in the original plot, Kirito and Asuna, which made people feel quite regretful. Is it possible that the regret will be made up today, and the real Kirito will appear? But isn't this Kirito a little too feminine? There's no girlish side to her in the anime. Hello, are you the game player introduced by Argo? You can call me Yalin. From today on, please give me your guidance. Although he had all kinds of doubts in his mind, the person in front of him was most likely Kirito. In this case, Argo's one person was enough, and he was not just bragging. WAP 1 Najone 63 mob / some 1 legend 87. If Li Yu hadn't appeared, then Kirito could really be called the best player in the game. If he was responsible for helping the team level up, the efficiency would definitely be very high. Because of this, Li Yu very kindly extended his hand to the other party and expressed his kindness. However, facing Li Yu's hand, Kirito on the opposite side hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to shake Li Yu's hand and said, "Please give me your guidance." After that, he didn't say anything. It was a very clear voice, but she was too quiet, and her hands were also very soft. Wait a minute. What was I thinking about? He wasn't a gay, so what did it have to do with me if his hands were soft? Li Yu suddenly felt a little overwhelmed by his subconscious reaction. As a new century straight man, he could accept any attribute, such as cute loli, love of queen, and iceberg tsundere, but it was better to stay away from this cute boy. After all, no matter how cute he was, a boy was still a boy. If he was slapped with, then he would really be Y in the future. So, regarding the work issue, I believe Argo has already told you in detail. After calming down, Li Yu continued to speak to the other party. It was strange that Li Yu had introduced himself, but the other party didn't say his name. Could it be that Kirito was still shy at this time? Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I know it. Now it is basically certain that the person in front of him is Kirito. Li Yu is very welcome to such a master. At least after watching the anime, Li Yu has some understanding of Kirito's personality. He is a very serious and responsible person. Although he still looks a little cold now, I believe that he can become good friends with Kirito as time goes by. Well, I can get the reward I want by helping the newbies improve their strength. Kirito nodded, and it seems that he fully understands. That's right, but we still need to talk about the reward in detail. After all, it is based on labor. No problem. Just like that, Li Yu and Kirito agreed on the work content and reward. The deadline is half a month. Kirito has to help 10 people improve their strength every day, at least to the level of being able to defeat the Manic Boar one-on-one, and the reward is a weapon specially made for Kirito and 10,000 coal. Although 10,000 kir is not a small amount, it is not a loss to hire a master like Kirito, so the two sides reached an agreement happily. After all, it is mutually beneficial. With Kirito, Li Yu does not have to worry about the issue of personnel improvement. Then, it is time to continue to attack the second floor and brush experience. Half a month is not long or short, but for Li Yu, it is the most intense battle since he came to the SAO world. During this period of time, Li Yu did not return to the town once, nor did he contact anyone. He was completely alone in the wild to brush monsters crazily. In the first 5 days, Li Yu walked through the entire second floor wild area, and then rushed into the second floor maze area, and frantically killed the monsters in the maze area. There is no way. Li Yu knows that he has wasted too much time recently because of his busy guild affairs. If he does not continue to distance himself from other players now, he will probably be caught up by others soon, and then his advantages will be gone. At this point, Li Yu is very aware of the crisis. Because of this crazy monster hunting made Li Yu gain a lot. Not to mention gear and materials and equipment, just the experience points along the way allowed Li Yu to successfully upgrade many skills again, thus obtaining new powerful skills. It can be said that the half-month has made Li Yu make great progress. Even when he came to the door of the boss room on the second floor, he made an amazing decision. Raid the second floor boss alone. This decision can be said to be crazy. Although he successfully killed the first floor boss, it does not mean that Li Yu can continue to attack the second one in such a short time. He did not consider at all what the consequences would be if the attack failed. Now Li Yu only wanted to do one thing, that is, to fight. The second floor boss of the Sao world, Taurus General Baron, wears golden armor and holds 2 golden warhammers. His younger brother, Taurus Colonel Nato, can use the paralyzing sword skill Paralysis Shock. This is the record of the boss of the second floor in the strategy manual produced by Argo. It can be said that the skill of Paralysis Shock alone is destined to make this not a level that can be conquered by a single person. But now, Li Yu ignored this intelligence manual. After standing at the door of the boss room, he did not think much and resolutely walked into the boss room and started the second difficult battle since the conquest of the Kobold Lord Irifang. After half a month of high-intensity fighting, Li Yu can be said to be exhausted physically and mentally, but his fighting spirit has not decreased but increased. I don't know why. If it were the previous Li Yu, he would never choose to continue fighting under such circumstances. Li Yu knew that he was not overwhelmed by the fighting spirit. On the contrary, he was now extremely calm. He only knew one thing, that he could kill the enemy. Since he could kill, he would do it, kill! Facing the enemy, Li Yu was fearless. What about the boss? In my eyes, you are just a lot of rewards and experience. To be honest, this battle was much harder than expected. At least in the battle with Taurus General Baron, Li Yu was seriously injured and fell to the ground no less than 4 times. He was able to survive only because of his tenacious will. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword non-stop. I don't know how long it took when Li Yu's last sword pierced the chest of Taurus General Baron and finally killed him on the spot. A huge dizziness suddenly hit him, and the endless darkness once again enveloped Li Yu's body. Has it reached its limit? I say, are you trying too hard? If you die now, who can I find to save me? As the darkness spread, Li Yu only felt that he had entered that mysterious state again, and at the same time, a rather dissatisfied woman's voice came to his ears. Who is talking? Wait, is this the previous Demon King? This feeling is not the first time Li Yu has experienced it, and this voice is not the first time he has heard it. It's just that Li Yu didn't expect that he had clearly come to another world. Why could the former Demon King still haunt him? 106307279192988? After coming out of the library, Li Yu secretly made this decision in his heart. If he wanted to develop Black Blood City, culture was absolutely indispensable. Of course, Li Yu did not bring up this matter at the moment, but just kept it in mind. After all, as far as the current situation of Black Blood City is concerned, solving the problem of food and clothing for all residents in the territory is the most important goal. Solve the problem of food and clothing? That's right, it is to solve the problem of food and clothing. Li Yu couldn't imagine that Black Blood City, as the capital of the Black Demon country, would have residents in the surrounding territories unable to fill their stomachs. Logically speaking, since it is the land around the capital, it should have developed well. It is obviously a demon clan, but they can't even get enough food. However, when Li Yu understood the situation, he was completely speechless. Is the technology tree of this world wrong? Where is the farming that was promised? What do you want to do with a lot of hunters? There is no way. Although the demons are not as bloodthirsty as the legend says, their customs are still quite tough. Since the demons are born with magic power and can sense the magic elements around them, they are more warlike. Because of this, in the eyes of most demons, going out hunting is definitely the best choice to harvest food. As for sowing and planting like humans, it is too cowardly. In this way, the problem that the Demon King's dinner is all meat can also be explained. Hunting, you must harvest all kinds of prey. As for vegetable farmers, there are not many people. Of course, this cannot be generalized. There are still people who are willing to start planting crops, but because of the small number of people, the yield cannot be raised. In this vicious cycle, the result has become what it is today. Hunting depends entirely on the weather and luck. If you are lucky, you may be able to harvest a lot of prey in a day, but if you are tragic, it is common to have no harvest for more than 10 days. In this way, it is inevitable that some people will go hungry. It is said that the demons can continue to this day in this way. Li Yu feels very magical. Reform. This needs to be reformed too. In addition, the soldiers of Black Blood City also made Li Yu feel very annoyed. Needless to say, the inner city of Blackblood City is the Demon King's castle that belongs to Liu. There are more than 200 guards guarding the castle, all of whom are under the command of Menier, which is very good. In addition, Menier has another demon cavalry team with a total of about 300 people, all of whom are elite. But these 500 people together are the core combat force of Blackblood City. What is going on? Of course, it's not that Blackblood City has only these few soldiers, but look at those demon soldiers stationed in the outer city. Where do they look like regular troops? A mess of various protective gear, iron armor, cloth armor, and even some who are only wearing linen coats. Look at the weapons in their hands. The better ones hold spears, swords, or battle axes, which is a bit tragic. Brother, is that a kitchen knife in your hand? Go home quickly, your wife is still waiting to cook with a kitchen knife. What the hell are these? In the future, I will lead this mob to sweep the 12 nobles? Is this a joke? Change, must change, change everything. The more Liu learned, the more he felt that Blackblood City needed to be reformed. But it was precisely because there were so many things that Liu felt flustered. Is this the country he will govern in the future? Is it really that troublesome? Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Looking at Liu, who was frowning and thinking hard, Menier seemed very confused. What's wrong with His Majesty? What is he thinking about? Alas, sure enough, we should do it bit by bit. In the end, Liu sighed. He was powerless and helpless now. This Blackblood City was really in a state of extreme desolation. No wonder the 12 nobles would not buy it. It should be said that it would be strange if they would buy it. That, Your Majesty the Demon King? What's up, Menier? At first, Liu, who was immersed in his thoughts, didn't notice Menier. It wasn't until Menier's second call that Liu fully reacted. Your Majesty the Demon King, can we go and deal with the internal affairs? Although the internal affairs of Blackblood City were handled by someone before Liu came, Liu was the Demon King after all. With the Demon King around, how could he let others handle such things as internal affairs? Menier also decided to let Liu get involved in internal affairs as soon as possible because of this idea. After all, this is very important for the Demon King. Handle internal affairs? After hearing Menier's words, Liu instinctively froze for a moment. He had never been involved in such things as internal affairs. Could he do it well? Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King, please follow me. Menier didn't ask Liu what he thought at this time. She just thought that this was the work of His Majesty the Demon King, so her task was to let His Majesty the Demon King take over these tasks properly. So Menier led the way and brought Liu to the room where the Demon King was supposed to work. As for Liu, he was completely confused and could only follow Menier in confusion. He was still confused about how to deal with this internal affairs and had no idea what was going on. Then, Demon King, please come in. When they arrived at the door of a large room, Menier knocked on the door first, then stretched out her hand to push the door open and made a gesture of invitation to Liu. Is there someone in this room? Otherwise, why would Menier knock on the door? Liu's guess was right. There was indeed someone in the room, but the moment Liu entered the room, a chill suddenly hit him, causing Liu to shiver uncontrollably. There was no way, even if there was no chill, Liu could not help but shiver, because the figure sitting behind the desk in the room would never be forgotten by Liu, the red-haired queen in the bathroom. Menier's sister Nasha, why was she here? Subconsciously, Liu took 2 steps back. It was a nightmare. He didn't want to be frozen by Nasha again. After all, there are many petty women. He saw her naked last time. If she is remembered, wouldn't it be a tragedy? So in this case, it is better to run away first. Otherwise, stay here and wait for the punishment? Menier, I think we have walked into the wrong room. Turning back, Liu smiled stiffly at Menier and immediately strode out of the door. However, Menier did not understand Liu's action. No, Your Majesty the Demon King, we are here. While speaking, Menier grabbed Liu's arm. Menier, do you want to do this? This is a matter of life and death. If I am killed by your sister here, who can I go to for justice? WAP 1106378046662. Could it be that there is some connection between these two worlds? What do you mean by haunting? Don't you want to go home? Can you tell what I'm thinking? To be honest, Liu was frightened by the former Demon King's dissatisfied voice. He was just thinking in his mind, but why did the former Demon King speak out everything he was thinking as if he had the ability to read minds? I don't have any mind-reading skills, but this is originally a thinking space. I can know what you are thinking without you saying it. Perhaps Liu's surprise made the former Demon King very happy. At this moment, she swept away her previous dissatisfaction and revealed a lot of pride in her words. This is not fair. Why can you know what I'm thinking, but I don't know what you are thinking? Liu became unhappy when he heard this. If this was the case, wouldn't he be exposed to others from top to bottom in all directions and without any obstruction? What is going on? No, this is fair. As long as you grow strong enough, I can't hide what I'm thinking from you. But for now, just bear with it. Hearing the former Demon King's smiling voice, Liu could already imagine her happy and proud look now. This is really depressing. It's just bullying. If you think this is bullying you, then you should work hard to grow up quickly. But if you work so hard like now, I don't agree. To use the common saying of your plane, you should do everything step by step. More haste makes waste, right? Perhaps reading Liu's depression, the former Demon King's words were comforting this time. More haste makes waste, right? Liu naturally knew what this meant. Now thinking carefully, he was indeed a little too impulsive just now. But why did he become so impulsive? I was very calm during the battle just now, but don't think too much. Maybe your body hasn't adapted to this power yet. Just be careful in the future. After all, you are no longer an ordinary human, but the 32nd Demon King of our Black Demon country. Just when Liu was thinking carefully but still confused, the voice of the former Demon King came again, but her words made Liu even more confused. No longer an ordinary human? How am I not an ordinary human? My body has not changed. Although I became a Demon King without knowing it, what is the difference between him and ordinary people? You will understand this later. Now you just need to remember that it's good to work hard, but don't overdo it. You still have a long way to go. Come on, my Lord Demon King. I will always wait for you to become a real Demon King and rescue me from the cage. Hey, wait a minute. Liu now has a lot of questions and doubts, and wants the former Lord Demon King to answer them for him. But unfortunately, before Liu can say anything more, the dizziness comes again, and the relationship between the two is cut off. Damn! Is it really necessary to be so pitfall? Is it so difficult for me to ask a few questions? When Liu woke up and felt that he had returned to reality, he immediately punched the ground with his fist in dissatisfaction. I always feel that the former Demon King has hidden a lot of secrets, but he is unwilling to tell me. You know, this is a very unpleasant thing for a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Okay, you don't want to say it, right? Then I will find the answer myself. Sooner or later, I will know the truth. Standing up from the ground, Liu sorted out his chaotic thoughts a little, and then he checked the rewards he got after defeating the boss on the second floor. In the hands of the boss on the first floor, Liu got the chilling double-edged combination weapon, which was indeed very powerful, and the boss on the second floor, General Taurus Baron, was equally generous and directly gave Liu a set of combined armor, the Bone Broken Ashes set. How to say this set of equipment? If the Sao world does not support one-click, dressing Liu will never use this set of equipment. The reason is very simple. Just the bandages wrapped around the upper body are enough to make Liu collapse. The shape of this set of equipment is rather strange. When Liu put on the full set of equipment, he found that his upper body was wrapped in white bandages, extending all the way to the bridge of his nose. That is to say, only half of his head was exposed. Outside the white bandages, he was wearing a cool black windbreaker, black trousers and black leather shoes, and a black hat. Except for his eyes, the only part of Liu's body that was not black was the white bandages. Although it felt strange, it had to be said that this outfit was very cool and could fully hide Liu's appearance, which made it easier for Liu to take any action. Moreover, Liu could feel that this set of broken bones and ashes suit brought him considerable benefits. As long as he wore the equipment well, not only would his strength and speed increase slightly, but his defense would also be greatly enhanced. Then in future battles, he could be more confident and bold to face more powerful enemies. The greater the danger, the more he would gain. After killing the bosses on the first and second floors, Liu's equipment became unprecedentedly luxurious. Should he try to defeat the boss on the third floor directly? Sure enough, after gaining strength, people become more and more courageous. When Liu equipped the Bone Broken Ashes set, the first thought in his mind was to continue the strategy and see what unexpected surprises the boss of the third floor would bring him. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Liu immediately abandoned it. The words of the former Demon King were still echoing in his ears. Steady and steady is the kingly way. If the waves are too big, he will be killed by the counterattack, which will be a tragedy. You must know that this is not a game. You will not be resurrected after death. If you die, you are dead. At that time, there will be nothing left. After calming down, Liu found that he had finally recovered his previous state, and then he began to move forward. What Liu needs to do next is to open the portal of Zmuft, the main street of the third floor. At that time, game players can directly come to the third floor through the portals of the first two floors and explore the third floor. There is no system announcement in this world. Liu killed the boss of the second floor and connected the portal, and no one has discovered it for the time being. It was not until a player passed through the portal and found that there was actually a third-level option that it caused an uproar. At this time, Liu had already returned to the guild headquarters on the first level. WAP 10637/280690 TML. The boss of the second level was killed. It has only been more than half a month since the first level was cleared. Who did it? Why was it so quiet? Why didn't anyone announce this information? It was really too weird. No news was released before, but the facts were so shocking. Rumors spread all over the place, and everyone speculated, but no one knew the truth. It should be said that even if the truth is told to everyone now, I am afraid no one will believe it. After all, killing 2 levels of bosses with one person's strength is simply not something that humans can do. But on the other hand, just like what the previous Demon King said, Liu is not a human being. If humans can't do it, can the Demon King do it? Of course, Liu paid no attention to the rumors outside. He was actively catching up on sleep. As soon as he returned to the guild headquarters, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. After sleeping for a whole day and night, Liu finally eliminated the fatigue from the battle. However, now was not the time to enjoy himself. After not returning to the guild for such a long time, there must be a lot of things waiting for Liu to deal with. Although Yu Lai was there, Yu Lai was not omnipotent. Only Liu could make decisions on some things, otherwise he would be a president in name only. Yu Lai, how are the guild members doing now? Have there been any accidents during my absence? Although there were many things to deal with, Liu was most concerned about the strength of his guild partners. After all, this was the top priority. It went very smoothly. The helpers you found, Master Yu, were very capable and provided good guidance. We did not suffer any casualties during the monster hunting period. Moreover, most of the guild members now dare to pick up weapons and face the monsters in the wild area independently. Yulie answered very quickly, and there was a hint of relief in her voice. It seemed that Yu Lai was indeed very happy to see the guild develop so smoothly. Although it was not necessary to transform the guild members into combat players, having some self-protection power was also an important guarantee for everyone's survival in the future. It was precisely because of this that Yulie was very grateful to Liu. After all, everyone was able to have what they have today because of Liu. If it weren't for Liu, Yulie could hardly imagine how miserable she would have ended up. Perhaps she would have died under the claws of the monsters. Even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would probably have lived a very miserable life. Most of the partners in the guild had the same experience as Yulie. After all, female players were at a disadvantage compared to male players from the beginning. If they were not well protected, they would not be able to survive at all. Is that so? That's good. Liu nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that Kirito was very helpful and the original choice was correct. But Lord Yu, according to the agreement, the helper you found has fulfilled all his duties today. Look now. Is the time up? Where is he? I'll go talk to him now. After Lear's reminder, Liu suddenly remembered that he had signed a short-term contract with Kirito. He quit working for him after half a month, but it would be a pity if he couldn't use such a big helper. Liu is now the head of a guild. What he needs to consider is how to better develop the guild so that it can bring him more benefits. Talents like Kirito must not be given up. What's more, Liu now intends to develop a combat team. Although it was the right choice to form a life player guild in the early stage, as time goes by, the proportion of life players in the game will become lower and lower. In the final analysis, this is still a combat game, and knives and swords are the main melody of this world. With that in mind, Liu would fight for Kirito even more. Fortunately, he had not left the guild yet, so after Liu got Kirito's location from Uriel, he immediately went straight to Kirito's room. He was ready to have a good chat with Kirito. But just as Liu arrived at the door of Kirito's room, he unexpectedly heard a burst of playful sounds coming from the room. What was going on? Could it be that Kirito was having an affair with a girl in the guild? No, how old is Kirito? It seems that he is only 14 years old this year. What does a 14-year-old kid know? It's an illusion! This is definitely an illusion! Although Liu wanted to deceive himself, the laughter in the room was still there. Gradually, Liu became more and more uneasy. The winner in life is indeed the winner in life. He can hook up with girls at the age of 14. Thinking about what he was doing when he was 14, Liu suddenly felt that he had lived a very failed life so far. What a joke. Winner in life, except the wrath of my big Fef group. At that moment, Liu didn't care if he disturbed anyone or not. He went straight to the door and knocked, and the noise in the room stopped in an instant. Excuse me? After a while, the door was opened with a creak, and Kirito walked out of the room with a slight frown. But when Liu glanced at the room, he was greatly surprised. Silica? Liu never thought that the one who was playing with Kirito in the room just now would be Silica. When did she get along so well with Kirito? It can be said that Silica is the first game player that Liu met in the world. Since then, the two have been together for a long time. Silica often sticks to Liu like a little tail, and they are always inseparable. To Liu, Silica was like a little sister who needed care, but he never expected that in the short half-month he was away, Silica would actually get along so well with Kirito. It should be said that she was worthy of being Kirito's former harem, and the speed of attacking was indeed different. Liu would never admit that he was jealous, but the sourness in his heart could not be eliminated. This feeling was like his toy was suddenly taken away by someone. Although he was not reluctant to give it up, he would still feel unhappy. Huh? Brother Yu? Why are you here? Hearing Liu's voice, Silica ran out of the room at the first time. Seeing her innocent and cute smile, Liu didn't know what to say for a while. That? I know. Brother Yu wanted to discuss with Sister Tongzi and let Sister Tongzi stay. Right? Tongzi, sister! What's going on? What's going on? As Silica finished speaking, Liu froze in his tracks, not understanding what was going on. Sister Tongzi? Tongzi? Isn't she Kirito? What's up with that sister? How did Kirito suddenly change into a girl? WAP, SOS 30728014848 Namal. Liu was completely confused at this moment. Coach, this is different from the original plot. Although it must be said that Tongzi in front of him is indeed a thorough, beautiful girl from the outside, just a little boyish, but after meeting for the first time, Liu was preconceived and mistook her for a boy, so he didn't think about this problem. No wonder. Who would have thought that the male protagonist in the original plot would suddenly make a 180-degree turn and suddenly become a girl? Brother Yu? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Liu was standing there in a daze without moving or reacting, Silica quickly stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Liu's eyes twice, not knowing what was wrong with Liu. No, it's okay. Your name is Tongzi? With Silica shaking, Liu finally came back to his senses from his trance, but at this time he still couldn't look directly at Tongzi. After all, the amount of information was too much, and it was difficult to digest in a short time. Brother Yu, you don't even know Sister Tongzi's name? Liu's performance made Silica very surprised. You know, Tongzi was hired by Liu. As an employer, Liu didn't even know what Tongzi's name was. How could I know? Liu's mouth twitched stiffly twice. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so surprised. So what exactly did you come to see me for? Although he didn't know why Liu was so surprised about his name, Tongzi's face didn't show any expression, and he was still so cold and indifferent. In fact, Liu did not understand Tongzi, and Tongzi did not understand Liu either. After all, the relationship between the two was just that of an employer and an employee. As long as the work was done well, there was no need to get to know each other. This was Tongzi's current code of conduct. In fact, if it were not for the lack of money and equipment, Tongzi would not even consider upgrading with a trumpet. If there was anything to blame, it could only be blamed on Tongzi for being unlucky recently. Although there was no problem in accumulating experience to upgrade skills, no matter how she killed monsters, she could not get better equipment. Her face was as black as Bao Gong, otherwise she would not have agreed to the job without hesitation after receiving the communication from Argo. Now that the work was over, Tongzi would stay, but only because of Silica's entanglement. Recently, when she led people to kill monsters, Silica would be responsible for protection and help in the back. The two became familiar with each other. For Tongzi, she actually did not want to get entangled with Silica, but Silica was very familiar with Tongzi as a good friend, which was why Liu heard laughter in the room when he stood outside Tongzi's room. Now that Liu appeared, it was just the right opportunity for Tongzi to get rid of Silica. Tongzi also made up her mind that after Liu finished speaking, she would leave immediately and would not stay any longer. Well, I do have something to say. I wonder if we can talk alone? After being asked by Tongzi, Liu remembered the main purpose of his visit this time. Recruiting Tongzi was the key. Otherwise, why would he come? Now was not the time to be surprised. He should think about how to convince Tongzi. Liu knew that it would be very difficult to convince Tongzi to join the guild. Otherwise, in the original plot, No, it was impossible for Kirito in the original plot to always be a lone player, although he had not experienced that pain. So messy. Kirito or Kirito, it was really a mess. Forget it. I don't care about Kirito. Now, there is only Kirito standing in front of me. This is no longer the original Sao. It is already a brand new world. Let's talk alone? What do you want to talk about? It seems that Liu's words surprised Tongzi. After all, she didn't think there was anything good to talk about between the two of them. But looking at Liyu's eyes, he was so serious. What on earth did this man want to do? Let's talk about the future direction and development of this world and what plans you have for the future. At this time, Liyu's expression suddenly became very serious. He decided that when dealing with people with Tongzi's personality, he should start from a long-term perspective, persuade her with reason and emotion, and let her know that the guild is not a constraint and can provide her with more help. In this way, as long as Tongzi is given enough benefits and the freedom she wants, I believe she will not refuse his recruitment. Silica, can Miss Tongzi and I be alone for a while? Liu hopes that Tongzi can have a quiet space when making a decision, so that she can think calmly, so in this case, he has to wrong Silica. Tsk, mysterious brother Yu, if you dare to do anything bad to Sister Tongzi, be careful that I will tell Sister Yulier. Obviously, Liu's words made Silica very dissatisfied, especially her suspicious eyes scanning Liu up and down, as if Liu was really going to do something to Tongzi. What are you thinking, little girl? How can your thoughts be so impure at such a young age? Facing Silica, Liu's face was full of helplessness. This little girl was usually very clever, and now she even made a joke about herself. Are children nowadays so precocious? Besides, Tongzi is only 14 years old now. What can I do to her? Seeing that Liu had an angry expression, Silica made a face at Liu, turned around and ran away with a smile. But when Silica left, only Liu and Tongzi were left in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Did I make a mistake in asking Silica to leave? Sure enough, at this time, we still need the existence of an active atmosphere. No, wait, this isn't a blind date. What a lively atmosphere. So what do you want to say? Can you say it now? Just when Liu was struggling, Tongzi on the other side took the initiative to speak. Seeing that her expression was slightly wrinkled, was she impatient? Okay, then I'll just say whatever I want to say. Miss Tongzi, do you have a partner to travel with now? Or is there a guild or team you want to join? Are you trying to recruit me? Tongzi was really smart. As soon as Liu said this before he could explain his intention, Tongzi had already realized what Liu meant. That's basically it. Our guild is in short supply of combat personnel, so I refuse. Liu was speechless. Although he thought that Tongzi might refuse, he didn't expect that she would refuse so readily. What's going on? Will I die if I let people finish their words? Miss Tongzi, I think you misunderstood me. I really want you to join our guild, but it's not the kind of joining you imagined. Although he was helpless, Liu hurriedly explained. After all, he hadn't said his thoughts yet, and it would be too depressing to be rejected like this. What do you mean? This time, Tongzi didn't understand. It's not the kind of joining she imagined? Then what other ways to join? What I mean is, Miss Tongzi, you can join our guild in name, but in fact you have the right to act alone. You can do whatever you want at ordinary times, and we won't restrict you in any way. At the same time, Miss Tongzi, you can also enjoy all the benefits of our guild, the purchase price of internal personnel, shared intelligence, and even when you need support, we can provide you with help. But what's the benefit for you? Tongzi didn't understand. Liyu's conditions could no longer be said to be preferential. It was simply a loss-making sale. Everything was based on his own interests first. But why did Liu do this? This is completely contrary to common sense. According to normal people's thinking, it should be the more benefits you pursue for yourself, the better. But why did this person do the opposite? WAP /6-6-307-280-21452.html. What do you think is the meaning of us standing here? Facing Tongzi's question, Liu did not answer, but asked Tongzi, which made Tongzi stunned for a moment. What is the meaning? Tongzi did not understand what Liu wanted to say. No, it should be that she did not understand Liu's nonsense at all. Yes, it is the meaning. Do you think that after we are suddenly transported to this inexplicable world, we can only pick up the sword in our hands, rush into the monster group without hesitation, kill all the monsters, and continue to attack like a machine until the end? I understand. Since you trust me so much, please let me contribute to this world and all game players. After a moment of silence, Tongzi finally gave Liu the answer he wanted to hear the most. The trick was successful. Get a Tongzi. Great, Miss Tongzi. On behalf of all members of the Homeland Guild, I welcome you to join. Surprised, Liu stepped forward and held Tongzi's hands. Unlike the last time when he mistook Tongzi for a boy, this time Liu did not feel any sense of disobedience at all. Soft and tender, they were indeed the hands of a girl. Please don't do this. Tongzi's face turned red instantly when her hands were suddenly held by a man. She tried to pull her hands back several times, but Liu's grip was so strong that she could not break free no matter what. Sorry, I was just a little excited. Tongzi's struggle made Liu react instantly. What the hell did he do? If this scene was seen by others, it would definitely be misunderstood. Bang! Brother Yu, Sister Tongzi, you guys? Well, what you fear is bound to happen. Just as Li Yu quickly pulled back his hand and Tongzi took a step back, they heard a bang at the door. Turning back, they didn't know when Silica appeared at the door of the room. On the ground in front of her, there were 2 cups and a tray lying in a mess. You guys are too impure. It was unknown how much Silica saw. Anyway, after seeing this scene, she blushed and yelled, then turned around and ran away quickly. Hey! Hey! This is a big misunderstanding. Our relationship is very pure, okay? Miss Tongzi, I'm going to chase Silica first, so that she won't misunderstand. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around the guild. I'll go find Uriel to help you with the membership procedures later. Oh, okay, I see. It was obvious that Silica had misunderstood the relationship between Li Yu and Tongzi. Although he didn't know how much she had misunderstood, there was one thing Li Yu knew, that was that he had to explain it clearly to Silica, and he couldn't let this misunderstanding continue. If Silica got the news out that he had hooked up with a 14-year-old girl, then his wisdom in this life would be ruined. By then, he would become a Lolita-controlled demon king, and he would be unable to find the rhythm of crying. So, Li Yu had to find Silica. Fortunately, Silica didn't run too far, and Li Yu chased her in time. Not long after, he found Silica's trace in the guild's garden. I say, what are you running for, little girl? After catching up with Silica, Li Yu suddenly felt helpless. Silica's face was flushed. What are you shy about? She is just a lowly. Brother Yu? Silica's face flushed even more when she was suddenly caught up by Li Yu. Not only that, when facing Li Yu, Silica subconsciously took 2 steps back. Is it to prevent wolves? Did she think of herself as a pervert? And was she still considered a pervert by Silica? For a moment, Li Yu suddenly felt that he was a failure. He was actually guarded by a lowly. Has his character value dropped to a negative number? Brother Yu, I didn't see anything. Li Yu's expression was very disappointed, which made Silica feel that she had hurt Brother Yu. At this time, she had no idea that Li Yu was just entangled in the problem of his character value. It would have been better if Silica didn't speak. Once she spoke, Li Yu felt even more sad. Didn't see anything? You might as well have seen everything. At least there wouldn't be such an inexplicable misunderstanding, okay? Silica, I just grabbed Miss Tongzi's hand in excitement because she agreed to join our guild. That's really all. To be honest, Li Yu felt that his explanation was so weak. His character was pathetic. What? Sister Tongzi agreed to join the guild? Li Yu walked to the fountain in the middle of the garden with his shoulders slumped and sat down. His explanation was also weak, but after hearing Li Yu's explanation, Silica suddenly raised her voice and looked very surprised. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Yu raised his head weakly, but at this time Silica suddenly threw herself on Li Yu. Great, Sister Tongzi finally agreed. Silica's small body completely threw herself on Li Yu, and a burst of fragrance swept over, and Li Yu's body suddenly froze. What's going on? Although it's very comfortable, I'm not a Lolita control. With Silica hugging him, Li Yu felt as if he was frozen all over, as stiff as a robot. Basically, Silica was hugging him, but he didn't move at all. Nonsense. If Li Yu dared to move now, he would definitely be labeled as a Lolita control, and he would become a Lolita control demon king in the future, and then fall into the abyss of Lolita control from which there is no return. In fact, I am a queen control. For a moment, Li Yu's eyes were full of hot tears, and he couldn't push away Lolita, which was a lifelong pain. Ah, Brother Yu, I didn't mean it. I was just too excited. Perhaps it was because she felt Li Yu's stiffness that Silica quickly realized that something was wrong with her, and immediately loosened her hands around Li Yu's waist. Her face was full of blush, and she looked very shy. It's okay, now you know what happened to me just now. The disappearance of the gentle touch made Li Yu gradually return to normal. Although his heart was still filled with tears, he forced a smile at this time, and the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Well, I understand. Awkward. Very awkward. Li Yu had never thought that one day he would have such an awkward atmosphere with a 12-year-old Lolita. She was just a Lolita, so there was no need to care so much. But why was the atmosphere so awkward? Oh, by the way, Silica, my cooking skills have improved recently, and I have found a lot of good ingredients. I can already make candies. Take these and distribute them to the children in the guild. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Li Yu decisively took out the various candies he had made recently. Although he had been fighting desperately, in his spare time, Li Yu would study his cooking skills as long as he had some time, and work hard to upgrade this skill. At the same time, he would also collect various materials and make various dishes. These candies were just the byproducts of practicing cooking skills in the wild. Li Yu was originally going to give them to the young players of the guild, and now it was the same to give them to Silica for her. After all, Silica could be said to be the king of the kids in the guild now. The young players in the guild basically supported Silica and listened to her. Candy? Can I have some? When she heard about Candy, Silica's eyes lit up immediately, and her shyness just now disappeared. After all, she was still a child, and she couldn't control herself when it came to such things. In the SAO world, although there are many daily foods sold in stores, they are cooked in a single way and can only be used to fill the stomach. If you want to eat good food, you still have to rely on cooking skills. Candies like the ones Liu took out are not available in ordinary stores. This is definitely a fatal blow to children who like sweets. It is for this reason that Liu used Candy to control Silica. Of course, this is originally for you. Seeing Silica's big twinkling eyes, Liu smiled immediately and stuffed all the candies in his hand into Silica's arms. This is delicious. Thank you, Brother Yu. It's okay. If you want it again in the future, just come to me. I promise to supply it in unlimited quantities. When Silica carefully put a candy in her mouth, the happy expression at that moment directly made Liu cute. Do you want to be so foul? It is for this reason that Liu patted his chest and made a promise that he could supply you with candies for a lifetime. However, I declare again that Liu is definitely not a Lolita control. He just loves Lolita very much. If anyone dares to misunderstand that Liu is a Lolita control, I promise not to beat you to death. Looking at Silica's back as she jumped away, Liu suddenly felt very relieved. Although he did establish this guild for the purpose of creating more benefits, since the establishment of the guild, it has indeed helped many people and saved many people. As long as he thinks of this, Liu will feel very satisfied. It can be said that this is a kind of spiritual comfort, filling the emptiness and loneliness of leaving his family and friends and coming to a strange world alone. But then again, it seems that my job is to be a demon king. Shouldn't a demon king destroy and kill? It seems that I am really incompetent as a demon king. WAP/6/U637/8081277.html. Since the second level boss was killed and the first two levels were completed, a new wave of monster spawning has risen in the SAO world. After all, 3 areas have been opened now. The number of wild monsters has greatly increased, resources are becoming more and more abundant, and the management of various organizations is becoming more and more mature. Everyone can basically improve their strength in a safe environment. As the first guild in the SAO world, Home has been very low-key recently, but at the same time, various battle guilds have taken the opportunity to rise and began to recruit lone players in a high-profile manner, and the names they used are also different. For the sake of strategy and survival, the introduction of various benefits has greatly tempted those lone players who are still on the verge of hesitation. At this stage, if you want to survive alone, unless you are really strong, you must rely on a big tree. Otherwise, danger will appear around you all the time. You must know that people's hearts are unpredictable. Although there are many people with good intentions, there will always be people with malicious intentions. Recently, there have been rumors that a group of evil players who enjoy snatching other people's spoils and attacking lone players have appeared among the game players. Although these evil players have not appeared blatantly, in fact, there have been victims. What is particularly serious is that there have been deaths of game players. When everyone heard that someone was killed, there was no need to mention the panic in their hearts, especially since this world no longer has the so-called safe zone setting. Even in the town, it is possible to become the target of others. In this way, joining a guild is imperative. As long as you join the guild, you will be absolutely safe in the guild's residence. After all, except for the guild members, outsiders cannot enter the guild's residence at all. Because of this, the recruitment of members of major guilds went very smoothly, but the only surprising thing was why the Homeland Guild did not recruit members at this time. Was the Homeland Guild really ready to stop doing anything, and was it enough to just recruit life players? Of course, this was not the case. Recruiting guild members had always been within Liu's consideration, but Liu's consideration was that the members of the Combat Guild were more valuable than the number. He only needed elites. He would never recruit those with ulterior motives into the guild. So from the beginning, Liu started to cooperate with the intelligence merchant Argo and specifically picked those closed beta players or players with great development potential. Of course, those with bad character would naturally be eliminated in advance, and Argo's help was needed for this. For this, Liu not only used up all the remaining 3 free intelligence, but was also severely blackmailed by Argo, but Liu was willing to offer this blackmail. There was no other way. Argo's intelligence work was so good that Liu was very satisfied with every candidate she proposed. Liu was simply overwhelmed with praise. What was particularly important was that Argo even introduced Asuna, the heroine in the original plot, who would later be known as the Shining Beauty player, to him. This was quite unexpected for Liu. Who would have thought that Argo would actually have a relationship with Asuna, and even actively recommend Asuna to join the home guild. Adding an ace to the home guild's battle team for nothing? This was simply like pie in the sky. In comparison, the money that Argo had taken was not really money at all. Of course, Asuna's current strength could only be said to be acceptable. After all, she could be said to be a complete novice player, but to be frank, in the days to come, Asuna would definitely grow to a level that no one could underestimate. It can be said that Liu now has 2 future masters, Tongzi and Asuna, under his command, and 8 senior closed beta players, forming a powerful combat team. If he continues to attack with this team, I believe it is not a big problem to take down the 3rd floor boss now. It's just that Liu is very low-key now. He didn't want to attack the 3rd floor boss so quickly. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. The continuous attack on the next 2-floor boss has made game players think that it's nothing to attack the boss. It's actually a very simple thing, which is not a good thing. Although the wave of monster hunting has been set off, in fact, such blind improvement of strength is not a good thing. Liu is very afraid that there will be accidents. After all, this world is not as simple as imagined, but what you fear will come. Just when Liu was organizing the guild members to improve their strength step by step, and he was also killing monsters in the maze area of the 3rd floor, an unexpected news came, forcing Liu to suspend his monster hunting plan and return to the guild headquarters on the 1st floor. What a joke! Do they think the boss is so easy to beat? What do they think of themselves as? Superman? In the president's office, Liu slammed his fist on his desk. He was obviously very angry at this time, but it was understandable. It turned out that when he was in the maze area on the 3rd floor, Liu received a communication from Yu Li'er and learned that 2 small battle guilds had united to launch a strategy battle against the boss on the 3rd floor. The result of the battle was self-evident. The players of the 2 guilds suffered heavy casualties. There were a total of 32 people in the strategy team, and only 7 or 8 people were able to return to the town in the end. More than 20 people died in the boss room on the 3rd floor. This was the heaviest casualties since the boss on the 1st floor was attacked. No wonder Liu was so angry. To be honest, these dead game players had nothing to do with Liu, and Liu should not be so angry. But in fact, the anger in Liu's chest could not be erased no matter what. The reason why it became like this was mainly because the game players in this world had similar experiences to Liu. Unconsciously, Liu felt that he shared the same suffering with everyone. They were all inexplicably transported to this world, and were all forced to pick up swords and fight. This was not a game, everyone was a flesh and blood person. Death was a real disappearance, and it would no longer have any meaning. In fact, since the moment Liu disappeared from his home, the fear hidden deep in his heart had never dissipated. Even though he had become very strong now and could pick up the sword in his hand to face any enemy, this fear had always existed. When Liu saw those dead game players, he could not help but think, if he died in the battle, would he be like those players? No, I don't want to die. I want to live well. I want to live better than anyone else. It was because of this fear that Liu became stronger. Similarly, he was very angry now. Why was it still like this? Why do you want to attack the boss so blindly? In your eyes, is attacking the boss more important than your own life? No, I must change this situation. Since you don't cherish your own life, let me cherish it. Yu Li'er, notify all the battle player guilds immediately. In the name of the president of the home guild, I will hold a meeting of all guilds and require all guild presidents to be present. Otherwise, I will regard them as enemies of the home guild. Master Yu. Yes, I understand. Faced with Liu's sudden order, Yu Li'er hesitated for a long time before finally nodding and retreating. Yu Li'er could see that Liu was very angry now. This was also the first time Yu Li'er saw Liu angry. He usually looked smiling, but when the good guy got angry, it was not just scary. WAP /Jo6 1063072809850. The president of the Homeland Guild came out for the first time and invited all the presidents of the battle guilds to attend the meeting. The value of this meeting was not comparable to the simple meeting where dozens of battle players got together to discuss how to deal with the first-level boss. This time, the big move of the Homeland Guild caused a great response from ordinary players. Everyone was talking about what the mysterious president of the Homeland wanted to do. As the largest guild in the SAO world, the weight of the Homeland was naturally very heavy, especially when Li'er issued the notice. She used an extremely tough tone. Although they were facing a guild that started with life players, there were really not many people who dared not to buy it. After all, the Homeland Guild can be said to have monopolized most of the market in the SAO world. Even if you set up your own guild, you still have to buy a lot of supplies from the Homeland Guild. If you offend them, you will have a hard time in this world. not to mention developing your guild. According to Argo's complete statistics, there are a total of 32 battle guilds composed of players at this stage, of which 13 are large guilds with more than 100 people, and the rest are small guilds with less than 100 people. In addition to these battle guilds, there are also many small battle teams composed of a few or a dozen people in this world, but the combat effectiveness of these battle teams is mostly unsatisfactory, so this meeting directly ignored these battle teams. Among these 32 battle guilds, 29 guild presidents came to participate, and the other 3 guild presidents were absent directly, which was considered as giving up attending the meeting. Sure enough, there are still some self-righteous idiots in this world. Since you choose to give up, don't blame me for being rude. First of all, thank you all for giving me this face and attending this meeting I presided over in your busy schedule. Secondly, I want to say that from now on, I will order a comprehensive ban on the 3 guilds that did not appear in this meeting. The meeting room of the home guild headquarters, a large room that can accommodate more than 100 people, was noisy at this time. None of the guild presidents who came to attend this meeting had ever thought that the first sentence the mysterious home guild president said after appearing was a comprehensive ban. After this, it is entirely possible to imagine the fate of the 3 unlucky guilds. You know, now the home guild is not just as simple as controlling resources. Even some shops in local towns have been infiltrated by others. For a long time, game players basically regarded the native residents of this world as bosses and would not try to communicate too much. No one thought about how to make friends with these natives and how to control them. But Liu was different. He was well aware of the changes in this world and had made all kinds of preparations from the beginning. From the first day when the Homeland Guild was established, he had not forgotten to communicate with the natives of this world. It can even be said that raising the prices of shops in this world was one of the means used by Liu. After all, the natives of this world are also human beings with flesh and blood and thoughts. As long as they have thoughts, they will have the idea of profit. Liu used this to develop the Homeland Guild and made a lot of money. When other game players reacted, it was too late. Liu had already started to win people's hearts. Although it cannot be said that the areas of the first 3 layers are all under his control, it is almost certain. Therefore, Liu's ban is no joke. The guild presidents present have a clear account of what kind of turmoil this will cause. I wonder why the president of the Homeland has called us here this time? Liu's announcement naturally triggered discussions among the guild presidents present, but at the same time, several of them were calm and composed, as if they were not surprised by Liu's actions at all. Just like the person who asked Liu the question now, Heathcliff, the president of the Blood Alliance Knights Guild, seemed very calm and composed, forming a sharp contrast with the other guild presidents. Good question. Then I will briefly say a few words about the purpose of calling everyone here this time. As for Heathcliff, even without Argo's information, Liu knew him very well, because he was the final boss hidden beside the players, the designer of the original SAO game, and the culprit who caused the whole world to become like this. Although in the original plot, Heathcliff just wanted to build an ideal different world, so he kidnapped the spirits of 10,000 game players and locked all game players in the game, unable to return to the real world. But now, the so-called ideal other world has become a reality, so what role Heathcliff plays in it is not what Liu knows. After all, Liu can't run to him now and say, "Hey, I know your true identity. Hurry up and use the GM identity to fill my experience. Otherwise I will reveal your identity." If he really did that, then Liu would be an idiot. In the original plot, Heathcliff was a GM account. Although the plot has changed, it does not mean that Heathcliff cannot be transformed from a GM to the god of this world. Once Heathcliff has unparalleled power, it would be a dead end for Liu to go and cause trouble for him now. Liu still wants to live well, and he will not do anything that will kill him. Because of this, Liu keeps a respectful distance from Heathcliff. He can do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't provoke him, he can brush experience peacefully. As for now, Liu is directly preparing to take charge of the overall situation. Although the Blood Alliance Knights have become famous recently, they are ultimately not as famous as the Homeland. In other words, as long as Heathcliff still wants to play his role well, he can only compromise no matter what Liu says at this stage. This is why Liu is so confident. Don't take the initiative to provoke, but use your wrist to contain, so that you can get what you want without causing too much backlash. This is what Liu planned from the beginning. I believe everyone has heard that just today, an unfortunate news came that another 24 companions have completely left us. Without thinking about Heathcliff's problem, Li Yu also announced the purpose of calling everyone here today. But before the announcement, Li Yu first said a sad news. Regarding this news, I believe that most of the guild presidents have heard about it, and at this moment, the entire conference room was silent and everyone's eyes were focused on Li Yu. I believe this is news that no one wants to hear, and it is also the fact before all of us. To conquer the 100th floor and return to our loved ones is the wish of everyone present, but at the same time, this blind way of conquering is absolutely unacceptable. At this point, Li Yu slapped the table in front of him, and a strong courage emanated from Li Yu, forcing everyone present to take Li Yu's words seriously. That is why, in order to be able to conquer bosses more reasonably in the future and reduce casualties, I hereby announce that from today on, the Home Guild will form a conquering group to conquer the boss room. Unless you are a member of the conquering group, you are not qualified to conquer the boss. Once it is discovered that any guild is secretly attacking the boss, it will be severely punished. WAP 106/0630307-281678 words were loud and powerful, and as soon as he finished speaking, it caused an even greater commotion. What? Forming a strategy group? Only the strategy group can attack the boss? Others can't touch the boss? Why? Then I would like to ask the president of the home, what are the conditions for joining the strategy group? How are the experience and rewards for attacking the boss distributed? Who will be responsible for commanding the battle? Amid the noise, Heathcliff asked Li Yu questions again, but from the look of him, it seemed that he was not particularly opposed to Li Yu, but was just asking his own questions. There is only one condition for joining the strategy group, and that is that you have to be strong enough. Every guild present, every gamer in the world, can join the strategy group without any problem. But there is only one prerequisite. That is, you have to be strong enough. At this point, Li Yu deliberately paused, looked around at the guild presidents around him, and then continued to speak. During the strategy period, if you slack off or someone finds out that you are not working hard, once confirmed, you will be immediately kicked out of the strategy group and will never be allowed to join again. When attacking the boss, the experience will be evenly distributed, and the rewards after killing the boss will be random. Whoever gets it will get it. As for who will command the battle, I will recommend myself here first, but this does not mean that I will take all the power. After the strategy group is formed, any guild with more than 10 people joining the strategy group can select one person as the guild representative. At that time, how to attack the boss will be planned together by me and these representatives. Li Yu had already prepared for the question about Heathcliff. After all, this was just the most basic question, and the answer was very simple. Experience was divided equally, and rewards were random and depended on luck, which was acceptable to everyone. However, the fact that Li Yu was leading the strategy group, and that only guilds with more than 10 people participating in the strategy group had the right to speak, made a group of small guilds explode. There were not many masters in these small guilds, and even fewer people dared to join the strategy group to kill the boss. But not daring to attack the boss did not mean that they did not dare to dare not be jealous, and dare not question Li Yu. Li Yu's words, in particular, made them feel that everything they had was completely controlled by others. Even if they did not have the strength themselves, they instinctively wanted to fight for it. Why? Why should the strategy group be commanded by you? Do you want to monopolize the power? Why do you want? That's right. Why? Countless whys gathered together and pointed the finger at Li Yu. The vast majority of guild presidents present were accusing Li Yu of autocracy and questioning his ability. Some even encouraged everyone to slam the table and leave. Only the presidents of the large guilds remained silent. They did not speak, let alone express anything. Shut up! Just as the conference room was filled with noise, Li Yu suddenly roared, stunning everyone present. What's going on? Subconsciously, everyone shut up and focused their eyes on Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu exuded a compelling pressure all over his body, a feeling of awe without anger. This was simply not a sense of coercion that humans could possess. I know some people will question me, so let me answer you now. Why can I command the strategy team? Having said that, Li Yu took a deep breath, and as if he had used up all his strength, he said loudly, I killed the bosses of the first and second floors alone. Just because of this, do you have anything else to say? What? One person killed 2 bosses alone? Is this possible? Faced with Li Yu's words, none of the presidents present were willing to believe it. After all, no matter how much they said it, this kind of thing seemed a little too fantastic. If anyone doesn't believe it, just say it. No matter who challenges me, I am willing to accept it. If I lose, I can announce that the Home Guild will be disbanded immediately. In front of everyone, Li Yu made this bold statement, but in the face of such a strong Li Yu, no one dared to stand up and really challenge Li Yu. There is no way. At this time, the gun will hit the bird that sticks out. Suspicion is just suspicion. What if what others say is true? If Li Yu really has the strength to single-handedly brush the boss, then killing himself will be like playing. At that time, you don't know how you died. That's a real tragedy. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you. No one said anything, and no one dared to stand up. As for the presidents of those large guilds, they still remained silent and did not move a bit. In fact, for Li Yu's approach, those visionary presidents of large guilds all supported in their hearts. After all, the establishment of the strategy group means that elite players and ordinary players will be distinguished, and there are actually many benefits in this way. And the more members who enter the strategy group, the more powerful this guild represents. If this is used as a propaganda, there is no fear that no single player will join their guild. It was for this reason that Li Yu's plan was passed without much resistance. The establishment of the strategy team also represented that the strategy of this game had reached a new level. Regularized management, the integration of elite forces, and detailed battle plans made it no longer difficult to attack the boss that was originally difficult, and Li Yu naturally gained more benefits from it. Li Yu's plan was very successful. Although the establishment of the strategy team made it impossible for him to continue hiding behind the scenes, he no longer needed to keep a low profile, integrate resources, work hard to kill monsters, and compete for experience. Everything is going on steadily and step by step. What Li Yu didn't expect was that when he led the team to attack the boss step by step and reach the 10th floor of SAO, the system suddenly sent him a message, forcing him to stop the strategy. System prompt. Since the player has stayed in this world for more than 5 months, and his strength exceeds the expected standard, the task will be terminated. Please prepare to return within 3 days. What does this mean? Prepare to return? Does this mean that he can no longer stay in this world? After suddenly receiving this news, Li Yu found it difficult to accept it for a while. Unknowingly, Li Yu has been in this world for 5 months. He experienced loneliness in the first month, but in the next 4 months, he met so many friends that he was very reluctant to leave here. Li Yu could not forget the time when he handled official business with Yulier, and the days when he took care of those young players with Silica. What he could not forget was the experience of fighting side by side with Tongzi and Silica, and fighting hard together. Obviously, this strategy has just begun. Why should he leave suddenly? Li Yu could not accept it. That's right. He didn't want to leave here. Is it wrong to improve strength? Didn't it say in the previous task that all skills would be considered completed after they were upgraded to A? But I haven't even learned all the skills now, and you say that my strength exceeds the expected standard? System, are you a funny guy invited by the monkey? Li Yu knew that it was only a matter of time before he left this world, but he didn't expect that this day would come so early and so suddenly. Now, the feeling of reluctance has been with Li Yu, making Li Yu very uncomfortable. After all, he has gradually integrated into this world. It is not so easy to give up. WAP 106106307 2817126.h tangled. Extremely tangled. Li Yu felt extremely depressed when he thought that he would not stay in this world for long. Although his strength has really improved a lot since entering the Sao world, he is no longer the Wuxiaman of the past. Being recognized by the system means that he has taken a big step towards returning home. But at the same time, Li Yu is already familiar with everything here, familiar with every plant and tree in the guild, familiar with the rhythm of killing monsters in the past, and more accustomed to living in harmony with friends around him. When everything is familiar, Li Yu vaguely has a feeling that he does not want to leave again. This may be his own otaku attribute. Once familiar and accepted, he does not want to change. But Li Yu also knew that he had no choice. He had to leave this world, so he planned to spend the last time with everyone. Should we hold a party or something? What name should we use? If I tell everyone that I am leaving soon, will they miss me in the future? For a while, Li Yu thought a lot, but the more he thought, the more confused his mind became. It was simply a mess. But just when Li Yu was entangled and depressed, the system suddenly sent another message, which made him confused. Friendly reminder from the system. Although you have left this world, you can choose to come back at any time, but you need a certain amount of energy to open the portal. What? What's going on? After seeing this so-called friendly reminder, Li Yu really wanted to flip the table. Can you come back at any time? Then I was entangled with your brother-in-law just now. If this Pitfall Demon King system is a real person, Li Yu really wants to drag him over and beat him up. Is it fun to play tricks on people? I have been depressed for so long. And you are giving me this friendly reminder now? Damn you, tip. Wait, there seems to be an explanation below this friendly tip about how to open the portal? Although he was very unhappy now, Liu still patiently read the explanation below the friendly tip. After he finished reading the entire explanation, his original anger subsided and he was no longer entangled. He just wanted to shout, "System! I love you!" The reason why the change was so fast was because this explanation really suited Liu's mind. How to open the portal was not the main point. The most important thing was that it wrote about the time flow rate of this world after Liu left. Here, the system gave Liu a very considerate setting. That is, no matter which world Liu was in, it was equivalent to being in the main plane. When the time flow rate of the main plane was normal, the time flow rate of other planes would be reduced to 1/10. In other words, when Liu left the SAO world and returned to the Black Blood City, he stayed in the Black Blood City for 10 days, and only 1 day had passed in the SAO world. In this way, Liu had plenty of time. However, in this case, the time Liu had spent was several times or even 10 times that of others. After a long time, would he age faster than others? System prompt: you are already a Demon King. How can you age? Is your imagination too big? Damn, this system is definitely controlled by someone. At this point, Liu discovered that every system prompt of this Demon King cultivation system came too timely, and he could modify the tasks at will. It was really not as rigid as a machine or program. So is there someone monitoring him all the time? This feeling is quite bad. Thinking of this, Liu suddenly shuddered. Who is monitoring him? Is everything about him exposed under someone else's eyes? System prompt: you still don't believe that you have a big brain. As a system that has been integrated with you for a long time, my role is to help you when necessary, so that you can become a real Demon King as quickly as possible. That's all. As for my creator, he has already gone to some place and has no time to monitor you. I don't know why, but Liu always feels that this system is complaining about him, in every sense. Am I worrying too much? But then again, I am still complained by the system. Is this a system? System prompt: if I am not a system, what else would I be? Devil King who has been complained about, prepare to return as soon as possible. Although you have barely escaped the title of rookie, you are still far from the road to becoming a real Devil King. Damn, complaining about me again. This complaining system, I will beat you up. System prompt: I have completely merged with you. Beating me up means beating yourself up. Please, start your performance. Only a psychopath will beat himself up. Go to hell. Faced with these system prompts one after another, Liu decided to temporarily ignore this pitfall system that has been focusing on complaining about him for 100 years. Being angry with a system, you must be bored, right? Forget it. You should prepare as soon as possible. Since you can return to this world at any time, there is no need to be sad and nostalgic. As long as you make arrangements here first, you can come back at any time. After all, even if you leave for a long time, it won't take long here. You can't stay outside for several years before coming back. That is absolutely impossible. As for the method of returning, the explanation has been very clear. As long as enough energy is found, the portal can be opened. As for what kind of energy, the explanation does not say. Wind energy? Light energy? Heat energy? Liu does not know. This requires trying them one by one. Since the system has given the conditions, it is impossible that they cannot be achieved. As long as you work hard, it will be easy to replenish energy. At this point, Liu's mentality is very optimistic. However, after all, he will be away for a while, and he does not know when he can come back, so Liu still has to make some preparations. In the past few months, he has thoroughly searched the first 10 layers of the SAO world. What good things there are, basically put them into his prop column, that is the so-called space package. This is a very rich resource. Various weapons and protective gear, a large number of potions, various materials, and even various crystals. Liu has collected a lot. All these things were for the preparation of returning to Black Blood City. You know, Liu didn't stay in Black Blood City for long. Although Maynir was very considerate, who knew what dangers would be waiting for him? Sure enough, it was better to be cautious. Now that he had enough capital, even if he encountered any danger, as long as he was careful enough, he should be able to deal with it easily. Before leaving, Liu called Yulie and gave her a detailed instruction. Regarding the future development of the guild, he had to ask Yulie for help. As long as Yulie was there, Liu could be completely relieved. Moreover, recently Asuna also became one of the vice presidents of the guild at Liu's request. In this way, the home guild had 2 vice presidents in charge. Of course, although there were 2 vice presidents, their responsibilities were different. Yulie was responsible for the internal affairs and was responsible for managing all matters of the guild, while Asuna was responsible for the external affairs and was responsible for all matters related to the battle. With these 2 here, It seems that Liu really has nothing to do in the guild. If it weren't for the boss battle, when Liu was needed to make the decision, he would have really become a soy sauce guild leader. Well, no more gossip. After telling Yu Lie, Liu left the guild in the name of going out to kill monsters. Everything is ready. Return. WAP #166307 28163117.html. This time Liu returned to Black Blood City, and the situation was the same as the last time he was teleported to the SAO world. A black hole opened up under his feet, and then Liu fell headfirst into the black hole and came back dizzy. Wow, damn it, it's so hot. What's going on? Originally, after falling into the black hole, Liu's consciousness would disappear for a short time, but soon he felt a burst of scalding heat all over his body, and his clothes immediately tightened, making him wake up instantly. Did he fall into boiling water? Could this be the ogre's broth pot? Damn, can I still teleport happily? Although he hadn't realized where he had fallen, Liu had a feeling that the two cows system was deliberately playing tricks on him. If this black hole was opened randomly, then this location was too coincidental. Forget it. Let's ignore that pitfall system and see what this place is first. He looked around carefully. There was no ogre's broth pot, and the hot water that soaked Liu's body did not mean to cook him. He stood up. The water just reached his knees, and there was fog around. Is this a hot spring or a bathhouse? Because the fog was too heavy, Liu had to grope forward. However, this pool was too big. Liu actually walked dozens of steps before he reached the edge of the pool. Finally, he got ashore. When his feet stepped on the ground, Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could take a few more steps forward, something extremely embarrassing happened. The exit of the black hole was in the bathroom, which was beyond doubt. Of course, this bathroom was super big, and after leaving the bathroom sink, the exit was not far away. I don't know if Liu's sixth sense was too effective, but the direction he was facing was the door of the bathroom. If nothing unexpected happened, Liu could leave the bathroom easily and happily. But the problem was that when Liu put his hand on the handle on the bathroom door opened with a whoosh. The long wine-red hair was scattered on her shoulders. The blood-red pupils were like two bright rubies. The mature face was matched with delicate features. This was simply a stunning queen-type beauty. However, this red-haired queen was naked, with protruding parts and curving parts. Only a towel in her hand blocked the mysterious triangle at the bottom. But the more this was the case, the more there was a kind of fatal temptation beauty. Wait a minute, now is not the time to appreciate these. I have seen a girl naked now. If I don't take some action, will I be regarded as a pervert who sneaked into the bathroom to peek? That. In this case, Liu felt that he needed to explain, but as he explained, his eyes could not help but sweep to the mysterious area of the red-haired queen opposite. What would it look like under this towel? As a new-century magician who had never experienced women, Liu could not control this strong curiosity. Of course, Liu swore that this was definitely not his intention. Absolutely not. Explain. Explain quickly. Liu was anxious and confused. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to look away, but his actual actions were completely different from his thoughts. It was terrible. He was really going to be regarded as a pervert. By the way, was the air conditioner turned on? I was in the bathroom. Why did I suddenly feel a little cold? Something seemed wrong. As the chill became heavier, Liu finally realized that something was wrong. Since this embarrassing scene happened, the red-haired lady opposite had not said a word. According to common sense, shouldn't she scream loudly? But not only did she not scream, no, this chill is coming from her. Not good. Liu knew something was wrong, but it was too late for him to take action. He saw countless ice crystals about 1 centimeter in size suddenly appear, suspended between Liu and the red-haired sister. Before Liu could even say a word, these ice crystals seemed to have life and rush towards Liu. My life is over. Liu was already very good at dealing with monsters in the Sao, but at such a close distance, it was impossible for Liu to dodge so many ice crystals. After all, it was his first experience, and the speed was fast. Liu had no time to think about how to deal with the situation, so he was tragically hit. These ice crystals look beautiful, but they exude an extremely cold coldness inside. It seems to freeze everything, and even Liu's thoughts are frozen together. Your Majesty, the Demon King? Your Majesty, you are finally awake. When Liu regained consciousness, he had returned to the long-lost luxurious Demon King bed, and right next to the bed, Liu also saw a familiar face. Menie? Why is she here? Am I not dead? Why doing? Thinking back to the red-haired queen, her curvy and exquisite figure, and the terrifying, magical ice crystals. Damn, what on earth is going on? Liu sat up straight from the bed, but then he felt numb and lay down again. Your Majesty, you need to rest well now. Although the freezing magic did not cause any great harm to your majesty, it still froze your majesty's body and caused your majesty's body to be paralyzed for a short period of time. Maynir, can you explain to me what is going on? Freezing magic? Is there really such a thing as magic? But the devil has seen it, so it is not surprising to see another freezing magic. But what Liu wants to know more is, who is that red-haired queen? Didn't she just look at me naked for a while, so why would she shoot me with magic? That. Not knowing what was wrong with Liu's question, Maynir's face suddenly turned red after hearing Liu's question, and she began to hesitate when speaking. What happened? Who is the woman who froze me? Is there any hidden secret? The more Maynir said this, the more Liu wanted to know the answer. She is my eldest sister. Her name is Nasha. At that time, your majesty accidentally broke into my eldest sister's bathroom, so... Accidentally broke into? Looking at your expression, I can just say that I went there to peek. Then why are you blushing and hesitating? But Maynir's eldest sister? That means that the red-haired queen is also the daughter of the former demon king, the princess of this castle? It seems that she is in trouble. Maynir, actually it was just a misunderstanding. I don't know how I went there. I really didn't go there to peek. In this case, Liu felt that it would be better for him to explain. Otherwise, it would always feel bad if he was misunderstood. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Liu felt that something was wrong. It was obviously nothing, but why did this explanation sound more like an excuse? I know, your majesty, you just returned from the trial. You must be feeling tired, so I guess you want to take a bath to relax. No, Menier, you misunderstood. I really don't know why you are in the bathroom. I understand, your majesty. What do you understand? What 106.817.679 HTML? He wanted to cry but had no tears. This was Liu's true feeling at this stage. Menier didn't care what Liu explained. She just had an expression that said, I understand, I know, and even spoke out to defend Liu. But in fact, Liu was still regarded as a pervert who peeped into the bathroom. Why can't I explain it clearly? Then, your majesty, you should have a good rest. I will come to see you later. Having said that, what's the matter with your defensive movements and expressions? Maynir didn't stay in Liu's room for too long. After she found that Liu woke up, she left quickly. But for this situation, Liu no longer had the strength to defend himself. It has been confirmed as a fact. What else can he defend himself? However, because of this, among the maids in the Black Blood City, there was a rumor that the Demon King peeped at Princess Nasha while she was taking a bath, but was frozen by Princess Nasha. As for the authenticity of this rumor, it is quite high. What a joke. It's obviously just a misunderstanding, okay? Especially when Liu found that whenever a maid approached him, she would always show a fearful expression. His heart suddenly had 100,000 alpacas galloping. Where is the Crystal Palace? Shouldn't this be the Demon King's utopia? What are you guys so scared of? Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Liu was lying alone on the bed, feeling depressed. Although he was back and had taken a big step towards becoming the Demon King, why didn't he feel excited at all? Nonsense! No one would feel good if they were misunderstood and frozen into an ice cube. If there was only one benefit, it was probably that he could see the red-haired queen named Nasha naked. Nasha's figure was really good, pleasing to the eyes, and it couldn't be praised more. Your Majesty the Demon King, can I come in? Just as Liu was reminiscing about Nasha's exquisite figure, there was a knock on the door. Was it Manel? Of course, come in. Although he didn't know why Manel came back so soon, Liu couldn't stop her from entering the room. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Manel appeared in front of Liu with a tray. Your Majesty the Demon King, come and have something to eat. Meat again? Liu was speechless when he saw the contents of the tray in Menier's hand. It was a large plate of barbecue. How could Liu feel embarrassed? Your Majesty the Demon King doesn't like it? Seeing Liu frown, Menier immediately showed an embarrassment. Sure enough, the Demon King still didn't like the food in the castle. No, actually, I just don't like eating meat all the time. Never mind, I'll just eat what I prepared myself. To be honest, Liu didn't know what the tastes of the demons were. But one thing was certain. The chefs in this castle must have learned their skills from the Boiler Master. They only roasted and stewed, and they didn't even know how to add more seasonings. They just sprinkled some salt and served it on the plate. Can this be called the Demon King's chef? The food in the small restaurant downstairs from my house is better than yours. It was for this reason that, for the sake of his own future, Liu chose the cooking life skill in the SAO world. It seemed that he had exposed something unconsciously. After checking the system, Liu found that the prop bar of the system was still there. After clicking twice in a row, there were also a lot of good things in the prop bar, and they all came to this world with Liu. Your Majesty the Demon King, Maynir was puzzled. In her opinion, Liu was just clicking in the air casually. What was he going to do? But then, something surprised Maynir. After Liu clicked several times in the air, two objects actually appeared in Liu's hands out of thin air. Would you like to try one? Meunier was stunned with astonishment, but Liu was already accustomed to it. After materializing two sandwiches from the prop bar, Liu casually handed one of them to Meunier. This was specially prepared by him before his return. Although his cooking skills had not been upgraded to the top level, the dishes he made now were quite delicious. In particular, Liu gave full play to the spirit of Shenong, tasting hundreds of herbs, exploring new materials and making these materials into seasonings, which greatly increased the deliciousness of the food. What he has in his hand now is an extra-large sandwich specially made by Liu. The portion of one is enough for an adult man to eat. Having said that, it was because of this cooking skill that Liu and Asuna found a common topic. You know, Asuna is also a top cook, and the dishes she makes are not inferior to Liu at all, and even more delicious. This is a space magic prop? Although Liu did not take it seriously, in fact, Meunier was extremely surprised at the moment, because what Liu did could only be done by the legendary space magic props. Space magic props? What are those? Liu was quite interested in the new term he heard from Meunier. Could it be something like a space ring? Magic props that only appear in legends. It is said that they can take things from a space. No, let's let Meunier get up first. Why is she kneeling down again? Meunier, didn't we agree that you shouldn't call me your Majesty the Demon King, and don't kneel down at every turn? Hurry up and get up. Yes, your Majesty the Demon King? Liu was holding sandwiches in both hands, so it was not easy for him to help Meunier. However, Meunier was very happy and did not need Liu to persuade her anymore. She stood up quickly. However, what was frustrating was that Meunier still addressed Liu as His Majesty the Demon King. Can you please stop calling me that? I think it would be best if you could call me by my name. Being called His Majesty the Demon King all the time, Liu always felt like he was full of middle school feeling. In view of this situation, Liu felt that he had to correct Meunier's way of addressing him. Yes, you say it! Meunier hesitated for a long time, but just couldn't say the last word Lin, which made Liu very anxious, but Meunier couldn't hold it out anyway. You, Lord Demon King you, plop. Liu fell directly from the bed to the ground. After holding it in for a long time, he only said, Lord Demon King you? What are you trying to do, Meunier? Forget it. Just call me whatever you want. Seeing Meunier's face flushed with embarrassment and depression, Liu could only compromise helplessly. He remembered that before he left, Meunier had promised him, but why did she change back now? This is not scientific, but there is no way. Meunier couldn't call her that, and Liu couldn't force her. Let her do whatever she wants. He has no other tricks. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. Seeing Liu give in, Meunier also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the way he called her just now was also a torment for her. Now try this. Liu got up from the ground, and the sandwich in his hand was well protected. He handed one to Meunier, and Liu was very confident. After all, it was his masterpiece. He believed that as long as he tasted it, Meunier would definitely be unable to stop. This is WAP GUP 617/2820995.ml. Meunier instinctively hesitated for a moment about the sandwich that Liu handed to her. What is this? Bread? What are those red and green things in it? And if you look closely, it seems to have meat. Although I don't know if this is food, since it is a reward from His Majesty the Demon King, even if it is something inedible, I have to eat it in one bite. At this time, Meunier took a bite of the sandwich with a mentality of, the king wants the minister to die, and the minister has to die. But the moment Meunier's taste buds touched the sandwich, she was stunned. What does this taste like? What kind of delicacy is this? Soft bread paired with crisp and delicious vegetables, perfectly cooked grilled meat, and delicious cream with moderate sweetness. This is simply the ultimate delicacy for Manil. It's so delicious. Manil never thought that she would eat such delicious food, and the situation afterwards can be imagined. It was obviously a super large sandwich, but it was eaten up by Manil in just a few bites. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's just a sandwich. Is there a need for such a reaction? Seeing this situation, Liu couldn't help but wonder if one day he put the delicious Chinese cuisine in front of Manil, would she eat it with a plate? You know, Chinese cuisine is not comparable to this sandwich. It encompasses the essence of the Celestial Empire for 5,000 years, which can be called a truly delicious existence. Do you want another one? Regarding the matter of recreating Chinese cuisine, Liu only had an idea which could not be realized immediately. However, looking at the way Meunier ate, Liu was wondering if she was hungry, because she hadn't eaten for a few days, and subconsciously handed over the other sandwich in his hand. "Thanks. Oh no, I'm sorry to embarrass you, Your Majesty. I'm full and don't need to eat anymore." Liu handed it over subconsciously, and Menier also subconsciously reached out to take it. But just when Menier's hand was halfway out, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to be only concerned about her own food, and His Majesty the Demon King hadn't eaten yet. How could this be? Moreover, her eating habits just now were completely exposed to His Majesty the Demon King. What should she do now? Thinking of her rude appearance just now, Menier blushed. At this moment, her impression score in the mind of His Majesty the Demon King must have reached the lowest. "It's okay, I still have some." Liu didn't care about the way Menier ate. He even thought that this was Menier's true nature, and she didn't pretend in front of him. So when Liu stuffed the sandwich into Menier's hand, he took out another sandwich to show that he had a lot of stock, and Menier didn't have to worry about it. Seeing Liu like this, Menier stopped shirking her responsibility. But this time, she didn't eat as fast as she did just now. Instead, she savored the food in front of her mouthful by mouthful. With this experience, the distance between Liu and Menier was shortened. Liu also learned more about this world in the following conversation with Menier. After the 5 months of experience in the SAO world, Liu knew how to pick the key points, not to mention the trivial matters. He now needed to get all the information clear. For example, how did Menier know that he was out for training, and it had not been long since he left Black Blood City? Regarding this, Menier said that it was the former Demon King, that is, her mother, who issued instructions to inform everyone that Liu did not disappear for no reason, but was arranged to experience. When Liu disappeared in the room, it caused a considerable commotion in the Black Blood City. At that time, they searched for Liu's whereabouts from door to door, fearing that something had happened to the Demon King Liu. If it weren't for the news from the former Demon King, I'm afraid that the Black Blood City would still be in turmoil. It seems that although the former Demon King was sealed, he was not unable to communicate with the outside world. When Liu understood this, he also had an idea in his mind. Should he take the initiative to talk to the former Demon King? As for the time when Liu left, more than half a month has passed since he disappeared. 5 months in the SAO world, only 15 days in this world. It is indeed 1/10 of the flow rate. After confirming this, Liu was very happy. And then under Menier's introduction, Liu also got a better understanding of the Black Blood City and the Black Demon Kingdom. But just after he understood the current situation, he suddenly felt a burst of Alexander. In Liu's original understanding, the Black Demon Country was the territory of demons, and the Black Blood City was the base camp of demons. Although Menier looked no different from humans, she should be a witch. But in fact, Liu's understanding was completely wrong. To be precise, Menier's race was the demon race. And the definition of the demon race was that it had a lifespan that exceeded that of humans, had powerful magic power, and could freely control magical elements. It was completely different from the demon. In this world, there were various races, and the demon race was just one of them. As for the situation of the demon race in this world, it was also quite tragic. According to Menier, many years ago, the demon race was the overlord of this world, and no one could compete with the demon race. However, as time passed, the law of prosperity and decline appeared, and the originally powerful demon race gradually declined. At this time, humans took the opportunity to rise and took the dominant position in the world. As humans gradually prospered, the demons began to be excluded, and various rumors that vilified the demons gradually spread. Today, the demons have become synonymous with terror and killing, and are the #1 enemy of mankind. This is what is called justice will not fail, and justice always stands by the side of the victor. Since they began to be enemies with humans, I don't know if it was a deliberate frame-up by someone with ulterior motives. The emergence of several genocide tragedies has pointed all the spearheads at the demons. For a while, the demons were speechless, and suddenly became the world's public enemy. Over time, the awareness that the demons are evil and should be destroyed has been deeply rooted in the hearts of every race in this world. In this way, the demons have been suppressed in various ways. If they had not come to the northern area where magic elements are dense, so that other races dare not act too rashly, I am afraid that the demons would have been exterminated long ago. Although the demon clan has been developing in recent years, there are also internal problems. During this period, there have been several demon kings, but in the end, they either disappeared or were killed. The only one who had a good ending was the former demon king, who was also Menier's mother. However, she was also sealed up, and no one could break the seal and rescue her. It turns out that the Demon King is still a high-risk job. Can I apply to quit now? WAP/Lajos6307/28216339.html. When Liu learned about these situations, he didn't know what to say. If he didn't have to break the seal of the former Demon King and let the former Demon King send him home, he would definitely quit. Who wants to be such a dangerous Demon King? Speaking of Demon Kings, shouldn't they kidnap princesses from other countries, tease the brave men who rescued the princesses, and live in a pool of wine and a forest of meat every day? Why should a Demon King like me face countless dangers and even lose my life? Having said that, aren't the demons in this world too miserable? No, this is not even worse. Maynier's next introduction made Liu completely speechless. As the only country of the demons, the Black Demon Kingdom should have obeyed the jurisdiction of the Demon King. But in fact, things are not that simple. Under the Demon King, there are the so-called 12 nobles in the Black Demon Kingdom. These 12 nobles do not refer to 12 individuals, but to 12 families, each commanding the 12 fiefdoms of the Black Demon Kingdom. As for the Demon King, only the Black Blood City and a small area of territory around the castle belong to him. In Liu's words, this is basically the same as being alone. What's going on? What's going on? Such a miserable Demon King is rare in the world. He is in such a mess. What kind of Demon King is he? It's enough to make a person worried to death. It has to be said that the current situation of the Black Demon Kingdom is not optimistic. Although Liu has simply become the Demon King, in fact, a lot of burdens have been thrown directly on his shoulders. This mess is very difficult to clean up. According to Maynier's story, when the former Demon King was still in power, the 12 nobles were still very afraid of His Majesty the Demon King. Although they kept making small moves in secret, on the surface, they at least obeyed the orders of the Demon King. But since the former Demon King was sealed, and no one was in charge of the power of the Black Demon Kingdom, the 12 nobles began to move, and even dared to do some extraordinary actions blatantly. There is no way who let the 3 daughters of the former Demon King manage the Black Blood City now. The 12 nobles dare not provoke the former Demon King, but will they still be afraid of 3 yellow-haired girls? Because of this, the Black Blood City has been suppressed very badly recently. Among the 12 nobles, except for 2 families who are willing to obey the orders of the Black Blood City, the remaining 10 families are basically the rhythm of each standing on their own mountain and claiming to be the king. And according to rumors, some of the 12 nobles have colluded with other races without authorization, and even worse, there are humans. This is simply intolerable. But in this situation, we have to endure it even if we can't. Who can blame them for being so powerful? I believe that if this situation continues, I'm afraid Black Blood City will not be able to continue to persevere. But at this time, the savior of Black Blood City came. The appearance of Liu made Maynier see the hope of the Black Demon Kingdom. She placed all her bets on Liu and gave all her expectations to Liu. Maynier firmly believed that since this Demon King was chosen by her mother, he would be able to reorganize the Black Demon Kingdom and restore the glory of the Demon Clan. Maynier, although it's good that you believe me, it will put a lot of pressure on me. When Maynier said this, Liu's forehead was already sweating. Reorganize the Black Demon Kingdom? Does that mean that he will have to be the enemy of the 12 nobles first? Just from Maynier's description, we can see that the power controlled by the 12 nobles is very large, with many masters and generals under their command. But looking at the Black Demon Kingdom, although it cannot be called an old and weak army, it is impossible for them to fight against the 12 nobles. Liu said this, not to make others look more powerful and weaken his own spirit, but to state a fact. After all, they are in power. You can't just use your mouth to convince them to give up their power and obey the orders of a so-called Demon King who came from nowhere. This is completely unscientific. Your Majesty, the Demon King, don't worry. For the Black Demon Kingdom and your Majesty, I am willing to sacrifice my last drop of blood. Seeing Liu's embarrassed look, Maynir immediately half knelt down to show her loyalty and ambition, but even if she said so, she couldn't turn the impossible into the possible. Your Majesty, are you really willing to watch the Black Demon country fall apart, let this country be in turmoil again, and let our compatriots bleed again? Your Majesty. A beautiful girl knelt down and begged him, and Liu was helpless. In his heart, he really didn't want to see this situation, but then again, he didn't seem to have any other choice. Okay, Maynir, I know, I will do my best to help this country. Liu stepped forward and helped Maynir up. He was also a reassurance to her. He was not soft-hearted because of Maynir's kneeling, but he understood that no matter how bad the situation was, he could not retreat. Because behind him, there was no way out. Did he have to leave the Black Blood City and give up the position of the Demon King? Even so, what could he do? So, since there was no choice, He could only bite the bullet. Your Majesty. Maynir didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. She simply thought that Li Yu had figured it out and was ready to work hard for the Black Demon Kingdom. This, of course, made her very excited and excited. If you don't mind, can you continue to tell me about the situation in the Black Demon Kingdom? Being looked at by Maynir so excitedly and enthusiastically, Li Yu felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't want to revive the demon clan with all his heart. He was just doing it for himself. Maynir obviously misunderstood him. However, if it was a misunderstanding, it would be better to continue the beautiful life. Li Yu would not be stupid enough to explain it again. Of course, Your Majesty. It's my honor. Maynir didn't notice at all that Li Yu was just changing the subject because he was embarrassed. In her opinion, since His Majesty the Demon King wanted to better understand the Dark Demon Kingdom and the Black Blood City, she would naturally tell him everything she knew. She wanted to tell Li Yu everything so that Li Yu could grow up quickly and become the real His Majesty the Demon King and revive the entire Dark Demon Kingdom. There was no library in the Black Blood City. If Li Yu wanted to know more, in addition to Maynir's introduction, he could only go to the library in the Black Blood City to check the treasured books in it. As for books, they are still very rare in this world. After all, this world does not have mature paper-making techniques, and the paper produced is expensive, and the price of published books is even more exaggerated. Because of this, the cultural education level of this world is generally low. Ordinary civilians basically have no chance to come into contact with written knowledge. Only nobles can read and write from an early age and go to school to study. In Li Yu's opinion, this is a very serious drawback. It is terrible to be uneducated. Without books, it means that there is no spiritual entertainment in this world. As otaku, can Li Yu tolerate such a thing? No. Reform is necessary. WAP/Hen6 1N63U7 28163340. What are you doing here? Li Yu was about to leave when Maynir pulled him hard. At this moment, Nasha, who had been sitting behind her desk, also noticed the two people at the door and asked in a cold voice. Wow. This voice was emotionless and could freeze people to death. She was really an iceberg queen. Not only could she freeze people with ice crystals, but even her voice could produce the same effect. Li Yu didn't know whether Nasha had a bad impression of him because of the last incident or simply ignored him. The devil. Anyway, when facing her, Nasha's face never showed any expression. Holding a feather pen, Nasha looked up at Li Yu and Maynir, giving people a feeling that her existence had caused trouble for them. Since we have found the Demon King, I think the Demon King should familiarize himself with his work as soon as possible. After all, the Demon King is the ruler of a country, and the internal affairs cannot be left to others all the time. Facing Nasha's cold question, Maynir took a step forward and spoke as a matter of course. What's going on? Why does Li Yu always feel that Maynir and Nasha don't have a good relationship? Aren't they sisters? Don't the two sisters get along very well? The Demon King? He hasn't gone through the coronation ceremony yet, so he is not really the Demon King. Don't you think it's too hasty to let him handle the internal affairs now? Maynir? When Nasha said this, Li Yu's face froze, and Maynir's face also looked very bad. According to what Nasha meant, she had not yet recognized Li Yu's Demon King, and was not ready to hand over the power to handle internal affairs. This is the next Demon King chosen by my mother. Are you going to raise any doubts? Don't forget that we are. Enough! Maynir probably didn't expect Nasha to be so disrespectful. She didn't even show any respect for the Demon King in her words. How could Maynir, who was only thinking about Li Yu and pinning her hopes on Li Yu, bear it? But before Maynir could finish, Nasha interrupted her coldly, stood up and walked out from behind the desk. I said, he is not the Demon King before the coronation ceremony. I am just fulfilling my duties. After the coronation ceremony, I will definitely hand over the right to handle internal affairs, but not now. Looking at Maynir, Nasha said seriously word by word, her beautiful red eyes staring at Maynir, and the two sisters confronted each other here. This situation, should I intervene? Seeing this scene, Li Yu was speechless. He had already felt the strong aura between Nasha and Maynir. The two sisters refused to give in to each other. Was it necessary to make the atmosphere so terrifying? Okay, I understand. I will prepare the coronation ceremony of His Majesty the Demon King as soon as possible. Is that okay? After a long confrontation, Maynir gave up for some reason and finally made a concession. Okay, since Maynir gave in, Nasha didn't say much. She just nodded silently and turned back to her desk to continue handling the official business on the desk. As for Li Yu and Maynir, they seemed to be completely treated as air. Speaking of which, it seems that I have become a passerby-level character, inexplicably. From beginning to end, Nasha didn't even look at me. Is it necessary to do this? After all, I am a Demon King, okay? Can you give me some face? Li Yu said that he was under a lot of pressure for Nasha's attitude of ignoring him, but at this moment he couldn't get angry with Nasha because of this. After all, the last bathroom incident made Li Yu feel that he owed Nasha something. After all, he saw her naked. Forget it. Just ignore it. Since she doesn't care about me, why should I bother to stick to her cold butt? I'm very sorry, Your Majesty the Demon King. This is my fault. If you have any punishment, I am willing to bear it. Although Maynir compromised with Nasha, in her opinion, this was all her mistake. It was her fault. She brought the Demon King here. Not only did she make a wasted trip, but she also suffered such embarrassment. The self-blame of Maynir at this time is hard to describe in words. Punish? Why should I punish you? Maynir's words stunned Li Yu. Although he was a little unhappy about being ignored by Nasha, it was not to the extent of punishing Maynir, right? What does this have to do with her? I am not a tyrant. What kind of image you have of me, Maynir? But I just... Li Yu's question made Maynir hesitate. Why did she punish herself? Wasn't it because her reckless behavior brought shame to the Demon King? But looking at the Demon King's expression, why didn't he seem angry at all? It's okay, Maynir. After all, I'm not familiar with this aspect. I think I should wait a little longer. You teach me first, so that I can understand what to do, and then consider this matter. Li Yu was not without temper, but this matter had not touched Li Yu's bottom line at all. If he got angry for such a small matter, what was the difference between him and a tyrant? At that time, Li Yu would really establish the image of the Demon King as the source of terror and evil. Yes, Demon King, I understand. What a wise and righteous Demon King. After hearing Li Yu's words, Maynir suddenly felt warm in her heart. It was obviously her fault, but the Demon King did not punish her, but comforted her. If person became the Demon King, would the real Demon Kingdom still worry about having no future? Sure enough, she was not wrong. Li Yu didn't know that his subconscious words had moved Maynir so much, and even Nasha, who was sitting behind her desk and dealing with official business, showed a relieved expression on her face after a moment of confusion. Let's go. Don't disturb others' work. How about going to the outer city to take a look? I just took a casual look when I looked at it before, but this time I want to take a closer look at the outer city. Since he was not needed to handle the internal affairs, Li Yu was not prepared to stay any longer. After all, Nasha also had to work, and it would definitely be more troublesome if he and Maynir were there. Okay, Your Majesty, please follow me. Maynir would naturally follow the instructions of His Majesty the Demon King, but if she wanted to go to the outer city, she had to make some preparations in advance. This was not the first time that Li Yu went to the outer city, but it was different from the last time. Since he wanted to take a closer look, the first thing he had to do was to change his clothes. In the castle, Li Yu wore a more casual black coat and trousers. These were clothes produced in the Sao world, and they were very modern. But after leaving the castle, he would be more conspicuous. Especially this black outfit, it was very eye-catching. You know, the demons highly respect black and purple, and not everyone is qualified to wear these two colors of clothes. As for the original Demon King's clothes, Li Yu ignored them directly. That kind of clothes was too gorgeous. If worn on the body, it would be too cumbersome, and would definitely make people very uncomfortable. As for the so-called cross-dressing, it was just that Li Yu changed into an ordinary brown linen coat and put on a hat to cover his black hair. There was no need to change too much, if it weren't for the fact that people with pure black hair and black eyes were very rare in this world, and it was said that only a few Demon Kings had real black hair and black eyes. Li Yu wouldn't even need to wear a hat, because apart from a limited group of people in the castle, the residents of the outer city didn't know him, the Demon King, let alone recognize him. Slumon 6-637-2919-052.html. After everything was ready, Li Yu and Maynir set off. Although they were just going to the outer city to take a look, Maynir still carefully selected 3 female guards as their bodyguards. With Maynir's men, the inner city castle was naturally safe, but the outer city, that was not necessarily the case. The people in the outer city are complicated, and all forces should have planted spies here. Once someone discovers Li Yu's identity, they will probably kill him directly. This is not an imaginary thing, but a real reality. Let's not talk about other races for now, just the 12 nobles are not easy to mess with. What dare they not do? Although there is no evidence, according to the secret report, at least 2 Demon Kings died directly or indirectly from the conspiracy of the 12 nobles. This is not a joke. After arriving at the outer city, Maynir introduced the situation of the outer city to Li Yu while walking. The current population of the outer city of Blackblood City is about 300,000, most of whom are ordinary civilians. Of course, there are also a small number of nobles living here, but the area where the nobles live has long been separated from the civilian area. No matter where you are, the gap between the rich and the poor will not disappear. Holding power and money in your hands means better enjoyment. What's more, the hierarchy of the demons is also very strict. Ordinary civilians can never compare with the nobles of pure blood. Liu himself was very disgusted with this. Although he was not a saint who advocated equality for all beings, he just hated to divide people into different levels. We were all born by our mothers, we all ate the same food, and we all excreted the same things. Ahem, I won't say any more indecent words. In short, Liu felt that no one was worse than others. It was just that the environment they were exposed to since childhood was different that led to the gap today. He would not treat ordinary civilians as inferiors, nor would he discriminate against them. This was the difference between Liu and those so-called nobles. During this trip to the outer city, Liu was quite touched. The nobles could walk on the avenue with their heads held high, and looked at the civilians who could only walk on the street with a contemptuous look. This feeling made Liu very uncomfortable. Mainir, do the nobles in Blackblood City have very great power? This. Faced with Liu's question, Mainir seemed a little difficult to answer. The answer to this question was inevitable. Since they were nobles, they naturally controlled the power that ordinary people did not have. But why did His Majesty the Demon King ask this question, was what Mainir was puzzled about. If I want to overthrow the power of the nobles, what do you think? Without getting an answer from Mainir, Liu asked another question. I'm afraid it's very difficult. It must be said that Liu's words surprised Mainir. What exactly does the Demon King want to do? Could it be that he wants to overthrow the long-standing rule of the nobles and let ordinary civilians become the masters? If so, let alone failure, even if he succeeds, the price he pays is very high. At least the current Blackblood City cannot afford it. How should I persuade the Demon King to give up this idea? Mainir is a smart girl. From tone she can guess what Liu means. Change often means sacrifice. Although the current situation of Blackblood City is not satisfactory, at least everyone has become accustomed to the current life. Once it changes, the consequences are unimaginable. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just saying it casually. Liu saw Mainir's tangled and hesitant expression and immediately made him smile helplessly. He was not a fool. Looking back at the 5,000 years of Chinese history, he knew the consequences of change better than Mainir. But because of this, Liu understood the importance of change, but how to change was the key. Although Liu was indeed the successor selected by the former Demon King himself and was recognized by some demons, in fact, there were still more demons who refused to recognize Liu's existence. Just like Nasha, isn't she a representative of them? And Nasha is considered moderate. Liu doesn't think that there will be no radicals among the demons. When he was in the SAO world, Liu felt very troubled just to manage a small guild. The operation of the guild and the conflicts between members all needed Liu, the president, to mediate and deal with. Now Liu is about to manage a city with a population of 300,000, and in the future he will have to rule the entire demon clan, the entire Black Demon Kingdom. In this case, Liu had to think about it for himself. People always grow faster when they are in adversity. There are too many crises facing Liu now, but it is precisely because of these sense of crisis that Liu has to be more alert to himself, make himself more cautious and work harder. Liu told himself in his heart that all he did was to go home, but at the same time, the road home was very long. He not only had to improve his strength, but also had to build his own power. Before going home, he had to ensure that he lived a better life. However, this idea was shaken by Liu's subsequent experience. Although the gap between nobles and civilians on the main avenue makes people feel very annoyed and think that this is a cold world, after leaving the avenue and entering the civilian area, Liu saw another happy scene. There are no nobles here, and you won't see any mocking eyes. Walking on the road, the surrounding shops will greet you kindly, and from time to time there will be a few laughing children passing by you, which makes Liu feel very good. If he were to say it, this is the real happiness, and his responsibility now is to protect this happiness. Liu wants to go home. This is a fact that can never be changed, and he has been working hard for it. But everything he sees at this moment makes Liu feel a sense of responsibility. For a long time, Liu felt that the title of the Demon King could only bring him food and drink, sleep in a warm and comfortable big bed, enjoy the service of maids, and get everything he wanted. But he rarely thought about what kind of burden he would have to shoulder after inheriting the name of the Demon King. Before this, considered the issue of reform just to make himself live better, whether it was life or survival. But now, can he still justify it for himself? No, Liu can't. At least he can't say this sentence now. Do I really have to take on the responsibility of the Demon King? Li Yu was a little confused. Go home? Or responsibility? This question made Li Yu very entangled. No, wait. Isn't there a way to have the best of both worlds? Yes, of course. Home must be returned. But in the process of returning home, I just need to shoulder this responsibility and protect this happiness. Isn't that enough? Although in this way, I may have to make double efforts, but this effort is worth it. Let's go, Maynir. We should go back. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. Standing on the street and thinking for a long time, Li Yu untied the knot in his heart. At this time, he did not feel pressure, but only felt a sense of relief. Now that he has made up his mind, let him work harder for the future. 16-106307. As for the coronation ceremony of the Demon King, the time is tentatively scheduled for 1 month later. After all, the coronation of the Demon King is not a trivial matter. At that time, not only will a grand ceremony be held, but the 12 nobles will also send people to celebrate. As for this so-called celebration, naturally, there will not be much good intentions. Therefore, for the upcoming coronation ceremony, Li Yu must be extremely careful and make all preparations to meet the conspiracy of the 12 nobles. In this regard, Maynir discussed with Li Yu for a long time. According to Maynir, Black Blood City must show its strength during the coronation ceremony. Otherwise, being underestimated is just a small matter. Once the 12 nobles feel that the new Demon King is not a threat, the consequences will be serious. As for showing strength, although Li Yu was quite confident in himself at first, after seeing Nasha's magical magic, Li Yu felt that his strength was still a little insufficient. At least, he basically had no chance of winning against Nasha now. You know, Nasha's strength has reached the level of a lower-level magician, and the number of strong people who have reached the strength of a magician in the entire Black Demon Kingdom can also be counted. As for Li Yu, after a simple test, he found that his strength was at best a lower-level magic fighter, and he was still a long way from Nasha. The strength of this world has a strict hierarchy. In the Demon Clan, below the Demon King is the Magician, followed by the Magic Fighter, and Magic Warrior. Each title is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Only after passing the test can you get the corresponding level evaluation. Of course, this level evaluation is given by the official. If you want to evaluate, the strength and name of the evaluator will be registered for the convenience of national management, so not everyone likes this evaluation method. This means that there are more masters hidden among the people, but they just don't want to be discovered by everyone. To be honest, after the evaluation, Li Yu was still very disappointed with his strength. He worked so hard, but he didn't expect that he was still so far away from the Demon King. But Maynir was really shocked by Li Yu's growth in strength. Should it be said that he is really worthy of being the Demon King? He has only been training for a short period of half a month, and he can actually jump from an ordinary person to a strong man at the level of a magic fighter. This is too unexpected for her. You know, the Magic Master and Magic Fighting Master level strong people are very rare, and the members of the Demon Clan Iron Cavalry under her are basically all of Li Yu's strength, and few can surpass Li Yu. Just like this, the Demon Clan Iron Cavalry can be called the elite force of the Black Demon Country. In the army, the Magic Fighting Master level strong people are all the army commanders or marshals, and they are definitely the existence of the army's killer. As for the Magic Master level strong people, they are basically old monsters who have lived for an unknown period of time and never come out easily. The reason why Nasha was able to get such strength is just an accident. Otherwise, Nasha would never have such strength at this age, but it is precisely because of Nasha's accident that she was able to defend the Black Blood City. Otherwise, the Black Blood City would have long been reduced to a puppet of the 12 nobles. So Li Yu's frustration is nothing more than his self-deprecation. It's just that this truth Maynir didn't say and Li Yu didn't know, so he always thought that his strength was still too poor and he couldn't fight at all. I can't do it anymore. Maynir, do you have any other ideas? The Demon King has not practiced for a long time, and he really can't intimidate the 12 nobles. Otherwise, how about we show the strength of the army? Maynir didn't notice Li Yu's frustration. At this time, she was seriously thinking about how to really intimidate the 12 nobles and make them dare not underestimate the Demon King. But her idea made Li Yu speechless. Army? Do you mean the Demon Iron Cavalry or the garrison soldiers outside the city? If it's the Iron Cavalry, it's okay, but those garrison soldiers outside the city, do you think they look like soldiers? This, the Demon Iron Cavalry, is our last trump card, and we can't show it easily, so what should we do? From the beginning, Maynir told Li Yu that the Demon Iron Cavalry was a trump card in her hand, a trump card that outsiders didn't know. Liu understood the importance of this card very well, and naturally couldn't expose it. But could those soldiers outside the city really have the effect of intimidating others? I'm afraid it's going to make people laugh to death. But facing Mainier's question, Liu really has no good solution now. He can't have strong strength out of thin air, and it is even more impossible for him to conjure up a lot of elite soldiers out of thin air. Depressed! It must be said that Liu is very depressed now. He has made up his mind to take on this responsibility, but why are there so many problems? He really can't think of how to improve, but this is not a problem. Details are not everything, because Liu only needs to get what he wants. System task. Go to the Queen of Arms to buy weapons. The system gives a task, which means that after taking the task, you will go to the world of the Queen of Arms. This should be the same as the previous task. In summary, Liu's task is just to buy weapons. This only requires money. Everything is so simple and logical. Moreover, the system also states that you can choose to leave. In this case, what is there to know? Hesitate? Go! 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 Mainier, do I have the right to use the National Treasury now? Your Majesty the Demon King, what do you want to do? Frightened by Liu's sudden question, Mainier didn't react for a moment. National Treasury? What does His Majesty the Demon King want to use the National Treasury for? You know, the National Treasury is not under his jurisdiction. If you want to use the National Treasury, you must get Nasha's consent before His Majesty the Demon King is crowned. After all, it is still Nasha who really dominates the power of Black Blood City. Mainier is only in charge of the army. I have decided to arm the army. I need to buy weapons. This is also for future preparations. In this case, I need a lot of funds. Liu was not ready to share with Mainier about the Demon King cultivation system, so in this case, he naturally couldn't directly say that he was going to another world to buy weapons and equipment, so he could only speak with reservations. Buy weapons? What weapons are you going to buy, Your Majesty? If it's ordinary weapons, we have craftsmen in Black Blood City. No matter what weapons Your Majesty wants, the craftsmen can make them. Mainier didn't know what weapons Liu wanted to buy. In her understanding, the Demon King probably saw that the weapons of the soldiers stationed in the outer city were too old and wanted to replace them with a batch of new weapons. Lash ounce 6, 16307, Tuanumhal. Although this is indeed a large expense, it is not necessary to use the money from the National Treasury. As long as the craftsmen in Black Blood City work overtime, all the soldiers should be able to get new weapons within a month. No, Mainier, you misunderstood. I don't need conventional weapons. I have my own arrangements for this. In addition, I also need a group of qualified real soldiers, not the mob in the outer city now. Do you understand? Shaking his head at Mainier, Liu said that he was under a lot of pressure now. It was not an easy thing to have qualified soldiers within a month. Weapons are indeed very important, but at the same time, those stragglers in the outer city should also be trained well. At least they should be made to look like soldiers. But looking at Mainier's appearance, she didn't seem to understand Liu's words very well. It's no wonder. Liu didn't explain anything clearly. How could Mainier understand without ever having contact with her? In short, I really need money now, or rare items. When I come back, you will understand. What you need to do now is to help me get enough money, and believe me. Liu knew that he couldn't explain the problem clearly for a while, so he could only speak with facts. After he got what he wanted, Mainier should understand it completely. I understand. Looking directly into Liu's eyes, Mainier hesitated for only a moment before decisively agreeing. To be honest, Mainier was not sure at all. After all, she didn't know what Liu wanted to do, but Mainier believed in Liu. Without Liu saying anything more, Mainier knew by looking at Liu's genuine eyes that Liu was doing this wholeheartedly. In that case, what else could she do besides trusting His Majesty the Demon King? Thank you, Mainier. Seeing Mainier agree, Liu was relieved immediately, and the matter was finally settled. Regarding money, although there were quite a few KR in Liu's prop column, after these KR were materialized, they were all silver coins, and there were no gold coins, which made Liu very angry. There must be a big difference in the value of gold and silver, and Liu was not ready to take out these KR silver coins now. As for the other weapons and equipment and various props, Liu couldn't possibly take them out to exchange for money. Although Liu didn't mind, it would definitely waste a lot of time to go back and forth. In this case, it would be better to borrow some money from the National Treasury first. It would be his own sooner or later anyway. How Mainier persuaded Cecilia, Liu didn't know. Anyway, that afternoon, Liu saw the legendary Black Demon National Treasury, the treasure room belonging to the Demon King. Mainier, you won't tell me that there is only so much money in the National Treasury? Looking at the dozen boxes of gold coins in front of him, Li Yu's expression was a little stiff. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Well, even if the Demon King's treasure room is not a dragon's cave, it won't be filled with gold coins everywhere, but it shouldn't be so poor, right? How many gold coins are in this box? Can there be 10,000? These dozen boxes are hundreds of thousands of gold coins? This is all there is in the entire national treasury? For an ordinary person, hundreds of thousands of gold coins are indeed an astronomical figure, but for a country it is a bit too little. What can this amount of gold coins do? Are you kidding me? Yes, your majesty, this is all the remaining money in our treasury. Perhaps Li Yu's expression was a little exaggerated. Mainier's face was also a little red. Just like Li Yu said, this money is really too little. It's pitiful. My stomach hurts. I want to eat something soft. In this regard, Li Yu was completely speechless, and his whole body was powerless. If he took this money, he could indeed buy a lot of weapons. But the key point is, with such a small amount of gold coins, can he really take it? If the treasury is emptied in order to buy weapons, wouldn't it be a loss of one thing for another? I'm very sorry, your majesty. This is all my fault. Half kneeling in front of Li Yu with great guilt, Mainier felt very guilty for making his majesty so disappointed. She was just that kind of person, always taking all the responsibilities on herself. What does this have to do with you? Forget it. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. I don't believe it. So what if you don't have money? Look, I'll still bring back good things. Seeing Menier's self-blaming look, Li Yu couldn't bear it. After all, it wasn't Menier's fault. If you're a man, you should bear some things alone. It's just money, what's the big deal? I'll make it every minute to show you. By the way, what is that? Just when Li Yu helped Menier up, he suddenly saw that there were several huge wooden boxes piled up in the corner of the treasury room. Oh, those are magic crystal ores that have been used up. They are useless and have lost their original value, but it's a pity to throw them away, so they are piled over there. Is that magic crystal ore? Li Yu had heard Mainier talk about magic crystal ore, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. According to Mainier, magic crystal ore is a rare ore that is unique to the north of the continent. The ore contains a huge amount of magic power, which can be used to enhance the power of magic and set up magic arrays. However, the magic power in magic crystal ore is limited, and it becomes waste after it is used up. Although it is not a disposable item, it can be regarded as a very precious consumable. All along, Li Yu has only heard of it but never seen it. Although it has used up all its magic power, it is not bad to take a look. Fuck! When Li Yu went over and opened the wooden box and saw the magic crystal ore inside, he immediately exclaimed, obviously startled. What happened to the Demon King? I got rich? Got rich? Yes, Li Yu really got rich, because when Li Yu opened the box and saw the so-called abandoned magic crystal ore inside the box, he found that it was actually a pile of colorful gems, rubies, sapphires. Is this a diamond? How much can such a big diamond sell for? Seeing this, Li Yu felt that this world was really crazy. Are these treasures going to be thrown away? Well, since you don't want them, then I will accept them all with a smile. Your Majesty the Demon King? Mainier was very puzzled. What happened to the Demon King? Isn't it just a pile of magic crystal ore that has consumed all the magic power? Why is the Demon King smiling so happily? Even some crystals flowed from the corners of his mouth. What's going on? Lanero 6 63307 2919355.html. Although this is indeed a big expense, it is not necessary to use the money from the national treasury. As long as the craftsmen in the Black Blood City work overtime, the soldiers should be able to get new weapons within a month. No, Mainier, you misunderstood. I don't need conventional weapons. I have my own arrangements for this. In addition, I also need a group of qualified, real soldiers, not the mob in the outer city now. Do you understand? Shaking his head at Mainier, Li Yu said that he was under a lot of pressure now. It was not an easy task to get qualified soldiers within a month. Weapons are indeed crucial, but at the same time, those stragglers in the outer city should also receive proper training, at least to make them look like soldiers. But looking at Mainier's appearance, she didn't seem to understand Li Yu's words very well. No wonder. Li Yu didn't explain anything clearly. How could Mainier understand when she had never met him before? In short, I really need money now, or rare items. When I come back, you will understand. What you need to do now is to help me get enough money, and trust me. Li Yu knew that he couldn't explain the problem clearly in a short time, so he could only speak with facts. After he got what he wanted, Mainier should understand it completely. I understand. Mainier looked directly into Li Yu's eyes, hesitated for only a moment, and then decisively agreed. To be honest, Mainier was not sure at all now. After all, she didn't know what Li Yu wanted to do, but there was only one thing. Mainier believed in Li Yu. Li Yu didn't need to say much. Just looking at Li Yu's eyes that were not false at all, Maynir knew that Li Yu was doing this wholeheartedly. In this case, what else could she do besides trusting His Majesty the Demon King? Thank you, Maynir. Seeing Maynir agreed, Li Yu was relieved immediately. This matter was finally settled. As for money, although Li Yu had quite a few kiers in his prop column, after these kiers were materialized, they were all silver coins, and there were no gold coins. This made Li Yu very angry. The value difference between gold and silver must be huge. There is no doubt about that, and Li Yu was not ready to take out these kier silver coins now. As for the other weapons and equipment and various props, Li Yu could not take them out to exchange for money. Although Li Yu did not mind it very much, it would definitely waste a lot of time to go back and forth. In this case, it would be better to borrow some money from the treasury first. Anyway, it would be his sooner or later. Li Yu did not know how Maynir persuaded Cecilia. Anyway, that afternoon, Li Yu saw the legendary Black Demon Kingdom treasury, the treasure room belonging to the Demon King. Maynir, you are not going to tell me that there is only so much money in the treasury? Looking at the dozen boxes of gold coins in front of him, Li Yu's expression was a little stiff. He could hardly believe his eyes. Well, even if the Demon King's treasure room is not a dragon's cave and there won't be gold coins piled everywhere, but it shouldn't be so poor, right? How many gold coins are in this box? Can there be 10,000? These dozen boxes are hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Is this all there is in the entire treasury? For an ordinary person, hundreds of thousands of gold coins are indeed an astronomical figure, but for a country, it's a bit too little. What can this little bit of gold coins do? Are you kidding me? Yes, Your Majesty, this is all the remaining money in our treasury. Maybe Li Yu's expression was a little exaggerated. Maynir's face was also a little red, just like Li Yu said. This money is really too little, it's pitiful. My stomach hurts, I want to eat something soft. In this regard, Li Yu was completely speechless, and his whole body was powerless. If he took this money, he could indeed buy a lot of weapons, but the key point is, with just this little bit of gold coins, can he really take it? If the treasury is emptied in order to buy weapons, isn't this a loss for one thing? I'm so sorry, Your Majesty the Demon King. This is all my fault. Half kneeling in front of Li Yu with great guilt, Maynir blamed herself for making His Majesty the Demon King so disappointed. She was the kind of person who always took all the responsibility on herself. What does this have to do with you? Forget it. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. I don't believe it. So what if you don't have money? Look, I'll still bring back good things. Seeing Maynir's self-blaming look, Li Yu couldn't bear it. After all, it wasn't Maynir's fault. If you are a man, you should bear some things alone. It's just money, what's the big deal? I'll make it for you every minute. By the way, what is that? Just when Li Yu helped Maynir up, he suddenly saw that there were several huge wooden boxes piled up in the corner of the treasury room. Oh, those are magic crystal ores that have been used up. They are useless and have lost their original value, but it's a pity to throw them away, so they are piled over there. Is that magic crystal ore? Li Yu had heard Maynir talk about magic crystal ore, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. According to Maynir, magic crystal ore is a rare ore that is unique to the north of the continent. The ore contains a huge amount of magic power which can be used to enhance the power of magic and set up magic arrays. However, the magic power in magic crystal ore is limited and it becomes waste after it is used up. Although it is not a disposable item, it can be regarded as a very precious consumable. All along, Li Yu has only heard of it but never seen it. Although it has used up all its magic power, it is not bad to take a look. Fuck! When Li Yu went over and opened the wooden box and saw the magic crystal ore inside, he immediately exclaimed, obviously startled. What's wrong with the Demon King? I think I've made a fortune. Made a fortune? Yes, Li Yu really made a fortune, because when Li Yu opened the box and saw the so-called discarded magic crystal ore inside the box, he found that it was actually a pile of colorful gems. Rubies, sapphires, is this a diamond? How much can such a big diamond sell for? Seeing this, Li Yu felt that this world was really crazy. Are these treasures going to be thrown away? Well, since you don't want them, then I will accept them all with a smile. Your Majesty the Demon King? Maynir was very puzzled. What's wrong with the Demon King? Isn't it just a pile of magic crystal ore that has exhausted all its magic power? Why is the Demon King smiling so happily? There is even some crystal flowing from the corners of his mouth. What's going on? /386/9109386TML? Who is this person? What does he mean by pulling me? Coco Haika Media was confused. She had just experienced a failed transaction, which was caused by her momentary negligence. Although she finally escaped the enemy's encirclement with the efforts of her subordinates, she was separated from her subordinates by accident and was now being hunted. Although she was in danger, Coco Media was not panicked. She trusted her subordinates very much. At this time, all she did was to escape from the enemy's attack and wait for her subordinates to rescue her. It was just that the tails behind her were chasing too closely. To her surprise, the other party did not want her life, which gave her a chance to escape better, but she did not expect that when she turned a corner, she met a young man who was looking around. Tourists traveling to Italy? Why do you go to such a place for sightseeing? Chasing behind Coco Media was a group of vicious Italian mafia. In this case, it was difficult to guarantee that the young man would not be shot to death. If it were normal, Coco Media might not pay any attention to this person. After all, it had nothing to do with her. But this time, for some reason, when she saw the young man, Coco Media subconsciously reminded him loudly, hoping that the young man would leave quickly. But what she didn't expect was that the young man actually grabbed her. Was he trying to take her away with him? This seems to be a good person. To Coco Media, Liu was just a stranger, but a stranger could actually pull her away in front of the armed mafia. Not everyone can muster up the courage. After all, she is a girl, and her physical strength is limited. After running for almost 10 minutes, Coco Media's speed began to slow down. Although she was still holding on, she was not as strong as an adult man in terms of physical strength. The mafia behind her was about to catch up. If she continued like this, she would inevitably be caught. This is not okay. At this critical moment, Liu didn't care about what was called no intimacy between men and women. Anyway, European women were not as conservative as girls in China. Just hold her and run. Liu stepped forward and hugged Coco Media in his arms. The gentle touch made Liu's heart ripple, but now was not the time to feel these things. Run! Liu's feet suddenly accelerated and ran forward at the fastest speed. The mafia chasing behind could not react at all, and were completely thrown away by Liu. Of course, it actually took advantage of the terrain. Although he was in an unfamiliar city, there were naturally many corners and roads on the streets. All Liu had to do was to use the surrounding buildings, drill directly into the small road, and run faster. The people behind him didn't know where Liu had gone. After all, the range was so large that it was very troublesome to search. Looks like I got rid of them. Liu finally stopped when he came to the corner of a building. He put Coco Media in his arms on the ground, leaned over the corner, and looked around for a few times. After finding that there were no pursuers following him, he let out a long sigh. Although Liu was not incapable of dealing with the pursuers, he was still hesitant in the current situation. After all, he had just arrived in this world and was unfamiliar with everything in this world. He didn't even have an identity, which brought him great inconvenience. In particular, Liu didn't expect that he would meet the target person in the mission, the heroine in the original plot, so soon. All this happened too quickly and caught Liu off guard. He didn't even think of a countermeasure, and hadn't considered how to approach Coco Media. Because of this, Liu avoided a meaningless battle to avoid arousing Coco Media's suspicion. "You are quite amazing. You can actually carry me and run so far. Are you an athlete?" Just as Liu shrank back and prepared to face Coco Media, the other party's action really scared Liu. Coco Media was looking at him up and down with interest, with her hands behind her back and her upper body slightly leaning forward. The two were less than half a meter apart, and Liu could even smell the faint fragrance coming from her body. I just know a little Chinese kung fu." Athlete? Liu had never considered this profession. Combined with the current situation, Liu felt that this explanation was just right. Chinese kung fu? Is it this kind? After hearing Liu's words, Coco Media seemed to be more interested. She was so excited that she performed a classic move of Bruce Lee and said, "Ah da, by the way. If Bruce Lee did this move, it would definitely make people feel extremely handsome and exciting, but if it was Coco Media, it would give Liu a very cute feeling." I said, "You are the Queen of Arms of Jirmungandr. Is it really okay to be so cute? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I did?" Liu's speechless expression made Coco Media a little embarrassed. Shouldn't this be a classic kung fu movie? Why did she have to be looked at with such an expression when she did it herself? By the way, who was chasing you just now? Did you offend someone? Changing the subject. You are definitely changing the subject. At this moment, Coco Media was staring at Liu with an expression that said, "You are changing the subject." Is she so obsessed with the action? Of course, Liu was changing the subject, but at the same time, he was also very curious about who were those who were chasing Coco Media and where her troops were. Shouldn't he be around her to protect her? If you have any difficulties, then don't say it. Being stared at closely by Coco Media, Liu felt very stressed. After all, when he was watching the anime, Liu liked the heroine Coco Media very much. Coco Hecamedia, a core member of the arms group HCLI, although she is only in her 20s, she started to get in touch with weapons at a very young age, and now she is a very experienced arms dealer. This is why the system allows Liu to make friends with Coco Hecamedia. As long as he makes friends with her, Coco Hecamedia can get him any weapons he wants to buy. It's just that how to make friends with each other makes Liu a little embarrassed. In the current situation, although the two met by accident, Liu can't just say to her, "I want to buy arms, please sell them to me quickly." If Liu opened his mouth like this, he would inevitably be suspected immediately. After all, as an arms dealer, if he could not even maintain the most basic vigilance, he would not be able to survive for so long. Once suspected, it would be even more difficult to do anything in the future. So Liu is now considering how to take his relationship with Coco Hecamedia to the next level. A man who is considerate can easily win the favor of women. My name is Coco Hecamedia. I am glad to meet you and thank you for your help. It was obvious that Coco Hecamedia didn't want to reveal too much to Liu, so she appreciated Liu's attitude of not digging into the problem. While introducing herself, she even took the initiative to extend her right hand to Liu. My name is Liu. Nice to meet you, Miss Hecamedia. Since she took the initiative to extend her hand, Liu naturally couldn't refuse this opportunity to get to know each other. She stretched out her right hand and gently held Coco Hecamedia's hand. After shaking it twice, she let go, appearing very polite. You can just call me Coco. I like my friends to call me that. 16379193357.html. It was obvious that Coco had a good impression of Liu. It was not known whether it was because Liu saved her or because Liu's performance later won her appreciation, but at least it was a very good start, especially for Liu. So Coco, what are you going to do next? It seems that they haven't given up the idea of chasing you. If you go out now, it will definitely be very dangerous. Although he avoided the enemy's pursuit, Liu also knew that if he went out rashly, the possibility of being discovered again would become very high. In this case, he would have to see what Coco was capable of. He didn't care, after all. He had just arrived in this world and didn't have many enemies. But Coco was alone now, and her subordinates were not around her. If she was alone and didn't have a plan, it would be difficult for her to escape the enemy's pursuit. After all, this was not Coco's territory, and she couldn't make the decision. Well, we can only take it one step at a time. Liu's expression was very serious when he asked the question. After all, this was not a joke. They had real weapons in their hands. Bullets didn't have eyes. Even he didn't have the confidence to dodge bullets, let alone resist bullets. But what Liu didn't expect was that Coco would give him such an answer. The situation was obviously very critical, okay? Is it really okay for you to take it one step at a time? No, that's not right. Coco is not a woman with big breasts and no brains. She must have had a plan in advance. Otherwise, she would not have answered so easily, not to mention that the smile on her lips has never disappeared. Do you have a plan? Almost. Someone will come to pick me up soon. By then, they won't be able to catch me, even if they want to. Facing Liu's question, Coco stretched her waist, as if to clear away the fatigue all over her body, and at the same time gave people a feeling of full confidence. Thank you very much for your help just now, but now you'd better leave here quickly. It's not safe here. They may find here at any time. After stretching, Coco expressed her gratitude to Liu and reminded Liu to leave here. The Mafia is still searching for her whereabouts. This position is not safe and may be discovered at any time. It's easy for her to say, after all, she is in this circle and the Mafia will not take her life, but it's hard to say what Liu said. In Coco's opinion, Liu was just an ordinary person, and their meeting was just coincidence. If the Mafia found out that he was with Liu, then Liu would be in trouble. No, you said it's not safe here. How can I leave you alone? Let's wait, didn't you say someone would come to pick you up soon? It's not too late for me to leave after the person who picks you up arrives. In this case, how could Liu leave Coco alone? Whether he took this opportunity to get close to Coco was another matter. The most critical issue was that although Coco was smart, she was not a warrior. Putting a weak woman in a dangerous environment was not what a man should do. Why? We just met by chance. Why do you want to stay? You know, if you don't leave quickly, you might die here today. Liu refused to leave, which made Coco very confused. It was obviously the first time they met. How could this man have such courage to stay with her? Wasn't he afraid of death? Just think of this as a man's boring self-esteem. Anyway, I won't leave until someone comes to pick you up. Facing Coco's question, Liu touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Although he was not a male chauvinist and would not look down on women, in this situation, he really couldn't leave Coco alone. A man's self-esteem? You are really a good person. Coco murmured, savoring Liyu's words, and then a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Don't say I'm a good person. I'm not a good person. Nice guy card? This is what Liyu doesn't want the most. Although in English, the meaning of a good person is far from the nice guy card, Liyu is still very sensitive to this word. Not a good person? That's right, there are really no good people in this world, including me. If it were another person after hearing Liyu's words, I'm afraid that 9 out of 10 would retreat. If he is not a good person, then he is a bad guy. If you approach him casually, who knows what Liyu will do. But Coco was different. When she heard Liyu claim that he was not a good person, the smile on her face became even stronger. Here, we found them. Liyu had only chatted with Coco for less than 5 minutes. But in this short time, the Italian mafia had actually found their location. This speed was really fast. Can you still run? Looking at the black-clad figures that appeared on the street not far away, Liyu smiled at Coco helplessly. Of course, no problem. Facing Liyu, Coco's smile seemed even brighter and more confident, as if she didn't take the armed mafia seriously at all. Being able to have this confidence all the time, just this point, is what Liyu needs to learn. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Liyu found that the number of mafia chasing after him has increased. When chasing Coco just now, there were only 3 or 4 people, but now there are at least a dozen people around. If you don't run, I'm afraid it will be really troublesome. Retreat quickly. It would be easy if Liyu was alone, but Coco was still standing beside him. If the other side fired randomly, Liyu had no confidence to protect Coco from being hurt. He grabbed Coco's hand and the two began to escape again. What are you laughing at? As the two were running, Liyu suddenly heard a chuckle from behind. He turned back in surprise and saw a very happy expression on Coco's face. At this time, you can still laugh? It's very interesting. I haven't run away like this for many years, Coco answered while running and laughing. Is it interesting to escape like this? Please, can you have a sense of crisis? Don't move. You can't get away. Just when Liyu was speechless, several figures suddenly jumped out from the opposite side of the two, and several pistols were pointed at Liyu and Coco. Damn. They were double-teamed. Miss Coco Hikamadia, please come with us. Liyu and Coco stopped walking. The tall man with black sunglasses on his face took a step forward and spoke to Coco in a cold voice. Do you think I will compromise with a group of mafia? The man in sunglasses was very powerful, but Coco still did not show any fear on her face. The contrary, she dared to ask him with an almost contemptuous attitude. If you don't want to cooperate, I don't mind forcing it, but at that time, I'm afraid it will not be a good thing for both parties. Coco's attitude seemed to make the man in sunglasses very unhappy. At least Liyu could see that the veins on his temples were bulging. No wonder, no one would be very happy to be despised by such a little girl. Then how are you going to force it? To say that the current situation is naturally very dangerous. Facing a group of vicious mafia, they may do anything. Coco's main purpose of provoking the other party was to delay time. According to her estimation, her subordinates should find her soon. But she never expected that when she used words to distract the other party to delay time, Liyu on the side began to act. Before the man in sunglasses on the opposite side could finish the word I, he rushed forward at a very fast speed and immediately hit the man in sunglasses on the chin with an uppercut. Slurju 6337 20193 TML. Liyu didn't know what Coco was thinking, and didn't know that she wanted to delay time. What he was concerned about now was that there were 3 people on the opposite side, 2 of whom were pointing pistols at him and Coco, while the man in sunglasses didn't raise his gun, but just stared at Coco. This was a very good opportunity for Liyu. He was afraid that Coco's provocation would make the other side angry. Once he opened fire, it would be troublesome. So in this case, he might as well take the initiative. Although he used swords to fight before, Liyu would not lose in terms of fists. After all, the skill of combat mastery has greatly improved Liyu's combat talent. Even if he does not have a sword in his hand, his fist is also Liyu's sword. Beat your grandma? Instantly, he threw an uppercut, and the man in sunglasses was directly beaten by Liyu and flew out. This thunderous blow also made everyone present dumbfounded. Coco did not expect that Liyu would be so impulsive. After all, in her opinion, Liyu was just an ordinary person. The 2 men behind the man in sunglasses did not expect that Liyu would be fearless when facing the muzzle of the gun. Wasn't he afraid of shooting himself? Of course Liyu was afraid. He was not Superman. He could not resist bullets without a body of steel. But this was not a problem. As long as he could deal with the enemy before he shot, wouldn't the danger be solved? So at the moment when the man in sunglasses just flew backwards, Liyu accelerated his feet and rushed directly to the middle of the 2 people behind the man in sunglasses. He grabbed the heads of the 2 people with lightning speed and knocked them in the middle. Very good, you two can sleep peacefully. Huh, finally done. Liyu's movements were very fast. It would definitely not take more than 10 seconds to deal with these three people. Almost in the blink of an eye, the three people fell to the ground and fainted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all, he had been running for so long, and coupled with the mental tension just now, it would be strange if he didn't sweat. But then, Liu didn't have time to stay here. The enemy's pursuers were still behind him, and he had to run fast. Of course, Liu didn't forget to pick up all the pistols on the ground. There were 3 in total. He handed one to Coco, put another behind his waist, and held the last one in his hand. At least in this way, he would not be without a weapon to fight back. Oh, by the way, there is also the most important magazine. Liu would never forget the scene in the movie where the protagonist picked up someone else's weapon, but ran out of bullets after a few shots. Liu didn't want to encounter such a comedy. Let's go. Holding the gun in his hand, Liu once again took Coco's hand and continued to run forward. At this moment, Coco followed Liu silently, and no one knew what she was thinking. Liu didn't have time to think about Coco's thoughts. At this moment, he was observing the surrounding situation and looking for a suitable way out to see if there was any place to hide. But at this moment, a burst of engine sound came, and a car came. Liu hurriedly turned around and found that there were several black off-road vehicles behind him. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Hide quickly! Liu was not confident that he could fight several off-road vehicles in this situation, not to mention that there were so many armed mafia sitting in the car, so he had to get out first. Of course, the main reason why Liu didn't have this confidence was because he didn't have a sword in his hand. If he had 2 swords in his hand and activated his skills, do you believe that Liu could chop up these cars in minutes? Liu's current strength basically comes from the weapons and skills in his hands. Without these 2 things, he is at best a very strong ordinary person and has not yet surpassed the limits of humans. This is also the reason why he was only a low-level magic fighter during the test. But if he used 2 swords and activated his skills without restrictions, Liu's strength would definitely be more than that, but he couldn't directly materialize 2 swords to chop off road vehicles in front of Coco. There was no way. In this case, Liu could only pull Coco to hide on the side of the road, but no matter how he ran, his 2 legs could not escape the car, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught up. This is really over. Behind the trash can between the 2 buildings, Liu smiled at Coco helplessly. They were now completely surrounded. There were at least a dozen pistols pointed at this place outside. I believe that if there was anything wrong, they would be beaten into a hornet's nest. Do you regret it? Looking at Liu in front of her, Coco's eyes were filled with doubts and complexity. She had never thought that she would be protected by a strange man with all her strength in this situation. Regret? What do you regret? Liu looked at Coco with some confusion. Why did he suddenly ask this question? If you hadn't saved me before and didn't drag me along, you wouldn't have to face such danger at all. If it was the worst case, you might die here. Don't you regret it? Coco stared at Liu's eyes. She wanted to know what Liu really thought at this moment. Regret? I don't think so. Liu thought about it and found that he didn't seem to have any regrets. It seemed that being able to drag Coco along to escape and protect Coco was also a very good experience. Besides, things were not at the point of desperation. Even if there were so many guns outside, Liu was not without any chance. You know, Liu still had a hidden trump card in his hand. No one else had seen this trump card except himself. Really not regretting it? You might die because of this. Coco was a little unconvinced. After all, the current situation was really critical. It would be strange for a normal person not to regret it. If it was to protect you, I think it's worth it to risk my life. For Liu, Coco's question was difficult to answer. He couldn't tell Coco that he still had a trick to save his life, and he would be fine. If Coco asked what the trick was, how would he answer? So Liu could only pick some irrelevant things to say. The lines were a bit bloody, but at least they were very useful, right? 2. Protect me? Coco was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, she was always protected by others, but she had never thought that, apart from interests, a stranger would say that he would risk his life to protect her. What kind of feeling is this? Coco didn't understand, but it was really hard to describe in words. Interesting. This person is really interesting. This is the first time I have met such an interesting person. I'll warn you one last time. If you don't raise your hands and surrender, we'll charge in. Ha! It looks like we're really going to have to fight this time. Stay here and wait for me to come back. The mafia outside didn't rush in rashly, but made a final call. With such a big fanfare, have all the Italian police gone to work? Without police, without support, and with a bunch of enemies outside, Liu had only one choice. First, secretly put the double swords in the most conspicuous position, and they could be materialized with just one button. Then Liu checked the pistol in his hand. This was the first time he used it, and he was really unfamiliar with it. Boys, for sure, love to play with guns. Although they haven't used real guns, haven't they seen pigs run and eaten pork? Pistols. It's nothing more than loading the gun and opening the safety, and then just shooting, desperately. Fortunately, the bullets are full, and the safety is also opened under Coco's guidance, so take a deep breath next, and this time it's time to kill. After instructing Coco, Liu rushed out from behind the trash can with 2 guns in hand, ready to kill everyone. But at this moment, a series of crackling gunshots came, and the mafia opposite Liu died instantly. What the hell? What's going on? I haven't even fired a shot yet. Why are all the people on the opposite side dead? 106307-29109935. Liu was puzzled by the situation in front of him. He was clearly prepared and wanted to fight as hard as he could, but who would have thought that the people on the opposite side would all die before he even fired a shot? Especially after the enemies died, the blood was all over the ground, which made him feel uncomfortable. Liu had seen blood before. In the Sao world, he had also experienced too many fights, suffered countless injuries, and killed countless monsters. But this was the first time he saw a dead person. But what Liu didn't expect was that his plan was officially declared bankrupt before it was even implemented. The reason was very simple, because just after Coco sat in the back seat of the SUV, she unexpectedly invited Liu. "Lin, do you want to go with me?" "Oh, what's going on?" Coco's invitation made Liu completely unresponsive. "Go with you? What are we going to do together?" "What does this invitation mean?" "Miss, you're not serious, are you?" Not only Liu was stunned, but even Rem looked at Coco with a puzzled look. Rem knew Coco very well. Coco would never get close to an unrelated person. What ability did this guy have that Coco would take a fancy to him? "Go with you" means. It means literally, "Go with me." Liu didn't understand. Even if it meant literally, he didn't understand Coco's thoughts. Going with her, is this considered recruiting? But he was not prepared to travel the world with Coco's team. What he needed to do now was just to get along well with Coco and buy enough arms. But thinking this in his mind, what he actually did was another matter. Subconsciously, Liu followed Coco into the car, and the moment Liu closed the door, Coco's mouth corners suddenly raised a beautiful arc. The car started, and it was too late for Liu to leave at this time. However, Liu had no plan for the next situation. What exactly did Coco's invitation mean? To let himself join her team? This is totally unreasonable. You know, Coco's troops are all elite, and they have a thorough understanding of their background and know them absolutely well. But I am just a stranger to Coco, and it was just the first time they met. Why would she invite me? It's too dangerous to let you stay alone. I'd better send you to a safe place. Well, it seems that I thought too much. It turns out that this is what Coco was thinking. Okay, I'll trouble you then. To be honest, Liu was still a little disappointed at this time. Although he was struggling with Coco's invitation, when he found that this invitation was completely different from what he imagined, he couldn't hide the slight sense of disappointment. Forget it. It's better to take it step by step. Since we are in the same world, there will be a chance to meet again after all. After all, my target is Coco. Everyone hold on. The enemy's pursuers are coming. Just as Liu was feeling disappointed, the driver in the driving seat suddenly turned the steering wheel hard, and the car body suddenly slid sideways. Coco, who couldn't react, fell directly into Liu's arms, and Liu hit the car door hard. What's going on? Liu looked up quickly, and then he found that there seemed to be many black SUVs on the street, rushing towards the direction of the car he was in. How big is the hatred? Why does the other side seem to want to fight to the death? I say, Lin, can you let go of your hands first? Just when Liu was surprised by the endless entanglement of the mafia, Coco in his arms suddenly snorted, instantly attracting Liu's attention. Accident. It was just an accident. So embarrassing. Liu never thought that when Coco pounced on him just now, his hands would subconsciously grab Coco's buttocks. Especially when he saw the mafia's pursuers, he felt nervous, so Liu grabbed it harder, causing Coco to frown. Well, although it can't be seen from the outside, it is unexpectedly well endowed, very tight and very... No, what are you thinking at this time? If Coco really cares about it, she won't send her elite men to break him. Liu quickly withdrew his hands like he was electrocuted, and his face was full of embarrassment. But looking at Coco's expression, it seems that she is not angry about it. And finally, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Escaped. Liu coughed lightly, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, but unexpectedly, the car suddenly started again. Due to inertia, Coco, who had not yet gotten out of Liu's arms, once again had a close contact with Liu. and Li Yu's hand once again touched a place that should not be touched. Especially this time, Li Yu's hand accidentally touched Coco's chest. It's terrible. I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. Although he immediately withdrew his hand, the touch still remained. Li Yu's face turned pale instantly, and Coco's fair face was instantly covered with blush. Mom, I want to go home. Li Yu is absolutely crying now. Everything was fine, and he had easily won Coco's favor, but this accident would definitely make Coco's favorability drop below freezing. Will he be regarded as a pervert? Absolutely, no. In order to avoid being killed, he must do something. At least you can't become Coco's target just because of a close contact. Li Yu certainly doesn't know what Coco is thinking at this moment. But, according to common sense, once a woman is treated so lightly, she will be angry and embarrassed. It is necessary to restore the favorability at this time, otherwise you will be dead. This welcome banquet is really grand. Ha ha ha, the young lady is in your hands. Facing the pursuers, Rem in the co-pilot seat seemed to become excited all of a sudden. He loaded the assault rifle in his hand, lit a cigarette, opened the sunroof, and popped his head out. Da-da-da! The flames were spitting out, and the assault rifle in Rem's hand kept pouring bullets at the pursuers behind. But the mafia behind were not to be outdone. They stuck their heads out of the car windows and shot at the front. It's an Uzi! Keep driving steady, miss! Keep your head down! As soon as the mafia opened fire, Rem immediately shouted a warning. The Uzi submachine gun is a light submachine gun with strong stability and good power. If it is fired at close range, it can cause considerable damage. Although it is not as good as an assault rifle, it can play a better role in this kind of chase. At least, with only Rem's gun, he was completely suppressed by the opponent and couldn't raise his head. The most important thing is that the car Li Yu was in was not a special bulletproof vehicle. A round of intensive shooting shattered the rear window. 106/62999136 Don't look up. At this critical moment, Li Yu pressed Coco tightly under him, and at the same time took out his pistol and fired continuously at the rear window. Don't you have any good weapons? A small pistol is useless in this situation, especially since the fire suppression from the opposite side made it impossible for Li Yu to aim. Even if he could shoot, the bullets would all fly away. If this continues, he will be in trouble. Li Yu needs a stronger weapon. Use this. At this moment, Coco, who had been pressed down by Li Yu, pulled out a box from under the seat. After opening it, you found that it actually contained an assault rifle and more than a dozen grenades. What a timely relief. There is no need to be taught how to use grenades. Li Yu has seen how to use this thing no less than 100 times in movies. He pulled the safety and threw one quickly to the back. With a bang, a chasing off-road vehicle was directly blown away. Well done! Li Yu's sudden grenade made Rem exclaim in admiration. It was unknown whether Li Yu was really accurate or just lucky. Anyway, the grenade was thrown directly under the chassis of the front SUV, and the timing of the explosion was just right, instantly blowing the unlucky SUV away. Success? Li Yu himself did not expect that a grenade thrown casually could produce such a great effect, but this stimulated his self-confidence. How do you use this thing? If it was a pistol, it would be fine, but for an assault rifle, Li Yu would need Coco's guidance. After all, he had never touched this thing before. In this regard, Coco also carefully told Li Yu how to use this gun. After understanding it, Li Yu threw another grenade outside, and then put the gun on the back seat and started to shoot crazily. The double shooting of Li Yu and Rem quickly suppressed the pursuers behind. Li Yu knew that the way to make the other side give up the pursuit was very simple. Just fire at the cab. As long as the driver was killed, the other passengers in the car would naturally suffer a tragedy. Rem and Li Yu thought of the same thing. They ignored the others and focused on killing the driver. Soon, they cleared all the pursuers behind them. Oh, you are a good young man? Good! After all the pursuers behind were dealt with, Rem also gave Li Yu a thumbs up. It can be seen that this was the first time Li Yu picked up a gun to fight. What's more, it was the first time he killed someone today. However, during the battle, Li Yu did not show any cowardice or softness. This was simply incredible. Huh. Li Yu had no time to pay attention to Rem's praise. At this time, he was trying to keep himself calm after taking a long breath. It was inevitable to be nervous when experiencing this kind of gun battle for the first time. This was different from killing monsters with a sword. The degree of tension and excitement was also different. However, after this experience, Li Yu will no longer feel nervous. Lin, how are you? Like Rem, Coco is very accurate in judging people. She can see that Li Yu is a novice who has just touched a gun. When he just started fighting, he was also a little awkward, which is something that an expert cannot imitate. Because of this, Coco seems a little nervous at this time. She is not sure whether Li Yu can bear the guilt left after his first murder. Although he was forced to fight back, it is also a very difficult level for ordinary people. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Although it's annoying, I have to choose to accept it. Sometimes fate is like this and you can't choose. Liu can feel Coco's concern, but he sighed with regret. According to his inner thoughts, he doesn't like fighting and killing, but fate chose him and made him a demon king so that he had to shoulder everything in front of him. Such an answer is a double entendre for Liu, but for Coco, it touched her heart at once. Destiny? Do you have to accept it? No. Sometimes, even if fate has already bound you, you can still choose to resist. The pursuing enemy was repelled, but Coco did not find a safe place for Liu to get off the car, as she said, but let the car continue to move forward until it reached Coco's temporary residence, and then stopped. Come on, Lin, have a good rest here for a night, and you will be completely recovered tomorrow. After the car stopped, Coco got out of the car first, and then stretched out her right hand to Liu. Rest for a night? That's right, after the tense battle just now, it's time to rest. Liu didn't think too much, and after grabbing Coco's little hand, he got off the off-road vehicle that was already riddled with holes. Coco's temporary residence is a 5-star luxury hotel. It should be said that she is worthy of being the queen of the arms industry. She is really rich. It is just a temporary residence, and Coco directly booked an entire floor of the hotel. Not only that, Coco booked the top floor of the hotel. Looking down from the glass above, one can really feel the view of the mountains. Before becoming the Demon King, Liu was just an ordinary otaku student. It was impossible for him to spend money in such a high-end hotel. Therefore, everything he experienced at this time was very fresh to Liu. Coco, you are back safely. Just as Liu was looking at the scenery around him, a joyful voice suddenly came, instantly attracting his attention. Ahem, this outfit is really bold. The tight jeans perfectly show the slender thighs, and the sexy vest can't block the huge pair of full breasts. The long black hair is draped over the shoulders. The face is exquisite, but the right eye is covered by an eye mask, as if he has suffered some injury. In addition, the most important thing is that this person's figure is too muscular. The strong muscles make many men feel inferior, which makes Liu stunned. Moreover, as soon as Liu and Coco appeared, it was like a whirlwind blowing by. The woman who stunned Liu rushed up and hugged Coco in her arms. This woman? Falme, there is someone else. Huh? Who is this boy? Coco was hugged tightly, and her face was buried under the pair of beautiful breasts that could suffocate countless men. Coco seemed to have difficulty breathing. In addition, Liu was also there. It was a bit bad to let others see such a shocking scene on the first meeting. After hearing Coco's words, the woman who hugged Coco, that is, Falme in Coco's mouth, was also stunned. Her attention was completely focused on Coco, and she didn't notice that there was a person standing next to Coco. But when Falme shifted her attention to Liu, her expression changed all of a sudden. The reason was very simple, because Liu was still holding hands with Coco at this time. Since getting off the car, Liu subconsciously didn't let go of his hand, and Coco did the same. The two got on the elevator together, but they didn't expect to be seen by Falme here. Oops. Tun 66/629109361.html. Seeing that Falme's expression was not right, Liu's mouth twitched stiffly. How could he not know who Falme was? If he provoked this big sister, his future would be difficult. Falme, the only female member under Coco, should be the one who is best at close combat in Coco's team. The most important thing is that this Falme is a lesbian, a terrifying existence who is willing to give everything for Coco. If he holds hands with Coco and Falme is jealous, then the consequences will be really terrible. In particular, Liu has already sensed a trace of murderous intent from Falme. How terrifying. Lesbian girls are indeed very terrifying. This is Lin, he just saved me. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Falme was obviously about to go berserk, but Coco didn't seem to react. She just smiled and introduced Liu to Falme. But just this one sentence made Falme recover from his original berserk state instantly, and his original killing intent dissipated into nothingness. This change was too fast. So that's how it is, thank you for saving Coco. No, this is what I should do. Liu laughed twice and touched the back of his head. Although he didn't know what happened, at least he seemed to have escaped. Hey miss, if you say that, it's as if we are not well protected. You know, we rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. Falme thanked Liu, but Rem on the side began to tease him again. Although he was complaining, he was not expressing his dissatisfaction. It was just a joke to ease the atmosphere. Oh? Really? You are 10 minutes later than planned. I think I should consider reducing your wages appropriately to motivate you. Oh no! When Rem heard about the salary cut, he immediately showed a horrified expression, but soon this horrified expression disappeared, replaced by his hearty laughter. Not only Rem, but everyone present laughed. For them, this was just a daily entertainment joke. Coco certainly would not reduce Rem's salary, and Rem did not really care. Okay, now everyone take a rest. After everyone gathers together, we will leave here and let those damn mafia go to hell. Finally, Coco clapped her hands and gave an order, and everyone dispersed and went to do what they had to do. It can be seen that Coco's team has not yet assembled. There are only 3 people present now. I don't know what important task it is that makes her troops so scattered, and even makes Coco personally put herself in danger. But this is not what Liu needs to know. What he needs to do now is to have a good rest in the room. In the future, it is estimated that he will not travel with Coco. But this time, Liu miscalculated again. He had not been lying on the bed for long when a knock on the door instantly attracted his attention. "Coco, why are you here?" Liu was very surprised. Why did Coco appear at this time? What did she want to talk to him about? Very unexpected? Coco looked at Liu with a smile, and there was always a feeling that she saw through Liu. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to take a rest?" I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit awkward, and Coco's eyes that have completely seen through Liu also make Liu very uncomfortable. Did I reveal something? Something is wrong. "Lin, are you from China?" Instead of answering Liu's question, Coco asked Liu first. "Yes, I'm a native of China, that's for sure." Although he didn't know why Coco asked this, Liu still answered truthfully. No matter where he was, no matter what world he was in, the fact that he was a descendant of China would never change. "That's really strange. Since you are from China, why can't I find any information about you?" Faced with Coco's question, Liu suddenly found it difficult to answer. In fact, he should have thought that Coco would investigate his information as soon as she was safe, which would also put him in a completely passive state. But Liu, who had just calmed down from the crisis, did not consider this point, which made him at a loss for a moment. Yes, he couldn't explain this. If there was information about himself in this world, it would be really strange. "Then, can I understand that your meeting with me was also arranged in advance?" "No, Coco, it's really not like that." From Coco's words, it can be heard that she is doubting Liu's motives, and even doubting whether the encounter is a farce arranged by humans. If she gets a positive answer, then Coco might turn hostile the next moment. After all, this is a conspiracy against Coco. Even if Liu really wins Coco's favor, Coco won't allow such unstable factors to exist around her. Unless you have been together for a long time and have developed deep feelings for each other, Coco won't care who you are. Isn't it? Then can you explain to me what is going on? Coco didn't turn hostile, and there was no one to protect her. She just asked Liu so calmly, explaining a fact lightly. But if Liu continues to make up lies to deceive her now, then what will happen next is not something Liu can predict. Although Coco is only in her 20s, in fact, she is secretly called a fox girl. These terms, insidious and cunning, are the best compliments given to her by her enemies, because Coco never shows mercy to her enemies, and the means she uses are only sharp and terrifying, which also makes her enemies deeply understand. More importantly, Coco is very good at judging people. You can tell whether a person is lying from his expression and actions. As a nerdy college student, Liu, who has only experienced a few months of fighting, wants to deceive Coco. That's simply a fantasy. This is not the case. Liu is not a brainless aura. It is impossible for Coco to get close to him and give everything to him. At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is Liu's biggest crisis. Liu is actually very entangled in whether to lie or tell the truth. He is not a born liar, and Coco is not a vase that can be deceived by others. Even if Liu can deceive Coco this time, can he deceive him next time? Can he deceive the next time? 10307 and 362. Lies are lies after all. Sooner or later, they will be exposed. What's more, Liu doesn't know whether he will reveal flaws unconsciously. Coco, have you ever thought that there is another world besides this one? After thinking carefully for a moment, Liu finally took a deep breath and asked Coco such a question. This was a decision Liu made after careful consideration. It was a matter of life and death. He just hoped that his bet was right. Another world? Facing Liu's question, Coco's expression was a little confused. Why did Liu ask this question? What did he want to say? But looking at Liu's expression, he was so serious, as if what he was going to say next was really related to this topic. "Oh, what do you want to say? Don't tell me that you are from another world, so there is no information about you in this world." Liu and Coco stared at each other for more than 5 minutes, but finally, Coco couldn't help laughing. There was no way. The topic of another world was indeed a bit too nonsensical. This was obviously something that only appeared in novels and movies, but Liu was so serious that Coco couldn't help laughing. "If I say this is true, will you believe me?" Coco was laughing, but Liu didn't have a smile on his face. On the contrary, he was more serious now. "Oh, so you mean you are not from Earth, but an alien?" I don't know if Coco found Liyu's joke too funny. Anyway, she laughed so hard that tears came out. After finally stopping her laughter and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Coco asked another question that made Liyu laugh and cry. "Aliens? How did she look like an alien? Do you think I have 8 tentacles or green skin? Do you think too much about aliens?" Liyu's head was full of black lines. After all, when it comes to aliens, everyone's concept is naturally an octopus monster driving a flying saucer or a green dwarf similar to a goblin. As for those who post cute alien girls, they must have watched too many anime. Aren't they aliens? The other world is also on Earth? Well, if you say I'm an alien, I can't object. It's quite difficult for Liyu to answer whether people from another world are equal to aliens. After all, in Liyu's cognition, people from another world and aliens cannot be equated. But if you think about it carefully, the formula that people from another world are aliens is still valid, but it is precisely because of this that Liyu feels more helpless. Okay, if you say aliens, then they are aliens. Anyway, for Coco, she is indeed an alien. Well then, Mr. Alien from another world, what is your purpose of coming to Earth this time? Are you going to occupy the Earth? I say, did you not believe what I said at all? Coco's tone was very relaxed, and when she spoke to Liyu, she also had a teasing tone, which made Liyu feel very stressed. Was Coco treating him as a psychopath? But it's no wonder. If someone suddenly came up to me and talked to me about people from another world or aliens, before this series of disappointing experiences, I would have thought he was crazy. But in this situation, Liyu had to make Coco believe what he said. No, I believe you. Liyu's forehead was full of black lines, and Coco could naturally see that although she tried her best to explain that she believed in Liyu, it would be strange if she really believed it. Well, it seems that if I don't speak with facts, you won't believe me. Liyu sighed. From the beginning, he should have directly laid out the facts. Although it would have a very shocking effect, at least he wouldn't waste so many expressions. Facts? Liyu's words made Coco a little puzzled. Facts? What facts? But in the next moment, Coco understood what Liyu was talking about, and the scene in front of her also greatly shocked Coco. A burst of light flashed, and Liyu in front of Coco changed into a handsome steel armor in an instant, and 2 gorgeous long swords were hung on his waist. This shape is very similar to the knights of medieval Europe, but compared with the knight armor in the museum, Liyu's is more majestic and handsome. It is the first time that Coco has seen someone standing in front of her wearing such armor. No, this is not the point. How did Liyu change into this set of equipment in an instant? Coco wiped her eyes in disbelief. She almost couldn't believe what she saw. Although Coco considers herself knowledgeable and has traveled to the 7 continents and 5 oceans of the world, the scene in front of her is still beyond her imagination. Hallucination? Subconsciously, Coco stepped forward and gently touched the armor on Liyu's body. The touch of steel made her shudder for a moment. This is not an illusion, it's real. So is this man in front of me, this man who had an unexpected encounter with me, this man who had tried his best to protect me, really from another world? Do aliens really exist in this world? At this moment, Coco was completely confused. Legends about aliens have never been lacking since ancient times. In the circle where Coco is, people often hear about the existence of aliens. But legends are just legends. Coco has never seen a real alien. As for the so-called mysterious flying objects reported in the news, most of them are new weapon tests at military bases, and those so-called alien abductions are mostly secret operations of the country. The truth is not known to ordinary people at all. Although it is impossible to deny the existence of aliens, Coco has never imagined that she would really see aliens one day and meet them in this way. You should believe it now. Seeing Coco's shocked face, Liyu suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. It turns out that our Queen of Arms would be so surprised. By the way, Coco is really cute at this time. The light flashed again, and the armor and swords on Liyu disappeared, replaced by his original outfit. This instant change of clothes setting is really convenient. At least Liyu doesn't have to worry about changing clothes now, right? Are you really an alien? Coco murmured in disbelief, but Liyu was still confused. If possible, you should treat me as a person from another world. What's wrong with aliens? Liyu has never regarded himself as an alien. Okay, people from another world. It turns out that there are people from another world. By the way, do you people from another world wear armor? What do you usually eat? Do you often fight? Fight with swords? Do you people from another world eat people? What's going on? What's 06307/2919363.html? Suddenly, Liyu felt very stressed. Coco, what's wrong with you, Coco? Asking questions like a little girl? How can I answer so many questions at once? For a moment, Liyu was dumbfounded by Coco's questions. Is there something wrong with the coach's script? When did Coco become so interested in people from another world and aliens? Finally, what are you doing eating, people? Coco, can we calm down first? Pressing his temple hard, Liu felt that he needed to calm Coco down. If he continued like this, he didn't know if she would ask more weird questions. Sorry, I'm just a little too excited. After all, it's the first time I've seen people from another world. Oh, then are you coming to this world to seek refuge? No, the purpose of my coming to this world is to buy weapons and defend my home. Buy? Weapons? Ever since she knew that Liu was from another world, Coco had made many assumptions in her heart, such as the purpose of Liu coming to this world. But she never thought that Liu came to this world to buy weapons. Buy weapons to defend his home? What's going on? Simply put, our country is facing a huge threat, with wolves inside and tigers outside. If we don't take action, our country will have no future. That's why I came to this world, hoping to bring back the weapons in this world, arm my own troops, guard my own homeland, and let everyone live in peace again. Use weapons to defend peace? Liu did not hide anything at this moment and told the truth directly. After all, this was a gamble of his, and what he was betting on was Coco's mind. If Coco could be persuaded by Liu, then everything would be easy. If Coco couldn't be persuaded, then everything would be over. But looking at Coco's expression, she seemed a little dazed by what Liu said. After all, using weapons to defend peace, can weapons really bring peace? To be honest, I hate to pick up weapons and fight. If there is no fighting, everyone can live a peaceful life. How wonderful it would be. It's a pity that I am trapped in this cage. Even I have no room for resistance. After watching the anime, Liu knew Coco's beliefs and the reason why Coco did all this. That's why Liu spoke according to Coco's heart. Of course, everything Liu said was exactly what he thought in his heart. On this point, he and Coco's thoughts coincided. Everything he did was just for peace. Do you really think that weapons can bring peace? To be honest, Liu's words touched Coco a lot. At this moment, Coco's expression became unusually serious, because her thoughts were exactly the same as Liu's. But the key to the problem was, is the peace brought by weapons really called peace? Coco wanted to get the answer from Liu. No, weapons can only be used to deter, and the peace they bring is also forced, which is not really peace at all. But for now, I have no other choice. Liu shook his head. In fact, there is no real peace in this world. What he is doing now is just to protect the people of Blood Alliance City, hoping that they can continue to live and work in peace. Even if this peace is only temporary, even if Liu has to face the pressure of the 10 nobles, and there may be wars with other races in the future, he still has to work hard to protect this rare peaceful time. Forced peace? I understand. After hearing Liu's words, Coco fell into silence for a long time, as if thinking about something, and Liu looked at her quietly without interrupting her. After a long time, Coco finally broke the silence. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, forming a beautiful arc, and she saluted Liu very formally. Well, let me introduce myself again, Coco Hekmadia, a weapons dealer by profession. It's a pleasure to meet you, a visitor from another world. Maybe we can become partners who trust each other in the future. Partner? Then please give me more advice from today. When Coco uttered the word partner, Liu knew that he succeeded. It seems that he really persuaded Coco, and looking at Coco's expression, it doesn't seem like she is perfunctory, but is really considering future cooperation. However, what Coco said next made Liu speechless again. Then Lin, since you're going to buy weapons in this world, what are you gonna pay with? Cash? Or barter? By the way, I never do business on credit. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of doing business on credit. Liu looked at Coco with a frown on his face. As expected of an arms dealer, he always talked about capital. However, what Coco said was understandable. Although she agreed to the cooperation between the two parties, it did not mean that she could provide weapons to Liu for free. After all, there was no benefit for Coco. Our queen would not do anything without benefit. Oh, so what you brought is a specialty from another world? Can I see it? Coco became interested after hearing what Liu said. Since Liu was from another world, the currency or treasures used to buy weapons must be from another world. It would be a pity if I couldn't see it first. You want to check the money before I even see the goods? Liu looked at Coco with amusement, but the next moment, he materialized a small wooden box from the prop column. This was prepared by Liu in advance, and what was filled in it were naturally the magic crystal ores that had exhausted their magic power. But relative to this world, they were all priceless gems. The previous few large wooden boxes were really too exaggerated, so Liu also sorted and packed the magic crystal ores in advance. This square wooden box, about the size of a suitcase, was filled with pure diamonds. Seeing a wooden box suddenly appear in Liu's hand, Coco was still a little surprised, although she had been prepared. It was like watching a magic trick. She had no idea where Li Yu had hidden the wooden box before. But the moment Li Yu opened the wooden box, Coco's eyes suddenly widened. She dared to swear that this was the most shocking diamond display she had ever seen in her life. This was really too exaggerated. As an arms dealer, Coco had received diamond deals in Africa, but the diamonds she was offered were just ordinary goods of average quality and small size. Even so, Coco made a lot of money from that batch of diamonds. But now, the diamonds in Li Yu's wooden box are all ridiculously large. The smaller ones are the size of ping-pong balls, and the larger ones are larger than the fists of 2 adult men. The most important thing is that these diamonds are crystal clear. Even if you are not a diamond expert, you can see that these are top-notch goods. Whether it is color or clarity, they are all very exaggerated. The only pity is that the cutting of these diamonds is terrible. I don't know where the cheating craftsmen came from. They actually cut these top-grade diamonds into such an ugly appearance. It is simply the biggest waste. But even so, the poor cutting can hardly conceal the value of this box of diamonds. If all the diamonds in this box are sold, the money is simply inestimable. After all, Coco has seen the world. After the initial shock, she quickly returned to normal. Although the price of this box of diamonds is really high, it is also very difficult to take out weapons of the same value as this box of diamonds. How many weapons are needed to be worth this box of diamonds? This is the problem that Coco is considering at this stage. I am afraid that it is very difficult for her to digest so many diamonds alone. How about it? My box of diamonds is not bad. I should be able to buy a lot of good things. Seeing Coco lost in thought, Li Yu also spoke up. At this time, he already had his own little plan in his heart, and he was just waiting to implement it smoothly. /0630729193664. What do you need? Let's make it clear in advance. If you want a nuclear bomb, I really can't do anything about it. At this time, Coco stared at Li Yu. She wanted to know what kind of weapons Li Yu wanted to buy with this box of diamonds. If it was just ordinary conventional weapons, 1 diamond would probably be enough. From the time she met Li Yu until now, Coco didn't think that Li Yu was a person from another world who had just arrived in this world and knew nothing. On the contrary, Li Yu knew this world very well, and naturally knew the prices of this world, as well as the price of the diamonds in his hand. But since he knew it, why did Li Yu still take out this box of diamonds? What exactly did he want? Nuclear bomb. Why do I need that thing? Do I want to die with the enemy? Coco's question made Li Yu sweat profusely. He had never considered the issue of nuclear bombs at all. You know, nuclear bombs are double-edged swords. Once a nuclear bomb explodes, it will not benefit either side. Li Yu is still hoping to conquer the Dark Kingdom peacefully, but he doesn't want the Dark Kingdom to become a desolate place, full of radiation and no grass. What do you want? Well, let me think about it. The most useful and easiest to maintain assault rifle is still the AK-47, right? Give me 10,000 first and a few million bullets. Also want some heavy machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers, etc. That's about it. Just these? When Li Yu counted the weapons he wanted with his fingers, Coco on the side showed an expression of disbelief. Although 10,000 AK-47s seemed a lot, in fact, it was nothing for Coco. After all, the AK-47 is the most common assault rifle in the world. As long as Coco opens her mouth, she can get as many as she wants. As for the remaining heavy machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers, etc., there is no problem at all. However, Coco does not understand why Li Yu only wants these most common weapons. Doesn't he want some high-tech equipment? For example, airplanes, cannons, tanks, etc. Aren't these the real kingly weapons? The reason why Coco thinks so is that she does not understand the current situation of Black Blood City, but Li Yu is different. He made this decision after careful consideration. There is only 1 month left before the coronation ceremony. It is impossible for Li Yu to train a group of scattered soldiers into sharpshooters who can hit the target every time within this month, let alone let them operate airplanes and cannons. Even Li Yu himself can't do it. How can he teach others? Therefore, Li Yu directly ruled out weapons with too high technical content. What he needs now is a group of soldiers and weapons that can shock the 10 nobles. Assault rifles plus heavy machine guns plus grenades, rocket launchers are enough. If you need something more, you can get some mortars. I heard that this thing is also very useful. As for the deeper training in high-tech weapons, there is no need to consider them at all. It is already very difficult to learn these within a month. Li Yu does not need to be ambitious now. The reason why AK-47 was chosen as the main force is also based on its lethality, maintenance difficulty, failure rate, and reliability. As a legend in the assault rifle industry, AK-47 has been active on the battlefield since its creation. There is a reason for it. So Li Yu thinks this is good. It does not cause any trouble to Coco, and he can get what he wants. It is a win-win cooperation. But Coco can't understand Li Yu's idea at all. If you just want those weapons, then I think you don't need to take out this box at all. You only need to take out one of them, which is worth all the weapons, and there are even some left. As a weapons merchant, Coco likes to earn the difference and win high profits, but this time, the value of the diamonds Li Yu took out has long been much higher than the goods themselves, which makes Coco a little difficult to accept. Although making money is a good thing, Coco cannot feel at ease with the money she earns, so whether she should continue to make this money needs to be carefully considered. Most businessmen are blinded by money, and everything is based on profit, but Coco is completely different from others in this regard. She will consider more and will not only see the immediate benefits and forget everything else. I know, but I still insist on my deal. These diamonds are all yours. Li Yu understood what Coco meant, but he had no intention of changing his mind about this deal. This box of diamonds was all for Coco. Since he had taken it out, Li Yu did not consider taking it back. Li Yu, who already knew the plot, understood that Coco was carrying out a crazy plan. If Li Yu got the weapons to protect the peace of Black Blood City, then what Coco was doing now was to force peace for the whole world. This is Coco's ideal. To implement it, a lot of money is needed. Therefore, Li Yu feels that he needs to intervene at this time and use a box of diamonds to tie Coco firmly to his chariot. No matter how to do this business, it will not lose money, right? Especially for Li Yu, these diamonds are of no value at all. He can get as many as he wants. After all, the most abundant thing in Black Blood City is this kind of magic crystal ore that consumes all magic power. Although Li Yu does not need it, it is a huge subsidy for Coco. I need a reason, otherwise I won't accept these things. Although Li Yu has made up his mind, Coco seems very cautious in the face of this big cake. Although the two sides have indeed established a partnership, Li Yu's move is too inexplicable, which makes Coco very incomprehensible, and she is not sure what Li Yu is thinking. Just give it to herself? Coco's thoughts are not so simple. I believe no one will do something without benefits. Reasons or something? Isn't it enough that we are partners? Coco insisted on giving a reason, which made Li Yu very embarrassed. It would be very difficult to ask questions like this. What do you think? Okay, I'll tell the truth. Being stared at by Coco with a serious face made Li Yu's pressure rise suddenly. Although Coco was indeed very beautiful, being stared at like this always made him feel like his heart was being piqued. In fact, my country, how should I put it, should be very poor and backward. In fact, in some places people can't even get enough food. So I'm considering whether we can have long-term cooperation, not just cooperation in weapons, but all-round and three-dimensional cooperation from top to bottom, so as to better develop my country. The above words were absolutely the truth from Li Yu's heart. You know, what Black Blood City lacks now is not just weapons, but food, education, and even spiritual entertainment. These are what Black Blood City and even the whole world lack. Since he has decided to be the Demon King for the time being, Li Yu must consider the entire Black Demon Kingdom and all its residents. Reform is imperative, but Li Yu alone is powerless. Therefore, Li Yu needs to introduce modern technology to better develop the Black Demon Kingdom, and Coco's help is absolutely indispensable. So, that's how it is. You have such a plan, but since you can travel through the world, from your world to this world, why is your world still so backward? Coco could see that Li Yu was not lying, but she was also wondering why Li Yu had the technology to travel through the world and could easily take out so much wealth, but his country was still so poor and backward. This is too contradictory. You can regard this as magic. In fact, my coming to this world is purely an accident. By the way, in my world, except for me, there is no productivity in culture. It is only focused on increasing magic and force. It would be a miracle if such a world could develop. Since there is magic, can you let me see it? Upon hearing about magic, Coco's interest rose again, but Li Yu touched the back of his head awkwardly about Coco's curiosity. I haven't learned magic yet. I'm just a complete beginner in this regard. What? Why is this? Coco was very disappointed with Li Yu's answer, and she pouted instantly. However, Li Yu was very confused about this. My queen, can you not be so curious? I'm really sorry that you don't know magic. Although Li Yu was speechless, Coco still accepted this explanation. She could see that Li Yu was wholeheartedly considering his country and the people of the country. Facing such a person, Coco could not refuse at all. Since you are so wholeheartedly, let me lend a hand. Falme, gather everyone immediately. We have a big deal to do. After the cooperation agreement was reached, Coco left Li Yu's room and immediately gave an order to Falme. As soon as this order came out, Falme was very surprised. Coco, do you really want to gather everyone immediately? You know, for this deal, Coco was willing to take risks personally, and was even hunted down by the Mafia in the end. But if all members are recalled immediately, wouldn't the plan fail? Yes, this plan is cancelled. Now there are more important things waiting for us to do. Facing Farme, Coco showed a happy smile on her face. She hasn't had this feeling for a long time. Although it is for another world, it seems to be a very interesting thing, isn't it? Okay, I understand. Although she didn't know what Coco was thinking, Falme would never oppose or question Coco. She could devote her all to Coco, even her own life. As long as it was Coco's order, she would obey unconditionally. From this point of view, the power of Lily was indeed terrifying. In this way, Li Yu quickly met with Coco's team. Although he had known this group of people for a long time, Coco didn't know it. When all the members arrived, she introduced them to Li Yu one by one. It goes without saying that Rem and Falme had already known each other for a long time. The one who drove to support Li Yu and Coco was Ugo, a former Italian mafia boss. They had also introduced each other before. Among the members who came later, there was one from the former M country. /637 settle /29 6 TML. Everyone was very puzzled about Coco's emergency recall of all personnel, but then Coco pushed Li Yu out and solemnly introduced him to everyone present. Then this is our team's newest partner and the strongest supporter at this stage. He will work with us in the future. You can call him Yu. Let's warmly welcome him now. Question, miss, what does the strongest supporter mean? Can you explain it to us? After a round of applause, as the most active member of the team, Luz first expressed his doubts. After all, they called everyone back so suddenly, and a new person was inexplicably added. Everyone has the right to know more about the situation. Well, simply put, we got a lot of money. Facing Luz's question, Coco smiled and used a very cheerful tone, raising her hands high, as if she was about to cheer. A lot of money? Everyone present looked at each other. How much money could make Coco show such an expression? Hundreds of millions of dollars? If so, then he is indeed the strongest supporter. Yes, it's a lot of money, Falme. Take out the box. Coco snapped her fingers and asked Farme to take out the box that had been prepared long ago and put it on the table. This was not the small wooden box that Li Yu had used before, but a suitcase that Coco had prepared. After all, Li Yu's wooden box was too conspicuous, and it would be better to move the diamonds in the box to the suitcase. In fact, Li Yu didn't quite understand. What exactly did Coco want to do? Although her team was trustworthy, there was no need for her to expose these diamonds. What exactly did she want to do? Li Yu didn't think that Coco took out these diamonds just to show off. After all, there was no reason at all, and Coco was not the kind of person who would do such a boring thing. But why did she do this? Wow, this really is. When the suitcase was opened, revealing the dazzling diamonds in it at the box, a series of exclamations rang out in the room. There was no way, the scene was really too shocking. So many large diamonds, shining vividly under the light, were simply blinding. Some people's reactions were exaggerated, such as Lutz and R. They had covered their eyes and were ready to roll on the ground. Even the calmest and most experienced Rem had a very confused expression on his face. There was nothing they could do. This box of diamonds was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Falme, who had been holding the suitcase, had not expected this. Now everyone should understand, Yu is now our partner and our most important client. From now on, everyone must protect Yu's safety and never let him have any accidents. As the diamond lit up, Coco's words were taken seriously by everyone present. That's right, with such a big and rich man standing in front of him, who could afford the consequences if something happened. But Li Yu always felt that Coco's words had a double meaning. Protect your own safety? What is there to protect? Surveillance? Has he not yet gained Coco's full trust? I don't know what Coco is thinking at this moment. Only she knows it clearly. It is unrealistic for others to guess her thoughts. Although he was confused, Li Yu did not take it to heart. Whether it was surveillance or protection, he did not have any malice towards Coco. Coco could naturally feel this as they spent more time together. Therefore, Li Yu was not too eager to explain anything. Coco could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, his first step plan was very successful, and the first transaction should be completed smoothly. This was enough for Li Yu. It is naturally unsafe to carry such a large box of diamonds with you, but from Coco's appearance, it seems that she has no intention of giving it to Li Yu for safekeeping. She just asked her subordinates to guard the suitcase 24 hours a day, and the subsequent itinerary was also arranged urgently. Before becoming the Demon King, Li Yu had never had the experience of flying, and this time, thanks to Coco, Li Yu directly enjoyed a private plane trip. Coco's action speed was very fast. After staying in the hotel for no more than 12 hours, all the staff were transferred. Not only did they call for a private plane, but even after flying for several hours and landing on the ground, Li Yu boarded a huge cargo ship. Well, on this day, both planes and ships were boarded, And at this moment, Liu also truly felt Coco's hard work. Running around the world like this is still fresh if it happens once or twice, but if it happens every day, it is really a very uncomfortable thing. However, when he got on the freighter, all the guards were lifted and Liu was told that he could move freely. This was Coco's freighter, and this was Coco's territory. No one could threaten Coco here. Finally, he had some free time. Since he got on the plane, Liu found that he seemed to be on the road all the time, and he didn't even have time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. This made him feel helpless. But now, standing on the deck and looking at the sky in the distance, the seagulls' cries came from the calm sea from time to time. All of this was so refreshing. This feels good. I don't know if the border of the Black Demon country is connected to the sea. If possible, I can also get a warship back. It seems to be a very interesting thing. What are you thinking about? Just as Liu was looking into the distance, Coco's voice suddenly came from behind him. From Coco's voice, she seemed to be in a good mood. Nothing. I just think such peaceful days are really nice. It would be nice if I could enjoy this every day. As he turned around, Liu stretched his body. Before, when he was in the SAO world, he did not have an easy life. He spent almost every day killing monsters to gain experience. Even if he did not kill monsters, he had to deal with the affairs of the guild. He had no leisure at all. After returning to Blackblood City, Liu was thinking about this and that. Until now, Liu has really relaxed. Seeing this vast sea, Liu always has a feeling of spiritual cleansing, as if all the tiredness has disappeared. Although he knows that this is just a psychological effect, Liu still enjoys this feeling. Peaceful days? There will be, and you will succeed. Coco was followed by Falme, so she did not say too much. Although Liu did not force Coco to keep the fact that Liu was a person from another world a secret, she was still very smart and did not tell anyone. At this point, Liu felt that it was really worry-free to interact with smart people. I hope so. Although Coco's words were comforting, at least it was a good wish. Liu also sincerely hoped that the plan would go smoothly, and then he would not have to go through so much trouble. It would be great if the 12 nobles could be resolved peacefully. The things you want will be delivered in 3 days. You can choose the delivery location, and we will be responsible for delivering them to you. The topic of peace was a bit too heavy for Liu and Coco, so Coco changed the topic at the right time and brought it to the goods Liu needed. Coco was really worthy of her name. She was really fast. Such a large number of weapons could be handled in 3 days. In this way, he would not have to stay in this world for too long and could return to Blackblood City. 61630711936.html 3 days? That's great. Liu felt that he could give Coco 32 thumbs up for her speed of action. It was really too fast, and it was also very much in line with Liu's thoughts. What Liu lacks now is time. He is racing against time. It is a good thing for him if Coco's weapons arrive 1 day earlier. So are you going to leave immediately after receiving the goods? Liu's expression seemed to infect Coco. The main reason why she acted so quickly was for Liu. Otherwise, she would not act so quickly and even use many connections. You know, Liu's demand for weapons is also very large. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to get it done in just a few days. But at the same time, Coco wanted to know whether Liu would stay or go. Was he going to leave immediately? Or would he stay for a while? Yes, I'm going to go back immediately. After all, the things we have over there are troublesome enough. Liu nodded affirmatively to Coco's question. In fact, Coco had already had a detailed talk with Liu on the plane. The main content of the discussion was naturally everything about the Black Demon Kingdom. Liu did not hide too much from Coco about the situation of the Black Demon Kingdom, but he did not tell her that he was the Demon King, and that the Black Demon Kingdom was also a demon country. Coco now knew about the current situation of the Black Demon Kingdom, and also knew that Liu was a king who was trying to survive in the cracks. Coco was quite concerned about the crisis that Liu was facing at this time. This was no wonder, because in Coco's view, Liu was in an absolute disadvantage, surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides, and could only maintain an inch of territory from being invaded. But even so, Liu still had to work hard for the people in his territory, hoping to bring peace to everyone, which made Coco deeply touched. The most important thing is that after this period of contact, Coco found that Liu was very simple and did not contain any impurities. After a long time in this line of work, such a person was already an untouchable existence for Coco. Because such a person is in 2 completely different worlds from Coco's. For example, Liu, who is in the same world as herself, can still maintain such a pure heart, which is completely incredible for Coco. He hates weapons and doesn't like fighting, but the shackles of fate have locked him tightly, but he is miraculously out of the mud and untainted. Maybe such a person can understand himself. Maybe such a person is what he has always longed for. With such thoughts in mind, Coco suddenly felt that she was reluctant to let Liu leave. After all, she didn't fully understand Liu and didn't know Liu's real experience. She just believed in her own cognition that Liu was the one she had always been looking forward to in her heart. But this was enough for Coco. Coco has always been unable to find someone who can really understand her. Although she has a group of outstanding team members around her, and everyone cares about her and loves her, there are some words and things that Coco cannot share with them. But now, a person who makes Coco feel that she can be truly understood has appeared. But they have just met and are facing separation, so it is reasonable to feel reluctant. Hey you, when you come back, would you like to join my team? What? Liu didn't expect that Coco would invite him so suddenly, especially since the meaning of Coco's invitation was still very unclear. Join Coco's team? Travel around the world with her to sell weapons? No, Coco's invitation would never be that simple, and Coco would have people around her to protect her. So what was the deep meaning of her invitation? Could it be that she wanted him to join her plan? If Liu didn't know the plot and didn't know how the world would develop in the future, he wouldn't have considered it so much. But the key to the problem was that Liu himself was a spoiler party. Since he knew the plot, he had to think more about it. Coco, are you serious? Liu was still in shock, but Falme, who was standing next to him, had an even more shocked expression on his face than Liu. Coco never invites people easily, let alone lets people join her team casually. But Coco is very different today, and people can't figure out what she is thinking. Could it be that Coco is attracted to this guy? To Farme? Liu is just an ordinary person. The clarity in his eyes shows that he is not a soldier who has been through many battles. Look at his hands and skin, which are delicate, white, and without any calluses. Let alone holding a gun, he probably rarely even holds a weapon. What's the point of such a person joining the team? Farm doesn't think that Coco made the invitation because of Liu's funding. Just like what Liu thought, Farme also knew that Coco's invitation contained a deeper meaning. But Farme didn't know Coco's thoughts and plans, so in her opinion, Coco was definitely attracted to this guy. As a woman who loves Coco with all her heart, how could Farme tolerate such a thing? Of course I mean it. Of course, if you feel embarrassed, just pretend I never said that. The surprised expressions of Liu and Falme made Coco realize her own loss of composure. This was really abrupt, but why couldn't she hold back just now? At this time, Coco was a little puzzled. She could usually hide any emotion very well, but why couldn't she control herself in front of him? This! Coco didn't force Liu, which made Liu think that this matter should be regarded as a small episode. But the next moment, Liu's expression froze in an instant. Damn, what kind of system task is coming at this time? Random small task, join Coco Hikamedia's team and get along better with Coco Hikamedia. Task reward, primary firearms proficiency skill. Although such a simple task does not want to give you too many benefits, it still gives you a practical skill. What is this? Liu simply ignored the system's complaints, but the basic firearms proficiency skill really attracted Liu. Firearms proficiency, this skill name sounds very cool. Liu, who has the combat proficiency skill, naturally knows the benefits of this passive skill. Even if it is only a basic skill, it is quite useful for Liu. After all, Liu is now a real firearms novice. Although he has fired a few times, it does not mean that he can use various firearms skillfully. Since he has come to the world of arms, he will inevitably have to deal with various firearms in the future. If he waits until then to learn, it will really waste too much time. But with this skill, it will be completely different. In this case, it seems that he has no choice. Since Coco said so, I can't refuse even if I want to. There is no way. Even for this skill, Liu has to accept Coco's invitation. Besides, Coco's invitation has no disadvantages for Liu, and joining in is also a good thing. Really? Coco had originally thought that she was very abrupt and she had already prepared for Liu to politely decline her offer. However, she did not expect that with this plot twist, Liu actually agreed right away. Of course, I will learn more from you in the future. After all, you are my senior in many things. That's right, in addition to skills, there is another point that attracts Liu, which is Coco's ability. If he can follow Coco, Liu will definitely learn a lot of useful things. Of course, Liu will never admit that he chose to join her team because Coco is very cute. It's definitely not like this. 106-63709-136 In that case, welcome to join, you. It must be said that Coco was very happy about Liu's joining, but she did not show this happiness. At this time, Coco was very calm, with a faint smile on her face. At the same time, she stretched out her right hand to Liu to welcome her. Liu also held Coco's hand and responded to Coco with the same smile. It's my honor. Wait a minute. Liu and Coco reached a consensus happily, but Falme on the side couldn't help it. What's the matter? A new member is joining now? And it's a man that Coco likes very much? Although most of the team members are male, Coco and Falme are the only two women, but Falme is not worried at all about who will win Coco's heart. Coco's team is like a family. Every member is a relative to Coco, but relatives are relatives, and they are definitely not lovers. But Liu's appearance made Falme feel a great sense of crisis. This may be the instinctive repulsion between rivals in love, although for now, the word rival in love is just Falme's unilateral idea. But even so, Falme finally couldn't bear it anymore. Although she couldn't question Coco's decision, she was questioning Liu's ability. If he joined the team, wouldn't he become a burden to the team? What's wrong, Falme? Coco didn't expect Falme to suddenly shout at this moment. She didn't agree with Liu's joining? No way. Falme has always been very supportive of her decisions. Why did she suddenly oppose this time? Coco, do you really think that letting you join is the right choice? He is just an ordinary person who can't even use a gun. If he follows us, it will definitely be very dangerous. Feeling Coco's puzzled eyes, Falme also tried her best to explain why she objected. After all, this is also a fact. Liu is just an ordinary person after all, at least in Falme's opinion, that's it. Actually, Yu is not an ordinary person. Coco understood what Falme meant, at least on the surface. However, unlike Falme, Coco did not think that Liu was just an ordinary person. Although Liu had never said what his strength was, just based on the armor and 2 swords he wore last time, Coco could not regard Liu as an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? Coco's explanation seemed to Falme to be a cover-up for Liu. How could this kid not be an ordinary person? Why couldn't she see it at all? I understand. Miss Falme thinks that my strength is not enough to protect Coco, so for the sake of Coco and me, she thinks it is not appropriate for me to join. Right? At this moment, Liu felt that he should stand up and say a few words. Coco did not know what Falme really meant, but Liu, who was standing by, saw it clearly. Being envied by a lesbian girl, to be honest, Liu felt very pressured, but this time he had to join Coco's team no matter what, in order to learn and grow better, and for the gun proficiency skills that were within his reach. Therefore, Liu had to show some expression. Didn't Falme not recognize him? Then all he had to do was to speak with strength and let Falme truly recognize him. Yes, that's what I mean. It must be said that Liu's opening words won Falme's favor. Jealousy is jealousy, but Falme will not lose her mind because of jealousy. Liu's words were completely to help Falme explain. It seems that this kid is very good. From this point alone, Falme admires him very much. But what Falme didn't expect was that although Liu helped her explain, he didn't give up the intention of joining Coco's team at all. What Falme couldn't understand even more was that Liu would actually challenge her. So, since Miss Falme thinks I'm not strong enough, can you compete with me a little bit? If I'm really not strong enough, then I have nothing to say. But if I'm strong enough, does that mean I can stay in Coco's team? Liu had a faint smile on his face, but there was no ambiguity in what he said. You don't want to admit me, right? Then let's fight. In the final analysis, this is still a world that speaks with fists, and Liu also felt that it was time for him to show his strength. Otherwise, he would always be regarded as a burden, which was not what he wanted to see. Okay, then I want to see how strong you are. From beginning to end, Liu had a faint smile on his face, looking calm and confident, which was even somewhat similar to Coco, giving people a feeling that this was really a match made in heaven. But it was also because of this that Falme had a greater sense of crisis and was even more unhappy. Especially since Liu actually challenged himself directly, this made Falme feel despised. Do you think you are very capable? Then let me teach you a lesson, you ignorant boy. Falme, you. This development was really beyond Coco's expectations. Why were they ready to fight before they even said a few words? But looking at Liu and Coco, neither of them had any intention of backing down. The fact that Liu was going to compete with Falme quickly attracted Coco's troops. Everyone was very curious. Why did Liu, a rich man, fight with Falme? Especially when everyone heard that the two were going to use cold weapons for close combat without firearms, there was no suspense at all. It can be said that Falme's close combat is the best in the entire team. No one can be confident that they can defeat Falme in a one-on-one situation with close combat. Even Rem, the most experienced, dare not make this guarantee. It seems that our sponsor, the rich boy, is going to suffer a big setback. He actually provoked Falme. I don't know how badly he will be abused. It's a joke. For a while, several men gathered outside and watched with laughter, but Liu's head was full of black lines. Do you think you are watching monkeys in a zoo? In order to avoid injury, let's fight with this safe weapon. Although Liu challenged Falme confidently, in Falme's opinion, this was completely Liu's overestimation of his ability, especially in the field that Falme is best at. She is more confident that she will not lose to anyone. Because of this, Falme took out the rubber dagger used for training. Although this thing will hurt when hitting people, it will definitely not be fatal. Of course, it's no problem, but Miss Falme, do you think it's really okay to use only one dagger? Liu is now holding two rubber machetes about 70 centimeters long. Although it doesn't feel very smooth, it is much better than bare hands. But Falme's dagger made Liu feel helpless. Two machetes against one dagger? How much confidence does it take? Aren't you afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Of course, no problem. One dagger is enough. Liu felt that Falme was underestimating the enemy, and Falme also felt that Liu was arrogant. Do you think you can defeat me with just two machetes? You are too naive. Well, in that case, Miss Falme, please go first. 116 307 2910 9368. Taking a deep breath, Liu, holding two swords, entered the fighting state in an instant. And Falme, who was a few meters away from Liu, also changed her momentum in an instant. Cold, Falme's eyes were cold when she looked at Liu. It was like a ferocious beast hunting prey. If an ordinary person was stared at like this, I'm afraid he would have been scared to death. This kind of killing intent trained on the battlefield is simply not something an ordinary person can bear. But at this time, Liu was very calm, and what was even more exaggerated was that Liu actually exuded a momentum that was not inferior to Falme. This kid is not an ordinary person. In an instant, this feeling rose in the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone was an elite, so they could naturally feel how strong this momentum was. I misjudged it. This was the voice of everyone at this moment. Who could have thought that this seemingly harmless young man could produce such a powerful and fierce aura in an instant? Falme is in danger. At this time, the most experienced Rem frowned deeply. Although he had fought off the pursuit of the Mafia with Liu before, Liu only showed courage at that time, and it was not clear what strength he had. But now Rem did not dare to underestimate Liu at all. Although Rem was absolutely confident in a gun competition, if it was a close combat, Rem believed that he had no chance of winning. No way, big sister will lose? Rem's words attracted a lot of sidelong glances, and Luz exclaimed. Although he felt Liu's aura, it did not mean that Falme would fall into a disadvantage. Watch quietly. Rem shook his head and took out a cigarette and lit it. The two had not started fighting yet, and everything had to wait until they started to make a conclusion. Regardless of the discussion outside the field, the two people who were confronting each other on the field had already reached the breaking point of the battle. The battle was about to break out. It all depended on who would make the first move. At this time, whoever made the first move would have the upper hand, but at the same time, whoever made the first move would be the first to reveal the flaws. However, after the confrontation until now, Falme finally couldn't stand it anymore. The powerful momentum that Liu suddenly emitted was one thing, and the other main reason was that the sense of crisis in Falme's heart had already made her tolerance reach the maximum. Fight. If she didn't fight, she wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Leaning forward, Falme took action. She was seen launching a surprise attack on Liu head-on, and the dagger in her hand was also completely in a critical state and could wipe Liu's neck at any time. But at the same time, Liu's footsteps also moved. Unlike Falme's surprise attack, Liu only changed his steps and made a fighting posture that could attack and defend at the same time. Falme was very fast. If it wasn't Liu standing in front of her, even the most elite soldiers would not be able to stop her throat-slashing blow. But just as Falme's dagger stretched out and was about to slash Liu's neck, Liu's hand also moved. He drew his knife like lightning. When his left-hand knife blocked Falme's dagger, in an instant, the rubber machete in his right hand had already attacked Falme's face. Not good. Seeing the crisis coming, Falme quickly pulled away the dagger and retreated. Quickly, but Liu was merciless. The two machetes danced like a whirlwind, and he launched rounds of attacks on Falme in a row. This! How is it possible? Just at the beginning, the one-sided situation made all the audience outside the venue unable to believe their eyes. Was it really Falme who was completely suppressed? How could she lose in a hand-to-hand fight? This is totally unscientific. After wiping his eyes, the scene in front of him did not change. I was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. I was already suppressed like this. Is there still room for a comeback? There was no way. Although Falme was very strong, she was still a human after all. She could not break through this limit of humans no matter what. According to Liu's analysis, Falme's current combat power should have reached the level of a superior magic warrior, and she was only one step away from a lower-level magic fighter. But even so, Falme was still not as good as me. There was no way. Liu's body had been strengthened, and his quality was not comparable to that of ordinary humans. In addition, The high-intensity monster-killing growth allowed Li Yu to reach the level of a lower-level magic fighter without using any skills. As a result, the gap in strength between the two sides widened. Although Li Yu was far inferior to Falme in terms of experience, sometimes the crushing of strength could not be made up by experience. Li Yu's attack was fierce and uninterrupted. Falme could only defend herself without any chance to fight back. In the end, Falme's dagger was even knocked away by Li Yu. She saw that Li Yu's machete was about to chop down her head. It's over. Falme closed her eyes in despair. How many years had she not experienced such a sense of defeat? Is everything over? Then, Miss Falme, do you want to change your weapon and fight again? When Falme opened her eyes, she found that she was not killed. And on the other side was Li Yu's confident smile. Is this an illusion? But she still lost, completely defeated. Although at the beginning, Falme only wanted to teach Li Yu a lesson, but as Li Yu's momentum soared and fierce attacks followed, Falme no longer regarded this as a competition, but a real battle. Fighting is a matter of life and death. Falme thought she had tried her best, but she still lost miserably. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on her head. Falme was completely unable to resist Li Yu's attack. After many years, she suffered such a feeling again, which made Falme feel trembling all over. Miss Falme? Li Yu was kindly suggesting. After all, Falme only used a dagger to fight him. The weapon suppression was too great. He just attacked at the same pace as when he usually killed monsters. But even so, it was not something Falme could bear. But look at Falme like this. Why is her face dull? Could it be that she was played badly? No way, I haven't even used my skills, yet Falme can't be so unbearable, right? No, I lost. After being defeated by Li Yu once, she couldn't cheer up again? No, Falme was certainly not that fragile. Although she experienced her initial confusion, she quickly cheered up again. Although it was a crushing defeat, and although he had no power to fight back, compared to the hatred and fear that Falme had experienced, this was far from a big deal. It was really hard to accept. Falme, are you okay? At this point, the battle between Li Yu and Falme came to an end. Li Yu won with an absolute advantage, and Falme was convinced of the defeat. The people watching were stunned. At this time, Coco also stepped forward to ask Falme with concern. After all, the battle between Li Yu and Falme just now really made Coco tremble with fear. Coco had absolute confidence in Falme. After all, Falme had been with Coco for quite a while, and Coco knew very well what kind of skills Falme had. As for Li Yu, Coco didn't know much. Although she thought that Li Yu's strength should not be too bad, she never expected that the gap between the two sides would be so big. This made Coco very worried. Will Falme have any psychological trauma because of this? After all, she also knew about Falme's painful past. I lost, Coco. Seeing Coco's concerned expression, Falme seemed to have taken a panacea. The loss just now was swept away. He was just a little embarrassed to face Coco because of the failure. For Falme, Coco was her spiritual haven. As long as she was by Coco's side, nothing mattered. 1/6 cents 6307 291093969. In this way, the battle between Li Yu and Falme came to an end. Li Yu was not surprised by the result of this battle. After all, he was completely suppressed by his strength. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction ability, he was more than one level higher than Falme. It should be said that this was not a battle of the same level. The reason why this result was achieved was mainly because Li Yu took advantage. If he changed his fighting style, such as playing with Falme with a gun, then Li Yu would be completely abused by Falme. Of course, after this battle, even if he played with a gun, Falme could not say that he could easily abuse Li Yu. Just a basic firearms proficiency skill brought Li Yu great growth. Because of Li Yu's victory, there would be no objection to his joining the Coco team. It should be said that in recent times, any member of the Coco team who saw Li Yu would have dark circles under their eyes and black lines on their heads. Terrible, too terrible. Although he looks harmless, he is even stronger than the big sister in battle. It is better not to provoke such an existence easily. Before Li Yu's battle with Falme, Lu Zinar would jokingly call Li Yu a local tyrant, a gold owner, or something like that. But now, these live treasures will greet Li Yu very formally every time they see Li Yu, making Li Yu a little confused. What are these guys doing? Is there another conspiracy? Li Yu never expected that his fight with Falme would scare these guys. The 3 days of waiting for the weapons to arrive were a very fulfilling time for Li Yu. As for the cause, Li Yu asked Coco to give him a full-scale 3-dimensional intensive training. The main purpose of the training was to learn tactical skills, firearms knowledge, and how to train outstanding soldiers. In order to help Li Yu, Coco even found all his subordinates. This group of elites each had a very good field. Their task was to instill all the knowledge into Li Yu's mind in these 3 days, and to do a cramming teaching. As for how much Li Yu could understand, it all depended on his own luck. If it were the previous Li Yu, he would have gone crazy after being tortured by this cramming education for 3 days. But since his body has been strengthened, it has not only increased his strength and speed, but also made his mind more flexible. It can be said that this is a perfect strengthening. In addition, Li Yu also had the passive skill of primary firearms proficiency, so he finally memorized the content of the study in 3 days. Although he could not say that he was proficient, at least Li Yu knew his future direction of action and understood what he should do. This time, Coco brought Li Yu a lot of weapons. The first one was the AK-47 assault rifle that Li Yu paid more attention to. Although Li Yu asked for the AK-47 at that time, Coco did not bring Li Yu the AK-47 this time, but the improved gun type of the AK-47, the AKM assault rifle. There was no way. Li Yu could be said to be half military blind. In his cognition, the AK-47 should be the cheapest and most useful assault rifle. As for the AKM, he had never heard of it. But in fact, as an improved model of the AK-47, the AKM has improved the original shortcomings of the AK-47 to a considerable extent, and it is also the assault rifle with the highest production and the greatest influence in the world so far. As for the AK-47, it was completely a role that stole the limelight, which led to the AKM being buried. Of course, this doesn't matter to Li Yu at all. As long as he can get good things, it's fine. With 10,000 AKMs in hand, he can put his heart at ease. As for bullets, considering that Li Yu will have insufficient logistical support after leaving this world, Coco directly transferred 10 million bullets, which is enough for Li Yu to fight several battles vigorously. Coco also spent a lot of effort on this. In addition, Coco also specially equipped Li Yu with 30 Browning M2 heavy machine guns, which are excellent weapons for defending cities. If you are hit by this shot, there will be a big hole in your body. Don't say you are wearing a bulletproof vest. Even if you are wearing a steel plate, it will be useless. What's more exaggerated is that Coco not only prepared 3 million conventional ammunition, but also prepared 200,000 armor-piercing bullets for Li Yu. With this thing, even tanks can be hit. The configuration of firearms is basically these. After all, Li Yu is training new soldiers, and too many weapons are unnecessary. But in addition to guns, grenades and bombs are also indispensable weapons for Li Yu. In this regard, Coco was not stingy. 20,000 grenades were placed in boxes, and there were a lot of C4 bombs. Li Yu couldn't help laughing. What good things! As for the finale, it was RPG rocket-propelled grenade launchers and mortars. 500 RPGs and 100 mortars could form air power position. With these weapons, who would dare to challenge Li Yu? It was so cool. Great Coco, with these weapons, the 12 nobles will definitely not dare to attack Black Blood City. After seeing all the weapons, Li Yu was so excited that he even picked up Coco in joy and put her down after spinning in the air. Li Yu's sudden move stunned Coco. She never thought that Li Yu would hug her so boldly. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. After putting Coco on the ground, Li Yu realized that he seemed to be a little too excited. He even hugged Coco and turned around. What was going on? It's okay, I understand how you feel. To be honest, when Coco was hugged by Li Yu just now, her heart skipped a few beats. After all, this kind of hug was the first time for Coco. If it was someone else who dared to hug her so abruptly, Coco would have made him disappear from this world long ago. But this time, the person who hugged her was Li Yu, and Coco didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she had a feeling that this was not bad. But Coco would not express this kind of thought. She could only calm down secretly and then smile and respond to Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu was secretly thankful that it was only him and Coco, and there were no other people present. If there were someone around, such as a one-eyed lily girl, he would be in real trouble. By the way, how are you going to take these arms away? The atmosphere was a little awkward. In order to ease the atmosphere, Coco began to change the subject. Although he talked a lot with Li Yu did not tell Coco how he would take the arms away after they were delivered. Coco was also very curious about this. Well, of course I will take them away directly. Coco's question was very easy to answer. The most useful thing Li Yu had on him now was his space package prop bar. Putting his hands on the boxes of arms, Li Yu easily put all the arms into the prop bar. I don't know where the upper limit of this prop bar is. Anyway, Li Yu has never been able to fill this prop bar. The only trouble is that there are too many props. Although they have been specially classified, it is still difficult to find something now. In this way, Li Yu can only put the commonly used props in a conspicuous place. As for those that are not usually used, just leave them alone and find them when they are needed. Li Yu's ability to make boxes disappear out of thin air makes Coco very envious. She has seen Li Yu easily conjure up a box of diamonds before. If she can also have this skill, why would she need to transport goods back and forth so hard and dangerously? 116-10637/291937 Tal. Although she envied Liyu's ability, Coco also knew that she could not learn Liyu's skill, but for her, it didn't matter. Anyway, Liyu has joined her team. Whenever there is a need, Coco can ask Liyu for help at any time. After all, joining Coco's team means that everyone is a family. Do family members need to be polite? However, at this stage, Coco cannot use Liyu's ability because after getting the arms, Liyu will first say goodbye to Coco and return to Black Blood City to fully arm his soldiers. After all, time is limited now. Liyu needs to train a group of qualified soldiers within a month, which is not easy to do. Although he is a little reluctant, he still has to say goodbye to Coco. However, for Liyu, this separation will be very long, but for Coco, this time will be very short. After all, there is the problem of time flow. Even if Liyu trains soldiers in Black Blood City for a month and then returns to the world of arms, he has only been separated from Coco for 3 days. This time difference is really useful. After promising Coco that he would be back in a short time, Liyu chose to return to Black Blood City. But this time, Liyu was smarter, fearing that the system would play tricks on him again and throw him into the bathroom or something. He didn't want to become an ice sculpture again. With his mind tense, Liyu tried hard not to lose consciousness during the crossing. But unfortunately, what Liyu did was completely useless. At the moment he fell into the black hole, he fainted directly. But this time, the pit system didn't seem to joke with Liyu again. When Liyu woke up, he found himself lying on the soft Demon King's bed, and there was no one in the room. This time, Liyu was only 4 or 5 days away from the Queen of Arms. In Black Blood City, that time had only passed more than 10 hours. At that time, Liyu remembered that it was still daytime when he left, but when he came back, a full moon was already hanging high in the night sky. It was late, but Liyu didn't feel sleepy at all. After all, it was still broad daylight in the arms world, and it suddenly became night, and the time difference was simply impossible to adjust to. Is there anyone here? Pushing open the door of the room, the corridor was brightly lit, but there was no one around Liyu's room. Originally, there were guards here, but Liyu felt that it was awkward to have 2 girls watching outside the door while he was sleeping. So Liyu asked Maynir to remove the guards at the door. But now it seems that it is quite troublesome that there is no one. Although he felt that it was not good to disturb Maynir at this time, Liyu still decided to have a long talk with Maynir to discuss how to start training soldiers next. In addition, Liyu did not plan to keep this batch of arms in the prop column, so he quickly found a suitable warehouse to store these arms. Since there was no one, let's go forward and see. Liyu didn't know where Maynir's room was, so he could only take a step and call out softly, but at night the maids were basically resting and no one came out to greet Liyu. Do you want to go outside? There should still be guards on duty outside. If you find them, they should take you to Maynir. Who? Just when Liyu thought that he should go find someone to help, suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of him, instantly making Liyu alert. Facing Liyu's question, the black shadow on the opposite side did not give any answer, but just ran away along the corridor. Who is it? A thief? How dare you steal the head of the Demon King? Don't you know how many eyes the Horse King has? Regarding this black shadow, Liyu subconsciously thought that this must be a thief who sneaked into the Black Blood City. After all, if it was an assassin, his first choice after seeing someone would definitely be to kill him instead of turning around and running. Since it is a thief, it will be easy to deal with. Although he, the Demon King, has not yet been crowned, Liyu has already regarded the Black Blood City as his own territory. How dare you run wild in his territory? How can I, the Demon King, survive if I don't catch you? The next moment, Liyu ran after him. Can a mere thief escape the palm of the Demon King? Stop! You stop right there! Liyu chased the black shadow in front of him while shouting loudly. In the quiet night, Liyu's voice was so loud that people hundreds of meters away could hear it. What happened? Liyu's shouting startled everyone in the castle. The maids rushed out of the room to check the situation, and the guards also started to move. For a while, the whole castle was noisy, and no one could figure out what happened. Obviously, Liyu's shouts were effective, and his speed was not bad. As he chased closely, the black shadow in front was getting closer and closer to him. You can't run away now! When Liyu was less than 10 meters away from the black shadow, Liyu took a flash step and disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared directly next to the black shadow. Let you run! Liyu's sudden appearance caught the black shadow completely off guard, and Liyu took the opportunity to hug the black shadow to his chest, so that the black shadow could no longer escape. Humph! I told you that you can't run away. Your Majesty the Demon King? What happened? The shadow in Liu's arms was a short man dressed in black, with his head wrapped in black cloth. The moment Liu caught him, he began to struggle back and forth in Liu's arms. In order to subdue this man, Liu spent a lot of effort. During this time, Maenier ran over with the guards. No one knew what happened. "Look, Maenier, I just came back and caught a thief." As soon as he saw Maenier, Liu immediately waved to her excitedly. After all, this was a small feat for Liu. "Thief?" Maenier looked at Liu in a daze, and at this time, Liu also took off the hood of the thief in front of him with great interest. "Yes, it's a thief. As soon as I left the room, I found this guy sneaking around. He must be no good. Let's see if he stole anything." If he stole? At the beginning, Liu was still excited, but as the thief's hood was taken off, a head of golden wavy hair appeared in front of Liu, and he couldn't say a word. Liu will never forget that face with humiliation mixed with incomparable anger, and even 2 strings of tears. Damn it, how did he make another mistake? At this point, I believe everyone should be able to guess the identity of this thief. That's right, this thief is none other than the youngest daughter of the former Demon King, the 3rd princess of the Black Demon Kingdom, and the proud Loli, who is about to have a duel with Liu Camilla. Liu never thought that he would catch Camilla as a thief, but the key to the problem is, what is Camilla doing wandering around the castle in the middle of the night? I think there seems to be some misunderstanding here. Liu's expression was very stiff, and the atmosphere at the scene seemed a little solemn. He felt that he should say something, but the current situation... "Asshole! Pervert! Let me go!" Only then did Camilla in Liu's arms start to struggle again, and Liu also realized that his left hand seemed to be still blocking Camilla's chest. The feeling of this little bud, it's not that there is a slight bulge, but it makes people feel a little regretful. This touch seems very subtle. Wait a minute, I didn't put my hand here on purpose, don't get me wrong. Nars 63U7-10291937 Your Majesty, this is... Maenier was a little confused. When she heard the noise outside, she immediately stood up and rushed out. Seeing Liu's return, Maenier was very happy, but the current situation was really puzzling. Liu was holding Camilla, who was struggling back and forth in his arms. Camilla's outfit was really... misunderstanding. I don't know what's going on. Being watched by so many people, Liu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He quickly let go of his hand on Camilla's chest and took 2 steps back to show his innocence, but the scene of him hugging Camilla was still seen by many guards and maids. Could it be that the Demon King was so beastly that he suddenly grabbed Camilla and wanted to have sex with her? At this moment, this scene emerged in the minds of the guards and maids. Under the Black Night, the eyes of the Lord Demon radiated scarlet light. Camilla, who was powerless to resist, could only cry and surrender under the tyranny of the Lord Demon. Her delicate body was tortured by the Lord Demon. That trace of, hey! Can you stop imagining? I haven't done anything well. At this moment, Liu even wanted to bang his head against the wall. What are you doing? Don't you dare look at me with the eyes of a beast? Damn it! I'm gonna kill you! Kill you! Liu was very embarrassed, while Camilla on the other side had reached the critical point of anger in the humiliation. She didn't care how many eyes were watching around her. She rushed to a guard, drew the long sword from the guard's waist, and chopped straight at Liu. Damn it! What a cruel Loli! Didn't I just hug you and touch you? Is it necessary to chop and kill like this? What a big grudge! Camilla swung her sword and chopped. Liu quickly stepped back to dodge. However, with Maenier present, how could she allow Camilla to hurt the Demon King? A crisp metal collision sounded, and the long sword in Camilla's hand was knocked away by Maenier's sword. As Maenier was in charge of the military power of Black Blood City, how could her strength be bad? Camilla, what are you doing? Leave me alone. I must kill him today. Perhaps in Camilla's view, the humiliation brought to her by Liu was too deep. Facing Liu, she was simply ready to fight to the death. Even though Maenier knocked her long sword away, she still had no intention of letting Liu go. Was this the rhythm of preparing to bite people? In this regard, Liu felt sweat on his forehead. This was not his fault anyway. Why did Camilla, a Loli, react so strongly? The revenge for killing his father was just like that. Someone, take Camilla back to the room. Seeing Camilla shouting in front of everyone that she wanted to kill the Demon King, how could Maenier tolerate this? She gave orders to the guards around her, and several guards came forward and dragged Camilla to the depths of the corridor. Let me go! Damn it! I will never let you go! You wait! Although she was held, Camilla still struggled desperately and shouted at Liu, which made Liu himself feel that he had really done something so infuriating that the gods would hate her. I'm really sorry, Your Majesty, the Demon King. It's my fault for not disciplining her strictly that Camilla did something that undermined His Majesty's dignity. Camilla was dragged away, But the impact of this incident was far from over, especially on Li Yu's side. Maynir felt that the reason why this happened was indeed because of her. What does this have to do with you? But then again, why do I feel Camilla seems to be targeting me on purpose? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a big hatred between the two of us. How could Li Yu blame Maynir for Camilla's affairs? What's more, Li Yu was more puzzled. Was Camilla's reaction a little too big? Although Camilla was indeed offended by his own slip of the tongue and hand, normally it wouldn't be necessary to fight to the death, right? Could there be another reason? I think this should be related to the appearance of His Majesty the Demon King. Faced with Li Yu's question, Maynir suddenly seemed a little hesitant, but since it was His Majesty the Demon King who spoke, Maynir couldn't help but answer. But after Li Yu learned the truth, he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. This is definitely the rhythm of being shot even when lying down. It turns out that if Li Yu hadn't appeared in this world and suddenly became the heir to the Demon King, then the position of the Demon King in the future would most likely belong to Nasha, the eldest sister of the three sisters. But because of Li Yu's sudden appearance, Nasha no longer had the hope of inheriting the position of Demon King. It can be said that Li Yu's position of Demon King was completely snatched from Nasha's hands. Although Nasha did not react to this, Camilla could not help it. She did not agree with Li Yu and believed that it was Li Yu's appearance that prevented Nasha from becoming the Demon King. All this was because of Li Yu. That's why Camilla targeted Li Yu so much. Even when they first met, she wanted to duel with him just because of Li Yu's words. What a pitfall. If you want this damn Demon King position, just take it directly, okay? As long as you can send me home, I really don't want to worry about this here. Li Yu, who learned the truth, almost shed tears. Damn, do you think I want to be this damn Demon King? Not only did I not have the wine pool, meat forest, and harem, I even made a country torn apart. Do you think I'm willing to clean up this mess? As soon as he talked about it, Li Yu was full of resentment. He was just an ordinary otaku who liked to eat and wait for death. It would be unscientific if he could accept and face such a heavy burden and pressure. But even so, Li Yu had to choose to accept and bear it, not only for himself, but also for those who cared about him. For example, Maynir was looking at Li Yu with concern at this time, fearing that Li Yu could not accept it, but for Li Yu, it didn't matter whether he could accept it or not. Things had already happened, so what he should do was to face it calmly. Hearing what you said, I'm really unlucky. Facing Maynir's worried eyes, Li Yu felt a moment of resentment, and then touched his nose and chuckled. It can be said that it is fun in misery, but this kind of thing is not unacceptable to Li Yu. Besides, what can I do even if I don't accept it? Can I kill Camilla? If that was the case, then the Demon King himself would be too narrow-minded. Moreover, Li Yu did not want Maynir to worry about this. After all, compared to the 12 nobles he was going to face next, this was just a small matter that could not be any smaller. Your Majesty? To be honest, Maynir was somewhat moved by Li Yu's reaction. After all, Camilla's actions were simply a direct expression of dissatisfaction with Li Yu and questioning his position. But even so, Li Yu was still tolerant and generous and did not care about anything with Camilla. This was the true magnanimity of a king. By the way, Maynir, you have time now. How about we talk? Just when Maynir was moved, Li Yu suddenly changed the topic and said that he wanted to talk to Maynir, but Maynir was very surprised. What did the Demon King want to talk about? It was so late at night, was there anything that could not be talked during the day? Could it be that the Demon King wants 6106307299372.html? The late-night invitation from the Demon King made Maynir feel very uneasy. Although she knew that the Demon King, in front of her, was kind-hearted and could face everything with tolerance, he was also a healthy young man after all, and he would have needs in that aspect. Although Maynir had never experienced human affairs, it did not mean that Maynir knew nothing. As the daughter of the Demon King, holding the military power of Black Blood City, how could Maynir not know how much men needed in this aspect? Because of this, Maynir was very worried. Although she had no aversion to Li Yu, and even secretly had some admiration for him, if things really went on like this, she would probably have very bad memories. What's wrong, Maynir? Maynir was thinking about a lot of things, but Li Yu didn't think so much. He turned around and walked a few steps, but found that Maynir didn't follow him, which made him very puzzled. No, nothing. There was no other way. Just go ahead. Anyway, sooner or later, I will belong to His Majesty the Demon King. At this time, Maynir had already taken a dedicated attitude, gritted her teeth, and finally made up her mind to follow Li Yu from behind. But Maynir's expression was very strange to Li Yu. Why did you look like you were ready to sacrifice heroically? Is it so difficult to chat? If you are tired, Maynir, go and rest first. We can talk about it tomorrow. As a man, it is very necessary to show timely concern for a girl. In Liyu's opinion, the reason why Maynir was like this was probably because she was very tired. If she was really tired, it would be the same to talk about it tomorrow. Although Liyu was very energetic and bored now, he would not force Maynir. Girls need to have a good rest at night. Talk about it tomorrow? That means there is no room for negotiation. You can't escape it. Maynir did not understand Liyu's concern. In her opinion, it was a knife whether you face it head-on or shrinking your head. You can't escape it, so why bother to escape? It's okay. Your Majesty the Demon King. I'm not sleepy. Although she felt it was a pity to give up her first time so quickly, she did not regret devoting herself to this Demon King. Maynir had made up her mind at this time, especially after the two came to Liyu's room. Liyu actually closed the door, which made Maynir more certain that His Majesty the Demon King was going to have that with her. No, Maynir could no longer imagine what would happen next. At this time, she could only close her eyes tightly and obey His Majesty the Demon King's decision. His Majesty the Demon King could do whatever he wanted. I say, Maynir, what are you doing? Seeing that Maynir had gone with him, Liyu was naturally very happy. After returning to the room, he subconsciously closed the door, and then materialized an AKM in the prop column. He was excitedly preparing to show it to Maynir, but Maynir's reaction made him incomprehensible. What does it mean to close your eyes and tremble all over? Is he sick? Aye. Hearing Liyu's surprised voice, Maynir quickly opened her eyes. In Maynir's imagination, Liyu should have taken off his coat at this time, and the next step would be to push himself down on the bed, but the scene in front of her was completely inconsistent with Maynir's imagination. Liyu's clothes were not taken off, and there was a strange thing in his hand. The whole body was made of wood and steel, and the shape was also something Maynir had never seen before. What is this? Maynir looked at the AKM in Liyu's hand with great curiosity. What is the Devil King going to do with this thing? Look, isn't it handsome? Liyu had no idea what Maynir was thinking. He only saw Maynir open her eyes, so next he naturally showed Maynir the AKM in his hand. Your Majesty, what is this? Maynir saw the AKM for the first time, so she naturally didn't know what it was, and she couldn't imagine how powerful this AKM could. Of course, this is the weapon I prepared for the soldiers. Liyu smiled and handed the AKM to Maynir. Of course, the magazine had to be removed in advance. If Maynir, who had never touched a gun, fiddled with it and accidentally fired it, it would be a lot of fun. Weapon? This? Maynir couldn't understand what Liyu said. What was the use of this weapon? Was it used for slashing? There was no sharp blade. Could this thing cut people? It was more like using it to hurt people. Of course, I plan to equip the soldiers of Blackblood City with such weapons. Then the 12 nobles will definitely not dare to attack our Blackblood City again. Liyu's expression was full of confidence. After all, this was a rhythm of using cold weapons. I believe that no one would dare to easily provoke Blackblood City after seeing the power of firearms. If someone really dares to come and clamor, he will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Liyu's confidence made Maynir very speechless. What's wrong with you, Your Majesty the Demon King? This kind of thing can't have any power, right? If it has magic fluctuations, Maynir will still regard it as a magic weapon, but there is no magic fluctuation at all. It is just a toy made of wood and steel. What? Don't believe it? In that case, follow me. Seeing Maynir's expression, Liyu knew that he really couldn't do it without letting her see it. In that case, let's speak with facts. What is Your Majesty the Demon King going to do? From the beginning to the end, Maynir did not understand what Liyu meant. From the beginning, she had a wild imagination and thought that Liyu was going to do something to her. Now the AKM that Liyu took out made Maynir confused. But just when Liyu and Maynir walked to the back garden of Blackblood City, the sound of the AKM gunshot rang out, and Maynir was shocked on the spot. In the quiet night, the crisp sound of the gunshot spread far away, but this was not the key. When Liyu fired a clip of bullets, the scene in front of her was what really made Maynir stunned. Liyu's shooting target was a spare iron armor of Maynir. After all, this was a temporary impulse, and there was no good target, so Maynir's iron armor could only be used first. The armor that Maynir could wear, even if it was a spare, but its defensive power was not comparable to the inferior iron armor and leather armor on ordinary soldiers. After experiencing Liyu's shooting, Maynir's iron armor turned into a sieve in an instant. That's right, it was shot like a sieve in an instant. Although this set of iron armor is very strong, it still can't withstand the bullets of AKM. There is no way. Liyu was shooting at close range. In addition, the penetration of AKM is extraordinary. It is completely reasonable to shoot this armor like a sieve. Liyu nodded to show his satisfaction with the power of AKM. But Maynir was shocked beyond words. How did this happen? Why can this seemingly ordinary thing produce such great power? Maynir trembled and picked up the iron armor. Her mood was extremely complicated at this time. Although it was a spare iron armor, as long as it was not a battle with a master, ordinary swords still could not pierce this armor. But now, this armor has become completely scrapped. If on the battlefield, when the enemy uses this weapon to attack herself, what is the chance of survival if she wears this iron armor? Maynir didn't know, but there was only one thing that was certain. If she was careless, the weapon in the hands of the Demon King would seriously injure her, even if it couldn't kill her. When she thought of this, a chill rose in Maynir's heart. Cos 6 Stone 6307/2919373 Himmel. If it comes to internal affairs, Maynir is far from being comparable to her elder sister Nasha. But when it comes to military affairs, there is probably no one in the entire Black Blood City can compare with Maynir. When Maynir saw the power of the AKM, her body subconsciously shuddered. She was not afraid of the power of the AKM, but she instantly thought of how the emergence of this weapon would change the world. If it was a duel between masters, Maynir was sure that this weapon would not play a big role. Although it could easily penetrate her iron armor, it did not mean that the bullets of the AKM could penetrate the magic barrier. When the strength reaches a certain level, such as Maynir's level, it can use the magic power in the body to deploy a protective barrier. Not only the demons, but even humans can do something similar, such as spell barriers or battle barriers, which should be able to easily resist bullets. Furthermore, even without the magic barrier, Maynir is confident that she can use her speed to dodge the AKM attack. Although it looks really exaggerated at first glance, it is not difficult to dodge as long as you can see the direction of the muzzle and understand the trajectory of the bullet. But the key point is that masters like Maynir are not everywhere on the street. Soldiers who can fight hard on the battlefield are still magic warriors and magic fighters. In fact, even magic fighters are very rare, and most soldiers are only at the level of magic warriors. In this case, the appearance of AKM is very terrifying. Unable to use the magic barrier and without the speed to dodge bullets, when the bullets come, what else can you do except resist? But the question is, can you resist it? The answer is of course no. Because of this, Maynir made up her mind at the first time that this weapon must not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for Black Blood City. If the number is small, it's fine, but Liu has just said that he is going to equip every soldier in Black Blood City with such a weapon. How many will it be at that time? It can be imagined that, when thousands of AMKs appear on the battlefield and vent bullets to their heart's content, even a master like Maynir will be helpless. Even if the magic barrier can resist bullets, what if the magic power is exhausted? Although the body of the demons is stronger than that of humans, they are not immortal. Even the iron armor is beaten into a sieve. If it hits the body, Maynir dare not imagine the next scene. Where did His Majesty the Demon King get this weapon? This is simply a demon's weapon. How about it, Maynir? Isn't it amazing? Let's try it again later. I have stronger and more powerful weapons here. Just when Maynir was shocked, Liu on the side once again challenged her nerve limit. In Maynir's view, the appearance of AKM was already exaggerated enough, but who would have thought that Liu actually said that there are weapons more powerful than AKM? It is hard to describe Maynir's mood in words now, but then, Liu's weapon demonstration did not go as planned. The reason is simple. Under the silent night sky, the gunshots of AKM once again stirred up the chaos in the castle. Before Liu could take out his weapon again, many guards appeared and surrounded Liu and Maynir. The guards didn't know what happened. At this moment, they naturally had to give priority to protecting His Majesty the Demon King and His Royal Highness the Princess. I think we should talk about it tomorrow. A large group of people appeared again, which made Liu realize that he seemed to be disturbing the people late at night for the second time. It would be bad if it continued like this. The weapon test should wait until tomorrow. If it continued, I'm afraid the people in the castle would not be able to sleep. Maynir also agreed with this. She needed some time to digest the appearance of AKM. What's more, there would be more powerful weapons than AKM. I'm afraid that the fighting style of Black Blood City will change drastically in the future. After a lot of effort to explain to the guards, Liu also said goodnight to Maynir. Go to sleep, we can talk about everything tomorrow. However, Liu was very energetic and finally fell asleep in a daze until dawn. The jet lag was really hard to get up. Your Majesty, are you up? Liu was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Maynir's voice? Why did she come? He opened his eyes suddenly, but then he was swept by a wave of fatigue. This made Liu think that he should ignore Maynir's knock on the door and go back to sleep. Unfortunately, before Li Yu could close his eyes again, Maynir pushed the door open and walked into Li Yu's room. "Maynir, what's the matter?" Li Yu's voice was a little tired. After all, he had just fallen asleep for a while. Being woken up like this would definitely send out danger signals. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for disturbing your rest, but my elder sister wants to see you." Maynir saw that Li Yu was tired, and she felt very guilty for disturbing the rest of the Demon King at this time. But the problem was that Nasha suddenly asked to see the Demon King, and Maynir felt that this matter could not wait any longer. Now, among the three princesses of Black Blood City, only Maynir stood firmly on the position of supporting Li Yu, while Camilla hated Li Yu very much. Let alone supporting him, as long as she didn't make trouble, it would be a blessing. Therefore, Nasha's attitude was crucial to Li Yu. As long as Nasha supported Li Yu's position as the Demon King would not be shaken. Otherwise, Nasha would become an enemy. Maynir didn't want to be enemies with her sisters, whether it was Nasha or Camilla, so she had to make double efforts now to make the interior of Black Blood City stable and allow Li Yu to sit more firmly on the position of the Demon King. Maynir felt that Nasha's invitation was a very good opportunity. If she could use this opportunity to narrow the distance between the Demon King and her elder sister, it would be the best. But Maynir had never thought about why Nasha suddenly wanted to see Li Yu. Nasha wanted to see her? After hearing this news from Maynir, Li Yu seemed a little confused. Why did she suddenly want to see him? On this point, Li Yu did not have Maynir's optimistic attitude. Since he was frozen into an ice sculpture by Nasha last time, he instinctively felt a little afraid of Nasha. What's more, Nasha is the #1 master in Black Blood City, and she is N levels higher than Li Yu. It is better to have less contact with such a terrifying iceberg girl. Can I not go? Instinctively, Li Yu wanted to refuse, but Maynir did not have the slightest room for negotiation. "Of course not, Your Majesty the Demon King. Get up!" Maynir would not miss this opportunity to ease the tension, and naturally would not let Li Yu escape, and this point could not be ambiguous at all. Really. Although he was unwilling in his heart, under Maynir's urging, Li Yu still got out of bed reluctantly and put on his clothes with Maynir's help. Originally, according to Li Yu, he could wear his own clothes, and even if they were the worst, Maynir didn't need to do it himself. Could it be that the maids outside were all decorations? But I don't know what medicine Maynir took today, and she had to take over the work of the maid, making Li Yu feel uncomfortable. This is to let Her Royal Highness the Princess help me dress. Not to mention the Black Blood City. I'm afraid that in the entire Black Demon Kingdom, only I can enjoy this benefit. Although I have to admit that this is a very pleasant thing, it's just that being served by a beautiful girl to dress suddenly is still a bit too stimulating for Li Yu. That has 2033 Semilor. The office of the Demon King is now exclusively owned by Nasha, and she is here to handle all matters of the Black Demon Kingdom. Coming here again, Li Yu said that he was under a lot of pressure. When facing Nasha, he always felt a little uneasy, but looking at Nasha, her expression was still cold. No matter what she looked at, she would not show any emotional fluctuations. She was indeed a super iceberg girl who was good at ice magic. "Big sister, what do you want to talk to the Demon King about?" Li Yu looked embarrassed and it was difficult to speak. Nasha was also not a person who was used to speaking actively. Then in this room, the only one who could ease the atmosphere was Maynir. Although Maynir was not good at this kind of thing, in order for the Demon King to get the recognition of the Big Sister, she had to work hard, at least to show the Demon King's advantages in front of the Big Sister. But now the first thing is to ask Nasha's intention. After all, she is not the kind of person who would often take the initiative to ask for a meeting. What happened last night? Nasha asked about the commotion in the castle last night. It seemed that she was also alarmed by this incident. It was just an accident. Camilla has returned to her room, and the Demon King? I was talking about the noise in the back garden after Camilla returned to her room. When Li Yu mentioned what happened last night, he felt helpless. After all, it was a mistake, and he even stretched out his flail on Lucian claws to a little lowly. It was hard to say whether it was good or not, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Seeing Li Yu's hesitation, Maynir hurriedly joined in, but before she finished speaking, Nasha interrupted her directly. It turned out that the second commotion was the focus of Nasha's attention. So it was this incident. In fact, Maynir and I were just testing the new weapons we just brought back and preparing to equip the soldiers of Black Blood City. If Li Yu couldn't say that he touched Camilla, but testing new weapons was completely fine. Besides, Nasha also has the right to know about this matter. After all, she and Maynir are in charge of politics and the army respectively. The military and politics can never be separated. Sooner or later, Nasha will know about the arrival of new weapons. New weapons? After hearing Liyu's words, Nasha's brows suddenly frowned. How come she has never heard of new weapons? After hearing the report of the guards on duty last night, Nasha felt a little strange. Liyu must be tinkering with Maynir in secret, but she never thought that the two were actually testing weapons. Yes, it's a new weapon. I'm preparing it. I will test it with Maynir later. If you are interested, Nasha, you can come with us. Liyu smiled and nodded and invited Nasha. If she can accept the invitation, it will be quite good. Sorry, I have a lot of official business today. Since it's just testing weapons, let's do it this way. Although Liyu had made an invitation, it seemed that Nasha had no interest in the new weapons. In her opinion, as long as she understood the cause of the commotion last night, the rest had nothing to do with her. Just rejected? Isn't this a bit too cold? To be honest, Nasha's attitude made Liyu a little unhappy. What's wrong with the iceberg girl? It's as if I have offended you. Is it necessary to show such an expression that you feel that saying a word is redundant? Well, you are not interested, right? Then don't blame me for not reminding you. Anyway, I have said everything I should say. If you don't want to come, and you don't understand the situation when the time comes, whoever wants to explain to you can explain to you. Anyway, I won't accompany you. Liyu has a stubborn temper and likes to get stuck in a dead end. For him, as long as you are good to me, I will be good to you 10 times 100 times. But if you are my enemy, then I will retaliate hundreds of times. Although Nasha was not Liyu's enemy, her attitude really made Liyu very unhappy. If he felt guilty for seeing her naked before, now this guilt has long disappeared with Nasha's attitude. Liyu has never been interested in trying to please someone who is not his best friend. Even if you are a beauty, so what? Do beautiful women have to be treated preferentially? Well, goodbye. After saying that, Liyu turned around and left, which made Maynir, who was standing by, very anxious. Maynir was not stupid, and naturally saw that the gap between Liyu and Nasha had become larger. She knew Nasha very well and knew that Nasha was not targeting Liyu in particular. She was like this to everyone, and everything was based on national affairs. She had no interest in intervening in irrelevant matters. If the military power belongs to Nasha, then Nasha would have to see what the weapon is without Liyu telling her. But the key point is that it is Maynir who is in charge of the military power and has nothing to do with Nasha, so it is reasonable for her to ignore it. But now, Maynir knows the situation, but Liyu is completely unaware of it, and his favorability towards Nasha plummets. This is not a good thing. Maynir has always felt that a harmonious family can prosper. She, her elder sister, and the Demon King are all family members. Everyone is working hard for this country, and there should not be such a big gap. Your Majesty the Demon King, please wait a moment. Just when Maynir was anxious, Liyu had already walked to the door of the room. Maynir, who saw that the situation was not good, hurriedly stepped forward to hold him back, and said that she would not let Liyu take another step. Maynir? What are you doing? Didn't they refuse? What's the point of you still holding me? Although he was unhappy with Nasha, Liyu could not be cold to Maynir. After all, Maynir was the person who supported him the most in Black Blood City. Without Maynir, he would have been unable to move forward in Black Blood City. Not to mention becoming a Demon King, it was even more uncertain whether he would die here. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty the Demon King. My elder sister really has no ill intentions. I will talk to her now. Your Majesty the Demon King, can you wait a moment? Maynir held Liyu's arm tightly. Her pleading expression made Liyu completely unable to refuse. He was a person who would not tolerate hard words, let alone someone who really cared about him. Maynir, I think you are doing useless work. Liyu did not move forward, but he did not think that Nasha would change her mind. Liyu had no expectations for that iceberg. No, this is just a misunderstanding. My elder sister will agree. Maynir shook her head stubbornly, but since Liyu did not move, her originally hanging heart also fell a little. Then Maynir hurried to Nasha and started a heated argument. It was called a heated argument, but it was mainly Maynir who was talking and Nasha was listening. To be honest, Liyu had never found that Maynir would argue so excitedly and seemed so courageous. You know, she was originally a soft girl who obeyed him in front of him. As for Maynir's Spartan image when Liyu was trained, he had long forgotten it. Facing her elder sister, Maynir argued with reason, and finally persuaded Nasha to agree to go with her to test the new weapons brought back by Liyu. Liyu was quite surprised by this. He didn't expect Maynir to succeed. He originally thought that Nasha would not agree. Forget it, come on, I'm looking forward to your jaw dropping to the ground. According to Liyu's temper, to be honest, he didn't plan to let Nasha go with him, but then he thought, the weapon he took out today is quite powerful. If you are not mentally prepared, you will definitely be shocked. If Nasha comes with him, what kind of expression will she make when there is an explosion? This makes Liu very curious. Good. Just for this, I will let you go with me today. 1 Ashido 6 1063721935.html. Regarding the test of the new weapon, Liu chose to conduct it outside the Black Blood City. After all, it will be bombed and exploded soon. He doesn't want to disturb the residents of the Black Blood City for this, and he doesn't want to expose the weapon too early. You know, there are many spies planted by major forces in the Black Blood City. If there is any wind and grass here, it will definitely be known by various forces. There should be no problem here. It is very suitable for testing weapons. Maynir agreed with Liu's idea, so she personally selected the location for the weapon test. She even selected the accompanying guards for this trip. They were all loyal subordinates who had been with her for many years. Then let's get started. Liu was very satisfied with the location Maynir chose. There were mountains, water, and woods, which was very good. He glanced at Maynir and Nasha. It can be seen that Maynir was very much looking forward to the weapons that Liu would take out next, but Nasha still had a blank expression on her face. Did she not attach any importance to the appearance of new weapons? It seems that she was still underestimated. If so, then you will be surprised. Liu taught Maynir and the 4 guards in detail, not only the methods and techniques of shooting, but also a lot of precautions. In this regard, Maynir and the 4 guards also learned very seriously and very quickly. Very good, we can start the test. It didn't take long for Maynir and the 4 guards to learn how to use the AKM. After all, it wasn't difficult. The most important thing about shooting is the actual operation. Since we are starting the test, we have to choose a target. For this, Liu directly made a mark on a tree that was about as thick as his waist, indicating that everyone could shoot here. With Liu's order, the 5 AKMs fired at the same time. Although they had heard the precautions explained by Liu, in actual operation, everyone's accuracy was still a little poor. There were a total of 150 bullets in 5 magazines, but only about 20 to 30 bullets could hit the target, and the rest were all shot away. However, even so, the power of the AKM still scared everyone. The target tree was still very thick, and as long as the AKM bullets hit the target, they would make a small hole in it, and even some positions were directly shot through. What would happen if this thing hit a person? Maynir had known about the power of AKM for a long time, but the guards beside her were not aware of it. They were all stunned, their mouths opening and closing, which made Liu secretly laugh. Speaking of which, the guards under Maynir were all very beautiful and cute, as if they were carefully selected. Where did Maynir find these pretty and powerful subordinates? If there is a chance, I can ask her this question. The guards were stunned, but looking at Nasha again, she didn't seem to be too shaken, which made Liu a little unhappy. They were not shocked? Damn it, I don't believe this. M2 heavy machine gun appears. He materialized the M2 heavy machine gun from the props column. This was Liu's treasure. If he faced the enemy's human wave tactics, the M2 would be like a lawnmower. As long as a few M2s formed a crossfire, the enemy would really die as many people as they came. Seeing the shape of the M2, Maynir was shocked. In her eyes, the AKM was already strong enough, but this M2 was several sizes larger than the AKM, and the bullets on the M2 chain were also much larger than the AKM. Could it be that this was a weapon more powerful than the AKM? Next, Liu told Maynir the answer with actual actions. The M2 began to fire. Dance the metal storm for me. Liu's physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, but even so, when using the M2, he still needed to assume that the tripod would buffer the recoil. Otherwise, he really didn't know where the bullet would hit. The recoil was too strong, but at the same time, the power of M2 is also amazing. If the bullets of AKM can penetrate the tree trunk and leave a small hole on it, then the bullets of M2 can cut the tree in half. As the bullets poured down, one tree after another was broken. Faced with this situation, Maynir and her beautiful female guards opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. What about Nasha? Damn, she is still indifferent. Well, in this case, let me show you the power of RPG. A rocket was fired and a violent explosion sounded. The heat waves made people feel full of burning. Subconsciously, Maynir and the female guards retreated one after another, and only Nasha stood still. Still not enough? 10 consecutive grenades exploded. See if you're scared. How about the mortar? This thing is... Damn! Can I have fun with it? This time, Liu used almost all the weapons that Coco brought to him, and the effect was excellent. Didn't you see that Maynir and the others looked dumbfounded? They were definitely frightened by these weapons. But for Liu, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at the moment. If you want to know why, there is only one reason. From beginning to end, Liu never saw any emotional fluctuations on Nasha's face. Neither the power of guns nor the sound of explosions made her waver. Is this woman's nerves made of iron pipes? Isn't she surprised at all? There is no way out. Liu has no other choice. He has taken out all the money he can, but even so, his goal is still not achieved. He is completely convinced by Nasha. You are awesome, I am convinced. Can I take a detour when I see you next time? Faced with this situation, Liu's original dissatisfaction has long turned into full powerlessness. This woman is too powerful, so it is better not to provoke her. Your Majesty, you are so powerful. With so many powerful weapons, I believe that the guys of the 12 nobles will never dare to underestimate us again. Just when Liu was lost and powerless, Maynir, who had recovered from her surprise, immediately rushed to him excitedly, grabbed Liu's hand and shook it violently. Maynir was so excited. The weapons that Liu brought back were undoubtedly very powerful. As long as they were there, they would no longer have to fear the invasion of the enemy. Sister, am I right? While shaking Liu's arm, Maynir also turned her eyes to Nasha on the side. She hoped to share this joy with Nasha. It's useless, she won't answer you. Seeing this, Liu shook his head immediately. He had seen through Nasha, this iceberg girl. It was useless to talk to her about this matter. Just now, that was a space magic prop, right? What's going on? Just when Liu shook his head, Nasha suddenly spoke and her words were also incoherent and incomprehensible. Those new weapons just now, they use space magic props, right? Everyone was stunned and Nasha repeated her words again. Sure enough, they are space magic props. Everyone was speechless, and at this time Nasha made a fist with her left hand and gently hit the palm of her right hand, as if she had suddenly realized something. Could it be that the reason why she didn't react just now was because she was thinking about the problem of space magic props? Big sister, how long is your reaction arc? 1066307-2910376.html. Regarding Nasha's reaction arc, Liu said that he didn't even have the energy to complain. Obviously, so many weapons were demonstrated, and all of them were ignored. Even now, she is still thinking about the problem of space magic props. What is she doing? I always feel that getting angry with this natural iceberg girl is just asking for trouble. You win. Definitely win. Maynir, let's go back. He powerlessly collected all the weapons. As for the bullets on the ground, Liu ordered Maynir to send someone to collect them. The secret of hot weapons should be hidden for a while longer. Your Majesty, the Demon King. Liu was powerless and Maynir was helpless. She had recovered from the shock at this time, but why didn't the relationship between Liu and Nasha ease at all? You haven't answered my question yet. Maynir's call did not stop Liu. For him, today was a big failure. He was so frustrated that he didn't surprise Nasha at all. But before he took a few steps, Nasha's voice suddenly reached his ears. Damn! Are you a ghost? Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Liu just walked with his head down and was depressed. He didn't pay attention to the situation in front of him. When Nasha's voice came, he looked up suddenly and found that Nasha was standing in front of him, looking at him with doubts in her eyes. Yes, it's a space magic prop. Are you satisfied? Damn, Nasha was not scared, but he was scared by her sudden appearance. This made Liu even more unhappy. But what if he was unhappy? He couldn't beat her, not to mention that she also monopolized the political power of Black Blood City, and there was nothing he could do to her. I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just dodge, right? Liu turned sideways and wanted to bypass Nasha and continue to move forward, but he didn't expect that Nasha's feet moved again and blocked him. What do you want to do? Several wells appeared on Liu's temple. I'm hiding from you. What else do you want? Nasha stared at Liu tightly, and Liu stared at Nasha in return. The two looked at each other for a long time. Remember, as the Demon King, you must think about the people of the Black Demon Kingdom wholeheartedly. I hope you can work harder in the future. What does it mean? Finally, Nasha left a sentence that made Liu completely puzzled, and then turned and left first, but Liu did not react for a while. What exactly did she want to express? Great, Your Majesty the Demon King? Liu did not react, but Maynir saw it clearly. What did Nasha mean by saying this? Didn't she admit that Liu was the new His Majesty the Demon King? Otherwise, it would be impossible to hear the 4 words, Your Majesty the Demon King, from her mouth. Nasha is not good at expressing her feelings, and she doesn't even communicate with others too much. In the eyes of many people, Princess Nasha is just a smart and capable puppet without any feelings. But Maynir knows that Nasha is not without feelings, but she can't express her feelings. She was originally worried that Nasha would not agree with His Majesty the Demon King, but now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. This is definitely a major breakthrough for Maynir, so she was excited and threw herself on Liu and hugged him tightly. Why is the reaction so big? Liu was confused when Maynir suddenly hugged him like this. What was so good about it? Big sister, she has already acknowledged your identity. From today on, no one can shake the position of the Demon King. So that's it. Perhaps because she realized that she was too reckless, Mei quickly got out of Li Yu's arms after noticing his mistake, and then she blushed and whispered to explain why she was so excited. It was not until then that Li Yu fully reacted. Does this count as admitting herself? No way. Looking at Nasha's expression, it doesn't seem like it. Mei, are you sure this is not an illusion? To be honest, Nasha's admission is definitely a good thing for Li Yu, but Li Yu's current mood is really complicated. It is true that Nasha is a beautiful girl, but the key to the problem is that her personality is really unpleasant, not to mention that her attitude towards Li Yu is also a big problem. Facing such a being, Li Yu's first thought was to keep out of each other's way. From now on, you go your way and I go my way. We won't interfere with each other and just be strangers. After all, what Li Yu fears most is trouble, and Nasha is exactly the type that is very troublesome. But now Nasha suddenly admitted Li Yu, catching him off guard. Why did she suddenly admit herself? Why? From Nasha's expression, nothing can be seen at all. Actually, Your Majesty, the Demon King, the elder sister is not targeting you, and it is not her intention to become like this. The elder sister's personality was actually very gentle and cheerful, but... Oh? What's going on? On the way back, Nasha took the lead and walked in front, while Li Yu and Mei walked side by side behind. At this time, Mei suddenly revealed a shocking news to Li Yu. Nasha's personality is very gentle and cheerful? Who are you kidding? It's obviously iceberg plus natural. Don't think I can't see the attributes of a girl. If Nasha's personality could be very gentle and cheerful, I would find a noodle to hang myself in a minute, believe it or not. Really, Your Majesty, the Demon King, it's really like this. Seeing Li Yu's expression of, "You are teasing me," Mei hurriedly explained, but the next moment, she immediately covered her mouth, as if she was afraid that Nasha in front of her would hear it. What's going on? Mei didn't look like she was joking, which aroused Li Yu's interest. What's going on? Can you explain it to me? Seeing that Nasha didn't pay attention to the situation here, Mei quietly explained the whole story to Li Yu. It must be said that the truth of the matter was beyond Li Yu's imagination. It turned out that, just as Mei said, the original Nasha was not an iceberg character, but gentle and generous, and was very loved by the people of Black Blood City. At that time, Nasha, as the first daughter of His Majesty the Demon King, was the most popular candidate for the next Demon King. But because of this, Nasha also became a thorn in the eyes of those who coveted the position of the Demon King. On the day Nasha came of age, tragedy struck at her birthday party, and an extremely cruel curse befell Nasha. Whenever Nasha comes into contact with a man, her body will emit an aphrodisiac fragrance, which will make the man involuntarily indulge in it and subconsciously regard Nasha as the object of intercourse. At the same time, Nasha herself will also be burning with desire and unable to resist the desire to have intercourse with men. At that time, in order to eliminate the curse, the former Demon King tried many methods and finally came to the conclusion that Nasha must practice ice magic, use the power of ice magic to suppress the desire generated by the body, and also freeze the aphrodisiac fragrance. According to the former Demon King, as long as the ice magic is practiced for 10 years, the curse will be automatically lifted, but the key point is that the curse is lifted, but the sequelae of learning ice magic have appeared. If you study ice magic normally, there will be no problem, but Nasha has previously studied fire magic. Water and fire are incompatible. I have never heard of anyone who can practice ice and fire magic at the same time, but the situation was urgent at the time, and Nasha had to take the risk. As a result, the two incompatible magic systems clashed, and Nasha almost exploded. Fortunately, the former Demon King was present and saved her life. A blessing in disguise was that Nasha's magic power surged due to the magic conflict, and she became the youngest magician in the Black Demon Kingdom. However, the sequelae was that Nasha lost the ability to express her emotions, and her whole body seemed to be frozen, turning into the iceberg, beauty she is today. /106 16307 29109 Li Yu had never thought that Nasha would have such a tragic experience, and he had never thought that magic would have such an effect that it could even change a person's personality. It seems that the magic in this world is really wonderful. If there is a chance, it is better for me to get in touch with it a little, so as not to be in a hurry when I encounter an enemy who uses magic in the future. But what Li Yu is more concerned about now is how to get along with Nasha. Although he thought that it was a good choice to keep out of each other's way, since he was a Demon King, it was inevitable that he would come into contact with Nasha. If Li Yu had been very resistant to Nasha before, after learning about her experience, his mentality gradually changed. What would it be like if this iceberg could be melted? an iceberg that was not good at expressing emotions. This seemed very challenging. In some aspects, although Liu liked to get stuck in a rut, it did not mean that he did not know how to adapt. Maynir's explanation made him understand another Nasha, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Melt an iceberg. This is definitely a great feat. Isn't a person's life about going through challenges one after another? Of course, Liu would never admit that he wanted to retaliate against Nasha and make her iceberg personality completely melt so that he would not laugh at her at all. Well, he is a good man and would never do such a thing. Nasha, do you have time tonight? I want to know if I have the honor to invite you to dinner. Dinner? Nasha didn't expect that Liu would invite her to dinner. What does he want to do? Nasha was confused for a moment. Yes, this dinner is specially made by me. By the way, I also want to ask you about how to handle the official business of this country. After all, you just said that I need to work harder. Okay, I understand. Invitation made Nasha unable to refuse. After all, from what he meant, he wanted to prepare for dinner as a supplement and study as the main thing. Since His Majesty the Demon King wanted to study, how could Nasha, as the Demon King's assistant, disagree? Although Nasha is still handling the official business now, as long as Liu completes the coronation, he will be the truly recognized His Majesty the Demon King. All future official business will still be handed over to him. If he is not educated well in advance, it is inevitable that there will be trouble. Moreover, Nasha also expressed her approval of Liu's learning attitude. At least, this is a good thing for Black Blood City and even the Black Demon Country. So after a little hesitation, Nasha decisively accepted Liu's invitation. Great, then please look forward to today's dinner. It's done, she really agreed. Liu had only come up with the idea of inviting him to dinner at the last minute. If he wanted to melt the iceberg, he had to prepare in advance. If you want to deal with a woman like Nasha, you have to fight a protracted war. So now let's start from little by little. It's just an iceberg, watch me melt you in a minute. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Maynir seemed a little confused about Liu's sudden invitation to Nasha for dinner. Like Nasha, she didn't understand Liu's idea at all. Did His Majesty the Demon King really want to learn? Or did he have another purpose? It has to be said that Maynir's feeling is still very sensitive. She noticed that Liu's actions seemed to have ulterior motives, but she couldn't figure out what Liu wanted to do. I think that since Nasha didn't deliberately target me, I should have a good relationship with her. After all, we will work hard for this country in the future, and I don't want to have any more gaps with her. Facing Maynir's doubts, Liu's answer seemed very righteous. In my hometown, dining table is always the best place to get closer. I think that as long as I have a meal with Nasha and have a good chat, we will definitely understand each other's ideas and can work together better in the future. Your Majesty the Demon King, moved. Maynir was moved beyond words by Liu's words. What a considerate and wise Demon King. With such a Demon King, the Black Demon Kingdom will not be able to develop. Maynir, who didn't know the truth, once again felt that the Demon King in front of her was worthy of her life to protect, and the future of the Black Demon Kingdom could be completely entrusted to the hands of this Demon King. Well, let's talk about the military reform now. Being stared at by Maynir's admiring and touching eyes, Liu felt very uncomfortable. Although he did want to get closer to Nasha by having dinner with her, his purpose was not for the Black Demon Country. If he was stared at like this again, he would feel guilty. There was no other way. Liu quickly changed the topic with Maynir. On the way back to Black Blood City, the military reform of Black Blood City was completely determined. The first thing to do is to gather the soldiers together for unified training. Liu's requirement is to select 2,000 soldiers from the soldiers in the outer city as the main force of this training. Among these 2,000 people, Liu will also select 200 elites, and he will personally train these 200 people first, and then these 200 people will train the remaining 1,800 people. After a month, Liu will take the essence and remove the dross, and reduce the 2,000-man team to 1,000 people, and these 1,000 people will be the real trump card force of Black Blood City. Although Liu only needs 1,000 people, the combat effectiveness of 1,000 demon soldiers equipped with hot weapons on the battlefield is completely unimaginable for ordinary people. When this army comes out, it will surely shock the entire Black Demon Kingdom. Of course, in addition to these soldiers, the elite troops in Maynir's hands, the 300 demon cavalry and the 200 female guards guarding the castle will also join this training. And for the sake of confidentiality, this training will be carried out in batches. The 2,000 ordinary demon soldiers will be trained outside the city. The demon cavalry will have their own training ground. and the female guards will stay in the castle and be taught by Liu personally. Ahem, Liu is not going to give this benefit to others, and he can also get to know the female guards of the castle by the way, so he won't say it. Mei naturally agreed to Liu's order without hesitation. In her opinion, since the wise and powerful Demon King had issued the order, he must have his intentions. Moreover, Mei herself agreed with Liu's decision. However, training alone was not the key. Liu also put forward his own views on the issue of military uniforms. Since it is a Nat army, it must be uniformly dressed. It is absolutely unacceptable to wear leather and iron armor randomly like before. This must be changed. As for the new military uniform style, Liu directly referred to the modern military uniform, but changed the color of the military uniform to black, and added his own creativity. It was definitely mighty and domineering. Just make it according to this military uniform, and all of them must be produced within half a month. After returning to Blackblood City, Liu handed over his confidence to Mei and asked Mei to produce military uniforms according to his own design, but Mei was embarrassed by Liu's request. There is no way. The production in this world is extremely backward. To make a piece of clothing, it depends on the tailor's sewing. The military uniform designed by Liu is really complicated for the tailors in this Blackblood City. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to make a finished product. What's more, Liu asked to produce at least 2,000 sets within half a month, which is even more difficult. You know, there are only a few dozen tailors in Blackblood City. Even if they work overtime, it is impossible to complete so many military uniforms in a short time. It seems that I haven't considered enough. After listening to Mei difficulties, Liu also reflected on himself. The productivity of this world is low. If you want to realize your ideas, you still need to do it step by step. And at this time, Liu also remembered that when he was visiting the outer city of Blackblood City, in his eyes, only the nobles could wear gorgeous clothes made of fine silk. As for ordinary civilians, they only wore clothes made of coarse linen or animal skins. It seems that I have to do something in this regard. Regarding the productivity of this world, Liu's idea has always been that it is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. As expected, you have to earn your own living to do anything. Therefore, the next issue to consider is how to bring the productivity of modern society to this world and carry it forward. However, at this stage, Liu's own position has not yet stabilized. He has to go step by step. This is not something that can be successful overnight, and it requires unremitting efforts. Take your time. At least at this stage, what you need to do most is to develop military strength. At least make the enemy feel afraid of you before you can proceed to the next step of development. Mei acted quickly. In just one day, she opened up a training ground for ordinary soldiers and selected 2,000 soldiers. Now time is more important than anything else. Mei understands this very well, and naturally dares not neglect the efficiency of work. Liu was very satisfied with this, so he worked harder and met the 2,000 soldiers that afternoon. No, it should be the 2,000 stragglers. To say that they were scattered soldiers was really flattering them. In fact, this group of soldiers really disappointed Liu. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the reality was even worse than he had imagined. 61063029137.html. His Majesty the Demon King was so powerful. Seeing this scene, Mei admiration for Liu was simply beyond words. She had never seen anyone who could inspire the morale of the soldiers in this way. Obviously, those soldiers had been hurt so badly before, but why did they all become so passionate now? Mei certainly didn't know how effective this special stimulation method of first suppressing and then praising was for the soldiers. When a person is completely looked down upon and reaches the extreme, the power that bursts out is quite amazing. This is also what Liu learned in the world of arms. In order to train soldiers, he never tired of asking the veterans under Coco for advice for a long time. Now, it seems that the effect is remarkable. Very good. This is a bit like our Blackblood City soldiers. Liu nodded with satisfaction at the performance of the soldiers. His thoughts just now were not in vain. He had spent a lot of effort to be venomous. You know, he is the worst at this kind of venomous tongue. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone for joining this special training camp. I have only one goal, that is, to turn you into an invincible army that can sweep any battlefield. Whether it is now or in the future, I want the enemy to tremble when they hear our names. They will run away in panic. They will surrender without fighting. What? When Liu said this, the soldiers standing opposite him all looked unbelievable. As the city guards of Blackblood City, could they become the elite in the mouth of the Demon King? Although it was unbelievable, it must be said that Liu's words did make the soldiers excited. The enemy will tremble when they hear our names? What kind of courage will that be? If I can really become a member of such an army, it will not be in vain to serve as a soldier. Of course, there are only 1,000 people in the army I'm talking about, which means that half of you will be eliminated and unable to join this elite army. 2,000 to 1,000. That means there is a 50% chance that you will not be selected? Just now, they were still excited, but after hearing this fact, the soldiers looked at each other again. It is indeed wonderful to be able to join that coveted army, but if you are not selected, it would be too embarrassing. And now the key to the problem is, how does the Demon King plan to turn everyone into the elite in the army? Listen carefully. Our task today is to select 200 of the strongest from you and let me train them personally. I don't want to say more nonsense. The selection officially begins. There is no time to explain so much to these soldiers. Liu has said everything Hina should say. The next task is to race against time to select 200 most suitable soldiers and train them personally. After that, these 200 soldiers can better train their teammates. Otherwise, a month is not enough, and Liu does not have that much time to spend on training. The selection process was very simple. Liu did not require these soldiers, who were only at the level of magic warriors, to have much magic power, or to be able to use any magic. He only had one requirement. They should be strong, quick to react, and smart. However, it was not that easy to select these 2,000 people. It took until the sun set before the people needed were selected. Remember, from today on, you will become my direct troops, but you should not be complacent about it, because as long as I find that someone is not working hard and has not met my expected standards, I will replace you at any time. Behind you, there are still 1,800 soldiers waiting to replace you. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. Facing these 200 selected elites, Liu did not show them too much kindness. The army is the army, and he could not treat them as gently as usual. Kindness does not rule the army. In order to train these soldiers, Liu felt that he had to start the Spartan mode. Facing Liu, the 200 soldiers were still very excited. After all, they were the direct troops of His Majesty the Demon King. This honor was unique in the entire Black Demon Kingdom. However, as Liu said, behind these 200 soldiers, there were still 1,800 pairs of eyes staring at them. As long as they didn't work hard, they might be replaced by others in a minute. In this way, they really couldn't help but work hard. Differentiating treatment. This is Liu's excellent idea at this stage. Picking out these 200 people is not only to save his time, but the more critical issue is that in this environment of survival of the fittest, the coexistence of a sense of crisis and challenges can better inspire the fighting spirit of these soldiers and achieve the purpose of training. The soldiers were selected, but Liu did not practice at night because tonight he had a more important thing to do. That's right, it's dinner with Nasha. Liu didn't forget that his goal was to melt this iceberg. Facing this challenge, he was eager to try. What should I do for dinner? Sure enough, it would be better to have a romantic candlelight dinner. After returning to Blackblood City, Liu began to prepare carefully. The carefully selected room was filled with the freshest flowers picked by the maids from the garden. The exquisite candlesticks made of gold were burning with specially made, beautifully shaped white candles. Exquisite dishes filled the table, and more importantly, there were 2 crystal-clear glass wine glasses and a bottle of mellow red wine. In this way it was done. It took Liu a lot of thought to prepare this dinner. Not only was he personally in charge of the layout of the room, but he also selected the placement of the candlesticks one by one, trying to maximize the degree of romance. Although this was his first experience, it was precisely because it was his first time that he was more cautious. However, during the layout, Liu also encountered a lot of trouble, such as the wine glasses at the beginning, which made him very upset. All the wine glasses in Blackblood City are made of metal or wood. There are no glass products at all. If 2 large wooden cups are placed on the dining table, it would be too unsightly. Fortunately, Liu has inventory in his prop column. Since he is learning cooking skills, he naturally has all the tableware for holding food. There is also the red wine, which was specially made by Liu when he was in the Sao world. There is no way. The wine craftsmanship in Blackblood City is really a rip-off. There is no need to filter it during processing, which leads to a lot of impurities in the wine. Whether it is beer or fruit wine, you can see a lot of sediment in the glass. Who can drink this kind of wine? Liu arranged it very carefully, and the effect was naturally tomato. When the candles were lit, the romantic atmosphere in the whole room was set off in an instant. As for the effect, just look at Mei near next to him and the maids who were responsible for helping. The maids were the first to lose control. They had never seen such a scene before. With Liu's arrangement, this place was simply magnificent. If they could have dinner with the Demon King here, what a privilege and romance it would be. It would be worth dying for. Even Maynir was quite moved. After all, she was also a girl. It was impossible for her to say that she had no aspirations for such a thing. 1-637-2-79. Maynir, if there is a chance, can I invite you to dinner? Seeing Maynir's expression, Liu knew that he could not favor one over the other. In this case, he naturally had to make a promise to Maynir. After all, Maynir had helped him so much. He could do so much to melt Nasha, so for Maynir, why not come again? No, he had to do better than this time. Your Majesty. Maynir seemed a little unprepared when she was suddenly invited by Liu, but she had to say that her heart was beating so fast that it seemed to be about to jump out. Maynir had never had such an experience before, and she didn't know why her heart was beating so fast, but she was sure of one thing, that she was very excited to be invited by His Majesty the Demon King. Why? Don't you want to? Maynir hesitated to answer, which made Liu think that she didn't want to. Was it just his illusion just now? Maynir was not interested in this candlelight dinner? No, of course I do. It's my honor. After hearing Liu's words, Maynir finally came back to her senses. How could she not want to have lunch with His Majesty the Demon King? It should be said that this was what she was most looking forward to in her heart. That's great. Since Maynir was willing, Liu was also very happy, but this time, Maynir couldn't be the heroine. The reason was simple, because the real heroine had already appeared. At Liu's invitation, Nasha finally showed up at dinner time, and she changed into a more gorgeous formal dress. It seemed that Nasha was quite thoughtful. At least her outfit matched the romantic atmosphere in the room very well. Thank you for your support. Please sit down, Nasha. With Nasha's arrival, Maynir and the maids left, leaving only the hero and heroine of the night in the room. At this time, Liu was very gentlemanly and pulled the chair away, indicating that Nasha could sit here. When Nasha first entered the room, she was also shocked by the decoration and romantic atmosphere in the room. The beautiful candlelight accompanied the bright flowers, and the various sumptuous delicacies on the table were all things she had never experienced or seen before. Did he prepare all these? Was it so grand just to treat her to a meal? For Nasha, eating is to fill her stomach, increase her body's energy, and make her work more energetic, but she never thought that eating could be so varied. But it must be said that Nasha did not hate this feeling. In fact, she had a sense of surprise in her heart. It should be a very good thing to enjoy dinner in such an environment. Subconsciously, Nasha sat on the chair that Liu pulled out. At the same time, Liu opened the bottle of red wine and poured the clear red wine into the transparent glass. Under the candlelight, it shone like a ruby. As the fresh wine aroma spread, Nasha's expression gradually softened. Although it was not very obvious, Liu could see it. His method really worked. Liu secretly clenched his fists in his heart. Today's romantic candlelight dinner was very successful. The only shortcoming was that there was no lyrical music at this moment. If there was some music at this time, it would be perfect. Next time I go to the arms world, I must go on a big shopping spree and get everything I need. Maybe I'm not a competent demon king yet, but in the days ahead, I will work harder for this country and for the people. I hope that Nasha can help me and point out my mistakes. After sitting down, Liu raised his glass first and spoke from the bottom of his heart very sincerely. These words really came from Liu's heart, but at the same time he also said them deliberately for Nasha to hear. Although he had made a decision, it was very necessary to use these words to improve his favorability at this time, especially when facing the iceberg opposite. If he didn't speak his mind, she might find it difficult to understand. I understand, I will. This world also has the custom of clinking glasses. Nasha also understood the meaning of Liu holding up the glass. She was very pleased with what Liu said. After all, the future Demon King could concentrate on working hard for the country and the people, which was what Nasha wanted to see most. Therefore, Nasha also raised her glass, gently touched it with Liu's glass, and took a sip of wine. So, Nasha, are you okay? Liu had prepared a lot of polite words for this dinner, but before he could speak again, he unexpectedly discovered that Nasha's fair face was actually blushing. No way, this is the lowest alcohol wine, with almost no alcohol content. Logically speaking, even if you drink a bottle, you won't necessarily blush, but Nasha's current appearance, is she drunk with just one sip of wine? Me? Of course I'm fine. This wine is very good. The taste is very mellow. It can be said that this is the best wine I have ever drunk. After hearing Liu's words, Nasha shook her head, repeatedly, and at the same time she began to praise the wine, but the more she did so, the more suspicious Liu felt. Does Nasha look like someone who would say so much? And this action of shaking her head repeatedly doesn't seem like something she would do, right? This dinner looks delicious. Just when Liu was doubtful, Nasha turned her attention to the food on the table. This was a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine that Liu had carefully prepared. He was definitely very confident, but he never thought that Nasha would praise these delicacies. It's delicious, really delicious. This is good, this is not bad either. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Something is wrong. This is not Nasha. At least not the Nasha he knew. Liu wiped his eyes. He was a little suspicious whether the Nasha in front of him was someone else's pretending. Would that iceberg girl make such a happy expression while eating, and she would praise while eating, which was even more inconsistent with Nasha's personality? What was going on? Your Majesty the Demon King, are you not going to eat? Just when Liu was surprised, Nasha on the opposite side also cast a puzzled look at him, as if to say, I've already started eating, why don't you eat? Eat, of course I eat. Liu laughed dryly, always feeling that something was wrong tonight. He had spent so much effort to melt the iceberg, but how come the target melted before he even started? Your Majesty, this is delicious, try it. Well, this person is definitely not Nasha. When Nasha sent a piece of soft fried steak to Liu's plate, Liu was completely sure that the Nasha in front of him must not be herself. This change was too exaggerated. Although Liu had not been in contact with Nasha for a long time, he had basically figured out Nasha's character. The Nasha he knew would never take the initiative to send him food like this. But if she was not Nasha, this statement would not work. In the Black Blood City, who would be so bold as to disguise herself as the first princess and come to dine with His Majesty the Demon King? She simply didn't want to live. What was going on? Liu was completely confused. Although he ate the food on the table bite by bite with Nasha, his mind had already flown away. Now Nasha's performance made him confused and he simply couldn't understand. Could it be that this is the legendary personality replacement? Is the person sitting opposite him the gentle and cheerful Nasha? That Maynir said? 16307299938.html. As far as the current situation is concerned, Liu thinks that the explanation of personality replacement is the most appropriate, and it can also explain why Nasha's personality has changed so drastically in an instant. But the key to the problem is, why did Nasha's personality change? Could it be because of the wine? Combined with the current situation, the explanation of personality change after being drunk is the most reliable, but in this case, Liu's plan to melt the iceberg has completely failed. Damn, what's the point of melting it? The iceberg melted by itself. Overturn the table. Your Majesty, thank you very much for your invitation this time. I think this is the most enjoyable night I have ever spent. Just as Liu secretly overturned the table of the soul, Nasha across from him spoke again, and at the same time, she also showed the most charming smile on her face. In the past, the probability of seeing a smile on Nasha's icy face was undoubtedly lower than the arrival of the end of the world. But today, Liu has seen a smile on Nasha's face more than once. Nothing. This is what I should do. It should be. Nasha's smile made Liu stunned for a moment, but he soon reacted, touched his nose awkwardly, and then hurriedly answered. This change in the script was really beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't know how to continue. Although there is no music, would Your Majesty the Demon King be willing to dance with me? Nasha took the initiative to invite herself to dance? Agree or refuse? At this time, Liu didn't know how to choose. Your Majesty the Demon King is unwilling? Seeing Liu's hesitation, Nasha's face suddenly showed a gloomy look. Facing such a Nasha, how could Liu refuse? No, I've never danced before. I'm afraid that if I jump so suddenly, I'll step on you or something. Liu explained awkwardly. After all, this was the truth. He had never had any experience in dancing before. If he made a mistake, wouldn't it be a tragedy? It's okay. On the day of your coronation, there will be a grand celebration in Black Blood City. Your Majesty will inevitably invite a dance partner to dance. This time, just treat it as a rehearsal. Dancing during the coronation? Nasha's words made Liu confused. How come he had never heard of this? Didn't Menier tell Your Majesty? No wonder she is very careless in this regard. Liu's confused expression made Nasha chuckle, and then she stretched out her slender hands in front of Liu. Please dance with me, Your Majesty the Demon King. Then I will obey your command. There was no other way. The girl had already extended her hand to him, so he couldn't refuse. Moreover, since he had to dance during the coronation, it was a good choice to practice with Nasha now. At least practicing in advance was better than making a fool of himself when the time came. Nasha's hands were very gentle, not as cold as Liu had imagined. Moreover, Nasha was very careful at the moment, and she guided him step by step on the techniques and essentials of dancing, as well as the precautions. Liu remembered every word of this, and he found that the dance that Nasha taught him was similar to the ballroom dance in his world. They felt similar, but with some details different. Although Liu didn't know how to dance ballroom dance, with his current learning ability, it was not difficult for him to do the steps of hugging the waist and stepping on the dance. Soon he learned this step and danced with Nasha in the room. Holding Nasha's slender waist, holding her hand gently, 1 step, 2 steps. Although he was a little awkward at first, Liu quickly adapted to the rhythm and cooperated with Nasha more and more perfectly. This feeling seems to be pretty good. It seems that he is a dancing genius. As he danced, Liu felt a little proud, especially when the two of them cooperated perfectly. He felt as if the whole world did not exist, and there were only him and Nasha. This feeling is hard to describe in words. Holding Nasha's soft body and smelling the charming fragrance emanating from her body, the two seemed to be about to merge into one, no longer separated from each other. Nasha, Your Majesty the Demon King. What is this feeling? Looking at Nasha in front of him, Liu felt that she was simply the most beautiful person in the world. It didn't matter if the whole world disappeared, as long as Nasha was by his side, there would be no problem. Nasha looked at Liu with an inexplicable feeling in her eyes. She nestled in Liu's arms and felt the temperature of each other's bodies. Gradually, the distance between the two of them became closer and closer, and their bodies hugged each other more and more tightly. Liu's hands completely embraced Nasha's back, and Nasha also hugged Liu's waist tightly. Looking at Nasha's cherry-red lips, Liu was completely unable to control his emotions. A gentle kiss, the intersection of lips and teeth, seemed to add the last catalyst to the two. I can't stand it. Liu only felt a burst of heat all over his body. He wanted Nasha right here and now. He wanted her. The same feeling also happened to Nasha. Looking at the man in front of her, Nasha was completely unable to control her emotions. She wanted him. She wanted to dedicate everything to him. For Liu, the situation at this time made him completely unable to understand. He was still very confident in his self-control. Although Nasha was indeed very charming, after removing the iceberg attribute, she could be said to be a super-perfect existence, but even so, he would not be so uncontrollable that he would go directly to third base. This is really weird. You are still hugging each other. Just when Liu was puzzled, Camilla, who was standing at the door of the room, stretched out her little hand and tremblingly pointed at the couple in the room who were still leaning on each other's arms. She couldn't even speak clearly. It seemed that the scene in front of her was too much of a blow to her. It's just a misunderstanding. Damn, why was he still hugging Nasha? Only then did Liu realize that his actions were extremely indecent, and even more so, his left hand was still holding Nasha's breasts without letting go, which was really embarrassing. He quickly let go of his hand. Liu felt that he couldn't look Nasha in the eye at this time. He was embarrassed to look at her expression, and he didn't dare to look into her eyes. After all, if Camilla hadn't appeared, he and Nasha might have crossed that line. Obviously, he could count the number of times they met, but they suddenly developed a super friendship relationship. Liu really didn't know how to deal with it. Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind? You clearly kissed. Facing Liu's explanation, Camilla said she couldn't accept it, but when it came to the kiss, her expression turned red in an instant, as if this kind of stimulation was also very great for her. You saw it wrong. Liu admitted that he had indeed kissed Nasha just now. Not only kissed, but even grabbed her breasts. This was also a fact that could not be quibbled. However, facing Camilla's questioning, Nasha on the side suddenly spoke up and directly denied Camilla's words. What the hell? Nasha, you are too good at lying with your eyes open, aren't you? You clearly did it, and you can still deny it without blushing? Wait, no blushing? It was not until then that Liu noticed that Nasha, who had been blushing since drinking, had returned to normal. The smile on her face disappeared, and only the expressionless iceberg face remained. Recovered? Liu looked at Nasha in surprise, and finally confirmed that her personality should have been completely replaced. The gentle and cheerful Nasha disappeared, replaced by the iceberg of 10,000 years. How did she recover? When did she recover? Liu didn't know. What he was more concerned about now was whether Nasha, who had recovered to the iceberg of 10,000 years, still remembered everything that had just happened. The happy smiles at the table, the love during the dance, and the passionate, unforgettable kiss. Am I seeing things wrong? How could I be seeing things wrong? Just as Liu's mind was full of questions, Camilla's accusations did not stop. She clearly saw her elder sister and that lecherous wolf king hugging each other and kissing. Kissing or something. How could she have seen it wrong? You just had an illusion. Go back to your room immediately. I haven't settled the score with you for sneaking out last night. Facing Camilla's questioning, Nasha scolded her harshly. This feeling was very much like the dean of a school. Camilla shuddered at this. It seemed that Nasha's sense of majesty was still full. At least Camilla showed a very panicked expression at this moment. Didn't you hear it? Do I need to say it again? Wow, my elder sister is a bad guy. Liu was speechless at this scene. Facing Nasha's scolding, Camilla actually cried and ran away. Are you a spoiled child? But then again, Camilla is not very old. Although the lifespan of demons is generally long, Liu remembered that he had heard Maynir say that Camilla this year seemed to have just turned 15. At the age of 15, it is normal for her to be childish because she rarely leaves the castle. There should be many ways to deal with a child. Since Nasha is the target of melting, should I try to capture Camilla? Of course, Liu is definitely not a lowly control. The reason why he wants to capture Camilla is mainly because he wants the castle to be harmonious. After all, there are many enemies outside, and he doesn't want to cause any internal division. Well, it turns out that he still has to capture that. Although he has made up his mind to capture Camilla, the focus should still be on Nasha in this situation. Such an embarrassing thing just happened. Liu thinks he should at least say something, but when the words came to his lips, Liu didn't know what to say. Thank you for your invitation. Please excuse me. Nasha said goodbye before Liu could speak, catching him off guard. He hadn't said anything yet, and you were leaving? Should he keep her? But what could he do if he kept Nasha? By the way, if you have any questions in the future, just come to me. Just as Liu was struggling, Nasha had already walked to the door of the room, but at this moment, she suddenly turned around and spoke to Liu. Although he didn't know whether Nasha had any memory of what had just happened, at least Liu could see that Nasha's attitude towards him had changed. At least when she spoke to him, she was no longer so cold, as if she could completely freeze people. Was this a sign that the iceberg was melting? Liu didn't know whether this should be counted as one of the 3 major illusions in life. After all, in this regard, he could be said to be a completely ignorant rookie. Overall, tonight was pretty good. Although there were some minor accidents, the progress was pretty good. I also had quite a deep development with Nasha. Well, if there wasn't this little girl with a long sword in her hand, staring at me fiercely, it would be even better. Excuse me, do you have anything else to do? Not long after Nasha left, Liu was also ready to leave this room and return to his room to rest. But before he reached the door of the room, he was shocked to find that Camilla was holding a long sword, standing in the corridor not far from the door of the room, staring at him with hatred. Liu said that he was under great pressure in this situation, and 2 drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Why is she here again? And what is she going to do with the sword? Is she going to kill me? You shameless guy, I flirted with you, and now you're even refusing to let my elder sister go. Even my elder sister won't let go. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Hey, are you serious? Liu didn't expect that Camilla would actually start fighting as soon as she said it. As soon as she finished speaking, she actually slashed at him with a long sword. What's going on? Although I've decided to capture Camilla, it will take time. What's the situation of entering the good ship ending before the capture has even started? Could it be that Camilla was so stimulated today that she turned completely black? Do you want to do this? Hey, do you think I'm going to fake it? Facing Liu, Camilla was not prepared to show mercy at all. She waved her long sword and chopped it down on Liu's forehead. However, in Liu's opinion, her sword was full of flaws. It was impossible to hurt him with it. I think there is a misunderstanding between us, a real misunderstanding. If you can calm down and have a good chat, maybe we can understand each other better, right? Liu dodged Camilla's sword with an awkward smile on his face, hoping that Camilla would listen to his advice, and at least stop swinging the sword so recklessly. It's easy to hurt someone by mistake, right? But looking at Camilla's appearance, she didn't seem to have any intention of letting Liu go. Plan 6 Res 637-29193881. Misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that you flirted with me? Is it a misunderstanding that you kissed my elder sister? Camilla swung her sword continuously, but this did not pose any threat to Liu at all. It was just that in this situation, he was completely unreasonable and could not do anything to Camilla. There was no way, because Camilla was telling the truth. Although it was just an accident, the fact was the fact. No matter how he explained it, it was the fact. Nothing to say. You damn pervert. My second sister must be blind to think you are a demon king. I will never acknowledge you no matter what. Shut up! If Camilla swung the sword at Liu because of a frivolous incident, Liu would not fight back against Camilla because he felt guilty. But when Camilla talked about Manel as well, Liu suddenly exploded. There was no way. Liu was such a person. He had his own bottom line. It didn't matter to him what others did, but as long as someone dared to slander the people around him, he couldn't stand it no matter what. Especially this time, Camilla didn't take Manel seriously at all. You can say that I am not worthy of being the Demon King, but you dare to say that Manel is blind? If you can still tolerate this, can you still be called a man? What are you going to do? Facing Li Yu's sudden shout, Camilla's heart skipped a beat. She has always regarded Li Yu as a pervert, so how could she adapt to such a threatening situation? At this moment, Li Yu's face was as gloomy as water, and his whole body exuded a sense of oppression that made people can't help but surrender. Is this still the pervert who jumped up and down to avoid her just now? Why is this sense of majesty so similar to the mother in her memory? It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me, but I can't tolerate your disrespect to Manel. Li Yu's voice suddenly became very low, and after hearing his voice, Camilla's body couldn't help but shudder. What's going on? He is obviously just a pervert. Why? I just disrespect you, so what? Can't lose, Camilla. Absolutely can't lose. Don't lose to this pervert no matter what. Camilla's heart was trembling at this moment, but as the third daughter of the devil and the princess of the Black Blood City, Camilla's pride made her stand up straight and face Li Yu even in fear. But it was obvious that Camilla's pride was misplaced, and she was hitting Li Yu's bottom line without knowing it. What can I do? You dare to be stubborn, little girl? Do you really think I dare not touch you? Seeing that Camilla dared to talk back to him at this time, Li Yu raised a wicked smile. Do you think you are the only one who can play the dark side? Don't underestimate people. At this moment, Li Yu didn't care that the person in front of him was just a little Lolita who had not grown up, let alone the fact that she was a princess and the daughter of the former Demon King. He only knew that children needed to be disciplined when they did something wrong. Since others couldn't do it, he didn't mind doing it for them. Li Yu took a few steps forward, and Camilla on the opposite side was completely suppressed by his momentum. Although she still held the sword in her hand, she didn't have the courage to swing it. When the two were less than half a meter apart, Li Yu stepped forward and snatched Camilla's sword. He threw it, and the sword instantly stabbed into the wall of the room. Because of the excessive force, when the tip of the sword stabbed into the wall, the hilt was still shaking back and forth in the air. This scene made Camilla very frightened. Even the weapon in her hand was taken away. What should she do? Wow, what are you doing? What is Li Yu going to do? It's very simple. That is to let this little princess who doesn't know the height of the world know what a lesson is. With Camilla's exclamation, Li Yu stepped forward and grabbed her slender waist and clamped her upside down. With her body suspended in the air, Camilla struggled with her hands and feet. But how could her strength compare to Li Yu's? Even if she struggled hard, she still couldn't get out of Li Yu's iron clamp. And then something happened that made Camilla completely ashamed. Just after her body was clamped, she felt a chill in her lower body, and her skirt was lifted up. Could it be that he was going to... Camilla, who felt bad, struggled harder. Although she was still young, she seemed to be unusually precocious in this regard. As her skirt was lifted up, she could already imagine what would happen next. But unfortunately, Li Yu didn't act as beastly as she imagined. He just wanted to teach Camilla a lesson. Pink panties? She is really a princess. This color really suits her. Ahem? No, I'm not here to look at the little girl's panties openly. I want to teach her a lesson. Snap! With a crisp sound, Camilla, who was held in Li Yu's arms, trembled as if she had been electrocuted. The sudden pain on her butt made her stop moving in an instant. Was she spanked? Camilla couldn't believe it. If possible, she hoped that this scene was just a dream. When she woke up, everything was illusory and nothing had happened. Snap! 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 As Li Yu waved his arms continuously, Camilla's butt was also severely beaten by his 5 fingers. Not only did the white buttocks turn red in an instant, but Camilla herself even showed an expression of being beaten to death. What? Do you know you are wrong? When Li Yu finally felt relieved and let Camilla go, he found that Camilla's eyes were blank at this time. It seemed that this experience was definitely unforgettable for her. It was very pitiful, but Li Yu did not show any sympathy. It was all her own fault, so Li Yu would not think that he had done anything wrong. In fact, without getting an answer, Li Yu's face became serious again in an instant. I'm asking you a question. Do you hear me? I know. Li Yu's cold snort made Camilla's eyes focus instantly. Only now did she regain consciousness. While her body was trembling, she subconsciously took a step back. It seemed that this slap from Li Yu had completely traumatized her. It's good that you know you're wrong. If you dare to say bad things about Menia again in the future, don't blame me for being rude to you. Li Yu was very satisfied with Camilla's reaction. Although he felt that threatening Loli was a bit crazy, at this point, Li Yu had to establish his dignity. Otherwise, blindly being gentle would only make Camilla arrogant. One should not be too indulgent to children. Yes, can I go, now? Although her eyes had regained their spirit, Camilla's expression was still a little stiff. When she looked at Liu, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. "The door is there!" Liu couldn't possibly lock Camilla here. Since she had already learned her lesson, there was no need for him to keep her any longer. Perhaps it was because Liu used too much force. When Camilla left the room, she limped and covered her butt with her hands. Liu just curled his lips speechlessly at his masterpiece. Although he did not regret his actions, it would be impossible for him to conquer Camilla in the future. This time, he must have left her with a very serious psychological trauma. When they meet next time, she might not even dare to get close to him. What he didn't expect was that after Camilla returned to the room and completely wrapped her body with the quilt, her terrified expression gradually turned into anger. "Damn it, I must get revenge!" 1066307, Tony 919382. Liu did not take the lesson of Camilla too seriously. For him, it was enough for Camilla to not cause him any trouble. As for how to get along with Camilla in the future, he did not have enough energy to think about it for the time being. What he should care about most now is how to train a group of soldiers who can perfectly control thermal weapons. Time is tight, so he must start training as soon as possible. After a night's rest, Liu and Mei came to the barracks training ground early the next morning and began the Spartan-style crazy training. The first people to be trained by Liu were naturally the 200 strongest people who were selected. What made Liu feel lucky was that the demons were the demons, and ordinary humans could not compare with them at all. Not only did they have excellent magical perception by nature, but they were also strong and powerful. With a little training, they could become qualified warriors. This also saved Liu a lot of time. Because of the survival of the fittest training method, these soldiers are all working hard, especially in front of the Demon King Liu. They dare not neglect it at all. No matter what the order is, no matter what training is done, all they need to do is to practice hard. Training, training, training again. 2 days later, the basic training was completed, and then Liu divided the 200 people into groups, letting each of them lead 9 people, forming a team of 10 people, and then expanding the scale of training. This training method of training soldiers with soldiers is very effective. "Your Majesty, the armory has been built, and I have sent someone to guard it. According to your Majesty's will, no one is allowed to approach there." "Very good. In this case, we can stop basic training and start formal firearms training." At the beginning of the training, Liu did not distribute guns to every soldier, although it was for training. The guns still needed to be strictly managed. Liu knew very well what kind of changes these guns would bring to the world. Because of this, these arms must not be allowed to fall into the hands of individuals. The establishment of the arsenal is to better manage firearms. Every weapon that Liu took out must be registered, and every bullet must undergo strict inspection before leaving the warehouse. Unless there is a major war, there must be no mistakes in the firearms. Now, the completion of the arsenal means that firearms can be officially included in the training subjects, and the preliminary preparations are fully ready. The next step is that everything is ready, and the soldiers will train harder. For these soldiers who are touching hot weapons for the first time, everything is so new, especially after seeing the power of firearms. The eyes of these soldiers are mixed with enthusiasm and excitement. These soldiers only have the strength of magic warriors. On the battlefield, they are completely incomparable to the elite magic warriors. Although they are not cannon fodder, they are not much better than cannon fodder. But if they hold these weapons, who can be their enemy on the battlefield? Who can get close to them? Is there any enemy that they cannot kill? For a moment, the eyes of these 2,000 soldiers were red. If they could have such a weapon, then their life as soldiers would not be in vain. See, this is the weapon you can use in the future. But remember, I only need 1,000 people, only 1,000 people. Whether you can use this weapon on the battlefield in the future depends on whether you will redouble your efforts in the next training. Do you understand? Understood. Facing Liu's shouting, the soldiers' answers were deafening. This passion infected Liu a little. Very good. Then we will start group training from now on. You will learn how to operate, use and maintain these weapons in a short period of time. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty the Demon King. The vigorous training began, and during this period, Liu's daily training of soldiers was intensified, while also taking into account the Demon Clan Iron Cavalry and the female guards, and conducting multiple trainings for the 3 parties. Although he was very tired and exhausted every day, Liu did not have any complaints. After all, these soldiers were extremely important assets to him. Whether he could sit firmly on the throne of the Demon King depended on these soldiers. Of course, Liu would not say that what he enjoyed most every day was training the female guards under Menier. There is no way. When training these female guards, it is inevitable that their bodies will touch each other, such as when holding a gun or aiming. In addition, being surrounded by a bunch of beautiful girls, this feeling of being the emperor who is surrounded by stars is indeed. Ahem, it seems that I have revealed a little too much, so let's get back to the topic. In short, after half a month of training, the soldiers of the three parties have made great progress. Their training and familiarity with firearms have far exceeded Liu's expectations. This can also be said to be a pleasant surprise. Liu himself is very satisfied with this. After training for a period of time, these soldiers should be able to take shape. At least, it will be no problem to take them out to bluff the 10 nobles. But just when Liu was training the soldiers, Menier suddenly told him a bad news. What? Time for the duel with Camilla? So much time has passed. Liu had long forgotten about his duel with Camilla, not to mention that he hadn't seen that tsundere little girl for a while since he spanked Camilla's butt a while ago. Why is the duel starting again all of a sudden? Something is wrong. Logically, Camilla shouldn't dare to compete with him again. Could it be that her butt is itchy again and she wants to be spanked again? Yes, Your Majesty, the Demon King, wasn't it decided before? This duel is inevitable. Menier didn't know what Liu was thinking. For her, this duel would come sooner or later, so naturally she wouldn't feel any surprise. Okay, let's duel. How are you going to do this duel? Liu didn't care about this duel at all. Anyway, Camilla's strength was nothing to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to beat her up so easily last time. So there was no suspense in this duel at all, and it would be easy to resolve it. In this case, let's go and see who's afraid of whom. According to the regular duel rules, His Majesty the Demon King should have an open duel with Camilla in the Black Blood City arena. However, it concerns the dignity of His Majesty the Demon King and the reputation of the royal family. After discussing with my elder sister, we decided to make this duel private and hold it in the castle, and my elder sister and I will serve as notaries for the duel. Menier explained it very clearly and considered it very carefully. The duel between the Demon King and the princess was really not something that ordinary civilians could watch. After all, no matter who lost at that time, it would not be a good thing. However, Liu did not think so much about this. For him, what he needed to do now was to teach that arrogant little girl who did not know how high the sky was, and dared to challenge him a lesson. It seems that she was not slapped enough last time. In this case, let's do it again. 6-307-229-938. The duel this time was in the back garden of the Black Blood City Castle. In addition to the two parties participating in the duel, the only people who could watch the battle were Nasha and Menier, who were notaries. Of course, Liu also noticed that from time to time, a few figures would peek out from the windows of the castle. It was probably the maids in the castle peeking. Liu did not care about this. He just watched if he wanted to. Anyway, this farce-like duel should be brought to an end as soon as possible. But this time, Liu was really careless. Then, the duel begins. To be honest, Liu had never thought that a duel would be so troublesome. Before the duel began, the so-called sacred demon duel oath read by Menier made him feel drowsy. But there was no way this was still a shortened duel process. It was really hard to imagine how long it would take to duel according to the regular process. Forget it. Since the duel has begun, let's cheer up and teach Camilla a lesson. Look at Camilla on the opposite side. She is staring at Liu with full concentration at this moment, holding the long sword tightly in her hand. The slight tremor on the tip of the sword has exposed her nervousness. It seems that she is not afraid at all. How are you going to fight? Holding a long sword, Liu didn't even change his equipment. In his opinion, this duel doesn't need him to use all his strength, and it can be easily resolved. How to fight? Don't underestimate me. Perhaps stimulated by Liu's indifferent attitude, Camilla's emotions began to gradually become excited. Was she underestimated? You actually looked down on me? I didn't look down on you. Okay, Liu admitted in his heart that he did look down on Camilla, but it was better not to say it out loud. After all, the opponent on the other side was a tsundere loli. What if he irritated her and she started a fight to the death? Stay calm and just deal with it easily. Fireball! Damn! Just as Liu was thinking about easily dealing with Camilla, a football-sized fireball appeared on the other side. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly jumped to the side to dodge the fireball. It was actually magic! Liu never thought that Camilla appeared on the stage with a long sword, but she used magic damage. What about the AD who was supposed to face her head-on? How did it suddenly become AP? Coach, this script is wrong. When Camilla's first fireball missed, she immediately chanted magic, and the fiery red magic circle under her feet flickered. The next moment, 3 more fireballs continued to attack Liu. Facing these 3 fireballs in a shape of a triangle, Liu finally broke out in sweat. With this speed and power, if he was hit, he would inevitably become a human barbecue. It's too pitfall. He rolled 18 times on the spot. Although he dodged very awkwardly, he was finally not hit by the fireball spell. However, that alone did not allow Liu to rest assured, because Camilla on the opposite side shot again. Still coming? This time, the fireballs increased from 3 to 6, and the range was expanded a lot. It was even more difficult for Liu to dodge. What's going on? Did you hit the blue bottle or something? Do you use magic like this without interruption? Should the CD time of this skill be so short? Camilla's magic was too fast. At this time, Liu only had time to dodge and could not fight back at all, which made him very confused. Camilla has such strength. Then why was she spanked so easily by me last time? This is unscientific, although the opponent is indeed using magic now. Sister, there is something wrong with Camilla. With her strength, she can't fire so many fireballs in a row. Liu felt something was wrong, but Mei outside the field had already seen the problem. Compared with Liu, Mei naturally knew her sister better. With Mei understanding of Camilla, it was impossible for her to use fireballs so continuously. Yes, this should be the effect of magic props. Although Nasha's face was expressionless, she revealed the mystery in one sentence. Camilla did not have such strength, but if it was relying on magic props, it would make sense. It is indeed a magic prop. I will stop this duel immediately. Mei heard it and was immediately anxious. Magic props are the crystallization of the wisdom of the demons. Only a strong man at the level of a magician can make them, which is enough to show the power of magic props. Although Camilla is young, her strength is not low. With the addition of magic props, Liu is afraid that he will really be in trouble this time. You know, there are 2 ways of cultivation for the demons. One is to use magic power to perceive magic elements to strengthen oneself, which can make the body stronger, and the other is to use magic power to control magic elements to form various magic to attack the enemy. These 2 ways of cultivation have their own advantages. The former can perfectly strengthen the body, and the latter can attack over a long distance and over a large range. Although the 2 cultivation paths will merge into one in the end, the difference is very large in the early stage of cultivation. For example, Camilla specializes in controlling magic elements and using magic to attack enemies. In this way, her melee ability will naturally be left behind, and it is reasonable that she was beaten by Liu last time. In fact, Camilla's true strength is not inferior to Liu, and even higher than Liu, reaching the level of an intermediate magic fighter. Now with the addition of magic props, Liu is not just a mistake, but it is reasonable for him to lose. Wait! It was because she understood this that Mei wanted to stop the duel. Originally, she thought that the difference in strength between Liu and Camilla was not big, and with the addition of her worship of the Demon King, she agreed to the duel and believed that the Demon King would not lose. But now, Mei really couldn't figure out how Liu could win this victory. But just when Mei was about to step forward to stop the duel, Nasha on the side suddenly stopped her. Big Sister looked at Nasha in confusion. Why did the Big Sister stop her? Couldn't she see that the Demon King was about to lose? Since he is the Demon King, he can solve the troubles at hand. It should be said that this is just a small beginning of the many troubles he will face. If he can't even solve this, what will he do in the future? This. Nasha's expressionless words made Mei stunned. What Nasha said was absolutely right. Liu will face far more troubles in the future than now. Can she help him solve the troubles in the future like now? Just watch it with peace of mind. Our Demon King is much stronger than you think. Big Sister. Mei didn't expect that she could hear such words from the cold Big Sister. What happened between the Demon King and the Big Sister that night? Why did the Big Sister's attitude towards the Demon King change so much? Others may not be able to see Nasha's subtle changes, but as sisters who live together day and night, how could this be hidden from Mei eyes? Mei seemed very puzzled about the changes in the Big Sister, but what was certain was that it must be related to the last dinner. The conversation between the 2 sisters fell into Liu's ears without any error. After all, they were not far from each other. It would be strange if he could not hear it. In this regard, Liu had nothing to say except a bitter smile. Being strong or something, it was because he was forced. If being weak could lead to going home, I would be weak every minute. Do you believe it? Unfortunately, now is not the time to be weak. Facing Camilla holding a magic prop, Liu really had to improve his spirit by 120 points and face it seriously. The leisure time is over. It's time to show some strength. 1 and 6, 163072919 TMO. Facing Camilla, who has almost no CD, Liu also had to cheer up and start to concentrate on this battle. The current situation is that a melee AD faces a long-range AP. If you want to defeat the opponent, you must fight in close combat, otherwise you will be pulled away and die from magic. Change equipment. Throwing away the long sword in his hand, Liu quickly opened the prop bar, materialized his own Chilling Heart double blade, and put on the Broken Bone Ash's suit. Although Liu also got a lot of good equipment when he continued to attack the boss in the SAO world, the Chilling Heart double blade was indeed the strongest weapon, and the Broken Bone Ash's suit was also the most suitable armor for him at this stage. With this set of equipment, Liu calmed down and could start to fight back. You know, the hard training in the SAO world for half a year was not given in vain. Don't think that after he established the guild, he put all the focus on the guild. In fact, Liu is most concerned about his own strength. In the subsequent boss battles and brushing the wild, all Liu did was to brush the experience crazily. Not only did many of the skills he used before have greatly improved their levels, but he also learned many new skills, but he never had the opportunity to use them. But this time, I can't hide it anymore. I have to show my skills well. Big Fireball. Camilla doesn't care what Liu thinks now. What she has to do now is to constantly consume the magic power in her body, launch the Fireball technique, and attack the enemy on the opposite side. For Camilla, having magic props is equivalent to having an endless source of magic power. She doesn't need to care about the consumption of magic power. As long as she is not close to him, she can be said to be invincible. Let you dare to hit my butt. Let you dare to humiliate me. Today I will defeat you miserably. Let everyone know that you can't be a Demon King at all. You are not worthy of being the Demon King. This time let you taste my ultimate secret. The Big Fireball technique can be said to be an evolved version of the Fireball technique. If the Fireball technique just now is only the size of a football, then this time the Big Fireball technique has a diameter of more than a basin. If you are hit by this thing, the consequences can be imagined. If it were Liu a few months ago, he might have been hit by a fireball from Camilla and become a barbecue, but today it is absolutely impossible for Camilla to defeat Liu. You only know how to send fireballs, right? No matter how big it is just a fireball. If that is all, you will definitely lose. Cross Dance Step activated. This skill can be said to be one of Liu's favorite and most practical skills. Although it is called Cross Dance Step, it has nothing to do with dance steps when it is performed. After using this skill, Liu's body was seen in a half-squatting state, with the two cold blades in his hands crossed at his waist, forming a cross state, and then there was a visible wind, which wrapped up Liu's two swords. Although it looks like wind, if it is accurately described, it is more like a kind of chi, which can be understood as the internal force in martial arts novels or the fighting spirit in fantasy novels, which can bring Liu more powerful combat power. However, if Liu were to say it, he would prefer to call it sword chi. After all, among the skills he learned, there is a move called Sword Hero Chi. After learning that skill, he can feel the flow of chi in his body. When releasing the cross dance step, this kind of chi is also generated. Although it is impossible to explain how this sword energy is generated, Liu does not need to think so much. Skills that can defeat the enemy are good skills. Why bother with other things? However, the opening of the cross dance step is only the first step in Liu's preparation. This skill is just a starting move and does not have any attack power. But the next step, the connection skill of the cross dance step, is the real key. Counterattack, Flash. There are 4 connection skills of the cross dance step. The counterattack Flash used by Liu now is a skill that can use sword energy to rebound flying props. Although the function of the skill is only to rebound flying props, this alone is enough. Liu, who was in a half-squatting position just now, suddenly jumped into the air, and the crossed swords also danced in an instant. A fierce sword energy gushed out and faced the fireball launched by Camilla. At the moment when the sword energy and the fireball collided with each other, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. According to normal thinking, when two different energies collide with each other, there will be an explosion in 9 out of 10 cases. Even if there is no explosion, the mutual cancellation of damage is within an acceptable range. But the imagined explosion did not happen, and the damage between the two did not cancel each other out. After encountering the sword energy, the fireball was bounced back directly like a bouncy ball hitting a wall. This is impossible. Maynir looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She swore that this was the first time she had seen magic being rebounded. Not only Maynir was shocked, but even Camilla was stunned. She never thought that the fireball technique that she was proud of not only did not hurt Liu, but was also directly bounced back. Be careful. When the fireball technique was bounced back, Camilla was in a state of being stunned. She didn't know how to dodge at all, seeing that the fireball was about to hit her. In response, Maynir exclaimed, "Was Camilla going to be hurt by her own magic?" At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Camilla and threw Camilla to the ground. The huge fireball brushed past the two people's bodies, and there was a burning smell in the air. Who saved Camilla? The answer is simple. Who else could react in this instant and make preparations in advance, except Liu, who knew the power of the counterattack flash? Liu had already calculated all this. Camilla would definitely not be able to react to the rebound ability of the counterattack flash for a while. If he didn't save her, Camilla would be in a real tragedy. It was for this reason that Liu launched 2 consecutive instant steps and threw Camilla to the ground before the fireball. How could Liu miss such an opportunity to improve his favorability? Moreover, he knew that if Camilla was injured, Nasha and Maynir's impression of her would be reduced, which was not what he wanted to see. Liu never minded doing something that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and this time, his plan worked again. How could you? Camilla never expected that when she thought she would be hit by the fireball, the one who stepped forward to save her would be the lecherous wolf devil whom she despised. This was hard for her to accept, and it was hard to describe her mood at this moment. Why did he appear? Why did he save her? Why? I say, do you want to continue the duel? Facing the stunned Camilla, Liu put on a faint smile, which made Camilla even more confused in an instant. Duel? Continue? Wait, why does my chest seem to... Where are you touching? Saorui, this is just an accident. It's really just an accident. Camilla's voice suddenly turned cold, and Liu hadn't reacted yet, but he soon knew the reason. Liu's left hand accidentally rested on Camilla's chest when he pounced on her, but the pair of exquisite steamed buns were not fully steamed, and the touch really made Liu have no reaction. Liu quickly retracted his left hand, with an awkward smile on his face. However, Camilla would never believe the accident he mentioned. Go to hell! Waslime66307/29985.html. It must be said that when Camilla found out that she was rescued by Liu, her mood was still very complicated. After all, the pervert Demon King, who had always been regarded as her enemy, would save her at the critical moment. This was simply unexpected, but as Camilla found that she was attacked on the chest again, her anger was ignited again. Sure enough, he is still an incurable pervert. This kind of guy, it is better to die. The duel is over. You lose, Camilla. Just as Camilla glared at Liu and chanted the spell to prepare to hit him with another big fireball, a cold voice suddenly appeared, and Camilla was stunned for a moment. Big sister? How could she? Although she wanted to continue to use the fireball technique, an invisible pressure made Camilla unable to mobilize the magic power in her body. Did her elder sister do it? She actually attacked herself for that perverted Demon King? I haven't lost yet. Losing is losing, and quibbling is also losing. Although Camilla wanted to argue again, Nasha's cold voice made her speechless. Lost, obviously, she tried so hard, and even used magic props. But why couldn't she beat that perverted Demon King? Why? It was obviously him who took away the elder sister's position as Demon King. Why did the elder sister still favor him? I don't understand. Camilla doesn't understand at all. She can't understand Nasha's thoughts, and she can't accept the fact of failure. You wait! I won't let you go! After shouting this at Liu, Camilla turned around and ran away quickly. As for Liu, who was standing there, he scratched his cheek speechlessly. I've already said that this was just an accident. Why are you so obsessed with it? Your Majesty, the Demon King is really amazing. That move just now is the nemesis of the fireball technique. At this point, this farce-like duel came to an end. Maynir also rushed forward and looked at Liu with a very admiring look. Although in terms of strength, the Lius could not be Maynir's opponents, but using the move just now to rebound the fireball technique was something Maynir could not do. As expected, His Majesty, the Demon King, can do things that others can't do. In this regard, Maynir's admiration for Liu increased a few points again. It's okay, ahaha! Facing Maynir, whose eyes were almost full of stars, Liu's face was a little embarrassed. After all, for him, even if he won Camilla, there was nothing to be happy about. This was simply the rhythm of bullying a child. But no matter what, this duel farce is finally over, and Liu can concentrate on the training plan. After a week, the soldiers can finally stop urging him and enter the completely autonomous training stage. In this way, Liu is completely relieved. It turns out that the idea of choosing the 200 elite soldiers is correct. With them, he can get out of the training and consider more problems. For example, military uniforms must be prepared before the coronation ceremony. In addition, there are some things that Liu needs more, and they must be included in the replenishment plan. There is only 1 week left. According to Maynir, in a few days there will be... But looking at the current situation, the dim sky and the surrounding dense forests, it doesn't look like there will be any benefits. And more importantly, Liu is very inexplicable. He smelled a hint of danger in the air. The situation seems to be a little wrong. Standing still, Liu carefully explored the surrounding situation. Indistinctly, it seemed that a burst of sobbing and bursts of cursing came from not far away. "Hurry up and move forward. Go now." The voice was too strange. Driven by curiosity, Liu leaned against a big tree beside him and gently moved towards the direction where the voice came from. Not far away, several soldiers in camouflage uniforms were pointing guns at two children, urging them to move forward quickly. Beside those soldiers, there was a tall and thin man in a suit and a fat officer who was obviously not a good person. Why does this scene look so familiar? Wait a minute. Liu suddenly remembered that one of the most heartbreaking scenes when he watched the Queen of Arms before was this scene in front of him. Isn't this the plot where the arms dealer and the soldiers let the little girl use her body to detect mines? After coming to the world of the Queen of Arms, Liu actually considered whether to act as a savior. Before the tragedy happened, he would find the male protagonist in the original play and rescue the little girl who was tragically killed in the original plot. What made him depressed was that the original play did not specify the time and place. Just a certain country in West Asia could make people's balls break instantly. How can we find it? Unless we start from the identity of that damn arms dealer, we should be able to find some clues. But the current situation is that before Liu can take action, he was thrown to the scene of the incident by the system. Since he is here, he must not sit idly by. Although he does not know whether this is intentional by the complaining system, at least this time, he is very grateful to the system. Being able to fulfill a wish and resolve a tragedy is something that every otaku who loves the second dimension must do. Although the second dimension has become the third dimension, that loli must be rescued. Can't let her go forward. After thinking about the original plot, Liu immediately understood his situation. This is a minefield. There is no telling where a high explosive mine will be buried, so in this case he must be careful first. But while being careful, Liu also had to act immediately, otherwise, who knows if the little girl will be blown to pieces in the next moment. Observing the opposite side, there are three soldiers holding weapons, holding AK series assault rifles. As for the weapons dealer and the fat officer, they were not regarded as combat power. For three people, this distance? Never mind, do it! Liu materialized the cold double blades from the prop column. This time, he was not prepared to leave anyone alive. In his opinion, those who dared to force the little girl to die should all be killed. There is no meaning for you to live in this world. All of you go to hell. Instant step. As Liu's figure disappeared, the next moment, he appeared in front of several soldiers. Before the soldiers could react, a silver sword light flashed and blood splashed in an instant. This was Liu's first experience of killing people at close range, but at this time he did not show any mercy. Because these people deserve to die. Kill! Two more sword lights flashed, and the three soldiers holding guns were killed on the spot without even reacting. Done. The threat is lifted, so the only ones left are the two culprits. Verse 66307299386.html. Killing people has never been something Liu wants to do. After all, for him, every life is worth cherishing, but for these soldiers at the moment he does not regard them as human beings at all. Maybe they are just following orders, but even so, they are also accomplices of the murderer. No one here is innocent, and if they are not innocent, they should die. You, who are you? Faced with this sudden killing god, the weapons merchant and the fat officer, whose faces were stained with the blood of the killed soldiers, were directly scared to death. They had no idea what was going on at the moment. You can think of me as a passerby who saw injustice and drew his sword to help. As for my name, I think you don't need to know it. Liu smiled slightly. This smile seemed so evil and cruel to the weapon dealer and the fat officer opposite. In the blink of an eye, three soldiers with weapons were killed on the spot. How much better would their fate be than that of the soldier? Wait a minute, I ought to think there is some misunderstanding between us. Just as Liu took a step forward with two swords in hand, the weapon dealer, who had a premonition of what would happen next, immediately took 2 steps back with a stiff smile on his face and kept explaining. Although he didn't know what the situation was, for him, saving his life was the most important thing at this stage. Oh, misunderstanding? What do you want to say? For Liu, the weapon dealer and the fat officer in front of him were two grasshoppers that had been tied together. No matter how they jumped, they would not escape death. However, it would be a good choice to play with them a little before they died. After all, it would be too easy for them to kill them like this. At this moment, Liu was completely in a black state. and for the first time he gave people a feeling of a demon king. "I'm just an arms dealer. If I have offended you in any way, I can apologize to you immediately. In addition, have a sum of money stored in the base. If you need it, you can take it all as a small thank you gift from me." The arms dealer spoke in a panic, and what made Li Yu feel funny was that he was actually ready to buy his life with money. Although according to common sense, using money to buy life is indeed a very correct choice, but unfortunately Li Yu happened to have no shortage of money. "I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied with this deal, so—" "Damn it, you die!" Just as Li Yu was facing the arms dealer, the fat officer on the side finally couldn't stand the pressure, pulled out the pistol from his waist and wanted to shoot at Li Yu. But before he could take out the gun, a sword flashed, and the fat officer's pistol and his whole hand flew into the air. "It's better not to interrupt me when I'm talking. After all, it's very rude, isn't it?" Li Yu smiled at the fat commander, but at this time, the fat commander was rolling on the ground in pain because of the severe pain in his wrist and the fear brought by Li Yu. "Does it hurt? Compared with those who died because of you, this pain is nothing." The fat commander looked very miserable, but Li Yu just sneered at this, because he knew deeply that warlords like the fat commander who had their own troops and were self-reliant were how to take human lives lightly. In terms of cruelty and indifference to life, he was far inferior to such people. "Damn it! Damn it!" The fat commander was wailing in pain, and not far away, the two lowly and the Shota who were forced to use their bodies to detect mines were frightened by the scene in front of them and hugged each other tightly. Did this scare the children a little? Li Yu suddenly thought that it was indeed a pleasure for him to do this, but at the same time, it would also bring psychological trauma to the two children. "Humph, you got it easy." With a sword in his hand, Li Yu directly killed the fat commander. If it weren't for the two children, Li Yu would not mind cutting the fat man into a stick and throwing him into the deep mountains and forests to feed the wolves. Then, you are the only one left. After killing the fat commander, Li Yu once again turned his attention to the weapons dealer. Please don't kill me." It must be said that the weapons dealer was scared. Although he had experienced many storms, he really didn't know what to do in such a situation. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Even if I kill you, it will only dirty my hands." Seeing the horrified expression of the weapons dealer, Li Yu smiled again, shook his head, and pointed in the direction of the deep forest. "Go away. Don't let me see you again." The direction of Li Yu's finger was a minefield. If you step into it, you will inevitably be blown to pieces. But the weapon dealer was already confused at this time. For him, being able to escape was the greatest luck, so he didn't care whether it was a minefield or not. Thank you. When the weapon dealer found that Li Yu had given him a chance to live, he hurriedly thanked him and ran in the direction Li Yu pointed. It was his luck to escape from the devil's hand. While running, the weapon dealer was still secretly thankful in his heart. But soon, a crisp click under his feet made his thoughts stiffen instantly. This is... Boom! A loud noise came, and Li Yu's mouth corners instantly raised a beautiful smile. "Do you really think you can escape? This is just to let you try the taste of being killed by a landmine. Huh, much more comfortable." Finally, he got his wish and killed the enemy, and rescued the lowly who died tragically in the original play. Li Yu said that he was in a very comfortable state now. After letting out a sigh of relief, Li Yu hung the two swords on his waist, and then turned to walk towards the lowly and the young boy who were still hugging each other and trembling. "Are you two okay?" Li Yu leaned over and half-crouched in front of the two children, using the most gentle voice he had ever used. He knew that the scene just now was too much of a blow to the two children. In order not to leave a bad impression in the hearts of the two children, he had to show his gentle side. But looking at this, his gentleness seemed to be a bit ineffective, and the two children were still trembling. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The bad guys are dead, you are safe." There was no way. Li Yu had to be patient now, and disintegrate the psychological defenses of the two children bit by bit. Otherwise, he might be regarded as a murderer. "In fact, I am a good person." "Save us?" The lowly was a little older and more sensible. Although she was very scared, she could also understand what Li Yu said. "Being saved means that the person in front of you will not kill you?" "That's right, so you don't have to be afraid of me. I have no ill will towards you." Seeing that, the little girl had reacted first. Li Yu also put on a harmless expression. But this expression seemed a bit too exaggerated, and immediately the little girl on the opposite side burst out laughing. "You are so funny." When the little girl on the opposite side smiled, Li Yu knew that his efforts were not in vain. At least, he would not leave any deep psychological shadows on the two children. In fact, Li Yu's worries were a bit unnecessary. It was true that the two children were frightened, but they had lived in war-torn areas since childhood. What they faced most every day was probably weapons and war. If there was a shadow, then the shadow of war was probably implanted in their hearts long ago, and it was difficult to shake it off. Nro 66307/29110938H7. Li Yu's amiable aura was instantly activated to a half-grown little girl and a little boy, and he learned their names very easily. The name of the little girl is Malka, and the little boy is Morris. They are all orphans. Orphans born in the war, orphans that no one will protect. Because of this, they will become victims of the war, and their role can only be to use their bodies to test the minefield ahead. This is all because of that damn war. If there were no war, there wouldn't be so many tragedies. At this moment, Li Yu seemed to fully understand Coco's ideal. If the world could be peaceful, how beautiful the world would become. It's a pity that peace is just a luxury. As long as there are people, there will be struggles. Even if God comes in person, I'm afraid he can't change this. Damn, if I could have more power. He sighed in his heart, but Li Yu also knew that he couldn't change the world with his current self. But even so, he had to rely on his own efforts to protect the people around him and prevent the tragedies he could see from happening. Although Malka and Morris are just children, in fact, their mental abilities are far superior to those of ordinary children. At least after being comforted by Li Yu, the two children have completely calmed down and can even communicate with Li Yu normally. From the two children, Li Yu already knew the location of the evil base, and knew that there were 3 children in the base waiting for him to rescue, including the male protagonist of the original plot. In this case, Li Yu didn't mind being a good person to the end, and took advantage of the current momentum to deal with the base. Listen, Malka, you take Morris and wait here first, I will be back soon. Before entering the base, Li Yu first placed the 2 children in the jungle. Since they were going to kill their way into the base, they must not be dragged down. There were also many soldiers in the base. If they wanted to kill them all, it would probably take a lot of effort. Well, I know that. Facing Li Yu's instructions, Malka nodded gently, but just when Li Yu was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly stopped talking. What's wrong? Li Yu turned back. What else did this little Lolita want to say? That, please come back safely. Touched. This is a good Lolita who is truly worthy of love. When Li Yu heard what Malka said, he was so moved that he burst into tears. At this moment, he really wanted to pull Ija to Malka and let her learn from Malka. Look at her and then look at you. How can the gap be so big? Don't worry, wait for me. Facing Malka, Li Yu showed the most confident smile. Before the battle, there was also the buff bonus of Lolita. It was really difficult not to win. Come on, let me kill with Lolita's care. Li Yu was excited and drew out the cold double blades at his waist. He was ready to rush into the base and kill everyone. However, the problem was that before he rushed in, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the base in the distance. Alas, what's going on? At the beginning, there were few gunshots, but soon, countless gunshots intertwined, as if the whole base was attacked. Could it be? Li Yu, who had read the original plot, knew that the original male protagonist Jonah slaughtered the entire base and killed all the soldiers in the base because Malka was killed by a landmine, but he should have done so after he learned of Malka's death. Now the arms dealer and the fat commander are dead, and Malka was also rescued by himself. But why was the base still attacked? Puzzled, Li Yu hurried into the base to check, but when he entered the base, there were corpses everywhere. This killing was thorough enough. He is really worthy of being the male protagonist of the original plot. He killed people with every shot. This kind of killing, even a well-trained soldier could not do it, but it was done by a child. The protagonist's halo? This is really an unsolvable invincible buff. Just as Li Yu shook his head and sighed, his nerves suddenly moved, and then he suddenly turned around and stabbed out the long sword. And at the same time, a black hole. The muzzle of the gun was also aimed at his head. Who are you? A low and emotionless voice came, but how come this voice doesn't sound like a boy at all? Who are you? When Li Yu saw the person pointing a gun at him, his expression was stunned for a moment. The original male protagonist did not appear. Instead, a loli with short silver hair, blood-red pupils, and dark skin had no expression on her face. This loli looked about 12 or 13 years old, but Li Yu couldn't understand the situation at all. This plot change is too high energy. Where's the original male protagonist? Don't tell me that the originally cute boy soldier has now become a cold-faced and silent fighting loli. How can people accept this? I haven't seen you before. Why are you here? The fighting loli did not answer Li Yu's question. She was just asking Li Yu a question, but Li Yu was a little headache about it. Wait a minute, I think there seems to be some misunderstanding. I'm just here to save people. Li Yu was not used to being pointed at by a gun, so he took back his weapon first. Although he could not accept this high-energy plot change, he also knew in his heart that he and this fighting loli were not enemies. At this stage, he had to show a friendly attitude. Save people? Finding that Liu did not have any ill intentions, the fighting loli also lowered the muzzle of the gun gently, revealing a puzzled look. Yes, I just passed by here and saved 2 children. I heard from them that there are 3 more children in this base, so I ran to save people. Liu shrugged his shoulders. He was telling the truth, but after hearing what Liu said, the fighting loli's expression suddenly became surprised. What did you say? You saved those 2 children? You mean Malka and Morris are alive? Yes, they are indeed alive. By the way, great, they are all alive, great. At this moment, the indifference on the face of the fighting loli disappeared completely and was replaced by tears. It seemed that she was very excited to know that her companions were alive. Only at this time did the fighting loli give people the feeling of a child, and her indifferent look just now was really unacceptable to Liu. This base. Did you do it? Liu knew that the fighting loli needed a time to vent her emotions, but seeing the corpses all around, he couldn't help asking questions. Although he was sure in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it again. After all, the scene in front of him was really unbelievable. How did such a little loli kill the soldiers of an entire base? Especially since the time was so short, it was probably only more than 10 minutes from the time Liu heard the gunshots to now. They all deserve to die. The fighting loli wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke in a hateful voice. Although she did not give a clear answer, she indirectly confirmed it. It was indeed her. It was really amazing. Liu was amazed. Even if he killed so many enemies, he would not be able to do better than this fighting loli. My name is Liu. What's your name? In addition to being amazed, Liu also introduced himself. At the same time, he also wanted to know what the name of this loli was. Yona. My name is Yona. Perhaps because Liu saved her companion, the fighting loli had a good impression of Liu, but the name Yona really made Liu speechless. Well, the plot collapsed. The original male protagonist Jonah has been confirmed to disappear and replaced by a fighting loli named Yona. Who can tell me what is going on? In SAO, Kirito's transformation into Kirito was already a complaint. Now in the arms world, Jonah is transformed into Yona again. Is this bad taste so strong? /sick 1 Where are the other 2 children? Find them quickly. We can't stay in this base for long. We must leave here as soon as possible. Although the fact that Jonah became Yona made Liu complain endlessly, the current situation was not the time to think so much. He still had to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Liu, who had read the original plot, knew that the arms dealer he had just killed was the subordinate of Coco's brother, and Coco's brother was probably on his way. Coco was a good girl, there was no doubt about that, but the problem was that Coco's brother was really not a good person. Of course, he could not be said to be a bad guy, but that type of person was more difficult for Liu to deal with, so it was better to avoid contact with him as much as possible. Okay, I've hidden them. I'll go find them now. Yona knew that what Liu said was right. This base was slaughtered, and it was believed that someone would soon find it. By then, a large number of reinforcements would arrive. Even if she could escape, those children would have no fighting ability. Result would definitely be tragic. Thinking of this, Yona hurriedly led the way and found the 2 hidden children with Liu. The 4 of them gathered together and prepared to leave the base. However, just as Liu had just walked to the gate of the base with the 3 children, the roar of the engine instantly alerted him, and Yona beside him also picked up the AK-74 in her hand and looked around. Is it too late? It seems that what should be done cannot escape after all. Stand behind me. I will negotiate with them. In this case, all Liu needs to do is to protect the safety of Yona and the other 2 children. As for who the visitor is, he knows it clearly in his heart and will not panic. Liu understood that as long as he told Coco about his relationship with her, Coco's brother would not do anything to him. However, he could not guess whether that guy would have any idea after seeing him. Seeing Liu raising his hand to protect himself and his companions behind him, Yona's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. After all, in her opinion, she and this stranger were just meeting for the first time. Why did he protect her so desperate? Trained as a warrior since childhood and forced to take up weapons to fight, Yona never knew what it felt like to be protected. She didn't know why. Looking at the broad back in front of her, Yona always felt very relieved. Don't move. Who are you? The convoy arrived soon, and a team of fully armed soldiers got off the car. Don't be nervous. Call your boss out. I'm not your enemy. Liu raised his hand slightly to surrender, but the soldiers on the opposite side did not relax their vigilance because of this. After all, Liu had 2 shining long swords hanging on his waist. In this era, the long sword used by Liu has long been an antique. No one has ever seen anyone using a long sword on the battlefield. Especially the long sword on Liu's waist. Not only is its shape strange, but it also exudes a chilling coldness, which makes those sensitive soldiers dare not underestimate it. Who knows what kind of weapon this is? You seem to know us very well. The other soldiers were pointing their guns at Liu, but among this group of soldiers one of them suddenly laughed. This is a woman with short black hair and green eyes. Although she always has a smile on her face, an instinctive intuition tells Liu that this woman is extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the lily girl Falme. Sister Chanjita, right? I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today I finally meet you. Yes, Liu knows this extremely dangerous woman, and he is telling the truth. He did hear the name Chanjita from Coco. Of course, what impressed him more was the anime he had watched before. Do you know me? Chanjita didn't expect that she would hear her name from a man she just met, and the man in front of her was not very old. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to call him a boy. But the next moment, Chanjita's smile suddenly became dangerous. After all, the man who could call her name showed that the man in front of her was not ordinary, at least he was in the same world as her. I am now considered a member of the Coco team. Now you should understand. This woman is so scary. Although Chanjita was smiling, Liu's hair was standing on end. Although Chanjita was definitely not his opponent in a single fight, after experiencing so many battlefields and killings, Chanjita's body was already emitting a dangerous aura all the time. This dangerous signal made Liu extremely sensitive. Didn't he see the children behind him? Except for Yona, the remaining two had already started to tremble. You are Coco's man? How is that possible? When Chanjita heard that Liu was actually a member of Coco's team, she was even more surprised. After all, she was very concerned about Coco's situation and had never heard of any new members joining Coco's team. Was he lying to her? But he looked at her in a different way. What was going on? I heard that Coco had found a very powerful partner a while ago, and then this partner joined Coco's team. I guess it must be you, right? Just as Chanjita was surprised, a cheerful male voice came and immediately attracted everyone's attention. A face shape very similar to Coco's, short silver hair and blue eyes. Such a handsome man usually only appears on TV, not as an arms dealer who often wanders in the war. But this handsome guy in a suit and leather shoes is a super arms dealer. By the way, how much hair wax does this guy have on his head? When the silver-haired handsome guy came on stage, Liu was most concerned about his hair. It must have taken a lot of effort to make such a hairstyle. Excuse me, is there something wrong with my head? The silver-haired handsome guy came on stage very coolly, but Liu on the opposite side kept staring at his head, which made him feel very confused. Is there something wrong with his hairstyle? No, no problem. You are Coco's brother, right? My name is Liu, and I just joined Coco's team recently. The doubtful expression of the silver-haired handsome guy made Liu react instantly and shook his head awkwardly. Why should I pay attention to other people's hairstyles at this time? It's better to get rid of this great god as soon as possible. It's you. My name is Kashiber. Heika Media. Nice to meet you. After hearing Liu's name, the silver-haired handsome guy, that is Kashiber, excitedly stretched out his hand to him, and Liu also stretched out his hand to shake his hand, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious for a while. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in this situation. Lin, can I call you that? Of course, no problem. If that's the case, I'll just call you Kashiber. Oh, that's great. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Coco has always refused to tell me how she found an oriental handsome guy like you, Lin. We have to have a good chat this time. Oh, are you flattering yourself? What's going on? You're trying to find out the truth, right? Kashiber's attitude is very friendly, but Liu has always been wary of him. There's no way. Although Kashiber didn't appear many times in the original plot, Liu could see that this guy is definitely a super black-bellied person. If you dare to open up to him, you might be sold out the next moment. In this case, it's better to be smooth. I stayed up late to watch the World Cup last night, but today was a complete tragedy. I was so confused that I felt terrible. Hun6630799193.html. If there is a chance, I would also like to talk to you more, but in this situation, I think it is better to deal with it first. Liu was not in the mood to chat with Kashiber. After all, a shrewd and cunning arms dealer like Kashiber would definitely ask questions without him noticing. What if he didn't notice and let something slip? The most correct choice is not to have much contact with Kashiber. Pointing behind him, Liu said that there are still a lot of messes waiting to be cleaned up. That's right. I don't know what happened in this base yet. After hearing Liu's words, Kashiber also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, but Liu secretly curled his lips. If you just reacted, it would be a strange thing. It's nothing. It just fulfilled your wish. This base is completely scrapped. Liyu's mouth corners slightly raised. He knew very well that the main reason why Kashiber had contact with this military base was that he wanted to destroy the base with weapons to achieve his interests. Now that Kashiber didn't have to do anything, the base was completely scrapped, so for him, this was naturally a happy event. Oh, that's really great. Liyu's words really surprised Kashiber. Although his purpose was not a secret, it was a bit intriguing that Liyu could reveal the mystery. Just this one sentence showed that there was a very powerful intelligence network behind Liyu. Was it Coco's? Or someone else? In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Kashiber's mind, and he also made various guesses about Liyu's identity. Although he learned that a young Oriental face had joined his sister's team, Kashiber was completely unable to investigate the identity of this mysterious Oriental boy. This was something that Kashiber was very puzzled about. With his methods, he couldn't even find out the origin of a person. What did this mean? This Oriental boy was definitely not an ordinary person. According to my judgment, the soldiers of this base should have been killed by one person alone, and no one survived. As he was talking, the person who entered the base to investigate the situation came back, and right in Kashiber's ear he told Kashiber a very shocking news. All the soldiers in the base were killed? By this young man who looked harmless? It seems that Coco has found another amazing companion. Obviously, Kashiber's men guessed wrongly and attributed the base soldiers killed by Yona to Liyu, but Liyu did not explain this. Now he has been targeted by Kashiber. If Yona is also targeted, it will be really uneconomical. So let's let this misunderstanding continue. By the way, Kashiber, I have another piece of news that I'm very sorry about. Just after Kashiber's men reported the situation, Liyu also spoke up, which made Kashiber's expression slightly confused. Oh, what news is it? In fact, after learning that the base was completely destroyed, Kashiber had some understanding of what Liyu wanted to say, but even so, he still showed a puzzled look on his face, as if he didn't understand what Liyu wanted to say at all. What a cunning fox! But it doesn't matter. It's just an excuse for the occasion. The arms dealer who cooperated with this base should be your subordinate, Kashiber. I'm sorry, he accidentally stepped on a mine when crossing the minefield near the base. Liyu didn't believe that Kashiber knew nothing, but since Kashiber liked to pretend to be confused, he might as well be confused with him. Anyway, the death of the arms dealer under Kashiber was a foregone conclusion, and Kashiber couldn't ask too much. What he had to do now was to tell Kashiber about the death of his subordinate. You mean? This is really a pity. It was not until then that Kashiber's face showed an expression of sudden realization, and then his face was full of sadness. This guy is really good at acting. However, after hearing the conversation between Liyu and Kashiber, Yona, who was standing behind Liyu, suddenly became murderous. Although Malka was saved, if Liyu hadn't been there, she would have died tragically in the minefield. And it was the arms dealer who caused all this. Even though the arms dealer was dead, Yona's hatred had not subsided. Facing the boss of the arms dealer, Yona's hatred was naturally even greater. What a dangerous little guy. Although she was still young, Yona's murderous intent was incomparable to that of an adult soldier. Chanjita, who was beside Kashiber, naturally took action against Yona's sudden murderous intent. As Kashiber's bodyguard, Chanjita's mission was to protect Kashiber's safety. Once a dangerous target appeared, Chanjita would definitely eliminate the danger first. Facing Yona's murderous intent, Chanjita was about to subdue her in an instant, but at the same time, Liyu, who was protecting Yona, also took action. Sister Chanjita, she's just a child. Why bother with a child? Instantly drawing a sword across Chanjita's neck, Liyu's speed was so fast that Chanjita, a powerful woman who could be called a monster, could not react. Although countless guns were pointed at Liyu in the next moment, the expression on Liyu's face did not change at all. Oh, funny little boy, you are not cute at all. The blade of the cold heart blade was only a few centimeters away from Chanjita's neck, but Chanjita's expression was still calm. She even dared to tease Liyu. Although Liyu would definitely not really do it, Chanjita was able to remain calm, which was indeed very impressive. It's just a small misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. The two sides were in a stalemate. If they really wanted to fight, the result would be hard to predict. However, in this case, Kashiber would definitely appear as a peacemaker. After all, Liyu is now a member of Coco's team, and Kashiber has not found out his background at all. If they really fall out, it will be very embarrassing for both of them in the future. The most important thing is that Kashiber is very interested in Liyu. You know, the members of Coco's team have been carefully selected and have gone through many tests before they can really join. Liyu, who joined the team halfway through, can be said to be unique. What ability does this Oriental boy have that he is valued by his cunning sister? If you can't find out the truth, it will be very uncomfortable. Since Kashiber said so, his soldiers naturally couldn't point their guns at Li Yu, and Li Yu slowly moved the ice blade away from Qianjida's neck. Your sword. The long sword on her neck was removed, and the sense of crisis was relieved. But at this moment, Qianjida unexpectedly found that her neck was a little stiff and itchy. Is this frostbite? Qianjida, who has rich practical experience, understood the situation of her neck at the first time. It was just that the sword was close to her, and she got frostbite. What kind of sword is that? Although she felt that the sword was strange and the sword would ooze out cold air, Qianjida never thought that this sword would frostbite her. Is it a new weapon that she didn't know about? Qianjida had this idea in her mind at the first time, and Kashiber also discovered this situation. As a result, his curiosity about Li Yu was naturally heavier. Sorry, Sister Qianjida, I was just a little impulsive. Li Yu had never expected that his chilling heart double blade would have such an effect. He had never used this weapon to cut anyone before, and he had never thought that the chilling heart double blade would actually cause frostbite. Obviously, when he held it, he did not feel the cold at all. It's okay. I want to know what kind of weapon your sword is. Is it a new product? Li Yu did not want to reveal too much, so he naturally wanted to change the subject, but Qianjida was completely attracted by the chilling heart double blade at this time. She just wanted to know what this sword was. 106106/29193 HTML. The change of topic failed, and Qianjida seemed to be determined to get to the bottom of it. However, for Li Yu, the secret of the chilling heart double blade could not be revealed casually. Even if Qianjida herself should not have any malicious intentions and just wanted to ask for clarification, the situation was completely different with Kashiber standing beside her. Li Yu didn't want Kashiber to know too much. After all, for a cunning and sinister guy like him, the more he knew, the worse it would be for him. By the way, there are 2 poor children waiting for me outside the base. I have to find them first. This reason was very blunt, but it was enough for Li Yu. After all, it was just an excuse to avoid Qianjida's entanglement and Kashiber's probing. Even if Kashiber wanted to say something, Li Yu could use these children as a shield. After all, he was concerned about the children. Kashiber, you can't let these children suffer. After finding Malka and Morris, several children gathered together and cried bitterly. Li Yu also comforted the children softly, and his caring appearance made Kashiber feel completely helpless. This Oriental boy is really vigilant. It seems that if you want to understand him more deeply, you must start from other aspects. With Kashiber's IQ, he certainly understands what Li Yu means, but for those who are interested, he will not give up so easily. This base has been abandoned and has no use value, and Kashiber can also benefit from it, which can be said to be a huge gain. Although he lost a subordinate, it didn't matter to Kashiber. Anyway, he could find new substitutes for such subordinates anytime and anywhere. It's just that the problem of Li Yu and these children must be solved at the moment. After all, Kashiber can't leave Li Yu here and turn around and leave. Otherwise, if Coco knows, he will be in trouble. With the help of Kashiber, Li Yu got in touch with Coco very smoothly. Coco was naturally very surprised to hear that Li Yu had returned to this world so quickly. However, Coco's location is still a little far from Li Yu. There is no way. Li Yu can only take Yona and several children on the road with the help of Kashiber. After several twists and turns, he reunited with Coco. Although Coco hadn't seen Li Yu for just a few days, she was unusually enthusiastic when they met again. Coming up to him and giving him a big hug, Li Yu's body instantly stiffened. Why was Coco so proactive this time? How is the situation this time? You must have a good chat with me later. In front of everyone, after Coco let go of Li Yu, she put her arm around him again, looking very intimate. At the same time, it can be known from her words that she is very concerned about the situation in the true demon kingdom. It's just that there are too many people around, so the two of them can't communicate more deeply. Seeing Coco's concerned eyes, Li Yu felt that the reason why she was so close to him was because she was worried about the situation in the true demon kingdom. After all, it can be seen from the previous conversation that Coco is very interested in the true demon kingdom. Coco even faintly revealed the idea of going to the true demon kingdom. It's a pity that Li Yu doesn't have the ability to travel through time and space with others now, but if there is a chance in the future, he really wants to take Coco to see it. In this way, I believe Coco can give me more and better suggestions based on the actual situation of Blood Alliance City. Li Yu thought so, but in the eyes of others, the situation was different. In the team, everyone got along like a family. In front of everyone, Coco never concealed anything, but if you want Coco to do something intimate with everyone, it would be a fantasy. Except for Falme, such a hug is simply impossible. Didn't you see Falme's face of unwillingness and disbelief? Her patent was taken away by Liu. By the way, Miss Coco, are you going to ignore me like this? Falme was unwilling, but, in this situation, she really couldn't say or do anything. However, Kashiber, who came with Liu on this trip, had the most say. But looking at Kashiber's painful and artificial expression, this guy's acting skills are really bad. You are still here. There is nothing for you to do here. You can leave. After Kashiber spoke, Coco seemed to notice his existence, but then she waved her hands several times, as if she was expelling irrelevant people. How ruthless! It's such a headache to have such an unlovable sister. I'm really sorry that she's unlovable, so just leave here quickly. Well, the way this brother and sister get along is quite interesting. Although Coco really wanted to have a good chat with Liu, this time Kashiber's arrival was not just to send Liu and others away. He had more important business to discuss with Coco, otherwise he wouldn't have to come in person. There was no way. Business was the most important. In this case, Coco could only say sorry to Liu. However, a few hours later, after Coco and Kashiber finished their business, Kashiber was directly driven away by Coco. I don't know how he offended Coco. Anyway, Coco's face was very red and she kept pushing Kashiber, urging him to leave quickly. What's more, when Kashiber wanted to talk to Liu, Coco kicked him twice. Okay, Coco, I'll just leave. Why are you so shy? Although he was kicked several times, the smile on Kashiber's face became even more intense. Is this guy a masochist? Why does he look so comfortable being kicked? Get out of here! Get off my boat! Okay, I'll leave now. By the way, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Facing this scene, Liu seemed a little speechless. There must be something behind Kashiber's words. What does this double entendre mean? The most important thing is, why are you winking at a man? Are you gay? Are you interested in men? For ordinary girls, Kashiber's charming smile and wink must be very lethal. But in Liu's view, this kind of wink makes people speechless and sick. Thinking back to the past few days when he was on the road, Kashiber always approached him intentionally or unintentionally. Damn it, I must avoid this guy next time I see him. Sorry, that guy must have caused you a lot of trouble. After a lot of effort, Kashiber finally got on the helicopter and left. Coco finally breathed a sigh of relief. The troublesome person finally left. Perhaps it was because she saw the embarrassment on Liu's face that Coco also seemed a little embarrassed for a while. After all, people like Kashiber are indeed very troublesome and difficult to deal with. No, Kashiber is quite interesting. Kashiber? That guy is simply a super annoying. If possible, I really don't want to see him again. Although I thought so in my heart, Kashiber was Coco's brother after all, and some things could not be said directly. In this case, Liu still felt that it would be better to be more tactful. Interesting? No, that guy is a cunning fox. When you meet him again in the future, you must be vigilant. Although Liu was very tactful, Coco didn't mean to be tactful at all. What's more, she even directly compared Kashiber to a fox. Speaking of which, Coco, aren't you also called a fox girl? Is it really okay to call your brother a fox? You two are exactly the same. Of course, Liu could only think about this kind of complaint in his heart and could not say it out loud. Besides, although Coco and Kashiber are both very cunning, Coco's cunning is to the enemy, while Kashiber is to everyone. This alone is destined to be the gap between the two, which is why Liu likes Coco very much. Liu and Coco are the same type of people. They treat friends as warm as spring, but treat enemies as cold and ruthless as winter. /63/291939.tml. After Kashiber left, Liu and Coco had a long talk. Needless to say, the content of the talk was definitely centered on the training of the Black Demon Kingdom, which Coco was very concerned about. At the same time, Coco remembered Liu's needs, such as a batch of suitable military uniforms and various technologies that Liu needed very much at this stage. Coco said that she would try her best to help Liu, but it would take some time to meet these needs one by one. After all, Coco is not an omnipotent god. If it is about arms, she can be said to be very powerful, but when it comes to other fields, Coco can't do it immediately. Therefore, Liu's stay in the arms world will be extended, but this is not a big problem for Liu. Now the training of soldiers in Black Blood City can be completely independent. Even if he is not there, it doesn't matter. What's more, he has completely taught Menier how to do it. With Menier here, what else is he worried about? However, after talking about the Black Demon Kingdom, the 5 children brought by Liu are also the focus of the two people's concern. These orphans produced in these wars are really pitiful. Not only Liu pities them, but even Coco also wants to help them. Maybe in the eyes of many people, Coco is just a cunning arms dealer who will bring war, catalyze war, but in fact, they don't know Coco's kindness and simplicity at all. Only when you really understand Coco, you will know that she is actually very simple. She will be happy for a long time because of a small thing, and she may roll all over the table because of a troublesome thing. Coco's idea for these children is the same as Li Yu's, that is, to give them a bright future. According to Li Yu's idea, he will directly send the 5 children to study in the Celestial Empire. Although the Celestial Empire is not the best choice, after all, there is a sense of homesickness. The Golden Nest and Silver Nest are not as good as his own doghouse. Even if there are all kinds of unsatisfactory things here, he still can't let go. Even if this is the Celestial Empire in another world, in Li Yu's eyes, there is not much difference. In a word, hearing the poor Chinese from Marca and others can also make his heart feel satisfied. Being able to receive a good education, no longer having to worry about filling your stomach, and no longer having to worry about dying on the battlefield one day, and being able to go to the legendary mysterious East, for those war orphans, it is simply a step into heaven. However, this kind of heaven is not acceptable to every child. The other 4 children were fine. Although they had experienced the baptism of war since childhood, they had not really entered the battlefield. They had always appeared as logistics personnel, and basically no one paid attention to them. It was very easy to get them out of the war. But Yona was different. She had appeared on the battlefield as a young soldier since she was a child. All she knew was to pick up weapons to fight and kill people. As for other things, she knew nothing. In this regard, Yona was exactly the same as the male protagonist Jonah in the original plot. She hated weapons, but could not give them up in this life. If she had no weapons, she would have no meaning to live. This child, let her stay. When Coco heard about Yona's experience, she decisively decided to keep her, and Li Yu saw a little excitement in Coco's eyes. Did she like Yona? When watching the anime, Li Yu wondered if Coco was a Shotokan, but now she was going to become a Yuri Lolicon? This rhythm is really... I can't complain. If Yona is willing, it's fine, but if she is separated from her companions... To be honest, Li Yu was still hesitant about whether to let Yona stay. After all, staying in Coco's team means that she will never be separated from war and weapons. He didn't know whether it was good or bad for Yona. However, Coco was very proactive. It's okay, let me go talk to her. Coco volunteered to communicate with Yona, and Li Yu went to meet the other 4 children at the same time. Although they already knew that they were about to go to the Celestial Empire, a peaceful country without war, there were still many things they needed to pay attention to, which they had to know. After a few days of getting along, Li Yu's performance won the children's complete trust. It should be said that under the current environment, he is already the only one these children can rely on. Because of trust, the children listened carefully to Li Yu's words, and they also responded with considerable yearning for the Oriental country described by Li Yu. That! What's wrong, Malka? What's the matter? While Li Yu was talking non-stop, Malka, who was sitting opposite him, showed a look of wanting to speak but stopping. Among these children, Malka is the oldest except Yona, and she is also the most sensible. She wants to speak now, so she must want to say something very important. In the future, will we be able to meet again in the future? It turned out that Malka was worried about this. Seeing Malka's hesitation, Li Yu thought she didn't want to live in China, but she was actually worried about whether they could meet in the future. It's really good to have such a lowly. For a moment, Li Yu's heart was full of sighs, and at the same time, his regret for Camilla deepened. When will Camilla be like Malka? No, he will be satisfied if she is half as good as Malka. Of course, I am your guardian. Although I can't be with you all the time, I will visit you as soon as I am free. Li Yu smiled and touched Malka's head. He had already discussed this matter with Coco. Coco would take care of all his identities in this world. At the same time, he naturally became the guardian of these children. Since he became a guardian, he had to fulfill his duties as a guardian. At least Li Yu would not abandon these children. Really? Will you really come to see us? Li Yu's words not only made Malka happy, but also made the remaining 2 boys and a little girl very excited. The 4 children came forward and surrounded him, chattering and asking questions. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Although he was constantly asked by the children, Li Yu did not feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, he felt very relieved. These children will soon have a bright future and no longer have to live in the shadow of fear and death. What a happy thing that will be. I just don't know how Coco and Yona talked. Will Yona really stay? Will the arrival of this unexpected butterfly change the future plot by flapping its wings? We have one more thing. Just as Li Yu was thinking, Malka was hesitant to speak again, which made people feel a little strange. Any other questions? It doesn't matter. Just tell me if you have anything. Don't be polite. Li Yu has always been very generous to sensible lowly like Malka. Just tell me if you have any requests. As long as it is within his ability, he will never refuse. But this time, Malka's request was completely beyond his expectations. Several children looked at each other, and after Malka whispered, 3, 2, 1, they shouted in unison. "Can we call you Dad?" What? It must be said that Liu was stunned. He never thought that these children would have such an idea to call him Dad. Looking at the expectant eyes in front of him, Liu knew that this was no joke. These children should have had this plan for a long time, but they only found the opportunity to say it today. No. Maybe Liu's mistake made the children misunderstand. In an instant, the children's expressions became extremely disappointed. It can even be said that the youngest Loli was about to shed tears. "Yes, of course. If you are willing, I will be happy to be your father." Session 6-3-291932-9 HTML. After a moment of confusion, Liu quickly reacted. He couldn't let these children down. Although he was only 20 years old and had to become the father of 4 children, this was not something he could not accept. On the contrary, he was very happy to accept this setting. Anyway, he was already the guardian of these children. There was no substantial difference between this and being a father. It was just a matter of changing the name. Really? Is it really possible? Liu's words surprised the children instantly. They originally thought that he would refuse, but they didn't expect that Liu would agree so readily. For the children, this is simply the most celebratory moment in their lives. From today on, I am your father. He has not experienced hand-in-hand love and marriage, and he has become the father of 4 children all of a sudden. To be honest, this change is indeed too sudden. However, in Liu's opinion, he is very happy to see this change. These children are very obedient and sensible, and there is no burden to be their father. More importantly, he also likes these children very much. It's just that since I have become a father, I have to do some things that a father should do. Well, now that I think about it, I really haven't considered it enough. Since they are my children, they must receive better education and have a better life. By the way, I still have to discuss with Coco how to make these children live better. Coco, I have good news to tell you. I have good news to tell you. When Liu and Coco met, they changed the topic quickly. After all, Coco had finished talking about the good news, but Liu had not yet said the good news. I almost forgot. Coco, I'm a father. What? As soon as Liu said this, Coco was stunned. Becoming a father? You is going to be a father? How come she had never heard that you actually had a wife? For a moment, Coco's expression was instantly stiff. She never thought that Liu's so-called good news would be such a blow to her. It turns out that he already has a wife, but why has she never heard him mention it? If you think about it carefully, she and you have not been together for a long time, and their relationship is not that close, so it is reasonable for him not to say it. Although it is reasonable, why did she feel so uncomfortable when she heard Yu's words? In an instant, Coco was shrouded in a haze, lowering her head, making it impossible to see her expression clearly. But Liu knew nothing about this, and he was still talking about this happy event. I really didn't expect that these children would take the initiative to call me Dad. Although I was a little surprised at first, I feel very happy now. Huh? What does it mean? Coco, who was shrouded in gloom, raised her head instantly after hearing Liu's words, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Do you mean that you want to be the father of those children? Yes, what else can it be? Liu's words were like warm sunshine shining on the earth, dispelling all the gloom on Coco's body without leaving any trace. It turned out that he didn't really have a child. What was she thinking just now? Obviously she had nothing to do with you, just a partner. Why was she so depressed? When the misunderstanding was resolved, Coco suddenly questioned her reaction just now. She would never forget the feeling of depression, but why did she have such a reaction was not something Coco could understand. What exactly is going on? I don't understand it at all. By the way, Coco, where do you think I should let these kids live? Southern cities or northern cities? In addition, we should give priority to letting them learn Chinese. I think I can be their Chinese teacher for the time being. Although she was confused about her feelings, facing the endless Liu at this time, Coco had no time to think. After all, Liu, who had entered the father mode, was really beyond Coco's expectations. Is this still the Yu she knew? There is no way who let Liu become a father from today. Naturally, he must have the consciousness of being a father, and he must consider more. This kind of taste of being a father for the first time is something every man has to experience. Well, at least these bastards in Coco's army will not experience this taste. Yu is going to be a father? How old is he? Aha! Can he really be a good one? When the news that Liu was going to be the father of 4 children spread, Luz was the first to laugh at him, which made Liu feel very unhappy. Who says that young people can't be fathers? It's really annoying to be looked down upon by Luz. Luz, I have something to talk to you about. How about we go to the bathroom together? No, I don't want to. I don't want to go to the bathroom at all. Facing the gloomy Liu, Luz instantly realized that he had gone too far. Why did he have to offend the Lord Demon? Did he think he could still run away? As for the inevitability of not seeking death, Luz dared to tease Liu like this, and it would be strange if he could still feel good. In front of everyone, Liu stepped forward and grabbed Luz's collar, regardless of whether he struggled or not, and directly pulled him to the bathroom. Then there was a series of cruel screams, which made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. After coming out of the toilet, Liu said that he felt refreshed and finally vented all his frustrations. But poor Luz, he was still lying on the toilet lid and couldn't get up. I said, "You didn't do anything to Luz, did you?" Just when Liu said that he was very happy now, R, who was standing not far from him, asked cautiously and softly, and from the look on his face, he seemed to be really afraid of Liu. "What can I do to him? Isn't it just a beating up?" Liu was a little surprised. Shouldn't such a thing that happens in the toilet be very common? What's the matter with your disgusting look? Are you sure you beat him up instead of using something to blow up Luz's ass? Faced with Liu's doubts, R trembled and pointed in the direction of the toilet. At this time, Luz was holding his butt and limping out of the toilet. Seeing this scene, it was impossible not to think of something wrong. Moreover, R's words were euphemistic enough. If Liu's deterrence was not so strong, he would have asked directly if Liu had exploded Luz's ass. Well, I used the toilet plunger in the toilet. To be honest, after seeing Luz, Liu was a little speechless. This seemed to be a big misunderstanding. However, when he beat Luz in the toilet, he also subconsciously used the toilet plunger. I don't know why, but Liu felt that if Luz was injured, it must be his buttocks. As for the explosion of the ass, it was just an accident. Anyway, he helped Luz cure his constipation for many years, and I believe Luz will be grateful to him. 106-6307-29193.html. Well, looking at Luz's sad face, Liu suddenly felt that he didn't seem to be grateful to him. Nonsense, it would be strange if he was grateful. Luz wanted to cry but had no tears at this moment. He just said something a little bit rude. How could he have such a big grudge? How could he look directly at the toilet plug in the future? Would he still be able to go to the toilet happily? Ahem. Okay everyone, stop making trouble. In addition to celebrating Yu's fatherhood today, we have another happy event to announce. Only then did Coco finally cough lightly and clapped her hands, indicating that she was going to talk about business again. But Luz's face was full of resentment. "Miss, couldn't you announce it earlier? Why did you let me suffer this again?" When they heard that Coco had something to announce, everyone was also spirited and turned their eyes to Coco. Then Coco turned and walked to the door and pulled Yona, who had been standing outside the door and had not come into the room. "From today on, Yona is a member of our team. Everyone should get along well in the future." As for Yona, everyone was not very unfamiliar. After all, among the children brought back by Liu, only Yona could exude murderous aura. This is a young soldier. When everyone saw Yona for the first time, they immediately confirmed her identity. There was no need for an introduction. Everyone could tell at a glance. But then again, Yona is obviously a silent fighting Lolita. Is it really okay to call her a young soldier? But if she is called a girl soldier, it always feels so inconsistent. There is no way. It is really rare for a girl like Yona to go to the battlefield at such a young age. It is also difficult to find an accurate name. In this case, let's call her a Lolita soldier in the future. Just from the dangerous aura emanating from Yona, everyone already knows that she is not an ordinary person. Don't underestimate her because of her young age, otherwise she will die miserably. Just like an old saying in the Celestial Empire, when walking in the rivers and lakes, the most important things to look down on are the elderly, women and children. Now Yona has two of the three. In short, although everyone has not seen Yona's true combat power, since Coco chose her, there must be a reason for Coco. In this way, Yona became a member of the team. Since there was still time, Coco specially prepared a simple joining ceremony. It was called a joining ceremony, but to put it bluntly, it was a test of Yona's strength. Although Coco valued Yona very much, she also had to let all the team members know Yona's details. Yona's strength was very strong. As a child, her combat power could be said to be far beyond those trained adult soldiers. But if she faced Coco's elite, the result would be different. What's more, on the deck of the freighter, Yona's advantages could not be brought into play at all. She was very good at fighting in mountainous terrain, but if it was a head-on confrontation, she was not the opponent of these elites at all. Soon, Yona was subdued by Luz and R, but Liu couldn't stand it. "I say, you, is it fun to bully Yona like this? It's just a little lowly, and you two grown men are fighting two of them at once. Aren't you ashamed? That's what I'm saying. You, go teach them a lesson. After Yona was subdued, the test was declared over. Coco was very satisfied with Yona's performance. Although she was subdued, she was defeated because she was outnumbered. It was not so easy for Luz and R to win. So when Liu opened his mouth, Coco was fanning the flames. I don't know if she was blaming Luz and R for not showing mercy. Isn't this a test? How can it be called a test if you don't do this? Luz spread his hands innocently, but just as Luz was explaining, R secretly took a step back. He already had a bad premonition. No point in saying more. By the way, Coco, although I have joined the team, I haven't participated in the test yet, right? How about taking the opportunity to test it today? After Liu glared at Luz, a smirk rose at the corner of his mouth, and he gave Coco a look, which made Coco understand instantly. Of course, no problem. As for the candidates for the test, let's choose Luz and R. Miss, this is not right. As expected, Yu was going to take action. R knew it was going to be bad as soon as he heard it, and hurriedly shook his head to get out of it. But in this situation, how could Liu let him get away? Didn't you two have a lot of fun when you bullied Yona just now? This time, I'll make you even happier. You? We are good friends, right? Shouldn't good friends live in peace? Seeing Liu pick up the FNC assault rifle filled with paint bullets, R's nerves tightened even more. Although Liu's strength is reflected in close combat, for some reason, R still felt a sense of crisis approaching. I have to say that R is quite sensitive, but this time he can't hide. Friends are friends and tests are tests. Next, you and Luz will dance a happy dance together. The corners of Liu's mouth slightly raised. The gun is loaded. Are you still going to escape? Happy dance? Not good. Run. At first, R didn't react to Liu's intention, but then, R pulled up Luz beside him and turned around quickly to escape. Can he escape? Just as R and Luz turned around, the FNC in Liu's hand had already opened fire, and at the same time, he moved his feet and quickly chased in the direction of R and Luz. My butt! There were not many obstacles on the deck, and R and Luz could not dodge effectively. What's more important was that Liu's bullets seemed to have eyes, and each one hit the butts of the two. This time, it was not only Luz who was unlucky, but even R's butt was also in trouble. What a thing! While enduring the pain from his butt, R sighed helplessly. It was okay for Luz to be anally raped, after all, this was commonplace for him. But what about him being raped as well? Does this count as being shot while lying down? The drifting on the sea with Coco did not last too long. After all, he suddenly became the father of 4 children. Liu's primary job now is to settle the lives of these children so that they can grow up healthy and happy. Coco acted very quickly. She used her connections to buy a house, hire a Chinese teacher and a nanny, and also took care of the children's school admission procedures. In short, Coco prepared everything for the children at this stage, leaving Liu, the father, no room to intervene. This made Liu very sad. He is the father of the children, okay? Coco has taken care of everything. Doesn't it make me, the father, incompetent? But there is no way. Liu's roots in this world are not deep enough. Even if he wants to do something, he is unable to do it. Forget it. Leave it to Coco. Just treat it as a capable person doing more work. Shtun 6, 106307 2919394.html. After everything was ready, it was time to say goodbye. After all, Liu and Coco were also very busy. It was unrealistic to want to be with the children. However, in this situation, the children surrounded Liu and cried. There was no way. They finally escaped from the battlefield and the terrifying life. They finally had a father who cared about them. Now they had to face separation. How could the children accept this? Liu was very troubled by this. He persuaded the children for a long time and finally stabilized them. He also agreed with everyone that when everyone learned Chinese well, he would go to the Celestial Empire to see everyone. When persuading the children, Liu was very confident, but after the children really left, Liu's mood suddenly became low. After spending a few days together, Liu positioned himself well in the role of a father, and he gradually became familiar with this role. Every day when he was with the children, he felt very happy. After all, since he started to travel through time, he has been living on his nerves almost every day. Only when he was with these children, he would relax his nerves, as if he had returned to the simple life that made him worry-free. But after the children's laughter disappeared, the feeling of emptiness that came suddenly was difficult to fill up no matter what. Coco also saw Liu's loss, so she considered what to do to make Liu feel better. Everyone pack your luggage. We are going to set off. A mission? What's the situation? Coco suddenly announced that everyone was going to go out, which made everyone very confused. Is there an emergency mission? No combat meeting or something before going out? How can you just leave? But in the face of everyone's doubts, Coco didn't give any explanation at all, but just packed up the luggage first, and everyone had no choice but to follow suit. But what everyone didn't expect was that this time the destination was not a chaotic battlefield, nor the mansion of a certain senior official, but came to the world's top tax-free paradise, Dubai. As the trade capital of the UAE, Dubai can be said to have gathered tourists from all over the world. Here you can definitely get the highest enjoyment. Coco, what are we doing here? To be honest, in such an international metropolis, Liu was completely silent. Liu said that he couldn't stand it anymore. If he couldn't stand it anymore, then forget about letting Yona study. This is for Yona's good. Although he couldn't bear it, Liu couldn't object. So in this case, Liu said decisively that he wanted to go out for a walk and relax and would be back soon. Hearing that Liu was going to go shopping, Cuckoo naturally raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to go with him. However, she had just arrived in Dubai and there were still many things waiting for Cuckoo to deal with. She really couldn't get away. In the end, she could only watch Liu shrug helplessly and watch him take the elevator downstairs alone. Work hard. I want to go out and play after the work is done. Just after Liu went out, Coco didn't know where the motivation came from, but she actually took her laptop and started typing away. Does the eldest lady usually work so hard? Several grown men looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time they had seen such a diligent young lady. Only Falme was watching from the side, unwilling to accept it. The reason why Coco worked so hard was that she wanted to go out and play with you. For Falme, Liu had become her #1 rival in love, and she was the kind who could snatch Coco from her arms at any minute, so Falme naturally developed a competitive mentality towards Liu. Of course, Liu's strength was recognized by Falme. If in battle, Falme would definitely be his best helper, but in life, have you ever heard of rivals being particularly jealous when they meet? Although as far as Liu was concerned, he had never felt that he and Falme were rivals in love. The so-called rival in love was just Falme's own imagination. So, lilies and the like are actually very scary. Walking on the streets of Dubai, enjoying the sea breeze and the bright afternoon sunshine, it really gives people a refreshing feeling. Liu stretched his body lazily, and the slight sense of loss caused by parting with the children also dissipated. After all, it was not like he would never see them again. As long as he had time, he could go see them anytime. So after sorting out his mood, what should he do next? Since Dubai is known as a duty-free paradise, just take a look around. If there are good things, just go shopping. Although Liu did not take the initiative to ask for it, Coco still gave him a bank card to prevent him from running out of money at a critical moment. Although he didn't know how much money was in the card, since it was given by Coco, it must be a lot. As for the things he wanted to buy, there were indeed a lot of them. Although Liu was not very good at shopping, he couldn't stop here. Computers, mobile phones, and game consoles, as a otaku, how could he lack these things? In addition, many fresh ingredients and seasonings were also snapped up by Liu. Daily necessities and various snacks, which was just like sweeping fallen leaves in the autumn wind. In just 2 hours, Liu spent millions of dollars and bought several trucks full of stuff. Although he was not very satisfied, these should be enough for the time being. If there is anything missing, he will make supplies when he comes back next time. After parking the truck in an empty corner and sending the driver away, Liu began to stuff these things into the prop bar one by one. It was really troublesome, but he had no choice. After all, it was just a prop bar, not a space black hole. He couldn't stuff everything in at once. After a long time, Liu finally put the last thing into the prop bar. Looking at the time again, it has been nearly 3 hours since he left. Go back, don't make everyone wait anxiously. After clapping his hands lightly and cleaning the dust on his body, Liu turned around and jumped out of the cargo box of the truck. However, when he just jumped out, he didn't pay much attention to the situation outside. He didn't expect that someone would pass by the cargo box at this time. It hurts. With a plop, there was a girl's soft cry, and at the same time, Liu also reacted and seemed to have bumped into someone. 106-630-7291099 It was really unlucky. This cargo box had a rolling shutter door. When he jumped out just now, he didn't pull up the rolling shutter door completely for convenience. Liu couldn't see the full view outside the cargo box at all. In addition, his back was exposed first, and the two of them rolled on the ground after the collision. Well, the current scene was completely a woman on top of the man. The girl who was hit by Liu was sitting on his chest at this time, with her legs supported on the left and right sides, completely exposing the empty space below. The girl was wearing a light gray pleated skirt. The hem of the skirt was not even over the knee. Normally, with the two of them in this position, the girl's panties should have been completely exposed to Liu's eyes, but the fact was exactly the opposite. Liu didn't see the legendary girl's panties at all. Instead, there was a pink and tender bud, which was not yet mature, and the pink was tender. Shit! Shit! What the hell is going on? Now is not the time to consider the issue of the girl's buds. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she wearing such a short skirt and not even wearing a pair of panties? Isn't this asking for exposure? Faced with this situation, Liu's heart was full of 100 wows. He never thought that the first time he saw a girl's mysterious place so close in reality would be in this situation. Although he saw Nasha naked in the bathroom, Nasha didn't split her legs like this at that time. But this time he saw it in all directions, high definition, stereo, and without mosaics. And at the same time, he also felt a firmness and heat in his lower body. This stimulation is really too great. What's wrong with you? Don't you look at the road? Just as Liu was stunned by the scene in front of him, the girl sitting on Liu's chest rubbed her head that was hit, and at the same time, she looked very complaining. As for the fact that her mysterious garden was seen by Liu, she didn't seem to care at all. Isn't this girl too tough? Liu hadn't recovered from her shock until the girl stood up from Liu's body with an unhappy expression on her face. Are you a fool? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect someone to pass by outside the car. The girl's complaint finally brought Liu back to his senses, and the first thing he did after he came back to his senses was to apologize immediately. There was nothing he could do. He bumped into someone first, and then he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Although the girl on the other side didn't seem to mind being seen, he was still wrong. You're really interesting. Seeing Liu's flustered apology, the girl on the other side burst into laughter, as if Liu's apology was something very interesting to her. This girl, is she natural or stupid? Why do I always feel that I can't get along with her? Until then, Liu finally had the opportunity to see the girl's full appearance. The brown fur hat was very strange. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a blue tie, and a blue pleated skirt. She looked like a Japanese high school student. The girl was young, with a delicate and beautiful face. Her long flaxen hair and blood-red pupils made her look like an Asian-European hybrid. However, her eyes, although beautiful, were lifeless. They were like a puppet without a soul. This girl, Chixia, what are you doing? Suddenly, a very rough male voice shouted, instantly interrupting Liu's eye contact with the girl. Following the direction of the roar, Liu saw a strong man with sunglasses on his nose, a small beard, and a red flower shirt. Wow, this uncle looked really scary. His teeth were like saw teeth when he opened his mouth, and the breath emanating from him also gave people the feeling of a beast in the bush. Here comes the master. Remember to watch out for passers-by when you jump out of the car next time. The girl called Chanxia immediately waved in the direction of the scary uncle after hearing the roar. She turned back and smiled and told Liu something. Then she jumped to the scary uncle. What's the matter with that boy? Do you know him? I just met him. He looks very interesting. Do you like him? How is it possible? But he looks cute when he is silly. This is the first time I meet such an interesting person. The girl called Qianxia and the scary uncle called the master did not avoid Liu at all, and they just communicated with each other. However, the voice they spoke was not the official Arabic of Dubai, nor the common English, but the very rare Italian here. Maybe they thought that no one could understand what they said. But there was an exception. There was a superbug who was proficient in any language. Naturally, the conversation between the two fell into Liu's ears. The silly look is cute? Are you talking about me? It was the first time that Liu was described like this by a girl, and the feeling was quite difficult to describe. However, as the girl and the uncle gradually left, Liu's expression became more and more serious. Although the collision with Chinatsu was accidental, and seeing the full girl welfare was just an accident, the simultaneous appearance of these two people awakened the memory in Liu's mind. Symphony Duo. Dangerous professional killers. In the original plot, the unlucky guy who failed to assassinate Coco and was killed in the counterattack did not expect to meet here. So since the two of them appeared, their target should be Coco. Contact Coco immediately. Knowing that the target of the Symphony Duo is Coco, Liu naturally has to act immediately. However, after he contacted Coco by phone, he was surprised to find that Coco was not resting in the hotel, but ran out to go shopping with Falme. I'm sorry, Nayu. Falme insisted on having a date with me alone. This time I will fulfill her wish. I will come to you right after we finish shopping. Coco's tone was apologetic on the phone. In fact, when she first went out, she wanted to call Liu and then go shopping together. But seeing Falme's depressed expression, Coco felt a little sorry. She had no choice but to decide to have a date with Falme alone. But now's not the time to talk about dating or not. /161630729109396 Coco, listen to me. I just met the Symphony Duo on the road. Their target should be you. Go to a safe place with Falme immediately. I will come to you right away. What? Liu spoke very quickly, and Coco almost couldn't hear it clearly. But just when she wanted to continue asking, Liu had already hung up the phone. Rem, ask Tojo to lock Coco's location and send me Coco's location. There's a killer targeting Coco. Send reinforcements immediately. After Liu hung up the phone, he immediately called Rem and asked Rem to send reinforcements quickly. At the same time, he also needed Coco's current location. Liu had just arrived in Dubai and was not familiar with the streets here. If he wanted to find Coco in such an unfamiliar environment, he could only rely on the map positioning function in his mobile phone. Understood. Rem's answer was simple and quick, and then Coco's team quickly started to work. It took only a dozen seconds for Tojo to lock Coco and send Coco's location to Liu's mobile phone. Looking at the map, they were only a few blocks away, not very far away. It seems that I have to say sorry to the truck driver. In this case, driving is obviously faster than running, and Liu happened to have the keys of these trucks in his hand. Although the driver was not there, the keys were left to Liu. After all, he was a local tycoon who spent millions of dollars at a time. It was impossible for him to steal his broken truck. The truck drivers were relieved about this, but they didn't expect that Liu would encounter such an emergency, nor did they expect that a truck would suffer a serious disaster. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, but then Liu was a little confused. He didn't have a driver's license. Except for a few times he had touched his friend's car before, he had no driving experience at all. Especially now that he was sitting in a small truck, he felt helpless. But when he thought that Coco was about to be in danger, Liu didn't care about so much. Recalling how his friend taught him to drive, he stepped on the clutch and inserted the key and turned it gently. Start. This is not as difficult as imagined. Put it in gear. Okay, no problem, let's go. Gently releasing the clutch and stepping on the accelerator, Liu thought that driving was stress-free, but he didn't expect that the car moved, but it didn't move forward but went backwards. With a thump, although Liu was driving, gunshots rang around him, and Liu would not be taken in. Do you want to play life for life with me? What a joke. Just dream on your own. However, at this stage it is simply not feasible to use USP to counter-suppress AK-74. In this case, I will also change to a long gun. Liu immediately materialized an M4A1 assault rifle from the prop column, found a good position and immediately launched a counterattack, but the result was that he was once again in a deadlock with Sawtooth Mouth. Although most of the weapons were left in Black Blood City, Liu's prop column also had a lot of guns and ammunition. This was specially prepared for him by Coco just in case. Once something happened, he could take out a large number of weapons at any time. Just like this time, the opponent would not have thought that Liu would actually take out an assault rifle. After all, before that, he was just wearing a white t-shirt and black jeans. Liu's shooting skills are very good. If it were someone else, he would probably have been shot by him long ago. But the key to the problem is that there is also Qianxia next to the Sawtooth Mouth. The cooperation of these two people makes it difficult to deal with. Every time the most critical bullets are dodged, Liu is very annoyed, but at the same time, Qianxia's performance also makes him shine. Although I knew earlier that this girl was very powerful and had strong insight and perception, it now seems that her ability is really buggy. If possible, kill that Sawtooth Mouth, then snatch Chinatsu and let her use it for yourself? The more Liu thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Who wouldn't want a girl who could sense and prevent danger? Besides, Chinatsu's face was pretty, and it was pleasing to the eye to have around. The most important thing was that she didn't like to wear panties, so if she wanted to do something shameless, wouldn't it be very convenient? Well, the above was pure nonsense, but Liu really wanted to recruit Chinatsu. It was a waste for such a useful girl to be thrown to an uncle who was obsessed with Lolita. In this case, you can go with peace of mind Uncle Sawtooth Mouth. Thinking of this, Liu's bullets poured out faster and faster. He had to kill that Sawtooth Mouth. For a happy life in the future? Oh no, it was to have a powerful helper in the future. Go to hell. The guy on the opposite side is crazy. I always feel that he is a good killer. I like him. Liu was getting crazier and crazier, and the uncle with the Sawtooth Mouth on the opposite side was also excited. What this guy likes most during a gunfight is to keep pouring bullets. It is said that he was a member of the famous killer group orchestra. What is particularly shocking is that the 8-member orchestra once had a gunfight with local police in France and fired 20,000 bullets. That's 20,000 bullets. On average, each person fired more than 2,000 rounds. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have been tired of fighting. It is precisely because of this that Liu's rough shooting method was favored by the uncle with the Sawtooth Mouth. Really, Master? Do you want to recruit him and form a symphony trio? When she heard the words of the master with the sawtooth mouth, Qianxia's eyes lit up. She thought that the silly boy was very interesting and cute. If she could work with him and kill people happily, it would be so much fun. Haha, it's impossible now, but after we kill that weapons dealer, we can consider this issue. Okay, then it's settled. After this back and forth, Sawtooth Mouth and Shinatsu started to figure out how to recruit Liu. If he heard the conversation between the master and the apprentice, I really don't know what kind of expression he would make. Who is recruiting whom? While the master and the apprentice were talking, the sirens sounded again. Although there were police cars chasing Liu's truck at the beginning, the sirens disappeared in an instant after the gunfight. Unexpectedly, after such a while, the police were dispatched again. What a disgusting sound! Kill them for me! Sawtooth Mouth was having a good time fighting, and the sudden sirens greatly disturbed his interest, which made him very unhappy. The beautiful sound of gunfire mixed with such a harsh sound is simply the ultimate insult to music. Yes, master! After hearing the master's order, Qianxia immediately took out a grenade launcher from her bag and fired around at the police car parked on the side of the road. The shot hit the target directly, and the whole police car was blown away by the huge explosion. As for the unlucky policemen in the car, they were naturally followed by tragedy in an instant. This police car was scrapped, but there was naturally no way that only one police car would appear in a gunfight on the street. Behind the scrapped police car, several riot control vehicles followed closely. What annoying guys! Go to hell! The appearance of the police made Sawtooth Mouth very unhappy. He was having a good time, fighting. Why are you here to spoil the fun? Sawtooth Mouth suddenly changed his target and aimed his gun at the Dubai police and started shooting. But this guy was also very smart and did not leave Liu a gap to attack. At least where he was standing at the moment, Liu could not attack him at all. Forget it, since he can't hit him, he will move his position and meet up with Coco and Falme by the way. While Sawtooth Mouth was beating up the Dubai police, Liu quickly moved towards Coco. The distance was not very far, and Liu soon arrived at the destination. Are you okay? Before Liu could speak, Coco stepped forward and asked with concern. Although she didn't care much about her own safety, Coco was very concerned about Liu. Don't worry, I'm fine. Liu smiled at Coco, indicating that he was fine, and then turned his attention to Falme. Falme, take Coco away from here quickly. I'll hold them first, and support will be here soon. At this point, Liu handed the M4A1 in his hand to Falme. Are you okay by yourself? In this situation, it was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing for Liu to contain the symphony duo alone, not to mention that he handed the assault rifle in his hand to himself, which made Falme very hesitant. With just a pistol, can he really contain the enemy? Absolutely no problem. Quickly move out of here. As soon as Liu finished speaking, bullets from the opposite side were shot at him like raindrops. Although there were obstacles to protect him, this was not a long-term solution. Moreover, Liu had already seen Qianxia fiddling with her grenade launcher again. Was she going to shoot him again? Hey! Our concert has just started. Don't run away. I really don't know what those Dubai police do for a living. In just a few dozen seconds, they were all killed by the uncle with the sawtooth mouth. Don't they know how to dodge bullets? Go! The situation was critical, and Coco and Falme had to be evacuated. Liu pulled out his pistol again and concentrated on aiming at the sawtooth mouth. Now Qianxia did not guide him to defend, which was a good opportunity for Liu. Aim! Shoot! This bullet was absolutely critical to Liu, and this bullet lived up to everyone's expectations and hit the target. However, the accuracy was a bit off from Liu's expectations. Originally, he was aiming at Sawtooth Mouth's head, wanting to shoot him in the head, but after the shot was fired, the bullet hit Sawtooth Mouth's shoulder. The .45 caliber bullet instantly penetrated Sawtooth Mouth's shoulder, causing him to frown. It hurts, bastard! Sawtooth Mouth Uncle did not cry out in pain after being shot in the shoulder, but became even more annoyed. However, just when he wanted to hold the gun with both hands and shoot, the severe pain in his shoulder made him stop his movements instantly. There was no way, even the toughest tough guy could not move freely after being shot. Not to mention that Liu's shot hit the right place, right at the shoulder joint, making him completely unable to exert any force. Do you think you can stop me like this? One hand could not be used, but Sawtooth Mouth did not care. He saw this guy holding the gun with one hand and shooting wildly in Liu's direction again. But was the bullet a little too far off? Damn it! Just as Liu was complaining about the accuracy of the bullets, Falme, who was evacuating with Coco, suddenly exclaimed. What happened? Liu turned his head quickly and saw Falme suddenly fall to the ground not far away, and her left abdomen was completely stained with blood. Science 637-9297. Hit by a stray bullet? That's all right? Liu didn't expect that the uncle with the jagged mouth was obviously shot by him and couldn't shoot accurately, but he could hit Falme with a random sweep. Was the uncle with the jagged mouth too lucky, or was Falme too unlucky? Falme, are you okay? Seeing Falme was shot, Coco immediately exclaimed. After all, the blood flowing out of Falme's lower abdomen was really too exaggerated. I'm fine. I guess my internal organs weren't injured. I'm lucky. Falme held her lower abdomen while trying to hold back the pain. Although she was hit by a stray bullet, the bullet didn't hit any of her vital organs, and because the distance was not very far, the bullet went straight through Falme's body and didn't stay on her body. Although it was very painful and she lost her combat effectiveness, Falme didn't die for a while, which was a blessing in disguise. But now, she couldn't protect Coco. That's terrible. While Liu was shooting at the symphony duo, he had to turn back to see Falme's injuries. Although they wouldn't be fatal immediately, she really couldn't hold on for long if she kept delaying like this. The amount of bleeding was really too much. Coco, give this to Falme to drink. Seeing that Falme couldn't hold on any longer, Liu didn't care about that much at the critical moment. He directly materialized a bottle of healing potion from the prop bar and quickly threw it into Coco's hands. What is this? Although she caught the healing potion, Coco didn't know what the potion actually did. Was it a medicine from another world? Would it cause any problems if used on Falme? It was no wonder Coco thought so. After all, in Liu's description, the world he lived in was very backward. Apart from the existence of magic, it was simply a replica of the European Middle Ages. In such a backward world, are the medicines produced there really okay? Healing potion. Anyway, just let Falme drink it quickly. The situation was critical now, and Liu couldn't explain it to Coco in detail again. It was already this late, so why didn't he let Falme drink it quickly? Okay, I got it! Since Liu had said so, Coco could only choose to believe him. After all, in this situation, she had no other choice. With trepidation in her heart, Coco fed the healing potion into Falme's mouth, and the next moment, something magical happened. This is impossible. As an experienced soldier, Falme had been injured countless times. After being shot this time, she was very clear about the extent of her injuries. If she could not get effective treatment, she would not be able to hold on for long. But after drinking the potion that Liu took out, Falme made a miraculous discovery that the bleeding had stopped. Her body was gradually recovering. In other words, her wounds were also slowly healing. What kind of medicine was this? For Falme, this was simply a miracle. According to this trend, I'm afraid that in another 2 or 3 minutes, her body will be able to recover as before. How are you? Do you feel better? Falme knew her physical condition, but Coco on the side was still at a loss. At this time, she was holding Falme's hands tightly, looking at her anxiously and concernedly. She was really worried about Falme's safety. Happiness. Seeing Coco's anxious look, Falme felt a huge sense of happiness. At this moment, she was really satisfied to die. This lesbian muscle girl is hopeless. Falme, don't scare me. Falme, who was in a state of happiness, was absent-minded at this time, but this scared Coco. How could Falme become like this after drinking Yu's potion? Is she really in trouble? Huh? Coco? What's wrong, Coco? Did someone bully you? Just when Coco was frightened, Falme finally came back to her senses from the happiness, and then this woman was resurrected with full health and full status on the spot, picked up the M4A1 beside her and fired wildly at the opposite symphony duo. Let you bully Coco, go to hell! Liu was speechless about this scene, and Coco, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. What happened? Is Falme okay? Seeing Falme's lively appearance, it is hard to imagine that she was bleeding all over the ground and in danger just a moment ago. Is this all due to Yu's potion? Is that bottle of healing potion from another world really that powerful? Falme, don't be impulsive. Hurry up and take Coco away from here. Falme's performance made Liu speechless. Although you, the big sister, have indeed resurrected in full condition, you should also see the current situation clearly, okay? Now is not the time to shoot at the opposite side. The most important thing is to take Coco away from here quickly, okay? Liu was a little helpless, but soon his helplessness turned into surprise. The reason is simple. Rem appeared with a group of reinforcements. It's really troublesome. These killers are always as omnipresent as rats. With a cigarette in his mouth and a Colt M733 assault rifle in his hand, Uncle Rem appeared on the stage with a very lazy look, followed by a group of elite troops under Coco. Everyone is here. Uncle, you are late. There is a traffic jam on the road. I am still young, so don't call me uncle. As soon as the support arrived, Liu felt relaxed all over, but the symphony duo on the opposite side suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Oh no, master, the reinforcements from the weapons dealer are here. Let's retreat quickly. Qianxia pulled the uncle with a sawtooth mouth, who was still sweeping the AK with one hand, and picked up the riot shield on the ground. Those unlucky policemen were killed instantly when they came up, and they also gave equipment to the enemy. If there were no riot shields, the symphony duo would have been unable to withstand the attack. Unlucky, retreat first. Although the uncle with a sawtooth mouth was very reckless, he would immediately shut down as soon as Qianxia opened his mouth. It can be said that Qianxia can suppress the uncle with a sawtooth mouth very well at this point, and the cooperation between the two is also complementary. Can you guys run away? Although the symphony duo was ready to retreat, the elites had already prepared. Lutz had even set up a sniper position in the distance. The muzzle of the sniper rifle was aimed at the head of the sawtooth mouth uncle. As the bolt was gently pulled, the crosshairs of the scope were aimed at the target, and finally the trigger was pulled, and the muzzle of the Barrett M82A1 was emitting flames. I always have a bad feeling, Master. Master? Chixia was still talking to the sawtooth mouth uncle while using the riot shield to block the bullets behind her, but before she could finish her words, she heard a whoosh, and then the sawtooth mouth uncle's head disappeared. Master? Dead? This is impossible. Chixia never thought that this mission, which was supposed to be extremely smooth, would become the farewell between her and the Master. Why? Why did you bring me to this dark world? And now you want to abandon me and leave me alone? Chixia was stunned. She stood there motionless. The riot shield in her hand fell to the ground, but one of her hands was tightly holding the arm of the uncle with the sawtooth mouth, and she never let go. Stop shooting! Protect Coco! Leave this to me! Liu didn't expect that Luz's sniper was so powerful that he shot the uncle with the sawtooth mouth in the head, which saved him a lot of effort. While Chixia was stunned, Liu also hurriedly asked everyone to stop attacking. Chixia is a talent that must not be let go. This time, she must be successfully recruited no matter what. However, how to recruit her to Liu's ability? It's time to show real mouth cannon skills. 106-106-307 2909338.html. You, what are you doing? Although everyone stopped attacking after Liu stopped them, they were all quite worried about Liu putting away his weapons and walking towards the girl with the strange hat. You know, the person standing opposite is a cold-blooded killer who kills without blinking an eye. You can't just assume that she is harmless just because of her cute appearance. Maybe as long as Liu gets close, the next moment the girl will aim at him and shoot continuously. It would be a shame if she really died because of this. I know what I'm doing. You guys protect Coco first, and don't interfere with me. Liu knew everyone's concern, but Qianxia in front of him was someone he had to fight for, not to mention such a good opportunity. Master! At this time, Qianxia had completely entered a state of unconsciousness. Without the gun pointed at her, her sense of crisis did not erupt, so she naturally would not wake up, and she had no intention of running away. She just stared at her master's body, not knowing what to do. Her master died just like that? How could she accept this? Your name is Chinatsu, right? Slowly approaching Chia, Liu tried to speak, but before he could finish his words, Qianxia immediately loosened her hand holding the master's body and quickly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at him. Is it you? Qianxia, who had just fallen into a trance, had never expected that the boy she had chosen was actually standing in front of her. Before that, she had no reaction at all. This is your master, right? I'm so sorry. My condolences. Although Liu thought that he could persuade Qianxia to surrender as long as he turned on the verbal attack mode, when he really opened his mouth, he found that he was quite at a loss for words. What should he say? Liu was thinking about this issue at this stage, but after thinking about it, all he could say was sorry and my condolences. Are you stupid? Obviously, Liu's words stunned Qianxia. She never expected that the other party would say sorry to her. We are assassins. Who do you think would apologize to an assassin? Liu was speechless after being criticized by Qianxia right at the beginning, but it was also true. He was the victim, so why should he apologize to the assassin who attacked him? Ahem. Okay, I didn't apologize just now, but what I want to say now is, Miss Qianxia, are you still going to target Coco? Do you still want to continue this job? Liu coughed lightly. His expression was a little awkward, but he finally got to the point. This was what he wanted to say. When facing Qianxia, the first thing he had to do was to determine whether Qianxia still had hostility towards Coco. If I say yes, will you kill me now? Facing Liu's question, Qianxia sneered directly. The death of her master had brought her a great shock, making her lose her mind and fall into a complete abyss of despair. Qianxia had nothing at this time, so if there was one thing that could continue to support her, it would probably be revenge. Well, to be honest, Liu hadn't thought about what to do with Qianxia if she refused to give up the pursuit of Coco and refused to accept his recruitment. However, the only thing that was certain was that if Qianxia really persisted, Coco's men would not let her go even if he didn't do anything. It seems that the answer is yes. So, weapons dealers and the like are the most annoying. Li Yu's hesitation made Qianxia sneer twice. At the same time, she pointed her gun at Li Yu's head. Although the gun was shaking a little, it gave people a feeling that she would shoot at any minute. She wouldn't shoot a bullet. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly made such a judgment. Although he was pointed at by the gun, for some reason, Li Yu had a feeling that Qianxia couldn't shoot. However, Li Yu made a judgment, which did not mean that the elites behind Li Yu would think so. In their eyes, Li Yu was being pointed at his head with a gun, and maybe he would be shot in the head in the next moment. Luz, shoot! Seeing that Li Yu was in danger, Rem immediately gave the order to kill. But she's just a child. Although he received the order, Luz was soft-handed at this critical moment. There was no way. Although Luz was a sniper, he couldn't be cold-blooded and ruthless. Moreover, before he joined Coco's team, he was a member of the regular anti-terrorist special forces and had never pointed his gun at innocent people. Although the girl opposite was a killer, in Luz's eyes, she was also a child. Facing such a child, could he really kill her? What a trouble. Luz's soft hand made Rem sigh secretly, but the next moment he raised the Colt M733 in his hand and aimed at Qianxia, who was opposite Li Yu. Luz couldn't do it, but Rem, who had experienced many storms, didn't care about such things at all. Aim and shoot. Rem pulled the trigger mercilessly. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to kill Qianxia before she fired. But with Li Yu present, how could he let such a thing happen? Danger! Feeling something was wrong, Li Yu immediately pounced on Qianxia in front of him. The speed was so fast that Qianxia could not react at all, and then Rem's bullet flew past Li Yu's scalp. It was a critical moment. If Li Yu hadn't pounced on her, Qianxia would probably have died here. You? Rem didn't expect that Li Yu would actually hinder him. Did he want to die? Don't bother me. Take care of Coco, Li Yu shouted loudly, which made Rem helpless. What on earth was this kid thinking? Rem was completely confused. You? What do you want to do? Facing Li Yu's sudden pounce, not only Rem was stunned, but even Qianxia didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. Obviously, I was going to shoot him, but why did he save me? Wasn't he afraid of death? This confused Qianxia. She even didn't notice that she was being pressed to the ground by Li Yu in a very seductive posture. You want to die? Li Yu has already noticed Qianxia's purpose. Since she doesn't want to kill him, she can only take this opportunity to give up her life. But why does she do this? Death or revenge? I can only choose one of the two, but I have no other choice now. Being pressed under Li Yu, Qianxia stared straight into Li Yu's eyes. There was no spirit or emotion in her eyes. She was like a puppet, answering Li Yu's questions mechanically. Although she had no emotion, Qianxia was right. Although she wanted to choose revenge, she could not escape from the current situation. Since there was no way to escape, she could only choose to die with her master. No, you have other choices. What do you mean? Li Yu's words made Qianxia confused. What exactly did he mean? What other choices are there now? The last choice is that from now on you will belong to me. You will no longer be a member of the symphony duo, nor a killer hiding in the dark corners. Do you understand what I mean? Facing Qianxia's question, Li Yu smiled, and at this moment, Li Yu's smile seemed so evil and his black pupils seemed to be ready to devour people at any time. You mean you want me to work for the weapons dealer over there like you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a killer, and I hate that kind of woman the most. Although her eyes were originally dull, Li Yu's gaze just now made Qianxia almost go berserk. But this feeling was only fleeting, and Qianxia quickly returned to normal. As for Li Yu's words, she understood that she had to be loyal to Coco, but this was not something she could accept. But what Qianxia didn't expect was that when she refused, Li Yu suddenly stood up and pulled her up from the ground. Are you kidding me? I mean, you belong to me, from top to bottom, from body to heart. Everything is mine. It has nothing to do with Coco, and it has nothing to do with anyone else, and then I will take you down into the abyss forever. /earn 6? /1 Suninine 1 row 9399. To be honest, Li Yu never thought that he would say such evil words. Although he wanted to recruit Qianxia, he was a little out of control when he said this. What happened to him? Suddenly, in an instant, Li Yu felt that he was not himself. Although he could control his body and his thoughts belonged to him, why did his personality suddenly change so much? What's more, he was holding Qianxia tightly in his arms. Even to say, the corner of his mouth was only a few centimeters away from Qianxia's cheek, and Qianxia's skin could feel the hot air from his mouth. This was completely subconscious. When Li Yu reacted, Qianxia's body was completely controlled by him, and at this moment, Qianxia had no intention of resisting. Falling into the abyss? Qianxia looked at Li Yu absent-mindedly. For some reason, such a domineering remark did not arouse her disgust. In fact, she even felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. She had nothing left. If someone could accompany her to fall into the abyss, it would seem to be a good thing, right? Qianxia, you belong to me, do you know that? He hugged Qianxia's slender waist with his right hand and gently pinched her chin with his left hand, as if someone told Liu that this was the best choice. Would this be able to subdue Qianxia? Liu was a little skeptical, but looking at Qianxia's state, she didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. I belong to you. Looking at Liu's black pupils, Qianxia seemed to have entered a very mysterious state, like hypnosis or suggestion, slowly repeating Liu's words, until the last moment, her eyes suddenly burst into a different spirit. I belong to you. Very good, obedient child. To be honest, Liu did not expect that his uncontrollable words that seemed to be on a whim could actually make Qianxia return to her heart. He himself did not know what the situation was. However, judging from the results, Qianxia's return to her heart did not seem to be fake, which was enough. After all, it seems that he has a very good talent for bewitching people. After dealing with Qianxia, Liu began to touch his chin and think carefully. If he encounters this situation again in the future, he can consider trying this trick again. Liu felt a little proud in his heart, but soon, the news from the system immediately dissipated his pride. The Demon King's growth task. Demon King talent. System prompt. Congratulations, the Demon King who just got rid of the rookie Demon King, after unremitting efforts, accidentally opened the legendary Demon King's eye. How Liu took the girl into his arms with just a few words has become a mystery that Coco's team can never solve. There is no way. No matter how everyone asks, Liu just smiles mysteriously and shakes his head, but refuses to reveal a word, which makes everyone curious but helpless. You can't put him up for torture, and if you want to fight with Liu, you may become the one who suffers. Envy, jealousy, and hatred are the common attitudes of most single men in Coco's team, especially Qianxia's obedient appearance to Liu, which is even more incomprehensible. What on earth does such a beautiful killer girl like about that boy? Coco actually responded with considerable doubts, but unlike the curious bachelors in the team, Coco was very rational and did not ask about it. Coco is a smart woman. She knows what to say and what not to say. Why Liu can make the killer girl switch sides and join his hands instantly is her own ability. Besides, after this killer crisis, Coco found that Liu seemed more mysterious. Let's not talk about other things for now. Just the bottle of potion that can cure Falme is definitely not something that modern science can explain. Earlier, I thought that the world where Liu lived was very backward. Apart from the magical existence of magic, there was nothing else to recommend. But now it seems that I still underestimated that world, and since then, she has become more curious and yearning for the world where Liu lives. When can I see that mysterious magic kingdom with my own eyes? But now is not the time to think so much, because just when the gunfight just ended, several police cars appeared in everyone's sight. What are you doing? You always show up after the event is over. All the policemen in the world are the same. After seeing the police car, Rem first put away his weapon, but then he shook his head and complained. It's over now. Why are you policemen still here? Don't say that. They arrived earlier than you. They just came to deliver equipment. Liu curled his lips and complained about Rem's complaint. However, it is undeniable that Rem was right. Chixia, leave here first and come back to me at night. Yes, master. Since the police are here, Chixia naturally cannot be exposed. Liu also whispered in Chixia's ear and told her to leave quickly. As for his location, there is no need to tell Chixia. With her ability, it will not be difficult to find him. However, Chixia's answer really surprised Liu. What did she call him just now? Master? What's the matter? Although I said that you will belong to me from now on, isn't it a bit exaggerated to call me master? Before Liu could react, Qianxia had already left the scene before the police car arrived, leaving behind a group of men and women with strange expressions on their faces. Master? Do you like to play this kind of tune? What are you looking at? I'm not going to play any master play. It's just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. In an instant, Liu's forehead was sweating, especially when he saw that Falme hugged Coco and Yona and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. I didn't expect her to call me that. Okay, don't resist in vain. Coco Yuheika Media. I'm going to arrest you as a criminal in the act. Behind the police cars, there was a red car, and the owner of the car, as soon as he got out of the car, immediately walked in front of Coco arrogantly, with the word smug written all over his face. Current criminal? How come I don't know what you are talking about? Coco didn't recognize the blonde European man in front of her, who was about 30 years old, but Liu could tell his identity at a glance. At this moment, the only person who would appear in such an occasion would probably be the CIA, who he hated very much in the original plot. Liu didn't plan to give him a good face at all. Who did he think he was? Is the CIA so awesome? So before Coco spoke, he took the lead and stopped the CIA. Liu knew that due to this guy's identity, Coco wouldn't care too much about him. Unless he really touched Coco's bottom line, Coco wouldn't fight him. But this guy never knew how to stay quiet. Liu still remembered that he had broken Coco's nose with a punch in the original plot, which should be sentenced to death. But now this guy hasn't made a move, yet, and Liu can't show his flaws first. As long as he dares to make a move, he will be killed directly. I have been watching since the beginning of the gunfight, and aren't the guns in your hands evidence? Who are you? I am talking to Kokoyu Media. Get out of the way, you little bastard. CIA narrowed her eyes at Liu's sudden appearance, and after a careful look, she waved her hand at Liu impatiently, as if to push him away. How dare you attack me in front of the police? Just as the guy waved his hand, Liu suddenly grabbed his wrist and pinched it. You! Ah! CIA never thought that he was just waving his hand casually, but he was slandered as an attack, and the young man who he regarded as a little bastard dared to attack him in front of the police. But now he couldn't think so much. The severe pain from his wrist made him half kneel on the ground in an instant, and the scream made the police present frown. Dare to attack in front of the police? The police pointed their guns at Liu, but Coco's friends also raised their guns at the police in front of them. At the moment when everyone raised their guns, Coco suddenly raised her left hand, signaling everyone not to act rashly. Although Liu shot at someone, the police in Dubai should not cause conflicts with them. Don't be so nervous. I'm just defending myself. Everyone saw that this guy wanted to hit me first, and I was just passively counterattacking. Don't you think so? Mr. Scarecrow of the CIA? You? Who are you? Liu's words immediately scared the Scarecrow in severe pain. This was the first time he appeared in front of Coco. It should be said that he suddenly had the idea of pitting Coco after he knew that Coco suddenly came to Dubai, but he didn't expect that he would expose his target as soon as he appeared. There was no way. Liu had a deep impression of this guy. After all, he was a very annoying person, so he would naturally not forget it. You don't need to know who I am, but what you need to know is that all your information is in my hands. If you dare to keep pestering me, not to mention the CIA, even the M government can't protect you. Not only you, but also your family. I will send them to reunite with you. At this time, Liu's face was full of coldness. He was not lying. If the Scarecrow really dared to pester me, he would not mind destroying his whole family and directly eliminating this hidden danger from the world. Are you threatening me? Did you all hear it? He is threatening me. Just hearing Liu's voice, the Scarecrow shuddered violently. He was not kidding. He meant it. It was precisely because of this judgment that Scarecrow became even more flustered. He wanted to gain the upper hand. Such a person was too threatening to him. Unfortunately, this was not Country M, not the territory of the CIA. The police in Dubai could not be used by Scarecrow. Even if he heard a threat, what would it matter? There was a group of soldiers holding assault rifles standing opposite them. What else could they do? Threat? No, this is advice. Mr. Scarecrow, this is my first and last advice. If I see you in front of Coco again, then I think it will be the last time we meet. #106307291090.html. It must be admitted that the name of the CIA in Country M is definitely known to everyone. Whenever the CIA is mentioned, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is the mysterious and pervasive spy organization. But the CIA is not omnipotent. At least the Scarecrow in front of Liu has no way to deal with Liu. He was threatened in front of all the Dubai policemen, but when he arrived at the police station, it was Scarecrow himself who was imprisoned. If you want to ask why, it is naturally because Coco has someone above him. Coco was not prepared to conflict with the CIA, but since Liu had already started a fight with them, Coco could not continue to let Scarecrow go. After all, this is Dubai. Even if it is the CIA, it is just an ordinary citizen here and has no power to enforce the law. As long as they question Scarecrow's identity a little, the Dubai police can detain him for a few days and conduct a strict investigation. Although such things can be solved with just a phone call, who wouldn't delay the time? Detaining him for a few days is not a small amount. Scarecrow was very depressed about this. He was used to showing off his power. How could he have thought that a small Dubai police station would dare to detain an intelligence officer from the United States? Aren't you afraid of the pressure from the United States? In fact, there are many people in the United States who think like Scarecrow. In their eyes, the United States is the most powerful country. As the CIA, they should walk sideways wherever they go. In fact, how many people would buy into their account besides Myphon and his lackeys? So, Scarecrow was furious, and he swore that he must take revenge. Not only Coco, Media, but also the guy who dared to threaten him. He would not let any of them go. But just when Scarecrow was unhappy and was detained by the Dubai police, Coco was having a good conversation with the Dubai police chief. Even though many Dubai police died in this gunfight, it was not a big deal to suppress such a thing. Although the police chief acted very depressed in front of Coco, in fact, he just wanted to sell Coco one more favor. Coco knew this kind of thing, but she didn't say too much. After being cute and bluffing, she got up and said goodbye to the police chief. But after leaving the police chief's office, Coco encountered some troubles. Although Coco is usually very calm and generous, no matter what kind of danger she is in, she can remain calm and even smile from beginning to end. But once separated from her teammates, Coco could no longer maintain her composure, especially when she just walked out of the police station and found that she was the only one left in the world. The fear spread in her heart, which even made Coco unable to move her feet. Coco was not alone before, but that was only when someone protected her in secret, just like her first meeting with Liu. If Coco hadn't known that she would soon meet up with Rem, she would not have been so calm. But now, she really felt this fear. "Miss Coco, I wonder if I have the honor to take you home?" Just as the terror was spreading, a voice appeared, and Coco instantly came back to her senses from the fear in her heart. "You!" Seeing the familiar figure, Coco immediately showed a surprised expression, and the fear in her body disappeared in an instant, and she became the original Coco again. After the gunfight, Coco's team was detained in the hotel and was not allowed to go out casually. However, Liu was the only one who was innocent and had no evidence, so he became an exception. Therefore, the task of picking up Coco was naturally handed over to him. You know, Falme has been resentful about this for a long time. She also wanted to pick up Coco, but the police at the door watched her closely and didn't let her come out of the room at all. "Let's go, Coco." In fact, Coco's expression when she walked out of the police station just now was seen by Liu. The fear at that moment could not be hidden from him anyway. Because of this, Liu smiled and stretched out his hand to Coco.
Yeah.
Looking at Liu in front of her and feeling the heartwarming smile, Coco couldn't help but hold his hand. "Let's go home." Although Coco doesn't have a real home, as long as she is with everyone, then anywhere is home. At this point, the killer incident came to a temporary end, but on the way back to the hotel, Liu still reminded Coco many times, especially the Scarecrow, which must not be underestimated. Although that guy alone can't cause any big waves, it's annoying to have small troubles all the time, isn't it? However, Coco seems to have her own ideas about this. She is not ready to take action against the Scarecrow immediately. In some cases, such jumping clowns still have their necessity. In this regard, Liu is not as smart as Coco. In terms of calculating people, he is still far behind. As long as Coco wants to, a guy like the Scarecrow can be killed in minutes. It is precisely because of this that Liu didn't say anything more. Coco knows this matter herself, and he doesn't need to participate too much. As long as Coco is not hurt, everything will be easy. I just hope that the Scarecrow doesn't think too much. If he bumps into the muzzle of the gun again, Liu doesn't mind killing him. It's not like he hasn't killed someone before. He might feel uncomfortable the first time he kills someone, but he'll get used to it after killing people for a while. After returning to the hotel with Coco, Falme was the first to rush over. She hugged Coco and rubbed her big, full breasts against Coco's cheeks. The weather was hot here, and Falme was only wearing a small vest. The two balls swaying back and forth stunned everyone. So big, so round. Such a direct feeling is simply irresistible. To be honest, as the only battle queen in the team, Falme is admired by all the bachelors. Unfortunately, no matter how hard everyone tried, no one could get Falme to bed. Even if she did something a little too extreme, the end would be very miserable. After all, she was a battle lily, an invincible existence that could only be admired from a distance and not be played with. I'm so envious. If I were to replace the young lady with myself, enjoying that touch, it would be simply, who? Just as the bachelors were watching the lesbian scene in front of them, Rem's sudden shout immediately alerted everyone. In an instant, everyone took out their weapons and became alert. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Chixia? Liu didn't expect that Chixia would find him so quickly. She had just returned with Coco, so how could she appear? And Chixia was really amazing to be able to appear in the room without telling so many people. "Master!" After seeing Liu, Chixia flew directly into his arms. Not only that, she also rubbed her cheek against Liu's face like a kitten, rubbing back and forth several times, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. What's going on? Looking at the pairs of eyes burning with anger in the room, Liu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. "By the way, Chixia, please stop rubbing against me, okay? Don't you see that I have caused public outrage? You really like this tune." At this time, Uncle Rem did not forget to add insult to injury. Everyone was already unhappy enough, and with Rem adding fuel to the fire, the result can be imagined. I think we should have a good chat. It's really too enviable to let a girl call you master or something. Oh no, it's too disgusting. That's right. As your predecessor, I think we should educate you well and let you know what is the real way to interact with girls. The resentful men, led by R and Luz, began to formally attack Liu, but hearing the real way to interact with girls from R's mouth, Liu burst into laughter instantly. You guys, if you knew the real way to interact with girls, you wouldn't have to be single for so long. Slaton set 6637-291-9401.tml. Liu's words hit several bachelors one after another, and even Luz silently shed 2 lines of sad tears. You master, teach me the secret of dating with girls. Suddenly, Luz ran to Liu in an exaggerated manner, and grabbed one of Liu's hands tightly, and refused to let go no matter what. You, teach us, please. Not only Luz, but even R and the others also reacted. If it really came to dating with girls, this Yu must be very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seduce the killer girl opposite with just a few words. Didn't you see how devoted the killer girl was? Only a master of picking up girls can do this. In fact, after Liu conquered Qianxia, everyone doubted him, suspecting that he knew the symphony duo. Otherwise, how could a killer be conquered instantly? But at this point, there was Coco's guarantee. Before that, Liu must have had nothing to do with the symphony duo. After all, Coco knew his origins. How could he, who came from another world, know the symphony duo in advance? In this way, apart from Liu's powerful and domineering means of picking up girls, no one can really think of any other possibilities. But then again, this is not something that people can't understand. After all, Europeans and Americans are unrestrained in character, and they are not as reserved as the East when it comes to love. If love comes, they may run to the bed and have sex in a minute. Even if it is an enemy, they may be entangled with each other at the next moment because of love at first sight, so everyone is really not too surprised. It's just that this kind of means is not something that ordinary people can have. It is for this reason that these bachelors are crying and howling, wanting to become a master and seek experience. But Liu's forehead was full of black lines. What are you going to do? I have something to tell you. Can you come over? Just when Liu was hugged tightly by Qianxia on one side and entangled by several miserable bachelors on the other side, Coco, who had been watching, suddenly spoke. Of course, no problem. Chixia, stay here for a while. I'll be back soon. Coco spoke. How could Liu refuse? He gently warned Chixia, and the bachelors could only let her go with regret. There was no other way. The eldest lady summoned them, so they couldn't keep pestering her. Master! Chixia suddenly became very reluctant to leave Liu. Even if Liu wanted to leave her, she still wanted to hold Liu's arm and not let go. Be good, be obedient, and can you stop calling me master? How about calling me by my name? Liu had a headache. Why was Chixia so clingy? Could the previous hints still change her personality? And the title of master also made him feel very upset, because as long as Chixia called him that, the bastards around him would immediately look at him with strange eyes, making him feel very weird all over. No, Master said that my body and soul belong to Master, so I can only call him Master. Faced with Liu's negotiating tone, Qianxia refused very readily, but after she finished speaking, the strange looks around her became even worse. Forget it, whatever you want. Liu pressed his temple helplessly. He had no way to deal with Qianxia. He could call her whatever she wanted. Although Qianxia refused to change her name for Liu, she was at least quite obedient. Although she was reluctant, she finally let Liu go and sat quietly on the sofa alone. What are you going to do about that child? After being alone with Liu, Coco immediately spoke first, and her purpose was also very obvious. It was indeed about Qianxia. After all, Liu did not belong to this world and would leave soon, but he could not take Qianxia with him, so the question of whether Qianxia would stay or go became the key. To be honest, I haven't thought about it. I just thought that Chinatsu would be a good helper. But how to place her, this? When Coco mentioned this, Liu seemed a little hesitant. After all, he accepted Chinatsu on a whim, and he didn't think too much about the future arrangements. He couldn't take Chinatsu away now, so next, I'm afraid he still had to entrust Chinatsu to Coco. However, given Chinatsu's resistance to Coco, this also gave Liu a headache. These two women didn't seem to be able to coexist peacefully. After he left, he really didn't know what would happen. I really don't know what's going on in your head. And how did you trick the little girl into getting her? I see that she seems to be very attached to you. Did you use some magic on her? Liu's performance gave Coco a headache. She didn't think about how to place Chinatsu either. After all, Luz had just shot off Master Chinatsu's head. Although she was subdued by Liu, it didn't mean that Chinatsu could coexist peacefully with her team. Especially since Coco saw that Chixia had been looking at her with hostility just now. this would make things even more difficult. However, what Coco noticed the most was that Liu conquered Chixia with just a few words. She didn't think that Chixia fell in love with Liu at first sight. There must be a reason for this. Although she knew it was not good to ask so much, Coco still wanted to know how Liu did it. After all, what Liu showed was a bit of controlling people's hearts. How is it possible? Didn't I say that I haven't learned magic yet? I just quietly gave Chixia a little psychological hint when her heart was disintegrating and replaced myself with the most important thing in her heart. I just didn't expect the effect to be so good. Liu didn't tell Coco about the problem of the charming eyes. After all, he didn't want to be treated as a monster. Besides, it was difficult to explain it clearly. Psychological suggestion? You can do this? Liu's explanation surprised Coco. Although she had heard that hypnotists could make various suggestions through hypnosis, she had never seen someone as good as Liu. Can a few words make a suggestion? Is hypnosis really that powerful? It was only the first time I used it. The main reason was that Chixia was completely in a state of collapse at that time, otherwise I would not have succeeded. Liu spread his hands. He was telling the truth. To put it bluntly, the Eye of Charm was no different from hypnotic suggestion, and it could not be used at will. Chixia was just an accident. It would be difficult for her to meet someone like her in the future. Will you use it on me in the future? Liu's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but Coco did not question it again. However, at this moment she suddenly took a step back, and a panicked expression appeared on her face, as if she was very scared. Coco, can you stop making trouble? Coco's performance made Liu feel a little helpless. She was obviously not afraid at all, so why were you deliberately acting cute? Do you really think I can't see it? That's right. Although Coco was very scared, Liu saw a hint of smile in her eyes. It was obvious that she was teasing him. What? I was seen through. Coco pouted at Liu's weak expression. Was her acting so bad? Do you think you can still fool me? Boring. Boring, really boring. Forget it, let's talk business. You have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Coco was very contemptuous of Liu's lack of interest, but soon, her expression suddenly became serious. Good news and bad news? Coco's words made Liu stun for a moment, but he soon made a decision. Hear the bad news first. Suno 6307 29194 HTM. For a good news and a bad news, Liu would naturally listen to the bad news first and then the good news. I believe most people would choose the same. After all, it is refreshing to be depressed first and then praised. If it is praised first and then depressed, it will be so frustrating. The bad news is that the things you need will take another week to arrive, so you have to stay with me for another week. Liu wanted to hear bad news, which made Coco's mouth curl up immediately. However, her so-called bad news was nothing to Liu. If this is considered bad news, then I am really looking forward to your good news. Staying for another week is not a problem at all. Even if he spends 10 days here, only 1 day has passed in the other world. Liu can completely afford this time. On the contrary, he can stay with Coco for 7 more days. If this is considered bad news, then good news is even more worth looking forward to. It seems that you have plenty of time. Well, the good news is that we can stay in Dubai for 7 days to relax. By the way, I have also made some additional things for you that you need. Liu's performance was somewhat beyond Coco's expectations. After all, in her opinion, Liu's world should be more urgent, and the purpose of Liu's visit this time was for this batch of military uniforms. But unexpectedly, Liu didn't care about the extra time wasted. Additional? Coco's words surprised Liu a little. Being able to relax and rest in Dubai for 7 days is indeed good news, but what is the situation of the additional things she made? Is this the reason for the delay in receiving the goods? You will know when the time comes. Facing Liu's doubts, Coco smiled mysteriously and blinked at Liu, which made Liu even more puzzled. Why are you still so secretive? Coco kept it a secret, and Liu didn't ask too much. Although the two of them were already very close, and Coco was even very intimate with Liu sometimes, it didn't mean that they were close and could talk about anything. They both had secrets that they couldn't tell each other, so some questions couldn't be asked all the time. For example, Coco didn't know how Liu knew the Scarecrow, nor did she know why he was so hostile to the Scarecrow and thought the Scarecrow was a trouble, but she never raised this doubt to Liu. Maybe one day, their relationship could be further improved and they could talk about anything, but it was definitely not now. Although he could rest for 7 days easily, this rest period was quite a torture for Liu. If you want to know why, the main reason is still the girl Qianxia. First of all, Qianxia is not sociable. Before she said she hated Coco, but it was not just verbal talk. Although Liu had repeatedly forbidden Qianxia to have conflicts with Coco and her team, this little friction has never stopped. Basically, every time she met Coco, Qianxia would first snort, followed by a roll of her eyes. If Coco ignored her, it would be fine, but once Coco responded, things would be serious. Even if they didn't really fight, the verbal tit-for-tat was inevitable. It was even said that Liu once saw Qianxia and Coco quarreling, and their two beautiful faces were pressed together, almost biting each other. And the cause of this quarrel was just for a piece of fruit. Are you all children? Liu really didn't even have the energy to complain. Qianxia was very hostile to not only Coco but also Coco's team. She often found fault with them for no reason. In addition, her black-bellied personality also made fun of many people. And even the most experienced Rem was, unfortunately, tricked. This made everyone resentful. But Chixia was a girl, and a group of men couldn't do anything to her. They could only get angry, but couldn't do anything to her. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that Chixia seemed to have a good impression of Yona, and they could often see the two of them entangled together, although it was basically Chixia who took the initiative to entangle Yona, while Yona would only show a blank expression, as if she had completely ignored Chixia. It would not be a good thing if it continued like this. Sooner or later, I would leave this world, and it would be very troublesome if Chixia was left alone. Do you want to talk to Chixia? Chixia, how do you feel recently? Are you okay? After thinking about it, Liu finally decided to have a long talk with Chixia. After all, what is coming will come back, and this will be resolved sooner or later. I'm doing well, master. Why do you ask this? Chixia looked at Liu in confusion. She couldn't understand the purpose of Liu's question. Qianxia is a smart girl. As soon as Liu opened his mouth, she instinctively felt that something was wrong. The master wanted to say something to her, and it must be something she didn't want to hear. It must be said that Qianxia is indeed very sensitive. Liu just asked a question and his purpose was completely exposed. Qianxia, if I tell you to stay with Coco for a while and pick you up after I come back, what do you think? Master, don't you want me anymore? Unexpectedly, Qianxia was so sensitive. Liu was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon, he sorted out his thoughts and asked tentatively. However, Qianxia's reaction was really beyond Liu's expectations. Qianxia's eyes suddenly became tearful, just like an abandoned puppy, staring at Liu tightly. That pitiful look made people feel so distressed. Master, are you really going to push me to that weapons dealer and let me work for him? If that's the case, master, you might as well just shoot me dead. Silly girl, what are you talking about? How can I kill you? What made Liu completely helpless was that after being pitiful, Qianxia actually took out a pistol and put it in his hand. Does this mean that she would rather die than be with Coco? What should he do? Of course, Liu couldn't kill Qianxia, but the current situation was really difficult. But master, you don't want me anymore, and you want to push me to the weapons dealer. Although Liu threw the gun away and said seriously that he would not do anything to Qianxia, Qianxia still showed an expression of grief. What was going on? When did I push you to Coco? Liu pressed his temple. Did he not make it clear, or did Qianxia not understand? But master, you just... Qianxia was also stunned. She was not abandoned? She didn't have to work for that annoying weapons dealer? But what did the master mean? Didn't I tell you that I'm going to be away for a while? But I don't want you to be alone, so I want you to stay with Coco for a while, and I'll pick you up when I come back. Seeing that Qianxia misunderstood, Liu naturally hurriedly explained it again, and Qianxia finally understood. But even though she understood, it was absolutely impossible for Qianxia to be with Coco. I want to go with the master. No matter where I go, I want to be with the master. I don't know if it's the effect of the enchanting eyes or some other reason, but Qianxia's attachment to Liu has exceeded imagination. She wants to be with me no matter where I go. What should I do when I go to the toilet? I'm sorry, Chixia. I can't take you with me to the place I'm going to. Why? What place is it? Why can't I go with my master? 166-307-291903. Obviously, Chixia couldn't accept Liu's words. After all, for her, no matter where her master was, she could always accompany him. Even if he went to hell, she would always be by his side. She belonged to her master, both physically and mentally. She could dedicate everything to her master. Her master was everything to her. But even so, why didn't her master take her with him? Was she a burden to her master? Did her master really not want her anymore? At this moment, Chixia's thoughts were spinning rapidly. The smarter a person was, the more ideas they would have. Moreover, Liu's words made it impossible for her not to think too much. Chixia, calm down and listen to me. Chixia's excited look gave Liu a headache. It seemed that this matter really needed to be explained clearly. Master? Liu suddenly grabbed Qianxia's shoulders. There were still some tears in Qianxia's eyes. She was really sad just now, but facing Liu's sudden serious expression, she was stunned again. What else did the master want to say? What else could he explain? Actually, I really want to take you with me. I really want to, but I can't, and there is no way to take you with me. Do you understand? Holding Qianxia's shoulders tightly with both hands, Li Yu's expression was very serious, but also very sincere. There was no intention of deceiving Qianxia at all. Master, you? Qianxia didn't understand what the master meant by this sentence. The master really wanted to take her with him, which could be seen from the master's eyes, but he just couldn't follow his heart and take her with him. Did the master have something to hide? I am not from this world. Next, I will return to my own world. Do you understand what I mean? It must be said that Li Yu's explanation gave Qianxia a great shock. The master is not from this world? The master is leaving this world? Why did this plot that only appears in novels and movies suddenly fall on her head? Is this true? This question immediately occurred in Qianxia's mind, but Li Yu's eyes told her that this was true and he did not lie to her. How could this happen? The truth was too shocking, which Qianxia could not accept. It was not easy for her to find spiritual sustenance, to fill the emptiness in her heart, and to feel that her life was meaningful. But at this moment, her little happiness was destroyed. During the time she followed Li Yu, Qianxia's eyes, which originally had no emotion color, gradually became shiny and no longer empty and empty. But now, Qianxia's eyes were completely empty, and no emotion could be found in her eyes. Even her body began to stiffen like a walking corpse. Not good. Qianxia's performance made Li Yu feel bad. It seemed that this blow was too great for her. If she was left alone, Qianxia would most likely become a body without a soul. At this moment, Qianxia's thoughts seemed to fly to another world, where she seemed to see the gentle smile of the master, and slowly waved at her. Is this the reunion with the master in another world? Qianxia wanted to grab the master's hand happily, but at the moment when her hand was about to touch the master, a sudden roar made her come back to her senses instantly. Qianxia! Master? Qianxia, who came back to her senses, looked at Li Yu in front of her in a daze. What happened just now? What happened to her? Qianxia, listen to me. Although I am leaving, it does not mean that I will not come back, and after I go back, I will also find a way to take you away with me. Do you understand? Master, what do you mean? You didn't abandon me? Although she didn't know what happened just now, Li Yu's next words made Qianxia instantly surprised. The master didn't plan to abandon me. He is trying to take me away from this world together. In an instant, an incomparable sense of happiness filled Qianxia's heart. This is really the ultimate experience from great sorrow to great joy. People who have not experienced it can't understand Qianxia's feelings at this time. At the beginning, Qianxia was already heartbroken and almost fell into the abyss, but the next moment she was pulled out of the abyss by Li Yu and even brought her to the paradise of happiness. This gap came too quickly, and Qianxia didn't know what to do for a while. Can I go with the master? As long as the master finds a way, can I leave this hateful world? Silly girl, how could I abandon you? You know, in this world, you only have me as your only support. Looking at Qianxia with a happy face, Li Yu also stepped forward and touched Qianxia's head. Li Yu still had 12 points of pity for Qianxia. After all, her childhood experience was indeed miserable. In addition, he used the charming eyes to subdue Qianxia, which also made him feel a little guilty when facing Qianxia. But Li Yu would not regret it. On the contrary, he was very glad to be able to do so. After all, in this way, Qianxia would not be his enemy and would not die tragically on the rooftop like in the original plot. As for that little bit of guilt, let me slowly compensate her in the future. But just when Li Yu's hand touched Qianxia's head, Qianxia suddenly took advantage of his inattention and threw herself into his arms. Master, I love you the most. With her hands tightly around Li Yu's waist, Qianxia buried her little face deeply in Li Yu's chest, as if she wanted to merge her whole body and mind with Li Yu. At this moment, Qianxia was really very happy. Even if there was a little bit of falsehood in this happiness, as long as Qianxia didn't know, this happiness was real. Being hugged tightly by a cute girl like this experience was not very common for Li Yu, especially since Qianxia was not at all restless. At the beginning, Qianxia was just hugging Li Yu simply, but soon her body began to rub gently. The weather in Dubai is very hot, so Li Yu naturally doesn't wear many clothes. Similarly, Qianxia is only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and even has a few buttons unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a seductive outline. When he was hugged just now, Li Yu didn't react much, but when Qianxia rubbed him like this, he immediately reacted. This fleshy back-and-forth friction really stimulated him a lot, and the warm breath from Qianxia's breath on his chest made Li Yu shiver. Are you cold? Why are you shivering in such hot weather? You? Looking at Qianxia's charming eyes, Li Yu instantly understood that this girl did it on purpose. She was deliberately seducing him. She deliberately caused his reaction. Didn't the master say that? My body and mind belong to the master, which means that no matter what the master wants to do, Qianxia will not resist. Facing the confused Li Yu, Qianxia became more proactive. Her hands around her waist gradually slid down and moved towards Li Yu's little brother at a very slow speed. The touch of Qianxia's hands made Li Yu feel like he was electrocuted. Although there was a piece of clothing between them, his reaction was still very strong. This little demon, Tal 607-291944.html. At this time, Li Yu's body was very stiff and his mind was in a mess. At this rhythm, Qianxia was clearly seducing him. In this situation, should he obey, or obey? It was difficult to choose. Seeing that Li Yu did not move, Qianxia took the initiative. Her little hands moved gently, and she was about to reach the area she had never touched before. At the same time, Li Yu was also very nervous. He was both conflicted and expectant. Although he thought that it was not good for Qianxia to do this, and he should stop her, his body was surprisingly honest, and had no intention of stopping her at all. "Master," Qianxia whispered softly, leaning her head on Li Yu's shoulder. Her body began to heat up. Was the thing she had always longed for going to happen next? "You, I heard you want to learn how to drive? Did I disturb you?" Well, before Li Yu and Qianxia could take another step, the door of their room was suddenly opened, and the tall and sturdy former Mafia Ugo suddenly appeared, which scared the men and women in the room. When talking to Qianxia just now, Li Yu did not lock the door. After all, he did not expect Qianxia to take the initiative to seduce him, nor did he expect someone to suddenly break in. This made Li Yu very embarrassed, and the desire that had just been ignited disappeared without a trace in an instant. But looking at the other side, Wu Ge also seemed to be quite embarrassed. After all, he was reckless first, and he also interrupted Li Yu and Qianxia's good thing. "Since you know you disturbed us, can you please go out immediately and close the door?" Li Yu and Wu Ge were very embarrassed, but Qianxia's face did not show any shyness. She even glared at Wu Ge and was very confident to close the door and send him away. "Sorry." Seeing Qianxia's dissatisfaction, Wu Ge did not want to offend this troublesome black-bellied killer, and hurriedly smiled and was about to leave. However, before Wu Ge turned around, Li Yu directly called him. "Wait a minute, Wu Ge. You are here to teach me how to drive, right? You are here just in time. Let's start learning now." At this time, Li Yu's rationality had completely recovered. Although he was still secretly looking forward to life with Qianxia, he also understood that now was not the best time to push Qianxia down. Indeed, as long as Li Yu wanted to, he could push Qianxia down on the bed in a minute, savor every inch of Qianxia's delicate skin and completely take her for himself. But how is this different from taking advantage of someone's misfortune? In Li Yu's opinion, the reason why Qianxia was so attached to him was mainly because of the charming eyes. If he pushed her down now, it would be a bit difficult for him to overcome this hurdle in his heart. At this point, Li Yu was unexpectedly entangled, although he didn't get too hung up on it. At least he couldn't overthrow Qianxia now, so he was very grateful to Wu Ge. It was his arrival that made the two of them stop in their tracks. Besides, he couldn't stay any longer now. If he wanted to have sex, he should wait until later. What? Wu Ge didn't expect that Li Yu would be so concerned about learning to drive. Just now, from the situation in the room, wasn't he making out with the female killer? Now that he heard that he had to learn to drive, he didn't even care about making out. Learning to drive is the real thing. Wu Ge, you have to teach me well. Facing the surprised Wu Ge, Li Yu patted Wu Ge's shoulder very seriously, giving people a feeling of diligence and eagerness to learn. "Do you want to learn to drive so much? Well, I will teach you everything I know." Seeing that Li Yu would rather give up the opportunity to make out with a girl and work hard to learn to drive, Wu Ge suddenly became excited. Originally, Wu Ge was the kind of man who had little interest in women and put all his energy into cars. For Wu Ge, cars were more like his girlfriends. Now he suddenly found that Li Yu was willing to abandon girls for cars, which immediately made Wu Ge feel like they were like-minded. Since you like driving so much, he must show all his skills. "Master!" Li Yu and Wu Ge walked out of the room shoulder to shoulder, leaving Qianxia standing in the room alone without moving. It was not until a long time later that Qianxia finally reacted. The master actually left her behind and ran away with another man. Even if it was to learn how to drive, could her charm not be compared to a car? Standing in place and stomping her feet hard, Qianxia suddenly felt that her self-esteem as a woman had suffered a great blow. "I don't believe it. Sooner or later, I will push you, the master, down on the bed." At this moment, Qianxia secretly swore in her heart, but according to her idea, was she going to play a game of woman on top and man on bottom? It seems that Qianxia has a strong offensive side. Since she wanted to overthrow her master, Qianxia naturally had to learn the skills to seduce men. So recently, something very strange happened to everyone. Qianxia sat in front of the computer every day, often sitting for hours without moving, staring at the screen, looking very focused. What was she looking at? This was a question in everyone's mind, but no one dared to run over to talk to her. Please, the girl finally got quiet for a while, and disturbing her now would be a way to death. Qianxia began to work hard to learn the skills to seduce men, while Liu was working hard to learn driving skills. In Coco's team, Wu Ge's driving skills were absolutely top-notch, and he knew more than just driving. Cars, airplanes, yachts, no matter if it was flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, Wu Ge could use them all. Although he was not proficient in everything, he had no problem driving normally. According to Ugo, he is almost driving a rocket into space. Sure enough, Coco's team is full of monsters. Liu was convinced, but it was also because of this that he had to study harder. Not only driving, but also taking advantage of the time. He learned a little about how to drive helicopters and small civilian aircraft. For Liu now, learning is not a problem. After all, his body has been strengthened, and he has learned a lot of passive skills in the SAO world, which has brought great convenience to his learning. Although it is just a passive skill, the effect is quite powerful. For example, the strength enhancement can greatly increase Liu's strength, and the increase in intelligence can increase his mental strength, allowing Liu to learn and understand knowledge better, and at the same time, he can better use skills and exert stronger combat effectiveness. In addition, there are skills such as defense enhancement, agility enhancement, will enhancement, life enhancement, and physical strength enhancement, which greatly increase his strength. The only pity is that Liu did not have enough time to kill monsters, and these skills did not gain much experience, and most of them were maintained at the level of D or E. If I have the chance to return to the SAO world, I must kill a lot of monsters and upgrade the levels of these skills. I have prepared everything you want. The time for learning is short. 7 days basically passed in a blink of an eye, and everything Liu needed was prepared by Coco. So fast? Because he has been studying hard recently, Liu didn't realize that the 7 days have come. In fact, he hasn't reacted yet. Very fast? It seems that I can consider delaying the arrival of the goods for a few more days. How can that be? Let's go and take a look. Facing Coco's playful expression, Liu felt a little helpless, but at the same time, he was also very excited about the goods that had just arrived. You know, Coco once said that she had prepared a surprise for herself in this batch of goods. 1063/29194005.html 4,000 sets of all black standard military uniforms. This is Liu's rigid requirement. After all, these uniforms are not tailor-made, and getting more can also be a precaution. In addition, Liu also customized 500 sets of special uniforms for the Demon Tribe Iron Cavalry, and 500 sets of special uniforms for the Castle Female Guards, the purpose of which is to distinguish these 3 troops. In addition to these 5,000 sets of uniforms, the goods brought by Coco also include 3,000 sets of black special operations equipment, including 3,000 sets of riot armor and 1,000 riot shields, which Liu urgently needs at this stage. How is it? Do you like my gift? Seeing Liu's puzzled expression, Coco stood aside with a smile on her face. She knew that Liu would be very satisfied with her surprise. This is more than just liking. Coco, you are so great. Surprised, Liu was very excited and stepped forward to hug Coco in his arms and turned around twice on the spot. Coco's surprise was something he had never expected, especially the riot armor and riot shields. He had never thought of using these to arm soldiers before. If they were to wear this, the defense would be much stronger than the original broken copper and iron armor. In this way, even if they encountered the enemy in close combat, the soldiers would not be afraid at all. What's more, these riot armor and riot shields were all sprayed with exquisite black dragon logos, which showed how much Coco was attentive. This black dragon logo is the symbol of the Black Demon Kingdom. Previously, Liu only put this black dragon logo on the arm of the military uniform as an epaulette in the design, but Coco carefully discovered this. Moreover, Coco also carefully improved Liu's design and helped to correct any unreasonable places, making these military uniforms more perfect and more in line with Liu's wishes. Coco, what a woman who can surprise me. Since it's your business, I must do it with all my heart, but after getting the goods, you will leave, right? Coco was suddenly hugged by Liu. She was stunned for a moment, but then she raised her mouth slightly. She didn't hate Liu's hug at all, and she could also feel Liu's joy. Isn't this scene exactly what she wanted to see? But after getting the goods, it was time to say goodbye to Liu. After all, Liu said when he came back that his purpose this time was to get a batch of military uniforms, and he would leave immediately after getting them. When Coco thought of this, she felt a little sad. If there was still a sense of strangeness and distance between the two when they first came to the world of arms, then with Li Yu's second arrival, the relationship between the two could be said to have become closer. After all, people are emotional animals. After getting along for a long time, they will develop feelings, perhaps family affection, love, or friendship. Coco didn't know whether the relationship between her and Li Yu was family, love, or friendship, but she would be very reluctant to leave. Just knowing this was enough. Yes, it's time to leave. Coco's words made Li Yu react instantly. It was indeed time to return to Black Blood City. Although he could see Menie and Nasha after returning, he would not be able to see Coco and Chinatsu again. This feeling of having to have one's cake and eat it too was really unpleasant. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds? Can't I take people back and forth through time and space? Silently putting Coco down, Li Yu's expression was a little dull for a moment. He was thinking about what method could solve this problem. Okay, don't be so sad. You can always come back, right? If you miss us, come back immediately. We will always keep a place for you in our team. Seeing Li Yu's sudden silence, Coco thought he was feeling sad about the farewell. She patted Li Yu's shoulder and smiled to comfort him, trying to ease the atmosphere. After all, this is not a farewell of life and death, so why make it so heavy? That's right. As long as I finish my work, I will come back immediately. But before that, Chansha will leave you to it. Coco's comfort brought Li Yu back to his senses instantly. Looking at the silver-haired girl in front of him, Li Yu's mouth corners also showed a knowing smile. That's right, he can travel back and forth between the two worlds at any time. If he wants to meet, can he meet anytime and anywhere? And the price is just to endure the complications of fainting when traveling through time and space. It's no problem at all. When Li Yu thought of this, he suddenly felt relieved. However, he had to pay more attention to the matter of finding someone to travel through time and space. After all, he would take Chixia away sooner or later, and he knew that Coco really wanted to visit Black Blood City. Even for the sake of these two girls, he had to find a way to get this done. Chixia, leave it to me. Hearing Chixia's name from Li Yu's mouth, Coco paused for a moment for no reason. To be honest, she was shaken just now. After all, the relationship between Chixia and Li Yu really made Coco very concerned, especially when Chixia always showed that she was very close to Li Yu, which made Coco feel uncomfortable. Although it was not very strong, Coco didn't like this feeling, as if her toy was taken away by someone else. But Coco was a steady and mature type after all. She would not get upset because of this feeling. On the contrary, she would hide this feeling in her heart. Qianxia is now Li Yu's person, which means she is her partner. Although Qianxia doesn't like everyone, she doesn't have too much hostility either, all thanks to Li Yu. Now that Li Yu is leaving, I am the only one who can help Qianxia, so I must take the responsibility. After all, from the bottom of my heart, Coco still has a good impression of Qianxia, and girls like Qianxia are destined to have a tragic past. Although Coco is not a good person, she thinks Qianxia can still be saved. At least by her side, Qianxia will no longer be the killing machine she used to be. She can find human feelings here and become a real human again. It's just a pity that Qianxia doesn't understand Coco's thoughts. Although Li Yu has repeatedly told Qianxia to live in peace with Coco when he left, how can things be so smooth? Noisy is always the main theme of the relationship between Coco and Qianxia, but fortunately, the more these two women quarrel, the stronger their feelings become. Even in several battles, Coco successfully escaped with the guidance of Qianxia, and these battles also allowed Qianxia to fully integrate into Coco's team and gain recognition from everyone. However, all this happened after Li Yu left the arms world, and at this time, Li Yu had successfully entered a coma through the black hole and returned to Black Blood City. Maynir, find me a warehouse and arrange 10 more people to serve as quartermasters. I want to change the uniforms for the soldiers. The first thing Li Yu did after waking up from his Demon King's bed was to find Maynir to carry out a drastic change of uniforms. And the army of Black Blood City also ushered in the biggest change since Li Yu's reform. That's 61060-2910946.html. His Majesty the Demon King returned, and Maynir immediately entered a busy and tense working state before she could react too much. According to the order of the Demon King, the warehouse was prepared and the personnel were deployed. The next thing to do was to distribute the uniforms brought back by the Demon King to the soldiers of the Black Blood City in turn. However, the first to be equipped with the uniforms this time were the female guards who guarded the castle. Since it was a female uniform, the color had to be distinguished from the beginning, so according to Li Yu's idea, the color of this uniform was mainly red, supplemented by black. The style was similar to the Red Elite uniform of Zaft in Gundam Seed, but there were many changes in the details. The most important thing is that this uniform is divided into two styles, pants and short skirts. According to Li Yu's requirements, the female guards must wear short skirts when they are on duty in non-combat. In battle, pants are definitely more convenient than skirts, but in the absence of battle, if you can't see the beautiful female soldiers in short skirts swaying in front of you, what fun is there for Li Yu? It must be said that when the female guards of the castle appeared in front of Li Yu wearing this handsome red and black uniform, it really brought him great visual enjoyment. Very good, very awesome. Especially the long legs of these guards, this is a full benefit. As for the next, when the Demon Clan Iron Cavalry and the 2,000 soldiers put on their uniforms and stood in front of Li Yu neatly, the scene was shocking. You know, these soldiers are not just simple gun training, they have also experienced the necessary training of gathering in a square formation and marching forward. With a whistle, the soldiers gathered urgently, lined up in a row, and saluted with their guns neatly, which gave Li Yu a feeling of controlling the world. This is his own army. Although these soldiers are not well trained now and have not experienced the baptism of the battlefield, at best they look good. But Li Yu's purpose is to deter others, and the rest of the training can be discussed later. At this stage, the appearance is enough to bluff. Your Majesty the Demon King, this is really... At this moment, Mei Nier was extremely excited. She had never thought that there would be an army that could bring her such a big shock. With this army in front of us and the weapons provided by His Majesty the Demon King, it is only a matter of time to unify the entire Black Demon Kingdom. The Black Demon Kingdom is saved. As long as His Majesty the Demon King is here, the future of the Black Demon Kingdom is bright. Mei Nier, how many days are left before the coronation ceremony? Just as Mei Nier was excited, Li Yu suddenly asked about his coronation date. 4 days left, Your Majesty the Demon King. The coronation day is when Li Yu is officially recognized. Mei Nier will not be wrong about this. As soon as Li Yu opened his mouth, she immediately gave the fastest answer. 4 days. Then let's start the selection tomorrow. The Demon Tribe Iron Cavalry will continue to be hidden as a trump card. Select 1,000 elite soldiers from these 2,000 soldiers and name them the Demon King's guards. They will be under your and my direct command. As for the remaining 1,000 people, they will be the reserve of the guards. After hearing Mei Nier's answer, Li Yu thought for a moment and finally made a decisive decision to start selecting the elites. He had to keep his word. If he said he wanted to eliminate 1,000 people, then he had to eliminate 1,000 people. Your Majesty the Demon King, isn't this too? Although Li Yu had made the decision, Mei Nier was a little hesitant about it. Although selecting the elite was a good thing, these soldiers were now wearing military uniforms and standing neatly in front of His Majesty the Demon King, just to get a reward and win this honor. During this period of time, Mei Nier witnessed the hard work of the soldiers. No one was lazy, no one escaped, and everyone was fighting for honor. But now, it is too unfair to the soldiers to select and eliminate the losers from the army? It doesn't matter. Although they are eliminated as reserves, they will still be issued uniforms, weapons, and training as usual. Except for not having the official Royal Guards medal, the other specifications are the same as the Royal Guards. Well, of course, the military pay is also different. Li Yu understood Mei Nier's meaning, but he smiled confidently about it, and he had already made up his mind. From now on, every 3 months, the Demon King's guards and the reserve forces will hold fair military exercises and training. If unqualified soldiers are found in the guards, those with outstanding performance in the reserve forces can be immediately replaced. In addition, I have also prepared a policy of exceptional promotion. As long as a soldier is good, he will definitely not be buried. In Li Yu's opinion, the survival of the fittest is a must. Only by giving the soldiers enough pressure can they generate enough motivation. Otherwise, if they are proud and complacent, it will be difficult to lead the team. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty the Demon King. Mei Nier is worthy of being a leader for many years. As soon as Li Yu opened his mouth, she immediately understood Li Yu's intention. You are really worthy of being the Demon King. It is conceivable that the selection order will cause a great shock among the soldiers. It is not easy to get beautiful military uniforms and powerful weapons in hand. The honor of the Royal Guard is in front of them. Naturally, everyone is unwilling to fall behind and wants to show themselves desperately. But unfortunately, there are winners and losers. After rounds of selection, 1,000 members of the Royal Guard have been determined, and the rest are the defeated and frustrated. Li Yu was well prepared for this. In order to keep morale high, he carefully prepared a speech. In front of all the soldiers, he began to talk, not only praising the 1,000 guards who had just won, but also praising and encouraging the failed reserve. In the end, Li Yu also told the soldiers that the future guards would definitely have more than 1,000 people. At the same time, after the reserve, Black Blood City would continue to recruit strong men and encourage the young and strong men of the Demon Clan to join the army. At that time, everyone would face more challenges from elites. Whether they could stand out from the many elites and become a member of the Demon King's guards would depend on their ability. Upon hearing these words, all the soldiers felt a great sense of crisis. The reserve team not only had to catch up with their predecessors, but also had to ensure that they would not be caught up, while the guards were under greater pressure. After all, they were about to face more challenges. If you want not to be caught up, you need to train harder, study harder, become a soldier who can be recognized by His Majesty the Demon King, and become a glorious member of the guards. All of a sudden, the morale of the army was unprecedented. Everyone was training hard and preparing to show their skills. There must be a place for me in the Demon King's guard. Li Yu was very satisfied with this. Although the humans in this world describe the demons as a fierce and aggressive evil race, in fact, the demons are much more simple and kind than humans. The only shortcoming is that the people are more sturdy, but in Li Yu's opinion, this is just a small matter. In short, the demons are a very cute race. At least so far, all the people and things Li Yu has come into contact with have given him this feeling. Of course, except for Camilla, the little loli. Sundari Loli is really not cute. Surho 6-7 2094 HTML. In just one day, the gate of Black Blood City has undergone earth-shaking changes, which has greatly shocked the residents of Black Blood City. When people got up early in the morning, they found that the patrols that usually walked in a sloppy manner, with a variety of weapons and equipment, were gone, and they were replaced by soldiers wearing uniform black uniforms, looking very handsome and majestic. Are these soldiers from Black Blood City? If they hadn't seen the Black Dragon logo of the Black Demon Country on the shoulders of these soldiers' uniforms, the residents of Black Blood City would even doubt whether their homes had been breached by unknown forces overnight. What's going on? Looking at these soldiers in front of them, they all held an unknown object made of a mixture of wood and steel in their hands. No one had ever seen such a thing, but this thing could give people a heavy sense of deterrence. What's more important is that these soldiers look very well trained. When they walk in a line, except for the uniform footsteps, no noise can be heard at all. They don't whisper to each other, let alone look left and right. Such soldiers give people a very novel feeling. With curiosity, the residents began to inquire about the situation. At this time, the insiders also appeared, at the right time, to tell everyone that these soldiers were the personal guards of the new Demon King, who were responsible for the security of Black Blood City. The weapons in the hands of these personal guards were made by the Demon King himself, which were said to be very powerful. It turned out to be the personal guards of the Demon King. No wonder they looked so powerful. After learning the truth, the people began to tell each other that these were really the soldiers of our Black Blood City, and they were the troops formed by the Demon King himself. The news was basically spread by one person, 10 by 10, and 100 by 10. So soon, the whole Black Blood City knew about the existence of this Demon King's personal guards. After all, this was Li Yu's intention. After the selection of the personal guards was completed, the first order he issued was to patrol Black Blood City in groups of 10 and severely crack down on criminals in Black Blood City. Of course, the most important thing is to pay close attention to and strictly prevent spies from sneaking into Black Blood City during Li Yu's coronation. The reason for doing this is mainly to leave everyone with a subjective impression. Before the coronation ceremony, Li Yu needs to let everyone know about the existence of the Demon King's guards. I believe that after today, the name of this unit has spread throughout the Black Blood City. Although doing so will attract the attention of many forces, and more spies will flock to the Black Blood City, but the lesser of two evils, compared with the troubles caused by the 10 nobles, these spies are really nothing. However, Li Yu also issued a strict order that strict confidentiality measures must be taken for the firearms. The number of firearms and ammunition must be carefully checked every day, and no mistakes are allowed. In the event of the loss of firearms, you will have to wait for the thunderous wrath of His Majesty the Demon King. Obviously, Li Yu's approach was very successful. Even before the evening, there was no one in the Black Blood City who did not know the existence of the Demon King's guards. But at the same time, the appearance of the Demon King's guards also caused quite a stir. For ordinary civilians, the Demon King's guards are very majestic and handsome. Living under their protection can give people a sense of security. But in the eyes of the nobles and ministers in Black Blood City, the appearance of the Demon King's guards was too sudden and too bizarre. They were not prepared at all, and no one knew what kind of changes the appearance of this army would bring to themselves. In this situation, Nasha suffered. At this time, Nasha's office was crowded with people, and the nobles and ministers asked Nasha to give a reasonable explanation of what this Demon King's Guards was. But Nasha knew nothing about the Demon King's Guards. Although she knew that the weapons of the guards were provided by Liu, she would never participate in the training of the troops. What's going on? She still wants to know what's going on. But someone has to tell her. In desperation, Nasha could only call someone to find Maynir, hoping that Maynir could give everyone an explanation. But after getting the news, Maynir was not the only one present. Your Majesty the Demon King? What's going on? Your Majesty the Demon King is here in person? Liu's arrival was unexpected by everyone. Although he had not yet experienced the coronation ceremony, many people had already regarded him as the Demon King. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that Liu would become the Demon King. Unless something unexpected happened, otherwise, facing this future Demon King, everyone had to be more respectful. Humph! Find a bunch of soldiers who are trying to attract attention. I want to see what explanation he can give. If there are people who support Liu, there will definitely be people who oppose him. After all, the Black Blood City is not a monolithic entity. Even the nobles and ministers living in the city do not mean that they will be in the same mind as the Demon King. Liu saw it very clearly. Almost half of the nobles and ministers in the room supported him, at least on the surface. He respected him very much. As for the remaining part, half of them were in a neutral state. They were not enthusiastic about him, but they were not cold either. As for the last ones, they did not have any good feelings towards him, and they were not even prepared to give him any superficial respect. It seemed that they were completely standing on the opposite side of him. Interesting. Liu doesn't know how to play politics. In this regard, he can be said to be a complete novice, but he also knows that politics is a big quagmire. There are never eternal enemies or eternal opponents. Facing these nobles and ministers, the most important thing he should do is to keep smiling, paralyze the opponent on the surface, and if he wants to stab the opponent, he must do it behind his back. But this is what Liu hates the most. For him, friends are friends, enemies are enemies. Friends should be treated with care, and as for enemies, they should be severely hit. Sorry, Nasha, I came here uninvited, but I heard that someone has a lot of opinions about my Demon King's guards, so I can't sit still. After entering the room, Liu ignored the others and came directly to Nasha, smiling and explaining. At the same time, Liu's eyes also swept around the room, as if he wanted to pick out those who questioned him. It doesn't matter. Since you are here in person, I believe your explanation will be more useful. Nasha shook her head. Although she was a little surprised by Liu's arrival, since he was here, the explanation should naturally be handed over to him. After all, the Demon King's guards were formed by Liu. Explanation? I don't know what you need me to explain. How come I don't know who else can interfere with the military power of Black Blood City? After hearing Nasha's words, Liu immediately snorted coldly. Although this was said to Nasha, it was directed at everyone present. Liu was right about this. Although these noble ministers were clamoring, the military power of Black Blood City was controlled by Maynir, and they had no room to intervene. As long as Liu was interested and Maynir supported it, the troops of Black Blood City could change as they wanted, so why should they notify others? These guys got too many benefits and power during Nasha's administration, so they began to swell up. But if you really count them, they are nothing at all. 1963 cell setting done 19408.ml. The political system of the Black Demon Country is very simple. The lords of various places have the right to autonomy in their territories. As the central government, Black Blood City generally does not interfere. As long as the taxes are paid on time, there is no riot in the territory, no acts of rebellion against the country, and the country can provide support when needed. Then the Lord can sit there for a long time with peace of mind. Therefore, under the Demon King, the most powerful are the lords who own the fiefdoms, and the best among these lords are undoubtedly the 12 nobles. As for the nobles and ministers in front of Liu, to be honest, they are basically no different from decorations. The internal affairs of the Black Blood City are basically handled by Nasha. What else can they do besides acting as messengers and executors? The main reason why they dare to raise questions now is that the power of Black Blood City without the Demon King is being eroded bit by bit. Although Nasha is acting as the internal affairs officer, her authority is not high enough. She can completely disobey her orders, which gives some ambitious people an opportunity to take advantage of it. For example, the guy who is questioning Liu at this moment is the typical one who does not know the height of the world when he is a little bit powerful. There are so many soldiers in Black Blood City suddenly. What should we do with the military pay? Where does the money for the uniforms and weapons come from? We have the right to know the truth. In addition, is this army really established to protect Black Blood City? This is a middle-aged uncle who is about 40 years old and wearing a gorgeous coat. He looks very ordinary. He has a chubby face and a bald head. I don't know if this guy has to wear a coat full of feathers because he has no hair on his head. In short, this guy looks like a colorful bald chicken in Liyu's eyes, which makes people feel funny. Who are you? What right do you have to question my decision? Facing this colorful bald chicken, Liyu did not give him face at all. Anyway, the other party asked in a bad mood, so why should he care so much? Facing Liyu's counter-question, Kaimao Bald Chicken was stunned. His power. He really had no power to question the Demon King, who was about to be crowned. Earl of Wells, the Minister of Finance of Black Blood City, responsible for the financial issues of Black Blood City. Just when Kaimao Bald Chicken was stunned, Nasha beside him spoke out his identity. It was really unexpected that such a Kaimao Bald Chicken could become the Minister of Finance. You are the Minister of Finance? Liyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with a hint of doubt. That's right. I am the Minister of Finance. All financial issues of Black Blood City are my responsibility. Maybe this identity gave Kaimao Bald Chicken. Oh no, it gave Earl of Wells more confidence. This guy became arrogant for a while. As the Minister of Finance, you are still dressed so extravagantly. Isn't it obvious that you are corrupt? I have to ask the Demon King's guards to search your house. The National Treasury has been in a serious deficit recently. I don't know how much you have embezzled. What? Just when the Earl of Wales was feeling proud, Liyu's words made him dumbfounded. Corruption? And you want to search my house? Menier, send troops to his house immediately. This kind of situation is not common in Black Blood City. After all, as aristocrats, they have privileges different from civilians. Questioning policies like now is very common for them. Especially during Nasha's reign, if her policies were not recognized, she would be forced to withdraw them under pressure. But who would have thought that the Demon King who is about to succeed to the throne would be so decisive and impulsive? Doesn't he know that the nobles in Black Blood City are more or less relatives? If the Earl of Wales is touched, it will be a ripple effect. Without the support of the nobles in the city, does he still want to be a good Demon King? I really don't know. When will the Demon King's finances be handed over to someone else? Since I'm about to be crowned, the position of Minister of Finance will no longer be needed. Just revoke it. Just as everyone was discussing, Liyu once again made a shocking statement, and he actually directly revoked the position of Minister of Finance. This was to directly remove the Earl of Wales from the top and let him fall directly from the clouds. But it must be said that Liyu's vigorous and resolute actions really shocked the noble ministers. For a while, no one even dared to come forward and talk to Liyu. There was no way. Who knew if he bumped into the Demon King, would he be removed from office like the Earl of Wales? If that was the case, it would be too miserable. In the Black Demon Kingdom, power of the Demon King is very great. In addition to the Lord, the Demon King has the right to dismiss the title and official position of any noble. Even the Lord can be dismissed by the Demon King if there are sufficient reasons. This is the royal power that no one can touch or resist. After the previous Demon King was sealed, the Black Demon Kingdom has been in a state of no royal power, and these noble ministers have gradually forgotten the majesty of the Demon King. But this time, Liyu sounded the alarm for them thoroughly. No! You don't have the power. You can't revoke my position. I'm the Earl of the Dark Kingdom. I'm the Minister of Finance. I'm someone. Take the Earl of Wales away. He's sick and needs to go home and rest. This time, Liyu was playing a trick to scare the monkeys with a warning. The Earl of Wales was unlucky enough to run into his gun. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. However, after recovering from the shock, the Earl of Wales shouted loudly and almost jumped up and down to express his dissatisfaction. However, Liyu didn't want to pay any attention to this kind of jumping clown. He directly called the guards to drag this colorful bald chicken away. Then what's next? If you have any questions, you can raise them now so that I can answer them for you. After the Earl of Wales was dragged away, Liyu turned his head with a smile and faced the nobles and ministers. Although he was smiling, everyone felt a chill. If you run into this devil, you may not have a good life in the future. In this situation, who dares to question Liyu? They kept shaking their heads like rattles, and soon someone took the lead to leave on the grounds of having something to do at home. With the first person running away, there will naturally be the second and third. Even within a few minutes, only Liyu and Nasha were left in the room. You are too impulsive. Nasha finally spoke until everyone left in a hurry. However, Her words did not sound like she was blaming Li Yu, but just simply stating the facts. I know, but I have no choice. I can only do this to deal with those guys. Li Yu shrugged his shoulders. He naturally knew that he was acting impulsively, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. On the way here, Li Yu had already learned about the situation from Mei Nier. He was fully aware of the current situation of the noble ministers in Black Blood City. To put it bluntly, these guys were just a bunch of useless termites. Except for some who were really capable, the majority of the rest were just relying on their ancestral noble titles to gain power. If they were really capable, they would have become lords who could rule their fiefdoms long ago. Why would they still have to mess around here? It was for this reason that Li Yu finally made up his mind to severely treat the cancer in Black Blood City. Although it might not be cured, at least the rotten flesh on the surface should be cleaned up. 1630710109409. As the date of the coronation ceremony approached, Li Yu had also become busy recently. Although Mei Nier was in charge of the military training, he didn't need to worry about it, but the important task of welcoming guests in Black Blood City fell completely on his head. There is no way. Nasha is busy with domestic affairs and has no time to welcome guests. It should be said that she has no interest in welcoming guests. Li Yu is really wondering what kind of life Nasha has lived in these years. Is it possible that she only deals with domestic affairs every day and does nothing else? I really dare not imagine this kind of life. Although Li Yu is a otaku, if he stays at home like Nasha, he will definitely be driven crazy. I always feel that Nasha should make some changes. If she stays at home in the castle like she does, I always feel that she will be completely useless. However, Li Yu is just thinking about it for the time being. He hasn't even finished his own affairs yet, so how can he have time to care about others? After all, he is in great pain and suffering at this time. As the soon-to-be-crowned Demon King, it is understandable for him to sit in front of the Demon King's throne and summon one guest after another to congratulate him. But the key to the problem is that there is a time bomb sitting next to him. That's right. The one who assisted Li Yu was none other than the former Demon King's third princess who had a lot of bad feelings towards him, the arrogant, lowly Camilla. To be honest, whenever Li Yu saw Camilla, he would feel angry. He really didn't know how he had provoked her. Couldn't she just smile in front of him? Sitting next to Li Yu, Camilla's expression could be described as resentful, as if she didn't like anyone and everyone owed her $800, which made Li Yu feel very heavy. Obviously, Mei Nier had told him to greet guests with a smile, but this collection of resentment around him was emitting resentment fluctuations that were almost condensed into substance all the time. It was strange that he could still smile. Li Yu finally experienced what it meant to smile like crying. A whole day passed, and Li Yu also put on a stiff smile for a whole day. After all the guests were received, he could no longer feel anything on his face, but looking at Camilla again, she was still able to maintain that resentful expression. I really had to say I admire her. If she wasn't needed to introduce the guests, Li Yu really wanted her to stay as far away from him as possible. He really didn't want to see her, but in this situation, Li Yu really couldn't do without her. It's hard to imagine that she is obviously a tsundere loli who only knows how to cause trouble, but she can remember every noble identity in the Black Demon Kingdom, like an encyclopedia. If it weren't for her, Li Yu wouldn't be able to entertain the guests, let alone call out their names accurately. Thank you for your hard work. After the reception, Li Yu finally stretched his body. Finally, he ended a hard day and could relax. Turning to Camilla, although he wanted to praise her ability, he lost all interest when he saw her resentful expression. In the end, he could only say thank you for your hard work, and hurriedly end the matter. However, Camilla didn't seem to mind it. She just snorted coldly and turned away without even saying hello to Li Yu. What an impolite guy. Didn't anyone teach you how to respect others? Li Yu was very upset by Camilla's attitude, but he didn't care too much. It was just a child anyway. Why should he compete with a child? After a hard day, reward yourself. Li Yu decided that since he was so tired today, he would make a sumptuous meal to comfort himself. But then he thought again, it would be boring to just enjoy the meal by himself. Let's get Mei Nier to come together. Thinking of this, Li Yu called the maid and asked her to notify Mei Nier, wanting Mei Nier to come and have dinner with him. But in the end, he was told that Mei Nier had to hurry up to do the military exercise tonight and make final preparations for the day of the coronation ceremony, and she couldn't get away at all. This is really a bummer. Li Yu was a little disappointed that Mei Nier couldn't come, but since it was for business, there was nothing he could do. In that case, how about inviting Nasha? Anyway, this was not the first time Li Yu invited Nasha to dinner. Although there were some embarrassments last time, it should be okay as long as Nasha was not allowed to drink. But then Liu once again experienced what it meant to go with high spirits and return with low spirits. This time, Liu went to Nasha's office in person, but when he saw the pile of documents in front of Nasha, he knew that it was impossible to invite Nasha. Seeing Maynir and Nasha busy with official business, not even able to eat, and looking at himself, he felt tired just by welcoming guests for a day, which made Liu blush a little. Sure enough, forget about rewards. Since he was about to become a real demon king, he should find a way to fulfill his obligations as a demon king. On the way back, Liu was thinking silently in his heart, but just as he was thinking about how to fulfill his duties as the demon king, he suddenly saw a black shadow flashing by not far away. Is there a thief? This thought came to Liu's mind at the first time, but he did not make it public immediately. After all, there was a previous experience. At the beginning, he also thought that there was a thief breaking into the castle, but he did not expect to catch Camilla and make a big mistake. Now seeing the black shadow flashing by again, he thought it would be better to investigate it in advance. If he made a fool of himself again, it would be bad. The speed of the black shadow was not very fast, and Liu did not lose it. However, after following the black shadow for a while, Liu found that the black shadow was not very good at hiding and anti-tracking. I have been following the black shadow for so long, but I have not been discovered. In addition, the black shadow's hiding method is a bit too funny, right? Hiding in the bushes with your butt sticking up, don't you know that your butt has exposed you? That is to say, the shadow was very familiar with the castle structure, and was able to cleverly avoid the patrols of the guards on duty, so it was not exposed. However, because of this, Liu was also sure that the shadow must be Camilla. Just kidding, her height alone has exposed her. It was already late. What was Camilla going to do after leaving the castle? For a moment, Liu's curiosity was aroused. The last time Camilla was caught, she seemed to have just sneaked back to the castle in a mysterious way. What was the reason that Camilla had to be so sneaky? Could it be that she had some secrets outside the castle? Camilla's secret. Liu was full of interest when he thought of this. This little girl had been displeased with him for a long time. Now there was finally a chance to catch her pigtail. It would be strange if Liu missed it. What did she want to do after leaving the castle? Because she was bored in the castle and yearned for the world outside the castle? Or because she didn't like him and wanted to hire a killer to kill him? Or, this little girl has a lover outside the castle? No way, how old is Camilla? How could she have a man outside? But if you think about it carefully, the lifespan of the demons is longer than that of humans. Maynir once said that girls of Camilla's age can get married in the demon tribe, so it is not impossible for her to be secretly in love. Curious? I really want to know what Camilla's secret is. With this idea in mind, Liu's steps of tracking became more determined. Today we must find out the truth. 1610630729114 well. With a strong gossipy heart, Liu began to play the game of stalking and tracking. He was not unfamiliar with this. After all, when he played the game, ahem, it seems that something has been exposed. Well, the above can be completely ignored. In a word, Liu's tracking was still very powerful. At least Camilla didn't notice it at all. After all, she basically just walked in front of her head, walked through the garden and the path, and finally came to the wall of the inner city. Here, Camilla stopped and looked around very alertly. After finding that there was indeed no one, she fumbled in the bushes near the castle for a while, and finally plunged into the bushes, and the whole person disappeared. Damn! That's it? Liu hurried forward when he saw this, and after he checked it out, he found that there was actually a small hole on the edge of the wall. It was just because the surrounding area was full of weeds and bushes that no one noticed this flaw. This is really... For a moment, Liu didn't know what to say. In places like this, basically no one would come to patrol and check. If the enemy caught the gap, it would take only a few minutes to sneak into the castle. I really admire Camilla's arrogant lowly. Not only did she not report such a loophole, but she even used it for her own convenience. Doesn't she have any sense of crisis? Sure enough, it was right to follow up. I didn't expect to catch Camilla so quickly. They formed small groups together and engaged in some illegal activities. This is inevitable. Even though Maynir had sent people to solve these small criminal groups several times, they failed in the end for various reasons. Besides, these small groups have never caused any major incidents, so they can only be left alone. Although Maynir and Nasha both think that these children in the civilian area will only fight and will not become a big climate, in Liu's opinion, things are far from that simple. Even if it is just a group of boys, if they really develop, they will eventually become a cancer that cannot be cured. Liu never underestimates anyone. Not to mention that he has made up his mind to protect this city. So punishing crimes in the civilian area is an important matter, and after he is crowned, it will definitely become one of the orders he issued. But now, Liyu's attention is focused on Camilla. Although his goal this time is to catch Camilla's braid, if she is really in danger, how can Liyu stand idly by? But looking at Camilla, she seemed to be very familiar with the streets of the civilian area. Could she be a frequent visitor here? Camilla turned left and right and finally stopped in front of a building. This is a 2-story building. From the outside, the whole building is very shabby and gives people a creepy feeling of a haunted house. Camilla only stopped at the door of the building for a moment and then walked in. It was a pity that she had such courage. If it were a more timid girl, I'm afraid she would turn around and run away when she saw this building. It's so late. What is Camilla doing in such a scary building? In this atmosphere, it is impossible to meet a lover. Could it be that Camilla has been learning some dark magic recently? At this moment, Liyu has already imagined Camilla in a dark room in this building, holding a black wooden stick, throwing all kinds of strange and scary materials into the big pot in front of her, stirring back and forth with a sinister smile on her face, just like a picture of a scary witch. Bah, my imagination is so wild that I can't stop. Throwing out the image of the horrible witch in my head, Liyu came to his senses and continued to move forward. He followed Camilla into the small building quietly. He wanted to see what Camilla was going to do. "Carl! Solo! Everyone come out!" After entering the small building, there was a spacious hall. Camilla was standing in the middle of the hall and called softly. At the same time, Liyu dodged and hid in a corner near the hall, hiding his figure and paying attention to the development in the hall. "It's Sister Camilla!" As soon as Camilla called out, a series of bell-like sounds suddenly rang out in the originally empty hall, followed by the sound of footsteps. A dozen children suddenly rushed out from the dark corner of the hall. They rushed out excitedly and surrounded Camilla in the middle, crowding around her as if they were very happy to see Camilla's arrival. "Sister Camilla, you haven't come to see us for a while." "That's right, Sister Camilla. We miss you so much." Looking at these children, the older ones are only about 7 or 8 years old, and the younger ones look at most 3 or 4 years old. What's going on? Why do these children live in such a shabby place? Could it be that these children are all orphans from the civilian area? Seeing this scene in front of him, Liyu instantly understood that if they were not orphans from the civilian area, which child would choose to stay in such a horrible place? "But Camilla, I've been a bit busy lately, and I met a nasty guy, really nasty. I'm really sorry for being nasty." As soon as Camilla opened her mouth, Liyu's forehead suddenly had black lines. It was obvious that the nasty guy she was talking about was undoubtedly him. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that nasty guy. I'll bring delicious food to everyone. Carl, you share these foods with everyone." It seems that Camilla really hates Liyu. Just thinking about it makes her brows frown. However, Camilla didn't get too entangled. After shaking her head, she took off a black package on her back and handed it to a boy who looked the oldest. Because it was dark, and Liyu didn't follow too closely, he didn't notice that Camilla actually had a small bag on her back. But when the boy named Carl opened the package and saw the so-called delicious food inside, Liyu was stunned for a moment. Although the distance was a bit far, Liyu could still clearly see that the package contained only some dry meat and cheap bread. How could this be called delicious? But after seeing the food in the package, the children around Camilla cheered and stretched out their hands to Carl. After receiving their own portion of food, they immediately ate happily. This scene made Liyu feel a little sad. To be honest, Liyu had an impulse to stand up immediately, materialize the food in the prop column, and let these children have a good meal. But the key to the problem is that he followed Camilla. Would it be bad to go out so rashly? Just today, he saw another side of Camilla. Unlike her usual tsundere, she was so mature and steady at this time. She even gently wiped the corners of the children's mouths and told them not to eat too fast. This was not like the Camilla he knew. "I always feel that I have a very serious hallucination." Well, it's very serious. Third San 19019411. The scene in front of him made Liyu a little bit unbelievable, but the fact is the fact. Camilla's sudden change really happened in front of him. I always feel that I have a new respect for this arrogant little girl. All along, Camilla has always been a willful little princess in Liyu's heart, and the impression has never changed. But at this moment, the kind aura emanating from Camilla made him stunned instantly. It is difficult to describe my mood at this moment, but I always feel that I should be better at treating Camilla in the future. At least in some small matters, I should give in to her a little. Even if she targets me everywhere, I should not fight back too tit for tat. After all, This little girl is not as unlovable as she appears on the surface. Looking at the happy scene in front of him, Liu thought it would be better not to disturb everyone. As for the idea of grabbing Camilla's pigtail, it had long disappeared. Let's go, and if possible, I have to find a way to help these orphans. While thinking this, Liu wanted to turn around and leave, but before he could move his feet, a loud noise came from outside the building. Brother, there are voices. Those little ghosts haven't left yet. What should I do? Still not leaving? Then force them to leave. What's going on? The voice from outside was not very clear, but Liu could vaguely understand that someone wanted to expel the children living here. And those who can talk like this must not be good people. Did you hear that, little ghosts? Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, be careful that your lives will be in danger. This shout was heard clearly by the children in the building. For a moment, all the bat children around Camilla gathered together, and they were all trembling with fear. What should we do, Sister Camilla? They are coming again. I don't want to leave here, Sister Camilla. Help us. It seems that the group of people outside has brought great shadows to the children. Some young little girls have even cried. Don't be afraid. They dare not do anything to us. Camilla is not very old. Although she behaved very maturely just now, her shoulders couldn't help shaking when she heard the shouting outside. But even so, Camilla was still comforting the children around her and tried to control her emotions, trying to force herself to calm down. You won't come out, right? I told you not to come out. After shouting for a long time, the children in the room didn't make any movement, which made the people outside gradually impatient. There was a thump, and the door of the room was kicked open, and a group of people holding torches rushed in. There were about 7 or 8 people, each with a ferocious look on his face, and the only one who didn't hold a torch was probably the leader of this group of people. This guy was huge, with tendons all over his body and a scar on his face, which gave people a very ferocious feeling. Especially at night, with the torches around, it was enough to scare children to tears. You little brats, you dare to waste my time? Do you believe I will crush you to death? Scarface stepped forward with his eyes wide open as soon as he came in. He was as ferocious as he could be, and scared the children even more. What on earth do you want to do? This is an unmanned building and does not belong to anyone. You have no right to drive these children away. Facing the scary Scarface, Camilla finally plucked up the courage, stared at the Scarface, and loudly refuted. She is worthy of being the third daughter of the former Demon King. Just this momentum is enough to be praised. Where did you come from, little girl? Camilla's sudden appearance made Scarface stunned for a moment, especially her momentum just now, which made Scarface retreat subconsciously. But soon, Scarface reacted, glaring at Camilla. He felt that he had just embarrassed himself in front of his men. After all, he was frightened by a little girl, so this face must be recovered. Don't call me a little girl. Besides, didn't you hear me? You are not welcome here. Get out immediately. Camilla was very unhappy to be called a little girl. After all, this can be said to be her biggest taboo, especially in front of so many children. She can't be weak. I am not welcome? Haha. Little girl, you still don't understand what is going on now? Camilla's counterattack made Scarface laugh. Although she was stunned for a moment, Camilla still didn't have the courage to really make Scarface bow his head. Scarface drew out the long sword from his waist, and his men behind him also took their weapons in their hands. I'm telling you now, get out of here right now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Scarface shook the weapon in his hand, as if he would kill you with a knife if you didn't give in. Scarface didn't seem to be joking, and the men behind him also showed sinister smiles on their faces. Boss, although these little ghosts are not big, this little girl seems to be edible. Do you want us to? Before Camilla could say anything else, a guy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks behind Scarface, who was obviously a dog-headed military advisor type, suddenly stepped forward and said with a lewd smile on his face, "This guy actually set his sights on Camilla. Damn Lolita control. If you say that." As soon as the dog-headed military advisor opened his mouth, Scarface reacted instantly, groping his chin and staring at Camilla, but Camilla was startled. You? What are you going to do? Subconsciously, Camilla took a step back, but the lewd smiles on the faces of these guys became even more intense. What do you think we are going to do? Scarface took a step forward. It was obvious that he was already lustful. In addition, they were outnumbered and treated Camilla as a piece of fish on the chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will scream. Scarface looked very scary. Even though Camilla forced herself not to be afraid, her trembling legs still betrayed her. Scream, there is no one around here. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will pay attention to you. Scarface was laughing. He was laughing triumphantly, But at this moment, a scene that no one expected suddenly appeared. A figure appeared like lightning and instantly passed through everyone. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then a long sword emitting a biting cold air was already against Scarface's throat. "Who said there's no one around here?" The playful tone sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention, but after seeing the person clearly, Camilla exclaimed, "It's you?" That's right. The reason why Camilla was so surprised was because she had never thought that the person in front of her would appear in this place. As for who the figure that appeared was, it goes without saying that it was our protagonist Li Yu. At this critical moment, Li Yu finally couldn't hide his figure anymore. If he could still hold back and not come out at this time, wouldn't he be a Ninja Turtle? What's more, the behavior of Scarface and his group really angered Li Yu. These guys really deserve to die. Are you surprised? Hearing Camilla's surprised voice, Li Yu turned back with a smile, and the relaxed and confident expression on his face seemed to infect everyone present. Who would be surprised? I'm not surprised. When she found that Li Yu suddenly appeared and subdued the Scarface opposite with one move, to be honest, Camilla's heart was indeed filled with great surprise. But in front of Li Yu, how could this arrogant little girl reveal her feelings? Turning her head away from Li Yu, Camilla's mouth was also very hard, but this time, Li Yu thought she behaved very cutely. As expected of Camilla, this is simply a textbook example of tsundere. 1063307299194. There is no surprise, so disappointing. Facing the arrogant Camilla, Li Yu pretended to be disappointed and gently stroked his forehead, but the next moment, he turned his eyes to Scarface, and his eyes shot out a sharp look. "Tell me, what's going on? You? Who are you?" Li Yu's sudden appearance scared Scarface, and the long sword across his neck also made Scarface unable to remain calm. The sword has a strange shape and emits a biting cold air. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary weapon. People who can possess such a weapon are not people like him who can afford to offend. When Li Yu appeared, Scarface had already had the idea of retreating, but in front of his subordinates, he had to hold on to maintain his dignity as a boss. "Who am I? Now I ask you questions, you just need to answer them." Li Yu saw the flash of retreat in Scarface's eyes and knew that he was just holding on at this time. Because of this, Li Yu showed more force. Only in this way could he scare them completely. Li Yu's strength left Scarface speechless. This kid looked young, but the momentum on his body was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Scarface had lived for so long and had seen many people of all kinds, but he had never seen a young man like Li Yu. A noble lord? But why would the nobles of Black Blood City appear in such a barren civilian area? They are all hooligans from the neighborhood. They come here to occupy this place. They don't give the children a chance to live. Scarface didn't dare to speak, but because of Li Yu's appearance, Camilla was full of confidence. Stood up and pointed at Scarface's nose and shouted. It turned out that the house where these children lived was a scrapped house in the civilian area. The owner of the house had long disappeared, and it was just abandoned. According to the laws of the Black Demon Country, houses like this will belong to the state after being vacant for more than 20 years. But how many people can really abide by such laws? After all, the enforcement of the laws of the Black Demon Country is not strong enough, and such things are not uncommon. Basically, it can be said that whoever occupies such a house, then the house belongs to him. Like this house, it is tacitly accepted by everyone to use it as a base for orphans in the civilian area. I believe that anyone with a little sympathy will not fight with a group of children for a house, let alone force these orphans to wander the streets. That would be a bit unscrupulous. However, the group of people in front of him were simply the